which would significantly boost his attack power. After swinging it a few times in the room, Wang Tao put away the bone knife contentedly. The third loot pack that the Huang Hang zombie dropped was also a running potion. Obtained, 10 running potion, medium, 10 bottles of medium-sized potion, not bad either. Next were the loot packs dropped by the Nisa Iron zombie, also 3 packs. The first, a crystal core gift bag along with 1 crystal core it naturally carried, totaled 5. They were a purple, level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, a blue, level 3 crystal core, athlete, a purple, level 3 crystal core, throwing mastery, a red, level 3 crystal core, stealth, a white, level 3 crystal core, rejuvenation, and the last one, a red, level 3 crystal core, position switch. There were no ascension crystal cores this time, and Wang Tao had seen most of the other crystal cores before, but the last crystal core was new to him. Level 3 crystal core, position switch, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, reduced attack and defense, position switch, within a certain range, select a large creature and bind it for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, you can consume a large amount of energy to swap positions with it, but the swap must not exceed this range. The ability can be used up to 5 times within 10 minutes, and there is a chance of failure. The probability of failure is related to the spiritual power of the target. After 10 minutes, position switch cools down for 1 hour. This crystal core was clearly the same ability that the Nisa Iron zombie used to suddenly replace Nisa Iron, then suddenly swap her back again. Looking at the description, this position switch ability was quite impressive. A direct swap with a target's position. It would definitely be effective in critical moments. For instance, if there is a zombie in a place that is inaccessible to attacks, can't you just switch places to allow everyone to attack it? Or what if an enemy ability user is hiding in a crowd and can't be attacked, and then you use this ability to swap them out? Or can you set a trap in advance, switch positions with a zombie or an ability user, and get them into the trap? All of this seems doable. Of course, this ability is not invincible. First, when you swap with someone, you are basically swapping someone else into their position. For example, if you swap with a zombie, you've taken it out of the horde, but the person being swapped has gone into it. If that person cannot avoid the danger, then it becomes a one-time usability. Then there's the side effect, both attack and defense are reduced significantly. A true tool person. Of course, Wang Tao could find a way to remove this side effect, but not the other restrictions of the ability. For example, it only works within a certain range, you can only bind for 10 minutes, it can only be used 5 times, and it requires a significant amount of energy each time. And most importantly, it can fail, with a failure rate depending on the spiritual power of the target, etc. The existence of these limitations means that position switch is destined to be a trick up one's sleeve, but not a divine technique. Wang Tao suspected that the zombie chose Nisa Iron probably because Nisa Iron had weak spiritual power. Of course, even with all the restrictions, the ability itself is still decent. If he has a chance to obtain 2 more position switch crystal cores later and can remove the side effects, Wang Tao thinks it would be worth training someone with high defense to merge with this crystal core, creating a tool person capable of swapping positions with the enemy. Wang Tao continued to inspect the loot. The second loot pack dropped by Nisa Iron zombie contained potions. Obtained, 10 mental boosting potion. Mental boosting potion, after injection, the spirit will receive a certain degree of permanent enhancement. Without a second thought, Wang Tao began injecting himself in the arm. You can never have too much of this stuff, if he could use it, he would. After spending some time injecting, Wang Tao felt as if his head had been washed with clean water, all fatigue gone. Most importantly, the after effects of the hallucinations caused by that level 4 monster lord were gone. Much better. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then looked at the last loot pack. It contained throwing weapons. Obtained, 30 excellent steel throwing knife, excellent steel throwing knife, throwing weapon, attack plus 20, this throwing weapon was much stronger than the previous surgical knives. Surgical knives added no attributes, while this throwing knife directly added 20 attack points. The power of a throw with this knife probably wouldn't fall short of Wang Tao's own attack. Moreover, unlike the surgical knife, this throwing knife wasn't fragile and could be used repeatedly. If that zombie had been throwing these knives then, things could have gotten complicated. But who knew it had no brains, instead attacking Zhang Shixi directly. Chapter 197 Super Berserker 3. However, speaking of brains, these zombies were supposed to be brainless, but during the fight, Wang Tao felt that these few zombies were almost the same as humans. Clearly, this shouldn't have been their own ability, but rather an ability of the level 4 monster lord. It must be related to its awakening. It was just uncertain whether it was directly altering the environment or changing Wang Tao and his group's cognition. As for information about level 4, Wang Tao knew too little at this point. But it wasn't like he understood nothing. At least he knew that 100,000 health point definitely indicated level 4, probably the lower limit of level 4. He also learned that level 4 would have an awakening attribute. Although the meaning of this awakening was unclear, the awakening must be powerful. The gap between level 4 and level 3 was absolutely greater than the gap between level 3 and level 2. After all, levels 1, 2, and 3 were all low levels, while level 4 was considered intermediate level. After contemplating about level 4 for a moment, Wang Tao quickly shook his head. He hadn't even reached the limit of level 3, so thinking about level 4 was still too far off. He looked at the crystal cores he currently possessed. Previously, he thought about using special energy to synthesize crystal cores and then use them himself. But special energy had always been insufficient. Now he had over 40,000 special energy, so it was time to give it a try. Wang Tao looked at his abilities, which were currently level 2 shockwave +1, level 2 precision shooting +1, level 2 barrier +1, and level 1 high frequency vibration +10. With a thought, he acted. Special energy -5,000, special energy -1,000, remaining special energy 35,140, expending 6,000 special energy. He extracted both precision shooting and high frequency vibration. Wang Tao's attribute panel now only displayed 2 abilities, and his magic point was reduced by 2,200, but he had 2 new crystal cores in his inventory. Level 2 crystal core, precision shooting, +1, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 100%, side effects, none. The first one was precision shooting, the second was high frequency vibration. Level 1 crystal core, high frequency vibration, +10, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 100%, side effects, none. However, these 2 crystal cores were different from any he had seen before. The precision shooting had a +1 after it, and high frequency vibration had a +10. This probably indicated how many crystal cores had been fused to form this one. Just then, a prompt suddenly popped up. Note, abilities that have been synthesized cannot be fused by others. Abilities like barrier can't be fused by other people? This left Wang Tao slightly disappointed. He had been thinking about synthesizing some abilities, extracting them into crystal cores, and selling them for money if the opportunity arose. Seems like that wouldn't be possible. However, this was not a major issue. After all, as long as he could use them, that was what mattered. Having his own power was the most important. Wang Tao first set these 2 crystal cores aside and then began to fuse level 1 crystal cores. He planned to have the level 1 passive ability crystal cores fuse with each other to see if he could synthesize an exceptional superpower. Wang Tao speculated before that the more similar the abilities were, the higher the probability of successful synthesis. Attack abilities or abilities with special powers were diverse, and it was not easy for Wang Tao to find similarities. But passive abilities were different, as they generally passively increased some attribute. In some ways, they should be quite similar. Anyway, Wang Tao still had over 30,000 special energy, and synthesizing and extracting a level 1 special ability only required 1,000 special energy, which was not expensive. So Wang Tao decided to give it a try to see if his guess was correct. After some time testing, Wang Tao looked at the brand new ability on his attribute panel and burst into laughter. I just knew it, this would definitely work. Although there are some limitations. Wang Tao now had 3 abilities, level 2 shockwave +1, level 2 barrier +1, and level 1 state enhancement +1. State enhancement, passive ability, can increase strength, running speed, athletic ability, throwing technique, side effects, none. After some experimenting, Wang Tao found that a maximum of 4 original superpowers could be combined into one. Exceeding 4 was not possible, and a prompt would appear, current max fusion reached for this ability's current stage, please try again at the next stage. This presumably meant that a level 1 special ability could only be fused 4 times, but if it was elevated to level 2, it should be possible to continue fusing. Wang Tao had exactly 5 types of level 1 passive abilities in his hands. They were power, running, athlete, throwing master, and timed defense. Timed defense was an ability that increased defensive power at night. Compared to the other abilities, this one was less useful to Wang Tao, so he chose the first 4. Although there were some minor restrictions, this new ability was still insanely strong. After all, 1 was as good as 4. Wang Tao used 10 level 1 omnipotent crystal cores and instantly upgraded the state enhancement to +10, then used a level 2 ascension crystal core to raise the ability to level 2. Then Wang Tao pulled out a crystal core he had just synthesized. Level 2 crystal core, frenzy, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 100%, side effects, none. This ability kicked in when health point dropped below 30%, fully restoring health point, increasing body size, and enhancing all attributes except defense. Once a day, It could Chapter 198 Upgrade Operation 1, Super Berserker, passive ability, which can increase strength, running speed, agility, and throwing skills. Health point below 30%, trigger berserk, side effect, none. Seeing the attributes of this ability, Wang Tao's mouth almost split to his ears. What's called amazing? This is amazing. This one ability could match someone else's full set of powers. Wang Tao then continued to check the crystal cores in his space backpack and decided to upgrade the high-frequency vibration ability to level 2. This ability's attack is really powerful, and now Wang Tao has a very decent bone knife, which fits perfectly with this ability. But Wang Tao could only fuse 4 crystal cores, and now he had Shockwave, Barrier, Super Berserker, Precision Shooting, and High-Frequency Vibration, these 5 abilities. So Wang Tao planned to temporarily put Precision Shooting on ice. After all, his Super Berserker included Throwing Master, which is kind of like half a Precision Shooting, admittedly not as good for long range, but still decent for mid-range combat. Anyway, as long as he had enough special energy, he could switch abilities later. After using a level 2 ability to promote high-frequency vibration to level 2, Wang Tao unexpectedly discovered that shockwave and high-frequency vibration could be synthesized. Shockwave plus high-frequency vibration, 91%, the probability isn't lower. Without much hesitation, Wang Tao immediately went for the synthesis, placing high-frequency vibration in the main position. Since he had more shockwave crystal cores, if he ran out of shockwaves, he could fuse more. But if he lost the high-frequency vibration, it would be gone for good. A moment later. Synthesis successful, obtained a new ability, Level 2 Level 1 Vibration Shock, success. Wang Tao's face did not show surprise, his luck had always been good. With such high chances, it was unlikely to fail. Vibration Shock, consumes energy, can use high-frequency vibration, shockwave. Wang Tao thought it would synthesize into an ability that combines both, but to his surprise, it allowed for individual usage. But this was even better, more convenient to use. Having successfully fused these 2 abilities, Wang Tao now had a slot open. After checking his crystal cores, Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. He didn't have enough crystal cores. Precision Shooting could be set aside for now, he'll fuse it when needed. What he wanted to fuse the most was Perception, but unfortunately, he had only 1 Perception crystal core. And the side effect of this Perception crystal core was, if not fused by a female, Perception ability would decrease by 50%. If he were to fuse, he'd definitely choose a crystal core without side effects, especially when the side effect was so troublesome. Perception would have to wait for now. As for the other crystal cores, Wang Tao felt that none of them suited him, so he ended up fusing a level 1 Sprint crystal core and promoted it to 10. Sprint, consumes energy, sprints forward a short distance. This ability was quite good for close combat, relatively suitable for the current Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at his attributes once again. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 9,500 out of 9,500, special energy, 26,140, internal impurity, 1%, abilities, level 2 vibration shock +1, level 2 barrier +1, level 2 super berserker +1, level 1 sprint +10, besides sprint, the other 3 abilities were synthesized abilities, all at +1. At this point, using a level 2 omnipotent crystal core wouldn't be a loss for Wang Tao, but considering he still wanted to continue synthesizing in the future, using the omnipotent crystal core now would still result in a downgrade later. So it was better to wait a bit longer until all the abilities were synthesized to their limits before using the omnipotent crystal core. As for that 1% internal impurity, it would also have to wait. The next day, Wang Tao woke up feeling refreshed. All the negative states from yesterday were gone. Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun were basically fine, only Nisa Ayan still had some after effects. She stayed in her room, not daring to go out. Wang Tao went in to check on Nisa Ayan, and when she saw him, it was as if she saw something that angered her, and she subconsciously wanted to attack Wang Tao. But she stopped quickly, threw down the steel pipe in her hand, and knelt before Wang Tao. "Brother Wang, I didn't mean it, I thought you were Huang Wu. Get up." Wang Tao knew it wasn't her fault, her spiritual power was just too weak, and the after effects were too severe for her. But compared to yesterday, it was much better. At least she could recognize Wang Tao quickly now. After ensuring Nisa Ayan was not in any danger to her life, Wang Tao left. He planned to continue scouring the locations he had marked on the map today, looking for level 3 zombies. Encountering a level 4 monster yesterday was purely accidental. Currently in Zijing City, level 2 zombies were not very common, level 3 zombies even less so, and the chance of encountering 4th level zombies was probably about the same as winning the lottery. He didn't believe he'd encounter one today. The trio drove away from the arcade. However, after wandering around for a day, Wang Tao became a bit frustrated. Indeed, there were no 4th-level creatures today, but he also didn't encounter any level 3s. He only found some level 2 zombies and quite a few level 1 zombies. Wang Tao hardly moved a muscle the whole day. It was all dealt with by Zhu Xiaojun. Today was definitely a fruitful day for Zhu Xiaojun. His health point had already reached over 20,000, striving toward 29,999. When they returned to the arcade in the evening, Wang Tao went to check on Nisa Ayan's condition again. She was much better than she was in the morning, able to go out and handle some affairs within the base. "Brother Wang, I'll be fine by tomorrow, really." Nisa Ayan appeared somewhat flattered by Wang Tao's concern. Chapter 198 Upgrade Operation 2 That's good. Wang Tao nodded, then added, "Don't forget to contact the others to purchase crystal cores once you are better tomorrow." "Yes." Evening. Wang Tao was in the midst of his daily workout when Nisa Ayan suddenly came over. "Brother Wang, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Watching Wang Tao's half-naked upper body glistening with sweat over his well-defined muscles, Nisa Ayan found herself unintentionally swallowing her saliva. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look any longer. They say men are lecherous, but women can be just as lecherous, if not more so. She was no exception. However, the shadow that Wang Tao cast was too deep, and she didn't dare to overstep. "What's the matter? Speak," Wang Tao said without turning his head. "Well, I just received a message from Zijin Base." Zijin Base? The top power ranked number 1? Their messages can reach this far? Wang Tao turned around, somewhat surprised. Zijin City is vast, and the location of Zijin Base is quite far from the arcade city. Normally, it would be impossible for the two to communicate directly. Yes, it's them. At the beginning of its establishment, Zijin Base had built a signal tower, capable of transmitting over a very large area. Later, several bouts of acid rain damaged the signal tower, rendering it unusable. But they have managed to repair the signal tower recently. Nisa Ayan quickly explained. No wonder. Wang Tao suddenly understood, that made sense. What did they say? Zijin Base says that the zombies are evolving too quickly, while humans are struggling to keep up with the zombies' pace. If this continues, humanity will eventually be doomed. Therefore, they are planning to unite with the major forces in Zijin City for an upgrading campaign. An upgrading campaign? The basic idea is to select a few representatives within Zijin City, then temporarily allocate the city's resources to these representatives, helping them ascend to level 3. With level 3 ability users, human strength will increase a lot. Then these level 3 ability users can lead the rest of humanity in upgrading. After hearing Nisa Ayan's explanation, Wang Tao couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Wealth first, then wealth for all? That's the idea. Theoretically speaking, this strategy had no faults. Ever since the number of ability users began to increase, everyone started to realize the importance of high-leveled combat power. It was like when Wang Tao was back in Shuai's county. At that time, they were all level 1 ability users. A level 2 chimpanzee zombie lord nearly annihilated their entire base. But once Wang Tao ascended to level 2, facing off against a level 2 toad zombie was a piece of cake. If the zombies possess high-leveled combat power, survivors will live in constant fear and anxiety. On the other hand, if the survivors have their own high-leveled combat power, they might not be able to dominate the enemy, but at least they could fend off their attacks. The current situation in Zijin City is that humans are only up to level 2, but zombies have reached level 3, completely overpowering the humans. And it's not just 1 or 2 level 3 zombies, but many of them. Merely looking at the numerous suspected level 3 zombie activity marks Wang Tao had on his map doesn't reveal the full picture of what others might have witnessed. There are even level 4 monsters. If humans had level 3 ability users, the situation would definitely be different, fear wouldn't be as pressing. So, Zijin Base's plan to unite the city's survivors and let some ascend to level 3 ability users first has no faults. But there are 2 problems. The first problem is, to become level 3, one must hunt down level 3 zombies to obtain level 3 ascension crystal cores. But level 3 zombies are extremely dangerous, and hunting them would likely result in many deaths. With Zijin City's many survivor forces, big and small, even pooling all their resources, it would be impossible for every force to gain a level 3 ability user. So how should risk and reward be distributed? Surely, people can't be expected to simply throw their lives away. The second problem is that while the rich leading the poor isn't an issue, what if those who become rich first not only fail to help the rest but instead oppress and exploit them? What should everyone do then? Fight them? How would a level 1 or level 2 ability user contend against a level 3 ability user? Moreover, Several months into this apocalypse, everyone is well aware of what the survivors are capable of. Before the apocalypse, being a good person might mean doing some good deeds. After the apocalypse, being a good person probably means not doing bad things. But now, as long as you aren't too bad, you could be called a good person. So, without clarifying these two problems, it's likely that few will be willing to respond to the call for this upgrading campaign. Zijin base wants us forces to send representatives to their base for a discussion, promising to ensure everyone's satisfaction. Nisa Ian continued. Send someone over? Wang Tao's eyebrows rose. His first thought was a trap. But after thinking it over, he felt it was unlikely. These people might be bad, but they're certainly not foolish. If there's no level 3 ability users, the situation will continue to deteriorate. Starting a civil war at this stage would be mutually destructive. Besides, although Zijin base is ranked first, it's just one of the 4 major forces. With 3 more major forces behind it, along with other medium and small forces, it's impossible for Zijin base to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Chapter 198 Upgrade Operation 3 Wang Tao felt that Zijin base definitely wanted to leverage the strength of the survivors in Zijing City to promote certain individuals to level 3, and those certain individuals must be their own people. Perhaps the leader of Zijin base harbored the aspiration to become the Martial Arts Alliance hierarch. So, do we go? Nisa Ian asked timidly. Actually, she wanted to go. If everyone else went and you didn't, you would definitely be isolated in the future. If it were just some small forces, it wouldn't be a big deal, since some small forces couldn't even travel far. But the Firefly Club was a medium-sized force with the capacity to venture far. If they didn't go, it might not look good. And if they did go, they might even get a share of the spoils. She didn't dare to expect the good fortune of a level 3 ability user to fall into her lap, but just getting a few more level 2 ability users would be beneficial. However, even though Nisa Ian was currently the president, she had to listen to Wang Tao and certainly wouldn't dare make a decision on her own. What do you think? Instead of answering, Wang Tao countered with a question. I think we can go. Nisa Ian sneakily gauged Wang Tao's expression, ready to change her tone immediately if he showed any displeasure. However, Wang Tao nonchalantly nodded. Then let's go. In fact, Wang Tao was quite interested in this leveling up operation. It wasn't that he wanted to rely on everyone else's strength to level up to 3, he didn't need that. He was thinking that with so many people going there, he could trade crystal cores and information. Seeing that Wang Tao had agreed, Nisa Ian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Then, I'll wait for them to send someone over. The message just sent through the wireless radio was one way. The arcade could receive it, but had no way to reply. Thus, Zijin base would soon send someone over for registration. They also said they wouldn't let everyone have a wasted trip. They would offer gifts, including level 2 crystal cores, to all attendees. It was evident that Zijin base was rather generous in this matter. This also indirectly proved their strength. After all, just sending people to notify the different areas of Zijing City was no simple task, let alone the subsequent hospitality. But the more extravagant they were, the more it highlighted that the leadership of Zijin base had grand schemes. Probably, just as Wang Tao guessed, the boss of Zijin base aimed to be a martial arts alliance hierarch of Zijing City. But your strength is too weak. Participating in such events, one must show muscle. If you're not strong enough, you're just cannon fodder. Wang Tao suddenly added. Hearing this, Nisa Ian inwardly grumbled that their weakness was all caused by Wang Tao himself. But she dared only to think it and would never dare to show it on her face. She maintained an expression of the boss is right in his lesson. Wang Tao felt that if he wanted this Firefly Club to work for him, being too weak wouldn't do. Fortunately, he still had a good number of crystal cores he didn't need himself and could use them to enhance their strength. However, this wouldn't be free. It was fine to want to improve one's strength, but one had to show their value. Starting from tomorrow, you lead a team to collect supplies and hunt zombies. Wang Tao directed Nisa Ian. Yes. Nisa Ian was somewhat baffled but immediately agreed. The next day, Nisa Ian's after effects from the illusion had mostly vanished, and she quickly gathered everyone at the base. Excluding Wang Tao and his 2 companions, there were a total of 33 people, an embarrassingly small number for a medium-sized force. Nisa Ian announced that everyone should go out to gather supplies and hunt zombies. No one was to remain at the base. Upon hearing this, the crowd was first surprised, then some felt alarmed. This President Ni wouldn't sell them out, would she? After all, there was precedence. But even if that were the case, they would have no capability to resist. Quickly, Nisa Ian led the survivors, who all held varied thoughts, out of the base. Inside the base, Wang Tao had Zhang Shixu and Zhu Xiaojun on guard. After all, this was Wang Tao's foothold, and he didn't want zombies to get in. Then Wang Tao stealthily followed Nisa Ayan's group as they left. The route Nisa Ayan took to lead the team today was provided by Wang Tao. The journey would certainly not be peaceful and would encounter various dangers. Wang Tao just wanted to see how well these people fought and whether their moral character was up to standard. His requirements were not high, just the ability to independently kill zombies of the same level and not deliberately harm their companions was enough. Following Nisa Ayan's group out for a day, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. These people were actually not bad. Perhaps because Wang Tao had sold all the more troublesome members to prison, leaving those who, although not strong, had barely acceptable combat skills and character. Given the current situation, one couldn't ask for much more. When Nisa Ayan returned with everyone in the evening, and everyone collapsed on the ground, if Nisa Ayan didn't have to maintain her president's image, she would have liked to lie down and not get up. Today's operation was just too difficult. They hadn't had a moment's peace. From the ordinary zombies they encountered upon leaving, to the mad demon zombies, to level 1 zombies, and then to level 2 zombies. They were just short of encountering level 3 zombies. They almost didn't make it back. But thankfully, they returned safely in the end. Especially when Nisa Ayan unexpectedly received a lukewarm compliment from Wang Tao, she suddenly felt as though the difficulties of today were worth it. After all, it was praise from Wang Tao. What she didn't know was that their day was so hard precisely because Wang Tao had intentionally lured the zombies to them. At that moment, Wang Tao suddenly said to Nisa Ayan, "Come to my room tonight." "Yes." Nisa Ayan was stunned for a moment, then simultaneously anxious and excited. "Is my chance coming?" She rushed back to her room. During her earlier scavenging, she had made sure to save many beautiful dresses. Chapter 199 Firefly Club Strength Enhancement 1 Dong Dong Dong, come in. Wang Tao responded without looking up. He was studying the map of Zijing City, preparing to pick the next area to explore. If he didn't encounter a level 3 zombie soon, he was even considering luring a night demon at night. Wang Tao felt someone come in but didn't hear them speak. He looked up with some confusion and saw Nisa Ayan, who was clearly dressed up, standing hesitantly in front of him. Today, Nisa Ayan wore a tight, ultra-short blue and white porcelain cheongsam. Her figure was already very alluring, and in this outfit, she resembled a character from some Peninsula comic. "Brother Wang. I'm here." Nisa Ayan bit her red lips, cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. He had asked for her to discuss important matters, but what was she implying now? Nisa Ayan, seeing that Wang Tao wasn't speaking, thought he wanted to see her perform. So she walked around the desk and crawled underneath. Suddenly, there came another knock on the door from outside. "Come in." Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged. "Brother Wang." Zhu Xiaojun had arrived. Seeing that Wang Tao had grown so strong yet still trained so diligently, he too took every opportunity to exercise. He had just been practicing his shockwave and didn't quite understand some parts, so he wanted to ask for Wang Tao's advice. Wang Tao never held back from his own people. He sat there and shared his experiences with using abilities, and after more than half an hour, Zhu Xiaojun left, satisfied. Not long after Zhu Xiaojun left, Nisa Ayan finally came out. "By the way, what did you come for?" Wang Tao suddenly asked. "Brother Wang, wasn't it you who asked me to come over at night?" Nisa Ayan immediately gave Wang Tao a white look. "Damn man, still putting on a serious face." Wang Tao slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the main issue. "I asked you here for serious business, not for this sort of underhanded trickery. Don't let it happen again." Wang Tao said solemnly. "You're right to correct me, Brother Wang. Shall I massage your legs for you?" Nisa Ayan didn't argue. She went to wash her hands first, then moved a bit to sit beside Wang Tao and began to massage his legs. Wang Tao stretched out his hand and could just rest it on Nisa Ayan's head. He stroked her hair while Nisa Ayan, like a little puppy, rubbed her head against the palm of his hand. "You're too weak." The first thing Wang Tao said made Nisa Ayan's heart skip a beat. She thought Wang Tao was going to abandon her. But to her relief and surprise, his next words filled her with joy. "So we need to enhance that." Nisa Ayan didn't dare to speak and just kept massaging Wang Tao's legs, her heart practically leaping with excitement. "What crystal core do you want?" Wang Tao asked again. Nisa Ayan felt her heartbeat speeding up. Wang Tao was actually letting her choose. But Nisa Ayan was sensible, and although Wang Tao allowed her to pick, she didn't dare to be too picky. Besides, she really didn't know much about crystal cores. "I don't understand these things, you decide for me," Nisa Ayan said pleasingly. "All right then." Wang Tao thought for a moment and took out 2 orange and 2 red level 2 crystal cores. The 2 orange ones were Rush and Athlete, and both red ones were Ascension. Nisa Ayan currently only had 2 level 1 special abilities, Throwing Master and Dream Interpretation. Obviously, that was too weak. She needed to ascend both abilities to level 2 at the very least. Moreover, Nisa Ayan was clearly capable of merging 4 abilities, but she only had 2, which was quite a waste. It was necessary to fill up her other 2 abilities. Wang Tao thought that Rush and Athlete were not bad. Rush could be considered an offensive and defensive ability, good for both fighting and fleeing. Athlete was a passive ability that provided enhanced physical capabilities, very suitable for surviving the apocalypse. Plus, with Nisa Ayan's already existing throwing master, Wang Tao felt it was good enough. All these. For me? When Nisa Ayan saw the 4 crystal cores in front of her, she was somewhat stunned. She had originally thought that it would be great if Wang Tao gave her a blue or higher level 2 crystal core. A purple crystal core would be even better. As for red and orange, to be honest, she had only heard of them and had never seen such crystal cores. She never expected Wang Tao to give her red and orange ones, and 4 of them all at once. 4 of them. This made her feel like she was dreaming. After all, her relationship with Wang Tao had not been good before, and even though they had become slightly closer now, it shouldn't warrant such a generous gift. In fact, she still had no idea how strong Wang Tao really was. If she knew that Wang Tao had killed 2 level 3 zombies a few days ago when they encountered the level 4 monster lord, she wouldn't have been so shocked now. What? Don't want them? Wang Tao pinched Nisa Ayan's face. I do. Nisa Ayan quickly took the crystal cores into her hands, then looked at Wang Tao with a mix of complications and gratitude. Brother Wang, rest assured, I will never betray you in my life. If I go back on my word, may I be struck dead by lightning. Wang Tao didn't take Nisa Ayan's oath to heart. He smiled and patted her cheek. I hope you will keep your word. I certainly will. Nisa Ayan knew that Wang Tao might not fully trust her. After all, she had personally killed her husband before, although she was forced, but it was a fact. However, Nisa Ayan also knew that talking too much was useless and that the proof was in the pudding. From now on, she just needed to show Wang Tao her actions. Also, your subordinates are too weak. We're going to Zijin base in a few days. With such weak abilities, what benefits could you possibly compete for? So we need to also enhance their strengths. I'll give you some more crystal cores, let them merge with them. Chapter 199 Firefly Club Strength Enhancement. Wang Tao took out many more level 1 crystal cores. Yes, thank you, Brother Wang. Having been struck by those 4 level 2 crystal cores earlier, Nisa Ayan was able to look at these crystal cores with much more calmness. Wang Tao then inquired about the situation of other people in the base, determining which ones were trusted by Nisa Ayan. He was planning to promote a few second-order superpower owners. After all, the Firefly Club only had Nisa Ayan as a second-order superpower owner, which was a bit too few. I feel that Shuhan is quite loyal, and also those 4 fainting smoke ability users who have always followed me, As Nisa Ayan was speaking, she suddenly felt Wang Tao's hand, which was on her head, slide down a bit. Wang Tao seemed not to notice anything. Nisa Ayan continued to report on her work, pretending nothing had happened. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he let go of his hand, signaling that she could leave. Nisa Ayan, her face flushed and body trembling, was stunned. The mood was all set. Wasn't he going to engage in deep communication? But seeing Wang Tao's indifferent expression, Nisa Ayan didn't dare to say more. Good night, Brother Wang. Nisa Ayan left the room and gently closed the door behind her. Looking at her disheveled clothes, she bit her lip with a look of deep resentment. Inside the room, Wang Tao smiled. This woman had launched a surprise attack on him without him being prepared, so naturally, he wouldn't let her have her way. It was necessary to punish her a bit. At that moment, a shadow suddenly approached Wang Tao. Brother likes this? I can do it too. Zhang Shixia spoke earnestly. Cough. Wang Tao forgot that Zhang Shixia was also in the room. Cough, kids don't understand these things, go to sleep. Wang Tao patted Zhang Shixia on the head. It wasn't because he was such a gentleman, but mainly because Zhang Shixia had a special constitution, and if she was infected with the zombie virus, it would be a great loss. Moreover, Zhang Shixia was really still like a child. Oh. Zhang Shixia sounded a little aggrieved and didn't say anything more. The next day, Wang Tao had just gotten up when he saw Nisa Ayan, dressed in tight leather, waiting outside his door. Up so early? Wang Tao asked, surprised. It was just past 6 o'clock. I just got up too. Nisa Ayan hastily said. In fact, because of the events of the previous night, which were rather tumultuous, she had been too excited to sleep all night. She had been waiting outside Wang Tao's door since early morning. After all, Wang Tao had given her so many precious crystal cores, she had to come and tell him that she had successfully assimilated them all. Wang Tao glanced at Nisa Ayan's attributes. Health point, 13,180 out of 13,180, magic point, 4,800 out of 4,800, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 25%, her health point was still a bit low, but it was passable. Not bad. Wang Tao nodded. Nisa Ayan was just about to show off to Wang Tao, but it seemed that Wang Tao had already seen through her, which made Nisa Ayan's heart flutter with nervousness. Have you had breakfast? Wang Tao suddenly asked. Eaten, no. Nisa Ayan was about to say she had, but then she thought, given that her relationship with Wang Tao had grown much closer, she quickly changed her answer. Let's have it together then. Yes. Nisa Ayan was immediately excited inside. It wasn't the breakfast itself that excited her, but the invitation from Wang Tao signaled that he was treating her as one of his own. Their relationship had advanced another step. After breakfast, Nisa Ayan went downstairs to gather everyone. She took out a bunch of high-quality level 1 crystal cores and made everyone's eyes gleam. Since you've all followed me, I definitely won't let you down. After observing these past few days, I think some of you are fit for higher positions. It's time to become ability users. Whoa, the crowd was very excited and started talking among themselves. Nisa Ayan didn't attend to them for the moment but instead took out a few level 2 ascension crystal cores. Zhuhan and the level 1 special ability users suddenly widened their eyes. As for you, you're also qualified to ascend to level 2. Nisa Ayan told them. Long live the president. Someone initiated the cheer and the rest immediately joined in, chanting long live the president. This feeling made Nisa Ayan very thrilled, even more so than her self-comfort the night before. But she didn't forget the matter at hand. Before handing out the crystal cores, Nisa Ayan first laid down the rules of the Firefly Club, saying that they were now core members, and if anyone betrayed or defected, they would be hunted down by the Firefly Club to the end. This caused a shiver in everyone's heart, but they could all understand. After all, Nisa Ayan wouldn't allow them to just run away after giving them so many crystal cores. However, in the end, Nisa Ayan announced something that surprised everyone. Our Firefly Club has added a new shareholder. Shareholder. People were momentarily stunned, not understanding what she meant. Zhuhan looked thoughtfully up towards the upper floor. May I ask, President, who is our new shareholder? Someone inquired. Wang Tao, Mr. Wang. Nisa Ayan answered. Everyone knew the name Wang Tao. Nisa Ayan had previously told everyone to treat Wang Tao and his people as VIPs. They had not expected Wang Tao to become a major shareholder of the base. Previously, the Skull Club didn't have the concept of shareholders, it was solely owned by Huang Heng. After Nisa Ayan took over and renamed it the Firefly Club, it became her personal property. Now suddenly a shareholder had appeared, which really surprised everyone. However, since this was Nisa Ayan's decision, everyone naturally couldn't object. Nisa Ayan hinted that these crystal cores were actually related to the shareholder Wang Tao. But she didn't elaborate on the specifics, leaving plenty of room for everyone's imagination. Chapter 199 Firefly Club Strength Enhancement. Some speculated that the crystal cores were sponsored by Wang Tao, others guessed that Wang Tao had helped Nisa Ayan kill many zombies to obtain them, still others believed Wang Tao was a businessman, who had bought these crystal cores cheaply from other channels. Regardless of the speculations, everyone's respect and awe towards this Wang Tao only increased. Nisa Ayan distributed the crystal cores, instructing them to merge here and not take any away. Then she mentioned that in the next couple of days, she might take a few people to visit Zijin base. Upon hearing this, many people became nervous yet excited. The nervousness obviously stemmed from the potential dangers on the way, while the excitement was due to the fact that none of them had visited Zijin base before. They all had some yearning for this former official power, wondering who would get to accompany Nisa Ayan on the visit. Nisa Ayan personally supervised everyone as they completed merging with the crystal cores, then she hurried upstairs. Brother Wang, I took the liberty of listing you as a shareholder of Firefly Club. You take 70%, and I take 30%. Please forgive me. Nisa Ayan said, bowing her head in a contrite manner. She knew who was responsible for all she had at the moment. Therefore, she had to give up the benefits she should give up. Whether Wang Tao accepted them or not was one thing, but offering them was a must. In fact, she even thought about taking only 10% for herself and giving Wang Tao 90%. But since she had to magic point Firefly Club, which needed resources, she ended up taking 30%. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows upon hearing Nisa Ayan's words. Although Nisa Ayan had made the decision without consulting him, it wasn't something he would dislike since it was to his advantage. Appreciate the gesture. Wang Tao felt he didn't need these as he might leave Zijing City before long. But there was no need to refuse. I'll go downstairs then and keep an eye on them. Having received Wang Tao's praise, Nisa Ayan was very pleased. Yet, she didn't say much more and immediately went downstairs. One day later. Firefly Club had grown significantly stronger. Among the 33 members of Firefly Club, there were now 6 second-order superpower owners, 12 level 1 ability users, and 15 ordinary people. Wang Tao naturally could upgrade the remaining 15 to ability users, but there was no need. After all, if everyone were upgraded, wouldn't that be the same as no upgrade at all? It was important to differentiate, to give those who became ability users a sense of superiority, and to give the ordinary people a sense of urgency. To provide them with motivation and pressure. Moreover, in the current situation, Firefly Club was definitely not weak, especially now with their 6 second-order superpower owners, which was more than Skull Club's 4. Among these 6, Nisa Ayan's strength was the most formidable, even surpassing the previous Huang Heng. Although Firefly Club's population had decreased by 80 to 90%, their overall strength had more than doubled. It just so happened that on the day when Firefly Club's strength surged, people from Zijin Base arrived. 3 people in total, all were second-order ability users. So this is the rebranded Firefly Club? It's so run down and tiny. I wonder if they still have any second-order ability users. Do they even have 100 people here? Can this even count as a mid-sized force? I bet they aren't as strong as our little squad. Hey, guys. How about we collect some protection money? That was the plan. Haha, me too. Outside the arcade. 3 people leaned against a rusted off-road vehicle, casually surveying the arcade. They were envoys sent by Zijin Base. Clearly, they looked down on Firefly Club and even planned to extort a sum. Do you want an invitation to Zijin Base? If you don't offer something in exchange, you can forget about getting an invitation. They were experienced at this kind of thing, having done it plenty of times before. Moments later, the arcade's main gate opened. Zhu Han came out with 4 people. What took you so long? We've been waiting. The man hadn't finished his sentence when his expression suddenly froze. The other 2 also widened their eyes in shock. What the heck? 5 level 2 ability users. Ability users have a certain special perception, such that sensitive individuals or those with a particularly strong aura can detect each other's levels. These 5 had just advanced to level 2, and their level 2 aura was still very apparent, making them instantly perceptible to the envoys. One of them took out a piece of paper, saying formally, "Ahem, greetings, we are envoys from Zijin Base. Our base cordially invites representatives from Firefly Club to visit Zijin Base as guests, to participate in the upgrade operation. This will be a major event determining the future layout of Zijing City. Please don't miss out. Here is your invitation." "Thank you for the invitation, we'll make sure to attend." After accepting it, Zhu Han invited them inside for a seat. The 3 declined, saying they still had more invitations to deliver. Once they left, Zhu Han frowned slightly. Just for delivering an invitation, they sent 3 level 2 ability users. We haven't even set foot in Zijin Base, and they're already showing an intimidating presence. Elsewhere, in the car of the Zijin Base envoys. Damn. Just for receiving an invitation, there was no need for 5 level 2 ability users. What's the meaning of this? Are they trying to intimidate us? So audacious. Firefly Club, huh? We'll remember you. Chapter 200 Zijin Base an invitation? It does have that feel. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised when he saw the invitation in his hand. The content of the invitation was the same as what had been broadcast on the radio, just with the language polished a bit. Zijing Base was clearly demonstrating its strength. To be able to send out invitations in the post-apocalyptic world, and to dispatch 3 second-order ability users for the task, demonstrated considerable power. "Brother Wang, when do we head over?" Nisa Ayan asked quietly. "Let's leave tomorrow." The arcade was quite a distance from Zijing Base, so they needed to set off early. Okay. Nisa Ayan was very excited. It wasn't so much about going to Zijing Base but rather that Wang Tao would be going with them. Having such a powerful figure by her side gave her a full sense of security. Nisa Ayan went down to make arrangements. She planned to bring 5 people with her. Those were Zhu Han and his group of 5 level 2 elites. Since they would be embarking on a long trip this time, those 2 weeks would be a burden, only ability users and above were a must. But the arcade also needed to be manned, so Nisa Ayan left all level 1 ability users and ordinary people behind. All the second-order ability users would go with her. Nisa Ayan told everyone not to go out over the next few days and to wait for her return before making any moves. The next day, 3 vehicles left the arcade one after another. In the middle, a relatively new off-road vehicle. Zhu Xiaojun was driving, Nisa Ayan sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were in the back. Nisa Ayan told Wang Tao some of the things she had recently learned about Zijing Base. "I heard that Zijing Base has seen a surge in second-order ability users recently, and their strength is unprecedentedly strong. So, They organized a hunting expedition against level 3 zombies but suffered heavy casualties. Many second-order ability users died. That's why they started inviting other survivors from Zijing City. The forces in Zijing City were complex, each with its own channels of information. Naturally, Nisa Ayan had her sources, which she had acquired over the last couple of days while using the walkie-talkie to communicate with other forces. Many second-order ability users died? Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. Theoretically, a large number of second-order ability users should be able to kill a level 3 elite zombie. Not only did they fail to kill them but also lost so many people. Unless they encountered a level 3, Lord Zombie, or even a level 4 zombie. It was just bad luck. Do you know where they were hunting the level 3 zombies? Wang Tao asked. I'm not sure, let me ask around. Nisa Ayan took out her walkie-talkie and started to communicate with others. A few forces near the arcade also set off for Zijing Base today, but they did not join Firefly Club. Mainly because the reputation of the Skull Club, the former incarnation of the Firefly Club, was so bad that no one wanted such companions. However, communication was still possible. They would provide Nisa Ayan with information while also seeking out some news from her, which was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wang Tao had been looking forward to encountering some level 3 zombies on the road, but to his disappointment, he didn't. However, they did come across some roaming level 2 zombies, which were taken care of by Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan. Zhu Xiaojun's strength needs no mention. Although he was still not capable of facing level 3 zombies now, he could overwhelm most level 2 zombies with his power. Nisa Ayan's strength had improved a lot. Before, she practically hid when facing level 2 zombies. But now, she handled every level 2 elite zombie with ease. Plus, she had great potential. After all, her health point was just over 10,000, and there was still much room for improvement. Nisa Ayan was thrilled. She couldn't believe that she could be so strong. Unfortunately, there was Zhang Shixu in the back seat. Otherwise, no matter what, she would run to Wang Tao's side to relax him a bit, and properly express her gratitude towards him. On the way, Wang Tao came across several groups of people who had originally set out together. But once they found out that Firefly Club's predecessor was Skull Club, they immediately took off. This made Nisa Ayan quite embarrassed. Wang Tao, however, didn't mind. Fewer people meant more peace and quiet for him. 2 days later, the convoy finally arrived near Zijing Base. The reason it took 2 days was mainly because the roads in the post-apocalyptic world were difficult, and the occasional need to avoid zombie hordes caused many delays. Is that Zijing Base? Looking at the tall walls in the distance, Nisa Ayan was somewhat amazed. It was her first time here too. It looks pretty good. Wang Tao was also a bit impressed. The walls of Zijing Base were estimated to be about 10 meters high, with smooth surfaces, shooting holes, barbed wire wrapped around the top, and soldiers with guns standing guard. It looked very secure. After her strength had increased, Nisa Ayan had grown slightly arrogant, thinking that Firefly Club might also have a chance at challenging a large force. But seeing the scale of what was in front of her, she felt a bit helpless. Although she hadn't gone in yet, she knew from the outside that Firefly Club had no way of comparing with such a large force. Not just because of the high-leveled ability users, but more so because the arcade was too insignificant compared to such a grand base. Looking at the scale of the base, it seemed it could easily house tens of thousands of people. All the zombies around here have been cleaned up, Wang Tao said, looking at the outside situation. They were now a street away from Zijing Base, but there wasn't a single zombie here. The corners of the streets were filled with piles of zombie corpses, apparently killed in the last few days. This was clearly the work of Zijing Base. Chapter 200 Zijing Base. The road was clear of zombies, so they made good time. Soon the 3 vehicles arrived outside the gate of Zijing Base. Up close, one could better appreciate the grandeur and vastness of the towering wall. However, it was also clear that the wall had many imperfections, there were numerous patches and repairs, and overall, Wang Tao felt that the wall should be higher. It seemed as if there wasn't enough time to finish it before the base fell. Many additions had likely been made afterwards. Halt, please prepare for inspection. By now, there were already quite a few vehicles lined up for inspection at the gates. Nisa Ayan directed their convoy to join the queue. Wang Tao frowned upon seeing the energy detector at the entrance. This device, Zhang Shixu might not be able to pass through. After all, Zhang Shixu had 100% impurity in her body. If she were to be scanned, it would immediately show level 5 impurity, and that would surely trigger an alarm at the base. What's wrong, brother? Zhang Shixu, sensing Wang Tao's troubled gaze, asked curiously. After thinking for a bit, Wang Tao whispered in Zhang Shixu's ear, do you have any way to avoid detection when it's our turn to be inspected? Zhang Shixu looked at the detector and furrowed her brow slightly. Then her eyes suddenly brightened. I think I have an idea. Zhang Shixu quickly leaned over to explain to Wang Tao in a whisper. After listening, Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu with some surprise. Did you remember something from before? No. Zhang Shixu shook her head. Wang Tao had previously told her that she had lost some of her memories. However, she was indifferent about these matters. All right. Wang Tao didn't press further. Zhang Shixu had just recalled the use of her eyes, a use that had been forgotten. Previously, it was said that after Zhang Shixu transformed from a zombie into a human, she not only lost her memory but also didn't know how to use her ability and hidden attributes. Now, in her efforts to come up with a solution, she finally remembered the use of her hidden attributes. Soon, it was Wang Tao and his group's turn. The moment they got off the vehicle, they drew a lot of attention. It couldn't be helped, Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun's builds were just too large. Especially Zhu Xiaojun, who stood like a dark cloud, blocking out the light for several people around him, making it hard to ignore their presence. However, their attention quickly shifted from Wang Tao and Zhu Xiaojun to Zhang Shixu and Nisa Ayan. After all, both men and women enjoy looking at beautiful women. Wow! Two beauties. That pretty girl in the JK outfit, but I feel she's just an ordinary person. And seems to be the weakest among them. Is such a person also here to participate in the advancement operation? That shows what you know. You only see the girl's weakness, not the strength of those beside her. Maybe she's deliberately nurtured to be someone's plaything. SSS, makes sense. I'm telling you, kid, you're young. I advise you not to mess with girls like her. Don't get fooled by their seemingly weak and pure appearance. If you actually magic point to trick her, you'd probably be in big trouble. I get it, I get it. I'm really scared of dying, I wouldn't dare to mess with such trouble. Smart of you. Personally, I find the older woman more attractive. Look at those legs, that waist, that bust, that face, holy shit. It's her? What's up? That's Skull Club's Nisa Ayan, the notorious swindler of our Zijing city. I suggest you keep your distance from them, otherwise you won't know when you'll find yourself sold off to a prison. That infamous Skull Club? SSS. On the other side, listening to the whispers of the crowd, veins popped on Nisa Ayan's forehead, and she was on the verge of beating them up. If it were before, she wouldn't have cared, because talking is just talking and she only swindled outsiders, so fame didn't bother her. But now, she had reformed, and especially with Wang Tao beside her, she knew just how much he despised her former identity. As for Zhang Shixu, she ignored the murmured discussions, not out of indifference, but because she couldn't understand the roundabout things they were saying. Please come this way. The gates of Zijing Base were wide, with several inspection points set up. As Wang Tao and the others disembarked, a worker in protective gear led them to one of the available checkpoints. The energy detectors they used were second generation, not requiring blood but just some hair, nails, or skin flakes would do. However, what they specifically needed varied randomly for each person to prevent cheating. Camouflaged soldiers armed with rifles surrounded them. If anything was amiss, someone might get shot. After all, with so many people in Zijing Base, if a ticking bomb who could turn into a zombie at any moment got in, it could mean big trouble. Hello, I need to pluck a hair from you. In Wang Tao's group, Zhuhan was leading the way, followed by the 4 ability users who could release sleep-inducing mist, then Nisa Ayan, Zhu Xiaojun, Zhang Shixu, and Wang Tao. Energy level 2, level 2 impurity, pass. Upon seeing the numbers on the device, the inspector called out to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers stepped aside to let Zhuhan through. Likewise, the other ability users were also waved through without question, as they were all led by a level 2 ability user. Chapter 200 Zijin Base. But soon after, the others were somewhat shocked. Energy level 2, impurity grade 2, passed. Energy level 2, impurity grade 2, passed. Energy level 2, impurity grade 1, passed. The inspectors called out several times, and Zhuhan, the 4 ability users, Nisa Ayan, and Zhu Xiaojun all passed smoothly. Holy shit. 7 level 2 ability users. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Those who did not recognize Nisa Ayan began asking which power she belonged to, while those who did recognize her were even more baffled. Hadn't the Skull Club lost several second-order superpower owners before, and now they even changed their name to the Firefly Club? How could they still have so many level 2 ability users? Even the inspectors and soldiers curiously sized up Nisa Ayan and her group. Although there were quite a few level 2 ability users in their base, this didn't mean that level 2 ability users were a dime a dozen. Level 2 ability users were the top-tier combat power of the Zijin Base and were highly respected. Nisa Ayan enjoyed the various curious and astonished gazes around her. She loved this feeling of showing off. As for Wang Tao, he ignored the crowd and looked at Zhang Shixu in front of him. Hello, I need one of your fingernails. No, I need to pluck one of your hairs. The inspector initially wanted to ask Zhang Shixu for a small clipping of her fingernail, but he suddenly paused and then changed his request. Okay. Zhang Shixu was expressionless. The inspector eyed Zhang Shixu's beautiful black hair, and his gaze landed immediately on a strand that was sticking up. Without a word, he plucked that strand of hair. Though he said pluck, he didn't use any force at all. Based on his frequent hair plucking experience, this strand clearly wasn't growing from the scalp. But at that moment, he was unaware, and he naturally placed the strand into the machine. Then he looked at the information on the machine and began, energy level 0, impurity grade 0, passed. Zhang Shixu walked through without any issue. The observing crowd nearby nodded to themselves. This beautiful girl was indeed an ordinary person, a vase kept by those big shots. Wang Tao, who watched the entire scene, was somewhat amazed. The strand of hair on Zhang Shixu's head clearly wasn't hers, it had been surreptitiously plucked by Wang Tao from an ordinary person while they were lining up and placed on Zhang Shixu's head. Zhang Shixu had previously told Wang Tao that she remembered how to use her hidden attributes, the Eyes of Contract. And her Eyes of Contract could influence, even control the inspector. Eyes of Contract, night vision, partial control over someone else's thoughts, so, under Zhang Shixu's influence, the inspector, who initially wanted her fingernail, changed his mind to taking her hair instead, and he directly took that strand away. After Zhang Shixu entered, the inspector showed no reaction. He took out nail clippers. Sir, I need a piece of your nail. Here. Wang Tao extended his hand. Soon, the inspector spoke again. Energy level 2, impurity grade 1, passed. Wang Tao also walked through successfully. Once Wang Tao and his group entered, the nearby people immediately started whispering to each other. Damn. Their convoy has only 9 people, and 8 of them are second-order superpower owners. That's terrifying. Is this the Firefly Club that used to be the Skull Club? This is much stronger than the Skull Club before. They must have level 2 ability users guarding their homes too, right? I guess they have at least 10 second-order superpower owners. We should keep a low profile when we see them in the future. After all, our entire force has only 2 second-order superpower owners. Elsewhere, Nisa Ayan found it odd. She remembered Wang Tao saying that Zhang Shixu was an ability user, so how did she become an ordinary person? However, this was Wang Tao's business, and she wisely refrained from asking too many questions. After a few people got on the vehicle, someone came over specifically to show them the way, and Zijin Base had arranged a place for them to stay. It's really big. As she looked around the base, Nisa Ayan felt a bit emotional. Wang Tao nodded. The base was indeed large. It was said to have been constructed to accommodate 100,000 people. Unfortunately, it was only a half-finished product. The base cooled down before completion. Now, although it had been taken over by successors, there was no way to continue the infrastructure construction. They could only make do with what was available. Of course, even as a half-finished product, it was still a very nice place. There were buildings, green plants, roads, and even artificial rivers everywhere. But most importantly, there were many people. In other places, one could only occasionally see human survivors, but in this place, the streets were full of them. Although many had said before that the survivors of the Zijin base were being exploited and oppressed by their leader, it didn't seem as severe as the rumors suggested. Because it was clear to see that the nutritional status of the survivors on the streets was better, much better than that of other survivors. Wang Tao reckoned that these survivors could eat at least 2 meals a day. In a post-apocalyptic situation like this, ensuring an ordinary person 1 meal a day was considered pretty good. Guaranteeing 2 a day was definitely a high welfare benefit. Especially since this Zijin base claimed to have a population of 10,000, being able to magic point the food and drink for so many people was quite impressive. After some time, the group was led to a place that looked like a farm stay, the lodging specially arranged by Zijin base for them. The place was large enough to accommodate other survivors. In fact, it was originally a farm stay. When Zijin base was established, it simply enclosed certain building areas and then constructed city walls. It wasn't about encircling a piece of empty land and then constructing various new buildings from scratch. That project would have been too huge. The farmstay was naturally one of the constructions that got enclosed. Wang Tao's convoy immediately drew a lot of attention as they arrived. It had taken them 2 days to get there, making them among the later arrivals. After parking their vehicle, Wang Tao and a few others were led by staff to a front desk reception. Chairwoman Ni, please choose the house you would like, said the staff member, handing a blueprint to Nisa Ayan. After all, Nisa Ayan was the leader in public. Do these houses have any differences? Asked Nisa Ayan with some curiosity. Here we have various options like Saihyuan, detached houses, suites, single rooms, and dormitories. The ones with a red mark are already occupied, and if you like a place that's taken, You can challenge the occupants to a sparring match. According to the rules of Zijin Base, the winner gets the priority. Nisa-Ayan looked at the blueprint, which was dotted with red, and it seemed like only the dormitories had space left, and not much at that. This made Nisa-Ayan's expression turn somewhat unpleasant. Wang Tao, who had been silent beside her, raised an eyebrow. This Zijin Base is interesting. Are they trying to divide us right from the start? Chapter 201 Challenge. Excuse me for a moment, you can take your time choosing. Another group of survivors had arrived, and the staff member left the blueprint behind to attend to them. Wang Tao found the blueprint very interesting. The best living environment here is the quadrangle, of which there are only 2. But there are 4 major powers in Zijing City, and excluding the Zijin Base, that leaves 3. What does it mean to leave only 2 quadrangles? Next are the standalone villas, of which there are 8 in total. If you say the quadrangles are for the 4 major powers, then these standalone villas are for the mid-sized powers. But there are at least a dozen or possibly more mid-sized powers in Zijing City, at least that was the count before. And now there are only 8 villas. Do they really expect so many mid-sized powers to compete for these few homes? As for the number of suites and single rooms that follow, there are not many of those either. Even the quantity of the collective dormitories is sparse, which is absurd. Do they expect people to camp out in tents? Unless people squeeze a bit into the quadrangles, standalone villas, and suites, there should be enough room to accommodate everyone. But certainly, not many would be willing to share. This isn't about being stingy, but rather a matter of face. Moreover, Zijin Base's next move is even more extreme. Their residency rules are not based on a first-come, first-served basis, nor does Zijin Base decide the order. Instead, they let these external forces compete among themselves, and only those who win in combat can move in. Each power has 3 chances to challenge and be challenged, which can only be used during the day. Zijin Base claims that the reason for setting individual duels is to prevent damage to good relationships, as a high-stakes contest where one fight decides everything. Win and you secure a residence, lose and you can either step down or challenge another power. To live in a house, you have to fight for it, quite bizarre indeed. However, most people probably know that Zijin Base is intentionally creating division among them. Because this upgrade operation, in its early stages, is essentially a negotiation, and Zijin Base doesn't want others to unite too much, which would be disadvantageous for it to exert its influence. But what can you do when you know? It's an overt scheme that can't be broken. After all, the other forces are inherently disunited and unlikely to join together to resist Zijin Base. And surely, many would relish the chance to challenge others. After all, there are no firsts in literature and seconds in martial arts. With the previous rankings, there are definitely those who are not satisfied. Now that everyone is gathered together, Zijin Base has provided this opportunity, which is perfect for a show of strength. This isn't just about face and vanity, but also reputation. If these forces want to develop in the post-apocalyptic world, they need a lot of people. And the simplest way to attract people is to have a good reputation. Good welfare is one aspect, and strength is another, and the latter is more important. After all, this is a perilous post-apocalyptic world. One can make do even with poor welfare benefits, but without strength, one would die. Brother Wang, how should we choose? Nisa-Ayan sidled up to Wang Tao and asked quietly. She was no fool and could naturally see Zijin Base's sinister intentions, but she was conflicted. Whatever. Wang Tao responded nonchalantly. He often just found any place to sleep when he was in the wilderness and wasn't very concerned about the sleeping environment. Nisa-Ayan's mouth fell open in surprise. She used to hate the word whatever the most. But now that it came from Wang Tao, she was bitterly amused. Moreover, Nisa-Ayan felt that even though Wang Tao said whatever, it could be a test for her. She couldn't just choose anything. No one would choose the bad places, choosing those would embarrass me, and Brother Wang would be unhappy. But the good places are already taken. To choose one, I would need to fight for it. Nisa-Ayan looked at the standalone villas with a twinge of eagerness. Her abilities were much improved from the past, she was not the same person she used to be. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, she decided to play it safe and go for a compromise by choosing a mid-tier suite. The main reason was Wang Tao's presence. If he was not there, she would certainly go for a broke. Losing would just mean losing. She wasn't afraid of embarrassment with her thick skin. But with Wang Tao there, if she lost, wouldn't that be a disgrace for him? Hence, choosing a suite was the safer bet. However, just then a group of people passed by, engaged in a hushed conversation. Nisa-Ayan, with her sharp hearing, caught every word. Observing for so long, which power should we challenge? Don't rush. Each power only has 3 chances to challenge, we must seize them wisely. It doesn't matter about face, but I've heard Zijin Base has spent a hefty sum this time, preparing a welcome gift for the higher-ranking powers, including a level 2 crystal core. And how is this ranking determined? It can't possibly be by voting, right? It has to be fought out. Nisa Ayan caught the conversation, and naturally, Wang Tao heard it too. Wang Tao felt these people were like plants. What were the odds that people would just happen to pass by discussing this while choosing residences? And they spoke with such detail that a second-order superpower owner could hear everything clearly. But this too was an overt scheme. After all, a level 2 crystal core is something everyone lacks and desires. However, Wang Tao kept silent. How to choose was Nisa Ayan's decision, and he would not interfere too much. Brother Wang, I've decided to fight for a villa. A moment later, Nisa Ayan declared resolutely. Chapter 201 Challenge. She also knew that this might be a routine of the Zijin base, but for the sake of a level 2 crystal core, she was willing to take the gamble. After all, Wang Tao had given her so many level 2 crystal cores, and she had been thinking of finding an opportunity to pay him back. Okay. Wang Tao didn't say much either. Nisa Ayan looked over the 8 villas and chose the number 8 building, which she deemed to be particularly auspicious. She stretched out her hand to call over a staff member. Upon seeing Nisa Ayan's choice, the staff member's face immediately broke into a brilliant smile. Chairman Ni, are you sure you want to choose Villa number 8 as your challenge? Villa number 8 is currently occupied by people from the Thunder Guild. Hearing the words Thunder Guild, Nisa Ayan's expression changed. Wang Tao's brow rose. Before coming here, he had naturally understood the situation of the major forces in Zijing City from Nisa Ayan. The Thunder Guild was one of the top among these dozen or so mid-level forces. Many people felt that the Thunder Guild was one of the forces most likely to be promoted to a large-scale force. The only things they lacked were population and a base. That meant their high-end combat power was very strong. Nisa Ayan also didn't expect that her casual choice would turn out to be a tough nut to crack. Looking at the staff member's smile, Nisa Ayan couldn't shake the feeling that she was being mocked. She subconsciously looked at Wang Tao and seeing no change in his expression, she steeled her heart. Confirmed, this one. Canceling now would mean losing face for Wang Tao. You can't lose face even if you lose the game. After all, there are 3 chances, and she can keep going later if needed. Besides, she was feeling very confident about her strength, believing that she was no less capable than anyone else. Alright Chairman Ni, the Thunder Guild has not been challenged before, so you may choose them. The staff member had Nisa Ayan sign her own name and her force's name, then had Wang Tao and his group follow him. The challenge wasn't convoluted with many rules, it was simply a 1v1, with the loser stepping down. As long as one is ready to challenge and the other is ready to be challenged, they can proceed straight away. The news of Nisa Ayan choosing the Thunder Guild as her challenge wasn't known to many, but by the time several individuals arrived at Villa number 8, a large crowd had already gathered. Clearly, the people at the Zijin base were secretly passing the message around, as if they couldn't wait for chaos to ensue. Nisa Ayan was a bit nervous at first, but seeing so many spectators, she felt less so. It's just the Thunder Guild, let's take them down. At that moment, the villa's main gate opened, and a group of people emerged. They were from the Thunder Guild. The Firefly Club and the Thunder Guild were both considered mid-sized forces, but the spirit of the 2 groups was entirely different. The Thunder Guild members all wore matching uniforms, carried the same machetes, and had the same lightning tattoos on their faces. They looked extraordinary. On the other hand, the Firefly Club looked more like a collection of traditional survivors, each dressed differently, with no particular aura, creating a bit of a chaotic scene. However, the biggest attraction was on the side of the Firefly Club. A pair of beautiful women and 2 strong men naturally drew a lot of attention. What is the Firefly Club? How come I've never heard of them before? Among the Thunder Guild group, someone spoke up loudly. The sarcasm in their voice was very apparent. They are just a predecessor of the Skull Club. Just a second-rate force that struggles to survive in Zijing City through deceiving and swindling. Another member of the Thunder Guild chimed in. Ah. So they're the former Skull Club. How could such a lousy force dare to participate in the promotion operation? They are really overestimating themselves. Another person feigned sudden enlightenment. 10 people from the Thunder Guild had come out, and all 10 were loudly mocking the Firefly Club. They were angry because they had thought nobody would be foolish enough to challenge them. But to their surprise, someone had indeed come to challenge them without even letting them settle in, and it was the weak Firefly Club to boot. By choosing them, wasn't the Firefly Club implying that they saw the Thunder Guild as the weaker one? In some way, this was a form of mockery, and everyone from the Thunder Guild was furious. So, they planned to teach the Firefly Club a harsh lesson. But before doing so, they wanted to vent their frustration with some harsh words. Wang Tao and his companions were indifferent to these comments, they weren't members of the Firefly Club, after all. But Nisa Ayan's expression was grim. She was resolved to teach these people a lesson later. Then, from among the Thunder Guild, a short and stout figure stepped forward. He pointed arrogantly at Wang Tao and the others. "I am Ma Wen, an ordinary hallmaster of the Thunder Guild. Who's up? Make it quick, I'm in a hurry." His attitude almost screamed, "I am invincible, choose at your leisure." More and more onlookers gathered around, curious about the situation and wondering who would win. Most of them thought the Thunder Guild had higher chances. Those familiar with the Thunder Guild looked on with contempt. The Thunder Guild is shameless, sending Ma Wen to fight the first battle. He's not just an ordinary hallmaster but one with super strong combat power. So vicious, if the Firefly Club actually falls for it, they might just meet their downfall. Nisa Ayan prepared to take to the field herself. She didn't know this Ma Wen, but she thought she should be fine. They were both second-order ability users, so what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 201 Challenge. However, at this moment, Wang Tao suddenly whispered, "You can't beat him, let Zhu Xiaojun go." Huh? Nisa Ayan was somewhat puzzled. She didn't feel that this Ma Wen was that strong, right? But these were Wang Tao's words, so naturally she believed them. "Little June, then it's your turn," Nisa Ayan courteously said to Zhu Xiaojun. She certainly wouldn't let one of Wang Tao's people take action herself, as she didn't have the authority, but if Wang Tao had offered it himself, then naturally there was no problem. Hey, just call me Little June." Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and then stood up. His figure, when he stood up, still created a very strong sense of pressure. Especially in comparison with Thunder Guild's Ma Wen, it was simply like the difference between a dwarf and a giant. Of course, a large physique could only mean he might be stronger, but the strength of overall capabilities is multifaceted, especially since everyone is an ability user, where abilities are more important than physical qualities. So even though Zhu Xiaojun's figure looked quite intimidating, the majority of people still thought Ma Wen had a greater chance of winning. However, Ma Wen furrowed his brows, because he discovered that he couldn't see through Zhu Xiaojun's strength. Ability users who had just leveled up not long ago were not yet accustomed to their strength, couldn't hide it well, and so it was quite easy for other ability users to sense it. As for those like Zhu Xiaojun, whose specific strength couldn't be clearly perceived by others, they must have been in level 2 for a long time. Of course, he was not afraid. After all, he too had entered level 2 quite early. "Come on." Ma Wen took out a firefighter axe, pointed at Zhu Xiaojun, struck a pose, exuding the air of a boss. The firefighter axe indeed was a handy weapon, many survivors liked to use it. Zhu Xiaojun also took out a firefighter axe. Wang Tao said he didn't need to use the giant axe, a firefighter axe would be enough to deal with this kind of person. "I am an ordinary member of the Firefly Club, Zhu Xiaojun." Seeing that Ma Wen was letting him attack first, Zhu Xiaojun didn't bother with niceties and introduced himself. Then he instantly activated his rush ability. Whoosh, Ma Wen didn't even have time to react before everything went dark, and then he felt like he had been hit by a dump truck, flying off the ground. "Ma Wen." He vaguely sensed his comrades calling out to him, but the wind was too loud, he couldn't hear them clearly. Bang! Ma Wen slammed hard into a nearby tree, causing many green leaves to fall down. Spurt! Ma Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Zhu Xiaojun with a face full of terror. He had seen the rush ability before, but never one this fast. But before he could speak, he saw Zhu Xiaojun launching another rush attack at him. Damn it! Ma Wen cursed under his breath, but this time he was slightly prepared. He immediately activated his ability, and his skin suddenly turned black. Toughness. Those who were familiar with this ability immediately voiced out. Bang! Zhu Xiaojun rushed over again. But this time Ma Wen had activated toughness, and although he was pushed back several meters, he still withstood the blow. Seeing that he had stopped Zhu Xiaojun's large frame, Ma Wen grinned, blood flowing from his full mouth. "You're dead." A steel nail suddenly appeared in his mouth. It shot directly towards Zhu Xiaojun's throat. Clang! Zhu Xiaojun's reaction wasn't slow. Having been with Wang Tao for so long and having seen so many abilities, he was naturally clear about the spittle nail ability. As he saw Ma Wen open his mouth wide, he was ready. When Ma Wen spat out the nail, Zhu Xiaojun immediately blocked the strike with a steel plate bracer on his forearm. Then, Zhu Xiaojun let out a roar and punched towards Ma Wen's stomach. Ma Wen had never expected Zhu Xiaojun to dodge his sure kill attack. While his face still registered shock, he was struck in the abdomen by Zhu Xiaojun's fist. Bang! Ma Wen was sent flying again, but this time in the opposite direction, flying straight towards Wang Tao and Nisa Ayan's location. The other onlookers quickly scattered to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zhu Xiaojun prepared to launch another rush. The rule of the duel was to fight until one party surrendered or died. In other words, as long as there was no surrender, the battle wasn't over. The people from Thunder Guild had gone from the initial shock and disbelief to now fear and worry. The change in their emotions was quite spectacular. Seeing Uchiha relentless in his advantage and preparing to collide with Ma Wen once more, someone from their group was already opening their mouth to concede. The battle between survivors was different from that with zombies. Zombies had few weaknesses, didn't feel pain, while survivors had many weaknesses and a limit to what they could endure. If one got the upper hand in a battle between survivors, and the other was an individual with rich combat experience, the defeated could be continually oppressed until death. So, although they were reluctant, they knew there was no chance left. If they didn't concede now, Ma Wen might not be beaten to death, but he'd certainly be beaten half to death. At this moment, as Wang Tao watched Ma Wen flying towards him, and then turned to see the people from Thunder Guild ready to concede, he swiftly instructed Nisa Ion, "Get the rebar, aim at him." One of Nisa Ion's weapons included a sharpened piece of rebar that could be used for close combat or thrown. Hearing Wang Tao's command, Nisa Ion froze for a moment. However, before her mind could catch up, her hand had already grabbed a sharp piece of rebar. Then she saw Ma Wen fly directly towards her. Thud. A sharp piece of rebar pierced through Ma Wen's throat. "You!" Ma Wen's eyes widened in unwillingness, then his health point dropped to 0. Ma Wen. The people from Thunder Guild were stunned for a second and then erupted in anger. They couldn't believe that Ma Wen was dead. He had run into someone else's weapon. In most people's eyes, it seemed as if Ma Wen had run into the rebar by accident. Only a few saw that Nisa Ion didn't originally have a weapon in her hand. If she hadn't suddenly grabbed a weapon, Ma Wen might not have died. "You killed my brother, you're asking for death." The members of Thunder Guild immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. They hadn't seen Nisa Ion's action clearly, they also thought it was an accident. But at that moment, whether it was an accident or not was irrelevant. They needed to vent their anger, demand compensation. Wang Tao looked at these people, his gaze growing even colder. If Ma Wen hadn't suddenly made a sneak attack on Uchiha just now, he wouldn't have let Nisa Ion kill him. Now, seeing this group's reaction, still not convinced? Well, then they couldn't blame him for being impolite, considering they were all walking around with level 2 crystal cores. "Stop!" But at this moment, a commanding female voice suddenly rang out. A team of striking women stepped out from the crowd, with the leader speaking coolly, "This is a fair duel, abide by the bet. Do not escalate the conflict." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised to see these women. Those who recognized them exclaimed in astonishment. People from the club. Chapter 202 Club Vast, commonly known as the Club, one of the 4 major powers in Zijing City. The club does not recruit men, it is entirely female and is a beautiful sight in Zijing City. Of course, what's even more impressive is their strength. This is one of the 4 major forces, an existence on par with Zijin base, not to be trifled with by anyone. When they stood up to prevent the conflict from escalating, no one dared to disobey. "But they killed our people." The Thunder Guild members didn't dare to move forward, but one of them shouted in anger. In the fight of blades and swords, one must be prepared for injury or even death. Have you survived the apocalypse for so long without understanding even this much? The leading member of the club spoke. Her face was calm, her tone authoritative. This was one of our Thunder Guild's most promising ability users for a level 3 ascension. "Are you saying our man died in vain?" Several people from the Thunder Guild were obviously dissatisfied. Now that the club had intervened, a fight was no longer possible, so they could only try to negotiate some compensation. To their remark, the woman's expression didn't change, but what she said made the Thunder Guild members quite embarrassed. "It was your people who made the lethal move first. If he died, it was his own fault." After a moment of silence, the leader of the Thunder Guild members glared fiercely at Nisa Ion and said with a sinister tone, "Firefly Club, huh? We'll see about this." They were ready to take Ma Wen's body away, but Wang Tao, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward, blocking the Thunder Guild members. "Wait a moment. What else do you want to do?" Several members were furious. They didn't recognize Wang Tao, but since he was with Nisa Ion, he was obviously from the Firefly Club. If the club members weren't there, just for this obstruction by Wang Tao, they would have faced serious consequences. Wang Tao suddenly made a gesture for silence. All the others looked over curiously, even the women from the club were very curious about what this hulking man was up to. Then, everyone seemed to hear a crackling noise. Some people in the crowd suddenly turned to look at Ma Wen's body on the ground. Crack, crack. Ma Wen, who was already dead, suddenly began to twist his body and rise up. He slowly lifted his head, his murky eyes looking at Wang Tao and his group. Following Wang Tao's signal, Uchiha immediately raised his axe and hacked wildly at Ma Wen's head, with Wang Tao stepping on the body to prevent it from running amok. Splurt. Zombie Ma Wen's health point dropped to 0 again. Zhu Xiaojun skillfully pried the crystal core out from the zombie's head and then retreated behind Nisa Ion. Wang Tao immediately gestured to the Thunder Guild members, inviting them to proceed. Alright, you can take him now. Then Wang Tao too retreated behind Nisa Ion, the two standing one on each side of her, looking like bodyguards. All these events may sound lengthy, but in actuality, they happened in just over 10 seconds. You. Arg. You've gone too far. The Thunder Guild members were nearly driven mad. They had never before felt such humiliation. They glared fiercely at Nisa Ion and the others, as if they wanted to devour the members of the Firefly Club alive. If it weren't for their leader, who was just about calm enough to know a conflict should not erupt at this moment, they might have really come to blows. This time, the Thunder Guild members said nothing and simply dragged away the legs of Zombie Ma Wen, ready to leave. But just then, a squad of fully armed soldiers in protective suits arrived. They surrounded the Thunder Guild group. Decontaminating the zombie virus, clear the area. Warning. Drop the zombie corpse, or we will open fire. Looking at Zijin Base's decontamination squad, the Thunder Guild members felt as if their heads were steaming, but they dared not speak. They could only bitterly drop their companion's body and slink away. The main party gone, the rest began to disperse, leaving the decontamination squad to clean up the zombie virus. Many looked at the departing Thunder Guild members with a touch of sympathy. What a tragic group of people. They lost a life, a villa, their dignity, and were trampled upon at the end. Such misery. As everyone's gaze shifted back to Nisa Ion, it was filled with a hint of reverence. At any time, the strong are respected. Nisa Ion did not display her own strength, but that large man under her command had. With such strong strength in a subordinate, how powerful must Nisa Ion herself be? How strong must the whole Firefly Club be? Indeed, the rumors and information were unreliable. The power of the Firefly Club was not at the bottom among the medium forces, but on top, just like the Thunder Guild. Nisa Ion, relishing in everyone's gaze, felt ecstatic, her legs involuntarily clenching together. She loved the feeling of showing off in front of people. At this moment, the women from the club came forward, standing in front of Nisa Ion. Hello, I am Nisa Ion, president of the Firefly Club. Thank you for upholding justice. Nisa Ion hastily spoke. The leading woman nodded, but then with a serious face, she said, this was, after all, a duel, not a battle to the death. There was no need for fatal blows. Let this not happen again. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Tao, her eyes containing a hint of displeasure. Wang Tao's brows rose. This woman, she was warning him? The woman, having spoken, turned to leave. But Wang Tao suddenly spoke up, are all the people from your club this rude? Our president has introduced herself by name, and you leave without even a greeting? Do you look down on us smaller forces? Chapter 202 Clubhouse. As soon as these words came out, the group of women all looked displeasedly at Wang Tao. Although they admitted that they liked Wang Tao's face and figure, that was no reason for him to accuse them of rudeness. The woman leading the club was about to say something, but Wang Tao beat her to it. That's true, we small forces certainly can't compare with you, and not being respected is to be expected. After all, you're one of the big four forces. It's not just respect, we're not even worthy of knowing your names. Wang Tao's words immediately resonated with some of those around him who felt similarly aggrieved. They didn't dare to say anything, but there was unmistakable annoyance in their eyes. In fact, they hadn't thought there was anything amiss until Wang Tao put it that way. They instantly felt that these people from the big forces indeed didn't take them seriously. Their leader had greeted them very courteously only to receive rebuke in return. After all, this was a leader of a faction, and they didn't even give him that much respect. Sympathizing with the underdog is in many people's nature, especially when they themselves are the underdogs compared to the big four forces. The club's leader furrowed her brows upon seeing this. Especially when she saw Wang Tao smiling at her, she, who rarely got angry, felt a sudden urge to beat him up. Of course, she definitely wouldn't do that. The woman gave Wang Tao a deep look, then turned to Nisa Ion and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Lu Yingfeng, leader of the First Vast Club. Lu Yingfeng was a beauty. Not the kind with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs, but rather a woman with well-defined features, standing at 1.7 meters tall with somewhat rough, wheat-colored skin. She was fully covered, with only her face exposed, the standard attire of a survivor. In stark contrast to her unassuming appearance, Nisa Ion's leather outfit seemed quite extravagant. Hello. Nisa Ion hurriedly shook hands with Lu Yingfeng. Lu Yingfeng nodded then, without saying much more, led the still somewhat frustrated women away. However, before they left, Lu Yingfeng spotted Zhang Shixi behind Wang Tao. This caught her attention. Such clear eyes. This is someone who has not been tainted by the apocalypse. Lu Yingfen immediately entertained the idea of recruiting Zhang Shixu into her organization. But given the current awkward situation between them, she said nothing more and simply made a mental note of the girl before departing. And the direction they headed in. Building number 7? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The Firefly Club and the clubhouse were neighbors? There were only 2 quadrangle dwellings, but with 3 remaining big forces, surely one would end up in a detached villa. When the clubhouse people showed up here, Wang Tao had his suspicions. After all, the quadrangle was a bit too far to just happen along this way. But he hadn't expected them to be neighbors. When the clubhouse people left, the onlookers started whispering among themselves. My god, that's Lu Yingfen, the second-ranked expert in the clubhouse. I heard she's only a hair weaker than their leader. No, I think Lu Yingfen is even stronger than their leader. I had the fortune of seeing her in battle once. She faced 6 level 2 zombies, and it was like slaughtering chickens, an absolute crush. But she was wearing a mask during the fight, so I didn't recognize her just now. As Wang Tao listened to these people, his expression didn't change. He knew this woman was strong. After all, 29,999 health point. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999. Magic point, 6,800 out of 6,800. Grade, level 2. Hidden attribute, hate the wicked as if they were enemies. Hate the wicked as if they were enemies. Slightly increases damage when attacking someone she perceives as a bad person. Internal impurity, 24%. Lu Yingfeng's health point had reached the upper limit for level 2, and she had a magic point pool of 6,800. If she hadn't used any items to increase her magic point, perhaps she had leveled up an ability to level 2 plus 10. Her strength was indeed formidable. Wang Tao didn't have a level 2 plus 10 special ability. Of course, this was by Wang Tao's deliberate control. His main task at the moment wasn't leveling up his special ability level but to synthesize abilities first. He wanted to fuse all his abilities to their limit before upgrading. As for Lu Yingfen, she also had a hidden ability, and quite an interesting one at that. As long as she thought you were a bad person, then the damage she dealt to you would increase. Even if the increase wasn't high, it was still an increase, which was quite awesome. Unfortunately, Lu Yingfen couldn't see her own hidden attributes, so she probably couldn't fully utilize this hidden ability. Especially after a brief interaction with her, Wang Tao had some understanding of her character. She was someone who valued fairness and at times, even during battle, might not truly regard her opponent as a bad person, rather just someone with a different standpoint. In that case, the effect of this hidden ability wouldn't come into play. It was a bit of a pity. Brother Wang, we haven't defended the clubhouse, have we? Nisa Ayan suddenly whispered beside Wang Tao. Are you afraid? Wang Tao smiled. Not afraid. Nisa Ayan was indeed a bit afraid, but she certainly wouldn't admit it. Then that settles it, let's go and check out the villa, Wang Tao said unconcernedly. Yes. Nisa Ayan immediately gestured, leading the others toward the villa. As she moved, the surrounding onlookers immediately made way, watching them with a mixture of awe and respect. Chapter 202 Clubhouse. Nisa Ayan's face remained impassive, as if she were utterly calm, but inside, she was almost giddy with delight. This is what it feels like to be powerful. A group of people arrived at Villa number 8. The villa had 4 floors in total, with 3 above ground and 1 below. There was a large courtyard in front of the villa and a garage that could accommodate 3 cars at the back. There were also man-made lakes, fish ponds. It had to be said, the environment here was really nice, almost like before the apocalypse, without the end-of-the-world feeling, as if it were a haven from the world. How beautiful! Nisa Ayan exclaimed in admiration before becoming somewhat wistful. I can't even imagine how nice the quadrangle dwellings must be. When she said nice, she wasn't just talking about the environment but also about status. Originally, she hadn't given much thought to these things because she knew her own strength. But now, having received Wang Tao's help, she felt that there might just be a possibility for her status to continue climbing. The staff led them inside the villa, left the keys, went over some precautions, and then departed. From now on, until they left, this villa belonged to Wang Tao and his group. Of course, that was as long as they weren't defeated by someone else. Judging by the strength displayed today, there shouldn't be anyone foolish enough to challenge them. Brother Wang, you must be tired. Let me give you a leg massage. After a brief tour of the villa, Nisa Ayan approached Wang Tao, her face blushing as she offered. Just by the look of Nisa Ayan's offer, you could tell this leg massage wouldn't be entirely appropriate. Let's cook first. By this time, it was already evening, so Wang Tao asked Zhu Xiaojun to cook. Despite Zhu Xiaojun's burly appearance, his culinary skills were quite decent. Moreover, the villa came with a supply of fresh vegetables and meats. It had to be said, Zijin Base was really generous. Thunder Guild had probably just arrived not long ago and hadn't used any of these items yet. After instructing Zhu Xiajun, Wang Tao went up to the villa's rooftop to exchange some tips on leg massages with Nisa Ayan. After spending some time there, Nisa Ayan internalized all of Wang Tao's tips, feeling as if she was so full of knowledge that she didn't even need dinner. At that point, someone came to the door. It was an invitation for Nisa Ayan to attend a banquet. Wang Tao initially thought the banquet was hosted by Zijin Base, but later found out it wasn't. It was organized by those dozen or so mid-sized forces. Their purpose in coming to Zijin Base was naturally for that so-called upgrade operation. This upgrade operation was essentially about concentrating resources to produce a level 3 ability user. Everyone wanted to be a level 3 ability user, but they all knew that spots were limited. The 4 major forces certainly had their spots, but it was a different story for the other forces. Thus, before the official start of the upgrade operation, these mid-level forces wanted to touch base with each other and form teams or alliances. Nisa Ayan felt that forming alliances was unrealistic. If alliances could be formed, they would have been formed already. Who would wait until now? Even if they did form an alliance, it would likely be nothing more than a verbal agreement, which could collapse under even the slightest external pressure. However, Nisa Ayan still planned to go. They had invited her earnestly, it would be rude not to go. And now, she was the club president. After all, she had to at least fulfill her ceremonial duties. Plus, she wanted to see what these people were thinking and whether there was any insider information. Of course, there was another important reason. She wanted to see if these people had any crystal cores. She always remembered Wang Tao's mission to trade for crystal cores. Wang Tao currently needed level 2 and level 3 crystal cores. But there was no point in thinking about level 3 crystal cores, it was unlikely anyone had them. And even if they did, they wouldn't want to trade them. As for level 2 crystal cores, they could include those for Ascension, Omnipotent ones, and his own usage, in addition to the unknown purpose cores, all of which were tradable. If there were any special level 1 crystal cores, Wang Tao wouldn't disdain them either. What Wang Tao could offer in trade were primarily level 1 crystal cores and various potions. The crystal cores were all above blue quality, primarily purple, with the occasional red one. He wasn't bringing out any orange ones for now. When it came to potions, aside from some medium-sized bottles and some potions he couldn't currently produce, other manufacturable potions were all tradable. Especially something like the rejuvenation potion, which didn't require core materials, had low costs, and was very simple to produce. It might just be Wang Tao's main product this time. After all, as long as he had crystal cores, he could produce as much of this potion as needed. Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan some samples, telling her to pitch them if the opportunity arose. "Brother Wang, just wait for my good news." Nisa Ayan spoke confidently. There was no need to mention the crystal cores, even these potions were a first for her to hear about, and she was tempted herself, let alone other people. There was no doubt that these crystal cores and potions would sell well. The main question was what price they would fetch. Nisa Ayan had been in business before the apocalypse and was confident of fetching high prices. "Go ahead." Wang Tao patted Nisa Ayan's backside, and she left with Johan and another ability user. After all, as the president of the Firefly Club, she needed to bring some people along for appearances. Wang Tao was preparing to go down for dinner when someone else arrived at the villa. Again, it was an invitation to a banquet. But this time, the invitation wasn't for Nisa Ayan, it was a specific invitation for Wang Tao. Wang Tao wasn't initially interested in going. He thought it might be an invitation from some small force. After all, the mid-sized forces had already invited Nisa Ayan, and they were now gathering together. However, when the visitors revealed their affiliation, Wang Tao suddenly became intrigued. "The club inviting me? And Lu Yingfeng specifically requested it? Interesting." The visitors mentioned that since their place was full of women, it was a bit inconvenient, which was why only Wang Tao, a man, was invited. Wang Tao looked around, and apart from Zhang Shixu, the rest were men. "Little June, you guys have dinner. Little Zhu and I are going to see what's up." Wang Tao planned to take Zhang Shixu along for a meal. "Okay." So, holding Zhang Shixu's hand, Wang Tao headed to Villa Number 7. Chapter 203 Lan Yulian Villa Number 7. On the first floor, in the open kitchen. "Pass me the vegetables." "Which vegetables?" "The green ones." "Is there any steak?" "No." "How about lamb chops?" "No." "Pork chops must be there, right?" "Also no." A slender woman wearing a light pink house dress was cooking. Next to her, a tall woman in shorts and a tank top was assisting. They hadn't done much cooking, but both were sweating profusely. Lu Yingfeng looked at Lan Yulian, who was busy in front of her, and really wanted to say, "Sister, if we can't do it, let's just stop, okay?" But seeing the other's heartily smiling face, though in a flurry, she held back. "Forget it, It was rare to see Lan Yulian so happy. She didn't want to dampen her spirits. After some more bustling about, someone came in to report. Boss, Chief, Wang Tao is here, but he has brought someone with him. Lan Yulian was concentrating on cooking and didn't respond. Lu Yingfeng, on hearing this, frowned, somewhat displeased. Didn't we invite only him? Why did he bring someone else? The person at the door quickly said, he brought a woman. Nisa Ayan? No, it's a pretty high school girl. It's her. Lu Yingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, invite them in. Only then did Lan Yulian lift her head, looking at Lu Yingfeng with a puzzled face. You. Don't tell me you have some special fetish? As she spoke, she purposely shrank her body as if she were very scared. Humphrey. Even if I had a special fetish, I'd feast on you first. Lu Yingfeng glared at Lan Yulian and then explained. Firefly Club has just 9 members, among whom there are only 2 women. If it's not Nisa Ayan, then it must be the girl I told you about before. Oh? The one you said has very pure eyes, that just by making eye contact, one could instantly calm down? That pretty girl? Lan Yulian also showed some interest. It should be her. Then I really have to see if she's as mystical as you say. Lan Yulian was skeptical. You'll see in a bit. Lu Yingfeng didn't elaborate further, describing that pure gaze was really hard. A moment later, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared at the doorway. Mr. Wang, please come in. Wang Tao walked in holding Zhang Shixu's hand. He immediately noticed the 2 women busy in the kitchen. The women naturally saw him too. However, the women's gaze lingered on Wang Tao for a moment, then quickly shifted to Zhang Shixu. Upon making eye contact with Zhang Shixu, Lan Yulian immediately thought, Yingfeng hadn't lied to her. Welcome. Lu Yingfeng walked over quickly. She stood in front of Wang Tao and reached out her hand in a bold gesture. I was in the wrong for what happened this afternoon. I apologize to you. Oh? What happened this afternoon? I've already forgotten. Wang Tao smiled and shook her hand. Lu Yingfeng's hand was rough and tough. Clearly, she was someone used to fighting often. While shaking hands, Wang Tao brazenly looked Lu Yingfeng up and down. Now Yingfeng was not dressed in the survivor's outfit from the afternoon, but in sports shorts, a tank top, and slippers, her long, heaven-defying legs fully on display, and you could even catch glimpses of her abs. On her exposed arms and thighs, one could also clearly see the streamlined muscles. In her countenance, there was a hint of determination, inspiring involuntary awe. This was a pretty, healthy, resolute woman with considerable combat power. Wang Tao made such an assessment in his mind. Her appearance might scare off some men, but Wang Tao looked a few times more. He found this kind of slightly muscular, healthy body to have a special kind of beauty, which he liked very much, especially since his own muscles were much more exaggerated. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Yingfeng was surprisingly not offended. Wang Tao's eyes, did they seem different from others? She subconsciously straightened her chest, which drew Wang Tao's attention. Then, forgot about it, it was flat as a plane, nothing notable. Wang Tao immediately shifted his gaze. After looking around, he smelled the faint aroma of food and said with some surprise, Miss Lu, did you only invite me today? Lu Yingfeng's expression suddenly stiffened. What do you mean by that? Without replying, Lan Yulian, who was not far away, wiped her hands and walked over with a smile. Yes, we only invited Mr. Wang, of course, and this beautiful lady. Let's get acquainted. My name is Lan Yulian, I'm the leader of Vast. Nice to meet you, my name is Wang Tao. Wang Tao shook hands with her. Her hand was completely different from Yingfeng's, delicate and soft like that of a young lady who had never done any hard work, making one feel the urge to play with it carefully. Lan Yulian and Yingfeng were like 2 completely different paintings. At a glance, Yingfeng was a strong survivor of the apocalypse, and even though she had a great figure and was pretty, she would still make most men keep their distance. Lan Yulian was different. With her fair skin and delicate features and standing only at 1.6 meters, even dressed in loose-fitting home clothes, her curvy, shapely figure was evident. And especially when her captivating peach blossom eyes looked at you with a teasing smile, probably not many men could withstand it. Chapter 203 Lan Yulian. Of course, Wang Tao was not such a shallow person. When he observed Lan Yulian, he naturally saw her attributes as well. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 4,800 out of 4,800, grade, level 2, hidden property, saving lives, quite adept at treating and saving people, internal impurity, 22%, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng both had 29,999 health point, which wasn't a surprise, since she was also a leader of a major power. But this hidden property raised Wang Tao's eyebrows. Saving the dying and healing the injured? Skilled at saving people? Could it be that she was a healer? Speaking of healers, Wang Tao thought of Ding Yukan, whose blood replenishing pack's hidden ability was incredibly useful. It could relax and replenish blood. It was just unclear what Lan Yulian's situation was, and how she went about saving people. Mr. Wang, are you holding on well? Lan Yulian asked with a smile. Ahem. Wang Tao then released Lan Yulian's soft and delicate hand. It wasn't that Wang Tao was taking advantage of her, it was just too soft and made it somewhat irresistible. Lan Yulian gave Wang Tao a charming look before making a gesture of invitation. Mr. Wang, please have a seat, and this lady. Please sit down as well. Her name is Zhang Shixu, she's a little socially anxious. Wang Tao briefly introduced her. The social anxiety was of course an excuse, but it was true that Zhang Shixu didn't like to talk much to others. Zhang Shixu, what a nice name. Lu Yingfeng muttered from the side. After Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu took their seats, Lan Yulian continued cooking, while Lu Yingfeng sat beside Wang Tao to keep him company. Why have you invited me alone? What's the meaning of this? Wang Tao asked straightforwardly. In Wang Tao's memory, he shouldn't have had any contact with this club. He didn't understand why they would invite him specifically. He was presenting himself as an ordinary level 2 ability user. What made him worthy of a personal invitation by one of the 4 great powers leaders? Lu Yingfeng didn't speak, and Lan Yulian, who was cutting vegetables, explained without turning her head, because I want to invite Mr. Wang to join Vast. What? Wang Tao was stunned. Setting aside why they would invite him, an ordinary ability user, Vast was known for not accepting men, so what did they mean by inviting him? Seeing Wang Tao's surprise, Lu Yingfeng started to explain, it's not a long-term plan for Vast to recruit only females, the leader is prepared to reform. Whether in terms of physical fitness or mental resilience, women are generally weaker than men. This creates a significant disadvantage in post-apocalyptic survival. It might be magic point-able in the short term, but would definitely lead to various limitations over time. Moreover, there's another important point, it's impossible to have children with only females. Children might be a burden in the post-apocalyptic world, but for a base to grow and prosper, it absolutely needs a population of newborns. For instance, Zijin base had already begun providing subsidies for childbirth. So, the reform of Vast was inevitable sooner or later. Then why have you invited me to join? Wang Tao asked again. Because you are strong. Lan Yulian turned to look at Wang Tao and said. SSS, Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. He hadn't made a move and they could already tell he was strong? Did they possess an ability or hidden powers that allowed them to discern someone's strength? Lan Yulian beckoned Lu Yingfeng to come over and help her with the dishes. There were just 4 home-style dishes, all served in stainless steel basins, and the portions were huge. As for the presentation, well, they should be edible, right? Seeing Wang Tao's disdainful look, Lan Yulian became slightly embarrassed. Ahem, it's been a long time since I cooked, a bit rusty. Lu Yingfeng silently criticized in her heart, it's not that it's been a long time since she cooked, she basically hasn't ever cooked. However, food wasn't the focus for everyone present. I admit I'm strong, but how did you figure that out? Wang Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Yingfeng was a bit speechless, not expecting Wang Tao to be so direct. Lan Yulian, however, covered her mouth and chuckled. After laughing for a while, she straightened up and said, a friend introduced me. She told me that if I met a man named Wang Tao in Zijing City, I could establish a good relationship with him because this man is very strong. Wang Tao frowned, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said with some confusion, Yang Qiang? Considering his recent experiences, the only person he knew who had came to Zijing City was Yang Qiang. That's right, it was her. Lan Yulian nodded. Before the apocalypse, Yang Qiang and I were very good friends, but we lost touch after the apocalypse began. However, a few days ago, she suddenly came to Zijing City. Where is she now? Wang Tao was curious. He and Yang Qiang had arrived in Zijing City together, coming from the same direction, but he hadn't heard any news about Yang Qiang. I originally invited Zhang Hong to join Vast, but she said she thought she saw her sister, so she didn't stay in Zijing City and went straight to look for her sister instead. Lan Yulian said with some regret. It's certainly a good thing to encounter a good friend in the apocalypse, but unfortunately, this friend didn't stay. Her sister? No wonder. Wang Tao suddenly understood. Yang Qiang had mentioned before that her sister was missing, and the only reason she came to Zijing City was in the hope of possibly running into her. But the chance seemed so slim, even she herself didn't think it was likely anymore. However, now hearing Lan Yulian's words, it seemed there might really be a chance. All he could hope was that she would find her sister. Chapter 203 Lan Yulian, it seems you're quite familiar with Zhang Hong? Jade Lotus was somewhat curious. When she met Yang Qingong, he was just about to leave, and they didn't have much time to communicate. Yang Qingong only mentioned that a man named Wang Tao had came to Zijing City, that Wang Tao was very strong, and also a person of good character. If she could meet him, she should try to establish a good relationship. As for whether he was strong, it was hard to say since Yang Qingong might not have encountered many powerful ability users. However, his good character should be unquestionable. Jade Lotus trusted the judgment of this good sister of hers. So she took Yang Qingong's words to heart. But what she thought about wasn't just establishing a good relationship, she wanted to recruit Wang Tao directly into the organization. We can be considered friends, Wang Tao shrugged. Although he hadn't known Yang Qingong for long, they had a good understanding of each other. They should be considered friends. Just friends? Jade Lotus was a bit gossipy at heart because when Yang Qingong introduced Wang Tao, the praises were not like those for an ordinary friend. However, she didn't ask any further. After all, today's protagonist wasn't Yang Qingong. So, what do you think, Mr. Wang? Jade Lotus's eyes, captivating as they were, looked at Wang Tao with a smile. Are you talking about joining your club? Yes. I'm not interested. Wang Tao didn't even think about it, he flatly refused. Jade Lotus and Ying Feng both opened their mouths in surprise. They hadn't expected Wang Tao to refuse, and to do it so decisively at that. Seeing their surprised expressions, Wang Tao guessed that Yang Qingong hadn't told them about his plans to go to the military base, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked. Why? Before Jade Lotus could speak, Ying Feng immediately frowned and asked. She felt Wang Tao wasn't a petty person, so the small conflict from the afternoon should be considered water under the bridge. Was Wang Tao's refusal because of the Firefly Club? Could their vast not even compare to a small Firefly Club? One should know that this was an invitation personally extended by Jade Lotus. Wang Tao must be unaware of Jade Lotus's strength, otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have rejected it so decisively. It's a matter of personal preference. Wang Tao didn't elaborate. Alright then, I suppose I was being presumptuous. Disappointment flickered across Jade Lotus's face, but she quickly smiled again. I'm very curious, out of so many powerful people in Zijing City, why do you particularly hope for me to join? Jade Lotus didn't conceal the answer to this question. Because your background is relatively clear, you're not from Zijing City and naturally couldn't belong to any other faction. Coupled with what Zhang Hong has said about your good character, I think you're quite suitable. If it were someone else, I wouldn't trust them. Hearing this, Wang Tao suddenly understood that Zijing City was full of undercurrents. Recruiting someone was not just a simple matter for Jade Lotus, she didn't trust other people. Wang Tao then asked further, since you want to reform and are considering recruiting men, you certainly won't be recruiting just one, right? If you don't trust other people, how will you recruit them? After Wang Tao asked this question, Jade Lotus and Ying Feng both fell silent for a moment. The truth was, they wanted to recruit Wang Tao into their ranks for another reason they hadn't mentioned. They had a very special crystal core that only a man could merge with. If Wang Tao joined and passed some covert assessments, Jade Lotus would give him this crystal core. As long as Wang Tao successfully merged with it, he could bring a boost in strength to their vast. But if Wang Tao didn't want to join, then there was no way to discuss this with him since they didn't want the matter of the crystal core to be exposed just yet. There are some reasons, but it's inconvenient to discuss unless you agree to join. Jade Lotus playfully winked. It couldn't be denied that Jade Lotus was beautiful, with each frown and smile carrying charm, especially those electrifying peach blossom eyes, extremely captivating. Wang Tao's gaze didn't flinch at all, he boldly met Jade Lotus's eyes, then shrugged. Then that's a pity. The three of them had been talking non-stop and had not yet begun to eat. Zhang Shixu tugged at Wang Tao's sleeve when she saw him stop, her big eyes turning towards the food. It was as if she was saying, I want to eat. Go ahead. Wang Tao patted Zhang Shixu on the head. With permission, Zhang Shixu immediately started eating. She had always been well-mannered from a young age, and even though she had lost her memory, some things are ingrained and not easily forgotten. Thus, in non-combat situations, she was very ladylike in her everyday behavior, including her refined way of eating, which was a pleasant sight to behold. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng saw Zhang Shixu's well-behaved look and those innocent big eyes, and they both felt a surge of maternal love. Here, eat more. They urged and began serving food onto Zhang Shixu's plate. Lu Yingfeng even gave Lan Yulian several meaningful glances on the sly. Ahem, Mr. Wang. Perhaps with your strength, it doesn't matter where you are. But Shixu is just an ordinary person, and putting her in the Firefly Club. It's not that I look down on the Firefly Club, but it definitely isn't as safe as Vast. If Shixu joins us at Vast, I guarantee that no one will be able to hurt her. Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao expectantly. If they couldn't pull Wang Tao over, securing Zhang Shixu was also good enough. As for Wang Tao, her thoughts, to be frank, were also a kind of mutual use. But when it came to Zhang Shixu, she genuinely liked her. Such a sensible, well-behaved, and pure girl should be with them. When Wang Tao heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. Ordinary person? Not safe? If only they knew about Zhang Shixu's actual strength and the impurities within her, would they still think the same? I won't make decisions for Zhang Shixu, I respect her opinion, he said. Wang Tao turned to Zhang Shixu beside him. What do you think, little Zhu? Zhang Shixu put down her chopsticks and after swallowing the food in her mouth, she finally spoke, I want to be with brother. Wang Tao spread his hands toward the two women. Both women felt rather helpless. Neither of the two they wanted had been won over. However, they thought again, if they could recruit Wang Tao to their base, wouldn't that be like getting a buy one get one free deal? Exchanging glances, they instantly reached a consensus. They had to keep trying to persuade Wang Tao. The truth was they didn't care much about strength. Even if he was strong, he probably wasn't stronger than the two of them, right? What they needed was someone with good character and a clean background. But they didn't dwell on this matter for the time being, knowing that talking too much could become annoying. Soon, the food on the table had all been eaten, most of which was consumed by Zhang Shixu. She especially loved meat and none of the three had competed with her for it. They let her have all the meat. Zhang Shixu was completely satisfied after the meal. She wiped her mouth and said to Wang Tao in her good-natured way, Brother, I'm full. Lan Yulian suddenly felt a pang of heartache at the sight. Zhang Shixu had eaten so much in one sitting, which clearly indicated that she hadn't had a full meal in a long time. Lu Yingfeng gave Wang Tao a sharp look, sensing that Zhang Shixu's life with him mustn't be good. How about this, for the next few days, you both come here for lunch, and I'll go ask for more food from Zijin base. Lan Yulian suddenly suggested. Wang Tao was startled for a moment before nodding decisively, no problem. It had been a long time since he had eaten such proper food, and since there was an opportunity to freeload, why not take advantage of it? Chapter 204 Feeding the Zombies. After the meal, Wang Tao didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about the upgrading operation. Lan Yulian was, after all, the leader of one of the four major powers, so she was definitely well informed. Sorry, I do know some things, but I can't tell you. Unless you join us. Of course, aside from sharing information, we also have excellent benefits and treatment. Lan Yulian said with a smile. She was still not giving up, and the more Wang Tao refused, the more she believed he was a good character. Then forget it. Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively. In truth, whether he joined or not was all the same to him. After all, even if he did join, could Lan Yulian stop him from leaving when he wished to? But the more Lan Yulian insisted on his joining, the more Wang Tao felt that things were not so simple. Lan Yulian definitely had another agenda she hadn't disclosed. Unless she made it clear, Wang Tao would definitely not join. He had to avoid being trapped. Lan Yulian was somewhat disappointed, but she was not disheartened. After chatting about some inconsequential topics, Wang Tao prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he took out some crystal cores and potions. I've been doing a bit of business lately. Upon seeing the items in Wang Tao's hands, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng's attention was immediately drawn. In Wang Tao's hands were a red crystal core, an orange crystal core, and a potion that seemed very high-end. These are red crystal cores and orange crystal cores without side effects, and a rejuvenation potion that can instantly restore physical strength and spirit to their peak. Wang Tao briefly introduced the items in his hand and passed them to the two women. The red crystal core was a glutton core, and so was the orange crystal core. But that wasn't the important part. What was important was their quality and the absence of side effects. That is to say, these two crystal cores were synthesized using a crystal core synthesizer. Lu Yingfeng suddenly felt a pang of loss. Which wastrel had done this? Synthesizing with a crystal core synthesizer consumed a vast amount of the same quality crystal core, and it wasn't even guaranteed to succeed. God knows how many crystal cores this wasted for just these two cores. But to go to such expense just to synthesize glutton cores? That was incredibly wasteful. After all, the glutton core was widely regarded as one of the most useless crystal cores. Even with side effects removed, it was still trash. If these really were synthesized using a crystal core synthesizer, then if this wasn't waste, what was? As for the rejuvenation upgrade potion, Wang Tao's description sounded magical, but the two women were skeptical, having never tried and seen it before. You mean to say? Lan Yulian was somewhat puzzled. If you have level 2 crystal cores or some level 1 crystal cores whose purpose you don't know, I can trade them for these kinds of cores and potions. You're referring to red and orange crystal cores? Lu Yingfeng immediately asked. Yes. I recently found a channel where I can get these quality cores. Wang Tao would definitely not say he synthesized them himself, nor would he say he found them, He just said he had a channel and could provide a steady supply. After all, it was the end of the world, nothing was surprising. The two women exchanged glances, both visibly tempted. If you're interested, feel free to contact me anytime. Wang Tao didn't directly propose a trade, as he wanted to give them time to consider. He left the crystal cores and potion there and then took Zhang Shixu's hand and left. Get them tested. After Wang Tao left, Lan Yulian promptly instructed Lu Yingfen. Okay. They had their own methods of testing and could determine whether what Wang Tao said was true or false. If it was true, and Wang Tao indeed had so many crystal cores, she would certainly consider doing business with him. After all, she did have a lot of level 2 crystal cores she couldn't use. This Wang Tao, he's very capable, but he's so hard to persuade. Lan Yulian shook her head helplessly. She wanted to recruit male survivors for Vast, but many women inside were opposed, saying it went against the founder's original intentions. There was some displeasure between them. Therefore, she planned to take action first and report later. As long as those women saw the benefits and advantages of male survivors, they would surely stop opposing. But unfortunately, Wang Tao was not willing. Speaking of which, this was the first time in her life she had so earnestly invited a man, and she was rejected. She wasn't angry, just a bit helpless. After all, if Wang Tao didn't join, some of her subsequent plans couldn't be carried out. When Wang Tao returned to Villa number 8, Nisa Ian had not yet come back. He greeted Zhu Xiajun, then went up to the rooftop to exercise for a while until Nisa Ian returned. Brother Wang. Nisa Ian ran over, slightly excited. I've got some useful information. She quickly shared the news she had heard with Wang Tao. There were 3 important pieces of news in total. The first piece of news was that Zijin Base recently acquired a special crystal core whose ability could be stacked. The more people, the stronger the power, similar to the mud swamp ability Wang Tao had seen before. But not just anyone could integrate with this crystal core, even high-quality ones often failed. Even an orange crystal core had failed. Orange had a 100% integration success rate. Clearly, the quality of the crystal core was not the reason for the failures, there must be some unknown factors involved. The integration success rate seemed random, and no pattern could be discerned. Thus, despite knowing the power of this crystal core, few people have succeeded in merging with it. Chapter 204 Feeding the Zombies. Zijin Base is now prepared to bring out these crystal cores for everyone to try. But it's definitely not possible for everyone to get one, and the specifics on how they'll be distributed aren't clear. It's very likely that they'll be allocated based on rankings of strength. The stronger forces will get more, while the weaker ones might not even get a single core. The Firefly Club challenging the Thunder Guild feels like a stroke of luck. They might end up getting more of these crystal cores because of it. As for what these crystal cores actually are, they still don't know, only that they're one of the trump cards Zijin Base has prepared for hunting level 3 zombies. During their interactions, Nisa Ian, some even suggested that perhaps they should put on a few staged fights tomorrow to give off the illusion that they're all very strong, to boost their impression in front of Zijin Base. However, not many people approved of this proposal. Because they all don't trust each other, one might pretend to go easy, but if the other takes it seriously, they'll be at a great loss. But, if there are 1 or 2 forces that are on good terms, slipping in a staged fight or 2 doesn't seem out of the question. Of course, Zijin Base isn't foolish. It'll come down to whether their acting skills are better, or if Zijin Base is more perceptive. The second piece of news is that Zijin Base is planning to create 12 level 3 ability users in this ascension operation. This number seems exaggerated to the point of being unrealistic, considering that there isn't even one level 3 ability user yet. The details are not clear for the time being. Anyway, Zijin Base seems to think it's feasible. They speculate it might be because Zijin Base has found a location with a large number of level 3 zombies, or it's because Zijin Base possesses quick methods to kill level 3 zombies. Regardless, the idea of 12 level 3 ability user slots has everyone quite excited. If there were only a few slots, then there certainly wouldn't be one for them. But with 12 slots, there should be enough for the 4 major forces, right? Maybe a few will even be left over, then wouldn't they also have a chance? The third piece of news relates to the rankings of forces. It's said that Zijin Base may introduce a combat competition model to rank the high-end combat power of these forces. Although the specifics of this ranking have not been disclosed, combining it with the second piece of news, could it be that this rank might be a reserve list for level 3 ability users? If there are any slots left over after the 4 major forces have taken their share, will the selections then start with the highest rank and go down in order? If that's the case, then these rankings become extremely important, probably prompting everyone to demonstrate their full capabilities. Nisa Ian received more than just these 3 pieces of information. There were a bunch of other messy details, but she thought most of them were useless, so she didn't bother Wang Tao with them. Then there was the issue of forming teams and alliances. This was as Wang Tao had predicted, no consensus was reached on forming alliances. Since there wasn't much trust among these mid-sized forces, they naturally couldn't form alliances. However, quite a few small groups did form. Nisa Ayan herself formed a group, bringing in 2 forces that ranked lower. Based on the reputation of the Firefly Club's predecessor, the Skull Club, it would have been impossible to form a team. But now they were no longer the Skull Club. Plus, during the day, Zhu Xiaojun defeated the Thunder Guild and made the Firefly Club quite prominent, so Nisa Ayan was still able to find 2 teammates. The Ascension operation would definitely involve hunting level 3 zombies, and having teammates would provide at least some support. Of course, that depended on whether the teammates were trustworthy. Do you think they can be trusted? Wang Tao asked curiously. These 2 forces are on the decline now, and no one wants to team up with them, so they have no other choice. However, I don't really trust them either. When I teamed up with them, I thought that if there's danger in the future, I could use them as a shield. Nisa Ayan glanced at Wang Tao as she said this. She felt that Wang Tao probably wasn't the saintly type. Sure enough, Wang Tao was somewhat speechless after hearing this but didn't say much. You're quite clever, hey. Nisa Ayan took it as a compliment. Oh, right, I forgot to mention the most important thing. Nisa Ayan hurriedly told Wang Tao about the crystal cores. After taking out those crystal cores and potions, I received a lot of attention. Especially the potions, everyone said that after they test them, if they are really as effective as I claimed, they're willing to purchase them with crystal cores. As for the crystal cores, of course, they liked them too, but they weren't as popular as the potions. Listening to Nisa Ayan's words, Wang Tao nodded inwardly. It seemed that for the time being, larger forces like the clubs preferred the crystal cores, whereas the mid-sized forces preferred potions. Of course, this was only temporary. Wang Tao's products, whether crystal cores or potions, were not exaggerated in their effectiveness. He believed that once they tested them, they would like both. The next day, Zijin Base called together the leaders of these forces for a meeting. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were fishing by the artificial lake, which was one of the benefits provided to the villa area by Zijin Base. It's just that the fish here were too small. After having had larger fish, Wang Tao felt they were somewhat lacking. Nisa Ayan returned from the meeting invigorated and rushed to Wang Tao's side. Brother Wang. It's confirmed. After consultation among the 4 major forces, Zijin Base decided that this ascension operation will indeed offer slots for level 3 ascension. But not 12 slots, 15. The specifics of the allocation were not detailed, but they indicated that there will be slots reserved for forces other than the 4 major ones. Chapter 204 Feeding the Zombies. 15 spots? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. To achieve level 3 ascension, besides meeting basic criteria, the most important thing was the ascension crystal core. But acquiring a level 3 crystal core was very difficult, only level 3 zombies or monsters could drop them, and even if one killed a level 3 zombie or monster, it was still uncertain whether an ascension crystal core would drop. After all, they didn't drop a loot pack. Even if the drop rate for ascension crystal cores was high, say, killing 2 level 3 zombies to obtain 1 ascension crystal core, then for 15 spots, at least 30 level 3 zombies would need to be killed. However, each crystal core had different quality. White and blue had a lower probability, so at the very least, one would need a purple quality or higher to be relatively safe, with red and orange being the best. Assuming they were extremely lucky and the probability of dropping a purple quality or higher crystal core was 1 in 2, to collect enough level 3 ascension crystal cores of purple quality or higher, they would need to kill 60 level 3 zombies. 60 level 3 zombies. Where the heck did Zijin Base find so many zombies? And even if it was possible to find 60 level 3 zombies, could they even defeat them? Wang Tao hadn't thought about it carefully yesterday, but upon reflecting today, it seemed quite unreliable. After Wang Tao shared his analysis, Nisa Ayan was also stunned. She had been too excited before and hadn't considered this problem. Now that she thought about it, something was indeed off. Her face suddenly turned somewhat sullen. Could it be that she was happy for nothing? Wang Tao pondered for a moment and said, I think, if they aren't purposefully setting a trap, there might be 2 possibilities. One is, they've found a place with a lot of level 3 zombies that might be trapped in there, making them less dangerous to kill, and with more help they could deal with it. The other is, these 15 slots for people are paid out in installments. There might be other possibilities, but Wang Tao felt these were not very likely. Nisa Ayan thought that what Wang Tao said made sense. She hoped it was the first option. If it was the second, that would be troublesome. Besides the news about the ascension slots, another piece of information was confirmed, the ranking battle. Zijin Base was indeed organizing a ranking list. The 4 major powers wouldn't participate, But other powers could register, with a maximum of 3 people per power. It would start directly tomorrow. As long as one could get a good ranking, they would receive rewards from Zijin Base, and naturally, these rewards varied in size. Just in terms of level 2 crystal cores, Zijin Base had taken out a lot, claiming it was to motivate everyone. This was indeed a significant investment. So, do we participate? Nisa Ayan asked. She had some confidence in herself, but not much. Her confidence was quite solid before, but after Wang Tao had Zhu Xiaojun take action yesterday, not only were others struck down, but her confidence took a hit as well. So now she felt that she could probably rank, but getting a good ranking was uncertain. Participate, you and Zhu Xiaojun should be enough. Wang Tao said. After all, crystal cores that were free for the taking shouldn't be turned down. However, to be on the safe side, Wang Tao thought he might enhance Zhu Xiaojun's strength a little more. He hadn't yet had a chance to use the armor blueprint he obtained before. Yes. Nisa Ayan was immediately overjoyed upon hearing that Zhu Xiaojun would take part. With the ability Zhu Xiaojun had demonstrated yesterday, competing for the top spots shouldn't be a problem. By the way, someone has already contacted me wanting to buy your crystal cores and potions. Shall I talk to them about the price now? Nisa Ayan suddenly asked. Go ahead. Alrighty. Nisa Ayan had just left when a woman came over. She said their leader had invited Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi to join them for lunch at Building 7. Wang Tao didn't hold back, considering the clubhouse had plenty of food, and it was free. When they arrived at the villa of Building 7, Wang Tao noticed that Lan Yulian had changed into a different outfit for the day. She wore a white lab coat and had her hair neatly tied up, looking very much like a doctor, which she actually was. Seeing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi arrive, Lan Yulian immediately came out to welcome them. Of course, she was there to greet Zhang Shixi. She took Zhang Shixi's small hand and, seeing Wang Tao nod in approval, Zhang Shixi didn't resist and followed her in obediently. Lan Yulian was very happy about this, so she had Lu Yingfen bring out some washed grapes for Zhang Shixi, which were bigger than any Wang Tao had seen before the apocalypse, resembling plums and looking delicious. Such luxury, to have grapes. Without any reservation, Wang Tao took 2 bunches of grapes from Zhang Shixi's hands, which earned him eye rolls from both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen. They taste really good. It had been half a year since Wang Tao had grapes, and he had almost forgotten what they tasted like. Of course, Wang Tao was not snatching Zhang Shixi's food, it's just that she liked meat more, and wasn't very fond of fruits and vegetables. Wang Tao reluctantly volunteered to help. At that moment, Lan Yulian suddenly said to Wang Tao, you must also know about those 15 level 3 slots, right? Wang Tao nodded. Aren't you curious why Zijin Base dares to claim there are 15 spots available? Lan Yulian asked again. Why? Wang Tao's eyebrows raised. Wasn't this woman unwilling to tell him these things? Had she changed her tune? Because. Before that, may I ask first, you know about the prison constantly buying survivors, right? Lan Yulian did not say directly, instead teased a bit more. I know. Wang Tao was very clear, after all, he had sold over 200 scumbags from the Skull Club into the prison. Then, where do you think those people bought by the prison went? Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao with a serious expression, but this time she didn't wait for him to answer, and continued, they fed them to the zombies. Wang Tao's brow furrowed. You mean? He thought of some horrifying possibilities he had once considered. It seems you've guessed it. Exactly, they fed those survivors to create many level 3 zombies. And now, these zombies are about to get out of control. This so-called upgrade operation is remediation for this situation. Chapter 205, Gymnasium. Hearing this somewhat sensational news, Wang Tao wasn't too surprised. He looked towards Lan Yulian. Did you also participate? No, Lan Yulian shook her head, we only found out about it recently. This was something the base and the prison concocted together. Neither we nor the Ability Users Alliance were informed. Otherwise, I would have definitely gone to stop them. She had been startled when she first heard about it. Had it not been too late, she would have definitely tried to stop it. After all, this was too risky. It was, to some extent, playing with the lives of all the survivors in Zijing City. So now? Wang Tao asked again. Those zombies are all in the city stadium. Before they started to raise the zombies, they had already hacked off their limbs and tied them up to prevent them from resisting or escaping. And now, those zombies have successfully ascended to level 3. After the ascension, their strength is quite weaker than that of normal level 3 zombies. They thought they were successful, but these zombies are slowly growing stronger, and moreover, they can evolve. Some have grown new limbs, some have evolved other appendages, and some have even merged together. At this point, Lan Yulian's face turned somewhat pale. She had seen the situation there with her own eyes, and every time she thought about it, she felt physically ill. The situation there is a bit out of control now. The reason so many people were summoned this time is to try to quickly kill those zombies. Otherwise, if those zombies break out, there will be big trouble. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tao asked with some curiosity, can't they solve it themselves? From what Lan Yulian implied, those zombies being raised should be relatively weak and significantly restricted. They can't even leave the stadium. Given Zijin Base's strength, they should be able to resolve the issue. Not to mention anything else, Zijin Base has many guns. Since the zombies are trapped, couldn't they just shoot them like target practice? In theory, they could solve it, but the danger is too great. Their cages have malfunctioned, and many zombies have gotten out of control. But those zombies can't leave the stadium for now. So they can only send people in to kill them. If they forcefully go in to solve it, they will surely lose a lot of people. Though Zijin Base has many people, they can't afford to lose too many. However, there's an even more important point. Lan Yulian paused for a moment. The most important point is that among the zombies inside, not only are there level 3 elite zombies, but there are also some very strong zombies without crystal cores, somewhat similar to med demon zombies. They can't directly distinguish which zombies have crystal cores. No wonder. Hearing this, Wang Tao suddenly understood. The reasons Lan Yulian mentioned earlier were certainly problems, but they could always be solved if they were determined enough. The last reason was the key. There were strong zombies without crystal cores inside the stadium. Killing these kinds of zombies was nothing but thankless hard work. Thus, Zijin Base simply lured all the survivors in Zijing City over to do the work. Of course, if they could fulfill their own promises and give other survivors benefits, then it wouldn't be seen as deception but rather as mutual aid and cooperation. So, will Zijin Base honor their promise? Wang Tao looked at Lan Yulian. Of course, they will. Even if they are strong, they wouldn't dare to oppose the survivors of the entire Zijing City. Besides, friendly cooperation is the foundation for long-term survival. They aren't foolish. That's good then. Wang Tao nodded as long as they weren't intentionally duping people. Dinner's ready. Lu Yingfeng called out from the kitchen. She had prepared today's meal. Lan Yulian hurried over to serve the dishes, while Wang Tao didn't move an inch, looking like the lord and master as he continued eating grapes with Zhang Shixu. When the food was served, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Regardless of how the food tasted today, at the very least, it looked much better than yesterday's. Wang Tao didn't hide his emotions, and both women noticed. Lu Yingfeng wore a composed expression, while Lan Yulian appeared somewhat helpless. She admitted there was indeed a gap. Please enjoy. Wang Tao didn't stand on ceremony and picked up a piece of lean meat. After chewing a few times, he commended with admiration in his eyes, the flavor is terrific. This wasn't flattery, today's meal was indeed great, especially compared to yesterday's. It was in a class of its own. Little Feng trained specially for this back then. Hearing Wang Tao's praise, Lu Yingfeng spoke up while Lan Yulian took on a very complacent demeanor, as if the compliments were about her. It was evident that their relationship was very close. Little Zhu, eat more. Then, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng started serving Zhang Shixu more food. Thank you. The group chatted as they ate. Naturally, the topic of zombies was momentarily skipped, as that was sure to spoil the appetite. When the conversation turned to food, Lan Yulian spoke with some envy. Zijin Base is such a great place. Not only is it large, with strong defense power and beautiful scenery, but they can also grow their own vegetables and raise pigs. Wang Tao wasn't surprised, he could guess as much from the food. Otherwise, Zijin Base couldn't possibly supply so many people with fresh food. And their vegetables and pigs have mutated, grown huge. But they can all be eaten. The pigs are also very docile and not aggressive at all. Lu Yingfeng was also very envious. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao seemed very interested. He had only seen some inedible plant mutations and some fish mutations. He hadn't yet come across mutated vegetables or pigs and planned to go see what they looked like sometime. Certainly not for the purpose of stealing them. Chapter 205, Gymnasium. Wang Tao asked Lan Yulian about the location of Zijin Base's plantation and then changed the subject. He took the initiative to ask about the ranking issue of Zijin Base and other forces. Lan Yulian told Wang Tao that it was as he had imagined. The ranking was indeed in preparation for the level 3 ability user slots. However, while a higher rank makes it easier to obtain a slot, the higher the rank, the greater the cost. To secure a good position, one must be prepared to make sacrifices. Just like the 4 major forces this time, although they had internally secured some slots, they had also deployed a large number of operatives. There is no absolute fairness in the world, but relative fairness does exist. Zijin Base tries to maintain a state of relative fairness, which can prevent many problems. The more Wang Tao understood, the more he felt that the leader of Zijin Base was formidable, somewhat different from the rumors outside. However, this was normal, Everyone views a matter with some bias. What others say is never reliable, it's only what one sees with one's own eyes that is accurate. By the way, I heard that Zijin Base has a very special crystal core, which, if successfully fused, allows multiple ability users to combine their powers. Do you know which crystal core it is? It's an ability that can spray a type of mucus. This mucus isn't very sticky, but it can cause zombies to weaken. Lan Yulian explained briefly. Wang Tao suddenly realized. If it were possible to weaken zombies on a large scale, then indeed the chance of killing these zombies would be much higher. Wang Tao asked a lot of questions, and Lan Yulian shared everything she could. At this moment, Lan Yulian suddenly looked at Wang Tao and said, "I've given you so much information, why don't you come to our club?" No. Wang Tao immediately refused. Lan Yulian was somewhat choked by this response. It was bad enough that he refused, but his refusal was so perfunctory, after she had been so responsive to his queries. Lu Yingfeng, who was beside them, found it hard to watch. She said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, you probably don't know how strong our leader is. Many people who want to join our club don't even qualify. How strong? Do you have a ranking among you powerful ability users, and what rank is Madame Lan?" Wang Tao asked directly. They did indeed have a private ranking of combat strength, but Lan Yulian was not on the list. However, this was not because Lan Yulian wasn't good enough, her ability just wasn't geared towards frontal combat. Our leader isn't a combat ability user, but a healing ability user. Such a healing ability, only our leader has it in the whole Zijing city. Not to mention that our leader is also a physician. If you join our club, as long as it's not a fatal injury, we can save you. Oh? Healing ability users. Healing ability users were indeed rare. Apart from this Lan Yulian, Wang Tao hadn't seen another. Ding Yukan didn't count, hers was a hidden ability. But Wang Tao had indeed seen a zombie with a healing ability, and he still kept a crystal core that possessed a healing ability. How about it, are you interested now? Lu Yingfeng suddenly spoke up with a slight sense of smug satisfaction. Normally, she was rather cold and wouldn't act like this, but for some reason, she felt very relaxed while talking to Wang Tao. Indeed, I am a bit interested. Then, as long as you join us, you can enjoy the treatment from our leader. Not joining, Wang Tao still shook his head, but he continued, "Unless you tell me why you are so insistent on me joining. Don't fob me off with the reasons you've given before, I know there must be a reason." Seeing Wang Tao's insistence and knowing that they dared not reveal the reason if he didn't join, both women felt a headache. They held a special crystal core that seemed very powerful and could only be fused by males. Currently, there were internal conflicts about this, and if outsiders attacked them over this issue, it would be troublesome. Seeing that neither woman wanted to reveal more, Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders. At this point, he was actually becoming curious. But he definitely wouldn't make the move himself. After the meal, and having accompanied Zhang Shixu with some food and fruit, Wang Tao prepared to leave. At that moment, Lan Yulian called out to him. Wang Tao thought she had changed her mind, but that wasn't the case. Instead, she wanted to purchase some crystal cores and potions from him. It seems that they must have tested them yesterday, and the results were good. How much do you want? I happen to have a batch of goods here. If you ask later, I might have already sold them off. Wang Tao had plenty of items on hand, but he needed to pretend that they were in short supply. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng weren't suspicious, considering these goods were indeed good and limited in quantity made sense. Wang Tao had already set the prices for these items. One rejuvenation potion sold for 3 level 1 crystal cores of any type and quality. His cost of producing one potion was 1 level 1 crystal core and a small amount of water and food, and he could produce 5 potions at a time. So at this price, he was making a huge profit. As for the prices of crystal cores, they fluctuated somewhat due to the variety of types. Overall though, they were cheaper than the market price. And these high-quality crystal cores were not easy to find on the market, they were virtually priceless, mainly in the hands of the major forces. And these were discounted prices for Wang Tao, he charged others more. After all, different people required different treatment, and as big clients, Lan Yulian and her group definitely needed to feel like they were getting a good deal. Chapter 205, Gymnasium. Indeed, when Wang Tao quoted his price, both of them were somewhat surprised. It was much cheaper than they expected. After confirming the price was correct, Lan Yulian went to her room and brought out many white level 2 crystal cores. Then she called her subordinates to bring over the level 1 crystal cores. It was only then that Wang Tao learned that the clubhouse occupied 2 villas, number 6 and number 7. Lan Yulian and her group lived in number 7, while the others resided in number 6. Out of curiosity, Wang Tao asked why they hadn't chosen Asai Yuan. At this question, the expressions on Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng's faces turned somewhat unpleasant. What other reason could there be? We lost a contest. Lan Yulian sighed. Ah. Didn't you let Lu Yingfeng fight? With her strength, how could she lose in a contest? Wang Tao suddenly asked. Lu Yingfeng clearly possessed pure combat power, and Wang Tao could sense she was very strong. There shouldn't be many who could beat her. The moment he said this, both women looked at Wang Tao in surprise. Lan Yulian was surprised that Wang Tao actually knew about Lu Yingfeng's strength, while Lu Yingfeng was surprised that Wang Tao actually complimented her. She saw this as high praise. Lan Yulian explained, somewhat annoyed, of course it wasn't Little Feng who fought, otherwise we definitely wouldn't have lost. In short, we were outplayed by members of the Ability Users Alliance. In reality, where they lived didn't quite matter, as they were all survivors of the apocalypse and didn't care too much about their environment. But the issue was that the other two major forces were residing in Saihuans, only they were in a villa. It felt like they were being kicked out of the top forces, which was somewhat annoying. Alright then. This was clearly a sore subject for them, so Wang Tao didn't press further. He took out a large handful of brightly colored crystal cores from his chest. Take a look and pick whichever you want, feel free. At the sight of these shiny objects, both women's eyes glittered. After spending a bit of time, the two parties completed the transaction. Wang Tao looked at the level 2 crystal cores in his hand and smirked. Indeed, going out to kill zombies and whatnot was indeed too slow. Direct trading with people was simpler. Even though most of these were white crystal cores, Wang Tao didn't mind, as he could synthesize them. Before leaving, Wang Tao said to Lan Yulian, today's grapes were a bit sour, bring more sweet ones tomorrow, eh? This man really had no scruples. Even Lan Yulian, upon seeing Wang Tao's smug look, had the urge to beat him up. But after seeing Zhang Shixu's innocent big eyes, she took a deep breath. Fine, I'll get someone from the base to bring them over. Thank you, sister. At Wang Tao's cue, Zhang Shixu voiced her thanks. Listening to that sweet voice, Lan Yulian felt it was all worth it. No, we must pull Wang Tao into our clubhouse. Not to mention Wang Tao's own value, just this Zhang Shixu, such a delicate and pure girl, we must protect her well. Lan Yulian clenched her fist and declared. The leader is right. Lu Yingfeng strongly agreed. After Wang Tao returned to building number 8, Nisa Ian had gone out for business and had not returned yet. Wang Tao took out a blueprint in the room. Tree branch full body armor blueprint, can be used to craft a set of full body battle armor made from tree branches. Required materials, level 3 crystal core X1, this was an item that had dropped from a level 3 entangling roots zombie he had killed before. Wang Tao himself had entangling roots, so naturally, he didn't need this set of equipment. It was originally intended for Zhu Xiaojun, but the opportunity to make it had not come yet. Now that he had more level 3 crystal cores, he could finally craft the equipment. With a thought, Wang Tao took out the materials. Instantly, the materials and the blueprint radiated a burst of rainbow light. After the light faded, a set of full-body armor appeared before Wang Tao's eyes. It included a helmet, chest armor, shoulder pads, and other pieces of full-body armor, along with a huge shield. This shield could normally be carried on the back and used in critical moments. Branch full-body armor, level 3, excellent, durability plus 50, defensive power plus 50, slightly weak resistance to flames. The construction technique of this battle armor was somewhat similar to rattan armor, as both were woven. However, this set of armor was purely black, and its branches did not resemble wood but instead appeared metallic. Touching it felt cool and heavy. This set of armor bore some resemblance to the arm guards, knee pads, chest armor, and other items Wang Tao wore. It could be adjusted in size. Wang Tao tried it on himself. The weight is just right, and it's very flexible. Feels pretty good. It definitely wasn't as good as the entangling roots, but it was far better than other equipment. After playing around with it for a while, Wang Tao called Zhu Xiaojun over. I've prepared a set of armor for you. Seeing the set of armor, Zhu Xiaojun's eyes lit up, especially when he saw the large shield, and he immediately held it to try it out. The shield was large, but it was just right for him. Zhu Xiaojun knew about Wang Tao's entangling roots, so he did not refuse. Brother Wang, I feel this is very suitable for me. I think so too. From now on, this will be your exclusive armor. Paired with that axe of yours, it's just perfect? Wang Tao said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Wang. Zhu Xiaojun was very grateful. Without any exaggeration, owning this set of armor had at least increased his survivability tenfold. And that's not even mentioning the enhancement in combat power. You'll help the Firefly Club fight a few contests tomorrow, try to get a decent rank. Sure. Zhu Xiaojun immediately nodded. The rankings affected the ability to fight level 3 zombies, so naturally, Wang Tao needed a ranking. The zombies in the gymnasium might be a big problem for some, but for Wang Tao, they were all special energy and spoils of war. After all, Wang Tao could distinguish which zombies had crystal cores and which did not. Chapter 206, Selling Items. Nisa Ayan returned before dark. Brother Wang. She came trotting over excitedly, holding a list and a carry bag. These are the people who want to buy crystal cores and potions, and they have all paid a deposit. Wang Tao looked at the carry bag, which contained a pile of crystal cores. Well done. According to the list, Wang Tao took out the required crystal cores and potions and handed them to Nisa Ayan. He had been planning to tell Nisa Ayan to complete the trade with him tomorrow. But Nisa Ayan quickly said, Brother Wang, I'll go and finalize the transactions with them right now. Seeing Nisa Ayan's diligent and earnest demeanor, Wang Tao was very pleased. He decided to reward her handsomely tonight. Busy until midnight, Nisa Ayan returned to Villa number 8 once again. Brother Wang, all the transactions have been completed, and I've also received a batch of new orders. Nisa Ayan, presenting it as though she were bestowing a treasure, showed Wang Tao all the crystal cores and yet another order list. Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan a surprised glance. The items Nisa Ayan had sold today even surpassed what he had sold to Lan Yulian and the others. Looking at Nisa Ayan's expectant please praise me expression, Wang Tao asked with a smile, tell me, what reward do you want? A reward? Nisa Ayan hadn't expected there to be a reward. All she wanted now was to cling tightly to Wang Tao's powerful coattails. However, since there was a reward on offer, she certainly wasn't going to turn it down. Any reward is fine? Nisa Ayan's eyes darted around playfully. Let's hear it first. Wang Tao didn't answer directly. I want. The next day, Nisa Ayan woke up early. Not only did she not feel any discomfort, but she was also positively radiant. Somehow, she had acquired an ultra-short black and white maid outfit and knelt beside Wang Tao, waking him up with her mouth. Master, time to get up. Once Wang Tao was awake, she then helped him get dressed. Wang Tao stroked Nisa Ayan's hair, feeling somewhat moved. This Nisa Ayan really knew how to play the game. After attending to Wang Tao, Nisa Ayan changed into more formal attire and, after having breakfast with Wang Tao and the others, left the villa. Today, a competition between forces was to be held, taking place in a sunken square surrounded by steps, capable of accommodating many spectators. The official upgrade operation was set for tomorrow, which was to clear zombies out of the gymnasium. Time was tight, and the situation at the gymnasium was probably not good. When they arrived at the square, there was already a large crowd gathered. There were not only people from external forces, but also many survivors from Zijin base. After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness a battle between ability users, not to be missed. Seeing so many spectators, the people from external forces were excited. They loved the sensation of being in the spotlight. There were not many rules for this competition. Participants would draw lots and duel in pairs according to similar numbers. Winners would advance, losers would be eliminated, and before being eliminated, there would be another round to determine the rankings. The competition would continue this way until the quarterfinals, at which point the rules would change. Before the quarterfinals, each force would send one person to compete in a single match, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. After the quarterfinals, each force would send 3 people to fight in 3 matches. The best 2 out of 3 would advance, leading up to the final round. Many forces had arrived, but Wang Tao estimated that the combat would proceed quickly. After all, this was not a sport with fixed time and rule constraints. An ability user's 1v1 combat could end instantaneously. So, even though there were many contenders and subsequent rounds required 2 out of 3 matches, the overall pace would still be swift. Shortly after, people from the 4 main forces also arrived. They might not be participating, but they would certainly come to watch. The first to arrive were people from Zijin base. Wang Tao glanced over. Although their leader wasn't present, the rest were strong, several boasting 29,999 health point. Befitting the top-ranked force. Then came the prison members. These individuals perfectly matched Wang Tao's stereotype of criminals, sinister faces, tattoos, smug expressions, and a slouching gait. As they approached, the crowd immediately made way, clearly preferring to avoid too much contact with them. Despite their disagreeable appearance, these inmates were strong, with several ability users among them also having 29,999 health point. The third group was the Ability Users Alliance. They had the fewest members, only 4, but all 4 had 29,999 health point. These 4 individuals were indifferent, stern, and out of place among most people. They might as well have written "Don't bother me" across their foreheads. The last to arrive was naturally the Vast Club. This was the force that received a storm of cheers upon entering. No choice there, after all, they were a group of women. Not to speak of their faces, as beauty is subjective and can't be generalized, but their figures received unanimous approval. After all, The heavier ones had been eliminated, leaving behind women with at least proportionate figures, especially with so many of them standing together. Their line of long legs was a striking sight. The leader of the club, Lan Yulian, also had not come. The group was led by Lu Yingfeng instead. Lu Yingfeng casually scanned the crowd, and with just one glance, spotted Wang Tao. She nodded slightly as a greeting. Once everyone from the four major forces had taken their seats, a representative from Zijin base began to announce the rules of the match. No intentional injury or life-threatening attacks, no stalling. Now, let the match begin. Dong. The host struck the gong once. Chapter 206, Selling Items. The surrounding audience immediately stood up and cheered. They were now in the middle of Zijin base, where cheers couldn't escape from the base, so there was no need to worry about attracting zombies, and everyone cheered without concern. Before the competition began, Nisa Ayan drew number 8 on behalf of Firefly Club, exactly matching their villain number 8. Soon it was Firefly Club's turn. The three competitors from Firefly Club were Nisa Ayan, Zhu Ziajun, and Wang Tao. Wang Tao was just there to make up the numbers. Nisa Ayan was almost the same. The main combat power was still Zhu Ziajun. Dressed in full battle armor and holding a giant axe, Zhu Ziajun made his appearance. His figure caused an immediate uproar of cheers as he appeared. His opponent instantly felt immense pressure. This physique, these equipments, you could tell he was a strong contender at a glance. After introducing themselves to each other, the opponent was still wondering what move to use when he saw Zhu Ziajun suddenly swing an axe through the air at him. The opponent didn't understand what was happening at first, thinking Zhu Ziajun was just striking a pose. By the time he saw a transparent shockwave flying towards him, it was already too late. Bang! The man was sent flying, landing outside the combat area. Victory for number 8 Firefly Club. The referee immediately announced. The fight ended so quickly that the audience only reacted after hearing the referee's voice, and the place erupted into a loud commotion. In Zijing City, the ability like shockwave was not common, and many had never seen it before. After Zhu Ziajun saw that his opponent only got a mouthful of dust and was otherwise unharmed, he stepped down from the stage. He had held back with that strike, otherwise, he probably could have shattered his opponent with that hit. Strong. Nisa Ayan immediately gave a thumbs up. He's just too weak, Zhu Ziajun replied somewhat naively. The battle continued, with many matches ending as swiftly as Zhu Ziajun's had, the pace of the competition moving so quickly that the audience's eyes couldn't keep up. It wasn't long before Firefly Club made it into the top 8. The next rounds were best 2 out of 3, and it was Nisa Ayan's turn to compete. She felt a bit nervous. Don't worry, you're still a top-tier horse at the end of the day, you just go and take on their mid-tier, lower-tier horses, Wang Tao told Nisa Ayan, his face relaxed. Top-tier horse? What kind of horse is Zhu Ziajun? Nisa Ayan asked curiously. He, of course, is a steed. Wang Tao replied without hesitation. Zhu Ziajun was much stronger than Nisa Ayan. Then brother Wang, what kind of horse are you? Nisa Ayan inquired further. Me? I am of course the rider, the one who rides the horses. Wang Tao emphasized the words rides the horses. Wang Tao gave her buttocks a slap. Oh, the master. Nisa Ayan blushed. She was too deprived, beginning to acquire a taste for it. However, she was not afraid of losing face. She knew she still didn't hold much status in Wang Tao's eyes, so she wanted to try to please Wang Tao as much as possible. If psychology wouldn't work, then she would start with physiology. Soon, Firefly Club's opponent appeared. Wang Tao checked the attributes of the opponents and felt they were all rather mediocre. So he didn't arrange much strategy. A random fight would be an easy win. Sure enough, after Zhu Ziajun easily crushed his opponent, Nisa Ayan also dominated hers. With his victory, Nisa Ayan's confidence soared. They continued to blaze through the competition, quickly arriving at the final round. Zhu Ziajun became the most popular contestant at the venue, receiving countless cheers. Because he basically killed with one strike, either a shockwave or a rush, no one could withstand these 2 attacks. His strength was off the charts. After a while, the other finalist force emerged, and to Wang Tao's surprise, it was the Thunder Guild. It was somewhat an encounter with a familiar foe. The Thunder Guild glared viciously at Wang Tao's side, their gaze so intense as if they wished to flay and bone him. Brother Wang, should I go first or should Zhu Ziajun? Nisa Ayan was eager to try. Wang Tao checked and saw that all 3 of the other side's race participants had over 20,000 health point, one even had 29,999 health point, likely their gang leader. In comparison, Nisa Ayan had just 13,000 health point, a significant disadvantage. If she faced the one with 29,999 health point, she would likely lose. Wang Tao was also a competitor, but obviously, he didn't need to enter such a minor fray himself. Thus, Wang Tao handed 3 potions to Nisa Ion. You go second. If you can win, then so be it. If you feel you can't win, then use all these potions in front of everyone. Wang Tao produced a small strength potion, a small running potion, and a small defense potion. The rules of this duel were simple, there were hardly any, except for the prohibition of firearms. Everything else was fair game. So, Wang Tao directly told Nisa Ion to pop the potions. These potions could significantly boost Nisa Ion's power, and it shouldn't be too difficult to win against them. Another reason Wang Tao took out the potions was that he was too lazy to compete himself, and importantly, he could also use the opportunity to advertise his own potions. Alright. Nisa Ion knew the effects of these potions, but she had never used them. Seeing Wang Tao give her 3 potions at once moved her deeply and excited her. She wanted to see how powerful the enhancement from these potions really was. The first match of the finals started quickly. Firefly Club's competitor was Uchiha Jun, while the Thunder Guild didn't send their 29,999 health point gang leader but the weakest among them. TSK, it seems like they think you're an easy target. Wang Tao chuckled to Nisa Ion by his side. Chapter 206, Selling Items. Thunder Guild obviously did their homework on the Firefly Club. They didn't want to go head-to-head with Uchiha Jun, so they threw this fight right from the start. They were pinning all their hopes on the last 2 matches. Anyone with a bit of strength could tell that Nisa Ion was not as capable as Uchiha Jun. And the last contestant, Wang Tao, had never made a move before. So, they had reason to suspect that Wang Tao was even weaker. On the other side, Thunder Guild. It was indeed similar to what Wang Tao had imagined. This was the tactic they had devised. When it's your turn to fight, don't go up against that hulking guy in armor, you can't beat him. Just concede right away, and you'll avoid a beating, the gang leader instructed the others. Yes. Then it'll be me against that bitch Nisa Ion. As the gang leader of Thunder Guild, battling with her, the president, won't diminish my status. But I'm going to beat the shit out of her. Not giving her a chance to surrender. As for you, wait for the 3rd match, to fight the other big guy, who's never made a move. He must be pretty weak, probably just there to make up the numbers. Your strength is second only to mine, you'll surely win with ease. Yes. Give it your all. We're going to avenge our past disgrace this time. Kill. After hashing out their plan, Thunder Guild's first fight began. Out of respect for the finals, Uchiha Jun prepared to start with a rush and a shockwave, but his opponent was even quicker. Just as he got on stage, he raised his hand to surrender. Boos erupted from the spectator stands immediately. But those who had survived the apocalypse until now were not thin-skinned, so the guy didn't care at all. He even flipped the bird at the audience in the stands. Uchiha Jun stepped off the stage, a bit stunned. In the second match, it was Nisa Ion's turn. And the Thunder Guild gang leader stepped up as well. The Thunder Guild gang leader was a middle-aged man about 1.7 meters tall, with quite a few muscles on his body. The appearance of the 2 factions leaders in the finals, especially a man and a woman, with the woman being both very beautiful and curvaceously attractive. This fight instantly drew a lot of attention. Many spectators were shouting the names of the Firefly Club and Thunder Guild, driving the atmosphere to new heights. A cruel smile spread across the gang leader's face. He had planned exactly how to torment Nisa Ion later on. He wanted to beat Nisa Ion so badly she couldn't surrender, then strip her naked and humiliate her in front of countless people. Nisa Ion felt a bit nervous, but she was no longer her former self, plus, with potions at her disposal. There was no way she could lose. Soon, the fight began. The gang leader launched a barrage of his best moves right out of the gate, aiming to overwhelm Nisa Ion completely. But to his surprise, Nisa Ion was far stronger than he had anticipated. His fierce onslaught had failed to suppress Nisa Ion. This left the gang leader looking troubled. His plan had hit a snag at the very first step. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Nisa Ion was now at a disadvantage. In another 2 or 3 minutes at most, she would be defeated. He might not be able to humiliate Nisa Ion, but a crushing defeat was still acceptable. But at that moment, Nisa Ion suddenly pulled out 3 potions and injected them into her arm. With a soft PFFT, Nisa Ion seemed to transform into a different person and rushed at the gang leader again. So fast. It wasn't as obvious to others, but the gang leader, locked in combat with Nisa Ion, could clearly perceive that Nisa Ion's speed had greatly increased. He used to be able to suppress Nisa Ion with his speed, but not anymore. What the hell did she inject? If it were just an increase in speed, that would have been magic pointable. But if other attributes had increased too? Thunder Guild's gang leader suddenly had a bad feeling. And then, his premonition proved accurate. Nisa Ion's speed had indeed increased, and so had her strength. After being hit with a steel rod in Nisa Ion's hands, he nearly fell flat. And when he hit Nisa Ion with a stick, she acted as if nothing had happened. Fuck. Her defense increased too? This is bad. At that point, the gang leader's ominous feeling intensified. If this were a fight in the wilderness, he'd have run away as soon as he sensed something was off. But this was a match, and running meant losing. With a hardened resolve, the gang leader immediately adopted a do-or-die stance, ready for an all-out brawl. But Nisa Ayan's own strength was not lacking, it was just that her health point was a bit lower, making her physically weaker. However, with the enhancement from the potion, her physical condition surpassed that of the gang leader. No matter how fierce he was, it didn't work against absolute strength. So, a minute later, bang! Nisa Ayan struck the gang leader down with a steel rod and then, with her stiletto boots, decisively stomped on his head. Firefly Club wins. As soon as the gang leader was clearly unable to get up, the referee immediately declared Nisa Ayan the winner. The crowd went wild with cheers, even dubbing Nisa Ayan Steel Rod Queen. Meanwhile, the other ability user's attention was not on Nisa Ayan's win or loss but rather on the empty potion bottles on the ground. The substance Nisa Ayan had just injected. What was it? Especially those from the four major forces were eyeing Nisa Ayan with interest. They wanted that potion too. Suddenly, those major forces, including the clubhouses, extended invitations. Oh no, they actually came over in person to have a chat with Nisa Ayan. Watching the crowd approach, a pleasantly surprised Nisa Ayan whispered to Wang Tao by her side, "Master, it seems I've helped you sell things again." "Oh. How is Master going to reward me?" Wang Tao felt like this woman was becoming more and more audacious. He'd have to teach her a lesson properly later. Chapter 207 Making a Fortune. After the competition ended, it was supposed to be the time for Zijin Base to announce some matters. However, because the potion used by Nisa Ayan was so incredibly effective, it drew all the attention to itself, with folks from the four major factions even crowding around Nisa Ayan. So, a significant amount of time passed before those from the major factions finally left, seemingly reluctant to part. "Brother Wang. We sold quite a bit this time," Nisa Ayan said with a little excitement. The people from the four major factions had just placed their orders after learning about the uses of these potions. These potions weren't cheap, but those people didn't even blink. Nisa Ayan gave them a few bottles, and they didn't even wait for the experimental results, who needed results when actual combat was far more convincing. Next up is the announcement of the rankings. The staff from Zijin Base began to declare the rankings. Firefly Club unquestionably took first place, while Thunder Guild had to settle for second. Winning first place in the competition meant, to some extent, that Firefly Club's strength was ranked first among all mid-sized factions. Below the four major factions, it was ranked fifth. Of course, these honorary titles were irrelevant, what mattered were the benefits allocated by Zijin Base. According to the agreement among us four major factions, out of 15 level 3 ability user slots, we will give out 3, going to Firefly Club for placing first, Thunder Guild for second, and third goes to. The four factions equally shared 12 slots, 3 each. Then, they gave out another 3 slots, 1 for each of the top 3. This outcome was as expected by everyone. After all, these were the four major factions, and it was impressive enough that they were willing to distribute any slots at all. Other factions without slots were both envious and regretful. However, at that moment, the announcer added, "However, these 15 slots are not set in stone, since nobody knows what kind of crystal cores zombies might drop. Our intention is to put all efforts into killing zombies and gather enough cores for the 15 slots. If we end up with extras, those will naturally be distributed among everyone." Upon hearing this, many people got excited. There was still a chance. Seeing the mood had been stirred up, the man continued, "Next, let's talk about how to kill level 3 zombies. Level 3 zombies are very strong, especially since we need to kill a large number of them, so we'll need some special methods. For instance, the weak slime crystal cores, this ability can weaken a zombie's strength. Coming up, I will distribute these cores according to rank, free of charge." Wow, hearing that Zijin Base was giving away crystal cores for free, everyone became very excited. Oh right, the power of these crystal cores can be stacked. The more people use it, the stronger it is. So after everyone integrates their crystal cores, come over for an emergency intensive training session to get acquainted with how to stack them. Upon hearing that the abilities could be stacked, people became even more excited. It was the first time they had encountered powers that could be used in combination. Those who had already received some intel murmured to themselves as expected. Zijin Base indeed had these sorts of crystal cores. But it seemed that fusing these cores wasn't exactly easy. At that moment, the man brought over a case that looked like it had a combination lock, filled with level 1 crystal cores that were blue and purple, with none of the lowest quality white ones. But to integrate this crystal core, there are conditions. As for what the conditions are specifically, we have not fully understood them, so the failure rate is high. Zijin Base didn't hide anything and openly shared the downsides of the crystal core. The crowd didn't seem to care about that. What did it matter when they were getting crystal cores for free? He distributed crystal cores to the factions present according to their rankings. Since Firefly Club ranked first, they received a total of 20 cores, 10 blue and 10 purple. The lower the ranking, the fewer the crystal cores received. Some factions towards the end only got 2 each. When Wang Tao saw these crystal cores, he finally understood why their fusions often failed. Level 1 crystal core middle. Weak slime, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 50%, side effect, cannot be successfully integrated if internal impurity is less than 10%, weak slime, consumes energy to spray a slime that puts zombies in a weak state. The weakening effect is related to the number of people using this ability. The side effect of this weak slime was that anyone with less than 10% internal impurity couldn't successfully fuse it. Without a 10% internal impurity, even an epic crystal core would be useless. This condition was quite troublesome. With no external factors affecting it, 10% internal impurity was equivalent to fusing 20 level 1 crystal cores. And people who could fuse 20 level 1 crystal cores were very likely to have no space left to integrate other cores. Moreover, Zijin Base would certainly prefer to let those who were not ability users integrate these weak slime crystal cores. So, that was why their chances of successful integration were not high. Plus, there was another drawback to this crystal core: the slime could only weaken zombies, which meant it was useless against humans, right? The value of that ability had just taken a serious hit. In a post-apocalyptic world, they faced dangers not just from zombies, but from people as well. If it were a struggle between various factions, then this ability would be useless. But on the flip side, since this ability was effective only on zombies, it would make killing zombies a lot more comfortable, without fear of affecting one's own side. Brother Wang, we can't integrate these crystal cores, Nisa Ayan said after receiving the cores, feeling a bit troubled by this stroke of good luck. No doubt the weak slime crystal core was valuable, but all of them who came to Zijin Base were level 2 ability users. Not to mention whether they had any slots for abilities left. If they did, level 2 ability users were unable to integrate level 1 crystal cores anyway. Chapter 207 Making a Fortune. Let's hold on to them for now. Wang Tao promptly pocketed these crystal cores. The 20 crystal cores could be combined into an epic crystal core without side effects, naturally eliminating the restriction of having 10% internal impurities. However, he didn't have anyone who could fuse with them at the moment, so it wasn't possible. Nisa Ayan mentioned this to the people over at Zijin Base. There were only 9 members in the Firefly Club, and they were all second-order ability users. Even counting other people inside the arcade, that made just over 30. These 20 crystal cores were a bit too many. Of course, Nisa Ayan didn't mean to return the crystal cores, but to tell them that no one in the Firefly Club could fuse with them, preventing collaboration. As said before, the higher-ranked forces received many benefits, but they also had to contribute a lot of manpower. The people at Zijin Base hadn't expected the Firefly Club to be so short on personnel. If it had been before today, they would likely be unhappy. But now, considering they had purchased some crystal cores and potions from Nisa Ayan, they naturally smiled and said no problem, special circumstances called for special treatment. Moreover, Nisa Ayan had also said that during the operation to kill level 3 zombies, all of the Firefly Club's second-order ability users would participate. The contribution of these second-order combat powers would undoubtedly be greater than that of the weakness slime ability. So there was no question of the Firefly Club not pulling their weight. Next, everyone go back and fuse with the crystal cores, then we'll have a special training tonight, and tomorrow we'll go hunting level 3 zombies. Dismissed. People dispersed, all eager to fuse with such crystal cores. After all, rumors suggested that this ability was very powerful, and even level 3 zombies would be affected by it, though it was a level 1 ability. The Thunder Guild glared viciously at the Firefly Club, but Nisa Ayan glared back undaunted and flipped them the bird. The Thunder Guild, not wanting further embarrassment, could only leave in a huff. After returning to the villa area with Nisa Ayan and the others, Wang Tao thought for a moment, didn't head straight back, but took Zhang Shixi by the hand and turned towards Villa number 7. It was time to freeload a meal. When they arrived at Villa number 7, they encountered Lu Yingfeng just coming back. "Is dinner ready yet?" "I'm starving," Wang Tao greeted. Lu Yingfeng felt Wang Tao was really treating himself like family. But seeing Zhang Shixi peeking out from behind Wang Tao and looking at her with those pure, large eyes, Lu Yingfeng immediately thought, it's just a meal, no big deal. "Wang Tao, come in quickly. The food is ready." Lan Yulian, inside the house, saw Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi and immediately waved them over. Lan Yulian was the cook today, and compared to the last time, her skills had improved quite a bit. Although it still didn't look great, the taste was pretty good. Lan Yulian had also prepared a lot of fruit for Zhang Shixu, including the large grapes they ate yesterday. Wang Tao didn't hold back, acting as if he were at his own home. During the meal, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "That weak slime crystal core, I seem to have seen it before. I heard that the probability of successfully fusing with it is related to the amount of internal impurities. People who have fused with over 20 level 1 crystal cores have a much higher success rate when fusing with this kind of crystal core." Ah. The two women were momentarily stunned, then both looked at Wang Tao with serious faces. "Is the information reliable?" "Of course." Wang Tao nodded. "This information is very important. You don't mind if I share it with others, do you?" Lan Yulian asked Wang Tao. "No problem." Wang Tao had shared this information with the intention of telling other people. After all, they were working together to kill zombies. The more ability users with the weakness slime ability, the less danger there was in killing zombies, and the more zombies they could kill. Wang Tao didn't want to spread the word himself, partly because he didn't have much fame, which might lead to skepticism, and partly because he didn't want the hassle, which could lead to further troubles. By directly telling Lan Yulian and the others, whether or not they believed it, Wang Tao had done his part. Now it seemed, they trusted Wang Tao's words quite a bit. Moreover, such information could be verified with a trial. Even if Wang Tao was incorrect, there would be no loss, as they would have to fuse with crystal cores eventually anyway. If Wang Tao was right, it would be a huge gain. The club also received a good number of weak slime crystal cores, and Lan Yulian ordered her subordinates to test them while sending people to notify other forces of this news. Then Wang Tao produced some strength potions, defense potions, and running potions. "These are what you specifically asked for." Lu Yingfeng had already told Lan Yulian about the events at the competition venue during the meal. Hearing that Wang Tao had other miraculous potions, Lan Yulian's eyes lit up, but she had restrained herself from rushing him. Now that Wang Tao presented them, Lan Yulian was pleasantly surprised, and Lu Yingfeng shot Wang Tao a glare. "Didn't you say you didn't have these potions on you before?" Previously at the contest site, she had secretly asked Wang Tao if he had any potions because she felt the supply wouldn't be too plentiful, and she wanted to buy some in advance. Everyone thought that the potions belonged to Nisa Ion, but she knew for sure they were Wang Tao's. The potions Nisa Ion showed off looked very similar to Wang Tao's rejuvenation potions from before. But Wang Tao had flat out said he didn't have any, suggesting that they place orders with Nisa Ion if needed. Chapter 207 Making a Fortune. Lu Yingfeng didn't give it much thought at the time. But now, seeing Wang Tao suddenly take out so many potions again, she felt deceived. Wang Tao was somewhat helpless. "When I said I didn't have any, it was because we have a good relationship, right?" "Huh? Because we have a good relationship? It wasn't easy for me to get these potions, so naturally the price can't be low. But given our relationship, it wouldn't be right to charge you too much, so of course I'd give you a discount. If other people knew that I offered you a better price, wouldn't that look bad?" Wang Tao explained. "Huh? You're going to give us a discount?" Lu Yingfeng was immediately surprised, since these potions were much more expensive than the rejuvenation potions from before. "Of course." Wang Tao nodded, then added, "But since I'm giving you a discount, you guys should buy more, or else I'll lose out." Lan Yulian always felt like she was dealing with a swindler. But to tell the truth, no one could ever have too many potions. She was willing to buy more. So, the two sides conducted another pleasant transaction. Wang Tao also took the opportunity to introduce some other potions, like the stealth potion, weakness potion, screaming potion, eyesight potion, and breath-holding potion. These potions were even more expensive. After all, Wang Tao couldn't produce them himself, and they were limited in number. He wouldn't sell too many of them. Of the stealth, weakness, and eyesight potions, Lan Yulian wanted them all, even though they were pricey. But Wang Tao wouldn't sell them separately. He bundled them with the screaming and breath-holding potions, making the deal even costlier. Seeing Lan Yulian hesitate, Wang Tao spoke up immediately. "You won't find such an opportunity again. I'm only selling to you because we're on good terms. Others wouldn't be able to buy these even if they offered a higher price." "Fine." Lan Yulian gritted her teeth and made the purchase. The prices of Wang Tao's potions were really steep, but their effects were genuinely excellent. She didn't want to miss out. After completing another transaction, Wang Tao's smile was simply uncontrollable, though he made no attempt to hide it. "You swindler, could you not hide it a little?" Lan Yulian was somewhat speechless. She knew that no matter how poor Wang Tao pretended to be, he definitely still made a profit, and probably a substantial one at that. But business is all about mutual consent. Having decided to buy, there was no need to bother about someone making money off her. But right after the deal was done, and Wang Tao couldn't contain his glee, it made her feel like a complete sucker. Was this really okay? Making money is naturally joyful, pretending otherwise would just seem fake. Wang Tao said indifferently. Nonsense. Lan Yulian gave Wang Tao a disdainful look. A beautiful woman, even when rolling her eyes, carries a charm all of her own. Wang Tao took a few extra glances. Suddenly, Lu Yingfeng asked, "You wouldn't happen to have other treasures on you, would you?" "I do." Wang Tao nodded straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao expectantly. "Let's see them." "I won't show them. If you see them and can't afford them, it will only add to your troubles. Better not to look." Wang Tao was blunt. From the recent transactions, he felt that Lan Yulian was almost squeezed dry by him. Lan Yulian was somewhat speechless. It was as if she had been belittled. But indeed, she really didn't have any more crystal cores on hand. Their club was not very wealthy to begin with, and compared to the other three major powers, their economic strength was much weaker. Now, after several transactions with Wang Tao, they had exhausted most of their reserves, leaving her truly impoverished. "Let's forget it then." Lan Yulian waved it off resignedly. If Wang Tao truly had something good, but she couldn't afford it, seeing it would only amount to torture. Wang Tao smiled and didn't linger on the topic. He had plenty of good things on hand, and even something very suitable for Lan Yulian. Like that crystal core with healing abilities. But Lan Yulian really didn't have anything of value left, so there was no point in looking. After chatting for a bit more, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi got up to leave. "We'll be heading back then." At this moment, Lan Yulian spoke up. "Wang Tao, are you sure you won't consider joining our club?" "No thanks, bye-bye." Wang Tao waved casually without turning back and left with a bunch of big grapes. Lan Yulian sighed helplessly. Luring Wang Tao over to their club was a long and arduous task. After Wang Tao returned, he took out a large number of potions and gave them to Nisa Ayan. After all four major powers had placed large orders. By evening, Nisa Ayan was back. "Brother Wang, I've sold everything," she said, holding a big pile of crystal cores. "I was so anxious on the way back, worried I might lose the crystal cores." Nisa Ayan patted her exaggerated pectoral muscles. After all, there were so many crystal cores, including many level 2 ones, and she had never seen so many level 2 crystal cores in her life. "Good job. You deserve a great reward tonight." Upon hearing about a reward, Nisa Ayan's face lit up. She licked her lips seductively and said to Wang Tao, "Thanks for the reward, master." "Silly girl. Thank you for the compliment, master." In the evening, after thoroughly rewarding Nisa Ayan, she fell into a deep sleep. Wang Tao then took out the crystal cores he had on hand. During his 2 days at the Zijin base, he had earned a huge amount of crystal cores. Let alone level 1 crystal cores, there were plenty of level 2 crystal cores that were useful to him. Begin synthesis. Moments later, a bunch of synthesized level 2 crystal cores appeared before Wang Tao. Seeing these epic crystal cores with no impurities or side effects, Wang Tao grinned from ear to ear. He had 3 level 2 abilities, but all 3 were fused with other abilities, yet not to their limit. Now, Wang Tao felt he could fuse them to their limits. Once he had all his abilities fused to their limits, he could begin preparing to advance to level 3. Chapter 208 I have connections above. Wang Tao still had a lot of special energy, and after a series of experiments, consuming a massive amount of special energy, Wang Tao successfully synthesized 4 abilities. The first is the barrier ability. This time, among the level 2 crystal cores Wang Tao obtained, there was a persistent ability. Level 2 crystal core, mental enhancement, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 45%, side effect, body stiffness, mental enhancement. During the duration, it can increase mental power, making one more focused and less likely to be disturbed by external factors. To most people, this mental enhancement crystal core would be considered somewhat underwhelming. But for Wang Tao, it was a treasure. Because the weaker the spirit, the more susceptible to being influenced by illusions. Conversely, the stronger the spirit, the easier it is to break free from illusions. Other people might have never encountered zombies or monsters that use illusions, and if they did, they would probably die on the spot without passing on any information. Hence, there was no news about attacks involving illusions. But Wang Tao was different. He had already encountered monsters that attacked with illusions twice. He had been thinking all this time that it would be great if he could find a crystal core with mental defense capabilities. And now this core that directly increases mental power essentially acts as an increase in mental defense. Belonging to persistent abilities, Wang Tao felt that this ability should be able to synthesize with barrier. And sure enough, they had a high probability of synthesis. Thus, Wang Tao immediately went ahead with the synthesis, and moments later, a brand new ability emerged. Level 2 ability, Iron Wall. Iron Wall. For the duration, it can enhance defense, speed, spirit, and slowly recover certain health point. Side effect, none. Iron Wall. The description of this ability was very fitting with its name. defense, speed, spirit were all enhanced, and it also had blood regeneration. One can only say one word: strong. However, the Iron Wall ability had reached its fusion limit and couldn't be further synthesized for now. Any further upgrades would have to wait until level 3. Next is the Super Berserker passive ability. Among the level 2 crystal cores Wang Tao had, there were 2 passive abilities suitable for him. They were level 2 crystal core, defense, and level 2 crystal core, excitement. Defense, passive ability, enhances personal defense. Excitement, passive ability, enhances personal spirit. To most people, these crystal cores would seem just decent. Everyone prefers abilities that can be actively deployed. These kinds of passive abilities, especially the defensive ones, are less popular and relatively less valuable. But Wang Tao didn't care because he could synthesize abilities. So Wang Tao checked, and indeed, these abilities could be synthesized with Super Berserker, with a not-so-low probability. Wang Tao spent 10,000 special energy and successfully synthesized both abilities into the Super Berserker. As a result, Wang Tao obtained a brand new ability. Level 2 ability, Extraordinary Rage, passive ability, can increase strength, defense, spirit, running speed, motor skills, throwing technique. When health point falls below 30%, triggers Berserk, side effect, none. This ability also reached its fusion limit, and the next fusion would be at level 3. This ability was equally incredible. One ability increased 7 attributes. Although they were all passive and might not seem very intuitive, their strength was unquestionable. As for Wang Tao's remaining vibrational attack skill, he hadn't found a suitable ability to synthesize it with yet. So Wang Tao extracted that vibrational attack. Because he was about to start upgrading his own abilities. Wang Tao had already stockpiled a batch of level 2 omnipotent crystal cores, but because his abilities weren't ready, he hadn't used them. Now that 2 abilities had reached their synthesis limit and any further fusion would have to wait until level 3, Wang Tao prepared to max out these 2 abilities to level 2. He prepared 20 omnipotent crystal cores that had been synthesized. Among them, 9 omnipotent crystal cores were synthesized from 2 cores and contained 0.1% impurity. The remaining 11 omnipotent crystal cores synthesized from 3 cores were free of impurities. Wang Tao had previously extracted the level 1 special ability, Sprint, plus 10, and level 2 ability, Vibrational Attack, plus 1. Now he had only Iron Wall and Extraordinary Rage left on him. Wang Tao spent some time to fuse all these 20 omnipotent crystal cores. Level 2 ability, Iron Wall, plus 10, level 2 ability, Extraordinary Rage, plus 10, both level 2 abilities had been upgraded by plus 10. Then, Wang Tao began to use a cleansing potion that could remove internal impurities from his body. Previously, he had 1.1% impurity in his body, but after fusing 9 cores with 0.1% impurity, his internal impurity level reached 2%, while a bottle of cleansing potion could remove 1% of internal impurity. He only needed 2 bottles. This was something Wang Tao had calculated in advance. PFFT. After injecting the cleansing potion into his body, a cool sensation spread instantly throughout Wang Tao's body. Then, that subtle feeling of discomfort, that oppressive sensation in his heart, vanished. Ever since he had impurities in his body, he felt slightly uncomfortable. Although it wasn't very obvious and didn't affect his daily life and combat, the feeling was indeed there. But now, he felt completely relaxed. This was the feeling of having a body with not a single impurity. Wang Tao looked at his attributes. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 16,300 out of 16,300, chapter 208 I have connections above, special energy, 140, grade, level 2, hidden attributes, improved body conditions, night vision, plant affinity, ability, level 2 iron wall, plus 10, level 2 extraordinary rage, plus 10, level 2 vibration shock, level 1 sprint, plus 10, looking at his attributes, Wang Tao clenched his fist. I suddenly feel so strong. Wang Tao was a bit smug for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Getting cocky was out of the question, for Wang Tao knew all too well how terrifying the apocalypse could be. Take Zijing City for instance, it was home to a level 4 monster lord. Sleep now, tomorrow will be a good day to test my strength. The next day, early morning. Wang Tao and his party got up early. There was some commotion in the villa area as everyone came out. That's because today they were going hunting for level 3 zombies. Honestly, for many people, the progress was a bit too fast. After all, they still didn't know anything about level 3 zombies, not even where to find them, so they were understandably nervous. But fortunately, it wasn't just them taking action this time, a lot of people from the 4 major powers were also participating. This provided everyone some comfort, as the strength of the four major powers was beyond doubt. People from the villa area and other districts all gathered in the plaza, a massive crowd that was quite a sight to behold. The people from the four major powers arrived as well. Everyone, divide into 4 teams, each led by one of the 4 major powers. You are free to choose your team. Those with the weak slime ability, come forward and form a separate team. Someone shouted from a platform to the crowd. This time, given the large number of participants, they divided everyone into 5 teams for easier magic point judgment. The first 4 teams were each led by one of the 4 major powers. The 5th team was made up of ability users with the weak slime ability. Thanks to Wang Tao, who had Lan Yulian announce the fusion conditions for the weak slime crystal core, they magic point to increase the core's fusion success rate by several times in an instant. Originally, Zijin Base had planned to create a small team specifically for these weak slime ability users, but now they had enough for a large team. Some of the senior members of Zijin Base were both happy and regretful. They were glad because once they knew the correct method to fuse the crystal cores, they could create more weak slime ability users. They regretted sending out a large number of weak slime crystal cores yesterday. If they had known earlier about the limitation of internal impurities, they definitely wouldn't have distributed so many and would have prioritized their own people. But there were no ifs. They could only sigh and try to make up for this loss elsewhere. And many from Zijin Base even bore some grudges. In their view, people at the club probably knew about the limitation of the crystal core, but they purposely kept silent. Only after the cores were distributed did they act like benefactors and announce this critical news. How cunning. It was no surprise that people from Zijin Base would think this way, given the ongoing overt and covert battles between the 4 major powers. In any case, as soon as Lan Yulian, with Wang Tao's agreement, publicized the information, they no longer cared about these matters. As for the teams, the 5th team was led by a veteran level 2 weak slime ability user from Zijin Base. They had a deep understanding of the ability and it made sense for them to lead this team. The other 4 teams were personally led by the leaders of the 4 major powers. The first team was led by Zijin Base, with the leader of Zijin Base acting as the team captain. This was a man in a crisply ironed green military uniform, wearing a military hat and white gloves, and holding a ceremonial military saber. He was 1.8 meters tall with an average appearance, but he had a determined expression and a strong military demeanor. No one knew his name, he only had one code name, General. Wang Tao looked at this general's attributes. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 7,000 out of 7,000, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 25%, hidden attribute, inspire, as long as he is alive, he can boost the morale of those around him, powerful attributes, plus a hidden attribute. Morale may not be reflected in specific numbers, but it's definitely something that can affect combat strength. General's ability seems tailor-made for large-scale combat. Even though others couldn't see General's attribute panel, his team attracted the most participants. It couldn't be helped, the strength of Zijin Base was evident for all to see. Following such a team might yield fewer gains, but it was surely the safer option. The second team was led by the prison faction, with the leader of prison acting as the team captain. The leader of prison was a lean man, not very tall, about 1.7 meters, and not very muscular. It was said his surname was G, but nobody knew his full name, and he was generally referred to as Prison Head. Prison Head gave off a dangerous vibe, especially when people met his narrow, slanting eyes. It felt like being targeted by a venomous snake. And for some reason, he even liked to wear an orange prison uniform. Influenced by him, many members of prison also wore prison uniforms. They seemed not to be ashamed of their status as former prisoners, taking pride in it, instead. Similarly, this prison head's attributes were also strong. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 7,000 out of 7,000, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 39%, hidden attribute, destruction, chapter 208. I have connections above, destruction, destroying things will increase a certain amount of combat power. Prison Head also had a hidden attribute, and Wang Tao felt this hidden attribute wasn't bad either, as it could directly increase combat power. Moreover, this condition was relatively simple to trigger, since with the combat power of second-order superpower owners like themselves, destroying something was very easy. The prison was the most notorious force in Zijing City, without a peer. Logically speaking, there should be fewer people choosing to team up with them. But in reality, quite the opposite was true. The number of people choosing to follow them was second only to Zijin Base. Because the prison had previously guaranteed that they would absolutely not betray their teammates during this operation and also welcomed everyone to supervise. Although the name of the prison was poor, its reputation was very good. To some extent, this guarantee was also a form of reputation. So, everyone was somewhat relieved. Of course, the most important thing was that the prison was very strong. Following the strong was naturally safer. The third squad was led by the Ability Users Alliance. The leader of the Ability Users Alliance was a man named Kong Xiu, who seemed to be an ordinary university student, even wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looking harmless to humans and animals. But his strength might be the strongest of them all. Health point, 29,999 out of 29,999, magic point, 12,000 out of 12,000, grade, level 2, internal impurity, 42%, hidden ability, endurance battle, combat power will slightly increase as the battle time is prolonged. He had the same 29,999 health point, but he had 12,000 magic point. What does this magic point mean? It means he has 4 level 2 abilities, and all of them are fused to level 2 plus 10. Not to mention, he also has a hidden ability related to combat. If you only looked at attributes, no one else was as powerful as Kong Xiu. But combat is not just about the attribute panel, it is a comprehensive consideration of various factors. Therefore, the actual combat power has to be seen in real battles. Most people went to the first and second squads, so the third squad led by the Ability Users Alliance seemed to have fewer people. However, it wasn't that everyone didn't trust them, but because the Ability Users Alliance originally had fewer members. There were only a little over 20 people. Although these 20-plus people were all very strong, they definitely couldn't take care of too many people, so everyone consciously went to the first and second squads. After all, Zaijian base had sent over 200 people this time, and the prison sent over 100. The fourth squad, naturally, was the team led by the club, with Lan Yulian as the squad leader. If it were a peaceful time, those willing to join the fourth squad would definitely be the most. There's no doubt about that, as a group of charming women is also pleasing to the eye. But the reality was that the number of people joining the fourth squad was the least. It was completely different from the welcome they had received at the combat scene previously. The reason was simple: other people did not trust the strength of the club's women, including other females. This wasn't entirely sex discrimination, mainly, the strength of the club was the lowest among these 4 major forces. There were also rumors that the reason why the club could rank among the 4 major forces was that their leader was very powerful. That is to say, apart from their leader, everybody else in the club was rubbish. Of course, saying they were rubbish was definitely an exaggeration, but it was certain they were not very strong. Moreover, the club originally didn't have many members, only a little over 30. So there were very few people willing to be with the club. The fourth squad. Seeing the members of other forces head towards the other 3 squads without looking back, many of the club's women had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They felt their strength hadn't been recognized, and they were even discriminated against. Moreover, if not a single force chose them, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Although those who had survived until now weren't very thin-skinned, it would still feel terrible to be humiliated. However, fortunately, just when these club members were feeling a bit down, a group of people started heading towards them. The leaders were the Firefly Club, the group Wang Tao was part of. The club had a bad impression of the Firefly Club. After all, there had been some verbal spats before. But now, seeing the Firefly Club members walk towards them resolutely, that slight annoyance they had felt before vanished completely at this moment. After all, regardless of anything, the Firefly Club coming over meant they wouldn't be too embarrassed. Moreover, it wasn't just the 9 people from the Firefly Club, they also brought along more than 20 people. These 20-plus people were from the small group that Nisa Ion had previously formed, including members from the 2 weakest forces they had recruited. However, at that moment, the people from those forces felt as if they had boarded a robber's ship. After Wang Tao and others arrived and stood together with the members of the club, there were altogether more than 60 people, which was quite a considerable group. Lan Yulian gave Nisa Ion a slight nod and then turned to look at Wang Tao, saying with a smile, "I didn't expect you would actually come." She didn't care about the number of people, but she was quite happy that someone had come, especially Wang Tao. She now also knew that the ostensible leader of the Firefly Club was Nisa Ion, but the real boss behind the scenes was Wang Tao. Nonsense, of course I'd choose a healer when forming a team. Wang Tao stated matter-of-factly. Setting aside other factors, Wang Tao would still choose to team up with the club. Just like he said, he was not lacking in combat power right now, and it didn't matter who he teamed up with. But having a healer was always a good thing. Lan Yulian gave Wang Tao a glance, not quite accustomed to the term healer since she didn't play video games before the apocalypse. After discussing with the other leaders over the radio, Lan Yulian looked towards Lu Yingfeng at her side. Lu Yingfeng immediately waved her hand. "Let's set off. Our target, the sports center's stadium." Only then did everyone find out that their destination was the stadium. Since there were so many people involved in the operation, they split into different groups to take separate routes in order to avoid attracting large hordes of mad demon zombies. These routes had been scouted in advance and were very safe. They would all meet up at the stadium around noon. The fourth squad, due to fewer people, fit comfortably into their vehicle, which turned out to be quite convenient. But everyone dared not drive too fast, maintaining a steady speed as they moved forward. They didn't encounter any major danger along the way, and the minor ones were easily dealt with by others, so Wang Tao didn't even have to get out of the car. However, at a certain moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from above. Everyone looked up to see a small black dot appearing in the sky. Everyone was a bit stunned. An airdrop was coming? Why is an airdrop coming now? Lan Yulian's perplexed voice came through the radio. The timing of the airdrop posed a dilemma, to collect it or not. Going for the airdrop would surely waste a lot of time, and they wouldn't be able to reach the destination on time. But not going for it. This was a military airdrop. If it was just food, it wouldn't be a big deal since they weren't lacking food for now. But what if there were other things? There were good things in airdrops? All eyes turned towards Lan Yulian's vehicle, waiting for her to make a decision. Lan Yulian was ready to contact the other three major powers to see what they thought. She felt that if they were to collect the airdrop, they should do it together, or if they were to move on, they should all move on together. But she tried to contact them for a long time without success. The plane was slowly flying over, drawing nearer to them. Just as Lan Yulian had made up her mind to abandon the airdrop and continue on their way, Wang Tao's voice suddenly came from the radio. "Just wait a moment, I'm calling in an airdrop." Lan Yulian was confused. What did he mean? Call in an airdrop? Did he think he was hailing a cab? Although she didn't understand what Wang Tao meant, she still had the team stop. She wanted to see what he was going to do. So, when the military transport plane flew right over their heads, drop after drop, airdrops started to fall from the sky. The dropping location was precisely where their convoy was positioned. Everyone, including Lan Yulian, was stunned. How did you magic point that? Lan Yulian quickly asked through the radio. Wang Tao had just said he was calling in an airdrop, and then suddenly a bunch of airdrops fell. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? All they heard was Wang Tao speaking indifferently, "I've got someone on the inside." Chapter 209, The Third Hand 1 minute earlier. As soon as Wang Tao heard the sound of the plane, he immediately took out his military radio and started trying to contact the pilot. ZZZ. 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 This is Wang Tao, this is Wang Tao. A moment later. ZZZ. Wang Tao. Is that you? ZZZ. Wang Tao was just giving it a try out of habit but didn't really expect to get through, and most importantly, it was Colonel Wu Guozong on the plane. What a coincidence. Since it was someone he knew, that made things easier. "Colonel Wu, what a fate. I'm right below you in the gourd-shaped plaza. We have nearly 100 survivors here. So, cough cough. How about an airdrop?" Wang Tao had a thick face. Despite having asked for airdrops many times before, he still had the nerve to ask again. ZZZ. One moment. ZZZ. The signal on the radio was poor, and it was hard to tell if Colonel Wu had any emotion in his voice. Probably none, otherwise he would have definitely refused. Wang Tao was worried that Lan Yulian would order the team to move on, so he quickly used the vehicle-mounted radio to say to her, "Wait a bit, I'm calling for an airdrop?" Lan Yulian was confused, but subconsciously she ordered the team to stop moving forward. Wang Tao continued talking to Colonel Wu with the military radio. "Colonel Wu. I really appreciate it. I'll be going to the military base soon, and I'll definitely buy you a drink when I get there." Wang Tao thought he needed to find a way to get some liquor since he said he'd treat him to a drink. He would definitely keep his word. ZZZ. Haha. ZZZ. Hope to see you again. ZZZ. Colonel Wu seemed to laugh over the radio, but Wang Tao couldn't hear him clearly. Just then, the plane flew directly overhead. ZZZ. Airdrop. I'm leaving. ZZZ. One after another, the airdrops appeared from the back end of the plane, crashing down towards the convoy. My goodness. Lan Yulian was flabbergasted. So was Lu Yingfen, who was in the same vehicle. Were these airdrops really called in? Or was it just a coincidence? But what were the chances they would stumble upon this just by luck? How did you do it? Lan Yulian quickly asked over the radio. After saying a few more words into the military radio, and watching the plane fly away with no more signal, Wang Tao then picked up the vehicle-mounted radio. He nonchalantly bragged, "I have connections up top." Both women were somewhat stunned and at the moment didn't know what to say. It wasn't just the two of them, Nisa Ayan in another vehicle was also bewildered. She was on the same channel as Lan Yulian and Wang Tao, so she heard their conversation as well. Brother Wang. You are impressive. Nisa Ayan wanted to say more, but in the end, she only gathered 2 words. Isn't that obvious? Now go grab those airdrops. Yes. Nisa Ayan ordered people to go collect the airdrops. Lu Yingfeng at the clubhouse was relatively calm and had already issued orders. The location where the convoy was situated was a not-so-small plaza, and with the pilot's great skill, the airdrops had landed precisely on the plaza. But the noise from the transport plane was too loud, attracting a large number of zombies. Mad demon zombies appeared in the distance. Quick, quick, quick. Gather the airdrops, then retreat. Lu Yingfeng got out of the vehicle, dividing the people into 2 groups, one to collect the airdrops, the other to kill the attracted zombies. Nisa Ayan, Zhu Ziajun, and others also rushed out, with only Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, and Lan Yulian still in the car. Wang Tao roughly counted, and there were about a dozen airdrops. That was no small amount. Many people had never even seen a single airdrop before, and seeing so many at once, they were incredibly excited. At that moment, someone knocked on the car door. Lan Yulian was standing outside. Today, Lan Yulian was dressed almost identically to Lu Yingfeng, covered up from head to toe, with only her exquisite little face exposed. After Wang Tao opened the door, Lan Yulian climbed aboard and just stared intently at Wang Tao. Wang Tao waved his hand in front of her face. Lost your mind? Lan Yulian brushed his hand away without saying a word, still looking at him intensely. Despite Lan Yulian being a beauty, being stared at like this was rather unsettling. Wang Tao placed his hand on Lan Yulian's head, then forcibly turned her gaze outside the car. Lan Yulian stubbornly turned her head back and said seriously, Wang Tao, I must get you to join our club. Good luck with that. Wang Tao encouraged her. Lan Yulian left. She had wanted to ask how Wang Tao did it, but in the end, she refrained from asking. After all, it was Wang Tao's personal secret, and it wasn't right for her to keep prying. But she had already decided that she would spare no expense to get Wang Tao into their club. Whether it was his good character highly spoken of by her good friend Zhang Hong, or the high-quality crystal cores and potions that Wang Tao had magic points to get through some channels, or his ability to call in airdrops. Each of these alone was worth the effort to recruit him, not to mention they were all found in one person. She had to bring Wang Tao over. Such a talent must not be let slip through to benefit the Firefly Club. Moreover, she had observed that Wang Tao didn't seem to feel any sense of belonging to the Firefly Club. This was an opportunity to poach. Returning to her own vehicle, Lan Yulian suddenly had several plans in mind. Wang Tao wasn't concerned with Lan Yulian's words, he turned to look at Zhang Shixu. Chapter 209, The Third Hand. I didn't sense any powerful zombies. What about you? I didn't either. Zhang Shixu shook her head. That's good. The commotion caused by the aircraft was significant, attracting a large number of zombies. If a level 3 zombie appeared without earlier detection, it might result in some casualties. Although Wang Tao had not gone out, he was still observing his surroundings through his plant affinity hidden ability. There were many plants around the square, all of which could serve as Wang Tao's eyes. After a while, all the airdropped supplies had been picked up. Retreat. Lu Yingfeng immediately called for everyone to withdraw. At this point, many mad demon zombies had been attracted. These mad demon zombies were much stronger than ordinary zombies, but killing them had almost no benefits, so there was no need to delay. Under Lu Yingfeng's command, the convoy began to retreat in an orderly fashion. There are a few level 2 zombies. Cyan and Little June, go take care of them. Wang Tao had spotted some level 2 elite zombies just then. Zhu Ziajun and Nisa Ayan's health point was still far from reaching the pinnacle of level 2. They definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. Yes. The 2 immediately grabbed their weapons and ran over. Apart from a few distinctively featured zombies, it was not easy to tell level 2 zombies from level 1 zombies by appearance alone. Typically, it was the second-order superpower owner who could differentiate. Because ability users had a faint perception of energy, they could sense the approximate level of zombies or other ability users at a close range. Of course, this method was not very accurate. For those with hidden abilities, or people like Wang Tao who had a restrained aura, it might not work. And, you had to be relatively close for it to be effective. So, as for the surrounding zombies, everyone could only vaguely sense that there probably were no level 3 zombies. But it wasn't so easy to tell which were level 2 zombies and which were level 1 zombies. Thus, under Wang Tao's command, Zhu Ziajun and Nisa Ayan occasionally took down a few level 2 zombies. Those at the clubhouse were somewhat envious, as ordinary level 2 elite zombies were like experience packs for powerful individuals. They also wanted to kill, but such zombies were not easy to discover. They all felt like Zhu Ziajun and Nisa Ayan had radar, always finding the level 2 elite zombies right away. During their journey to avoid a large zombie horde, the convoy encountered a level 2 zombie lord. This zombie was much stronger than the typical level 2 elite zombie. However, under the joint efforts of Zuziajun and Nisaian, they were able to successfully kill it. After killing this zombie, Zuziajun's health point finally reached 29,999. Little June has basically reached the upper limit of level 2 now. Well done. If you want to continue to improve your strength, killing zombies won't suffice, it has to be through crystal cores. Wang Tao first praised Zuziajun before turning to look at Nisaian. Now only you are the weakling left. Nisaian felt slightly embarrassed. She was the one lagging behind everyone else in Wang Tao's group. Her health point was only at 15,000, half of the 29,999 health point limit. Brother Wang, I will try my best. Nisaian quickly assured him. Next time we encounter a level 2 zombie, it's your job to land the finishing blow. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yes. Wang Tao then took out some crystal cores and gave them to Zuziajun. He had a lot of level 2 crystal cores recently, and the types Zuziajun needed weren't too rare, so he had collected some. Moreover, they had all undergone synthetic processing and were ready to be fused by Zuziajun. Thank you, Brother Wang. Zuziajun quickly expressed his gratitude. By the time the convoy had completely evaded the pursuing zombies, Zuziajun had finished fusing all the crystal cores provided by Wang Tao, and his magic point had reached 8,400, only 18 crystal cores shy of the 12,000 health point ceiling for level 2. Wang Tao, I plan to take a break and then open the airdrops. What do you think? At that moment, Lan Yulian's voice came through the intercom. Strictly speaking, there was no need to inform Wang Tao about this matter since she was the chief commander. But by that time, Lan Yulian already held Wang Tao in high regard and harbored the idea of luring him to her side, so she would definitely show him great respect. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. So, the convoy took a temporary rest in a park. Lan Yulian gathered all the airdrops collected by everyone. As the chief commander, it was naturally her role to distribute these items. Lan Yulian invited Wang Tao and his people over, then began to open the airdrops in front of them. Compressed food. Medical supplies. An inhibitor. Very good. Crystal core synthesizer. Energy detector. What's this? Lan Yulian had seen many of the items in the airdrops before, but there was something in one of the boxes she had never seen. However, upon seeing that item, Wang Tao's eyebrows raised. A mechanical arm? It was something that looked a bit like the mechanical right arm that Zuziajun had carried previously. However, it didn't seem to be either a left or right arm. To be precise, although it was a mechanical arm, it didn't look wearable. Wang Tao took the item out, and there was a manual inside. After skimming through it, he suddenly realized. This is a third arm. No wonder the mechanical arm seemed odd, it was a third mechanical arm that could be mounted on the back or shoulder. And this third arm could be combined with the previous mechanical right arm. Chapter 209, The Third Hand. I'm taking this. Wang Tao spoke up directly. No problem. Lan Yulian immediately nodded. It was Wang Tao who had obtained this item, so he naturally had the right to first pick. Wang Tao handed the manual to Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen. Upon seeing it, they were both amazed. There's such a thing? That's really enlightening. Too bad we can't use it. To use the mechanical arm, one needed considerable strength and size. Zuziajun was just right for it, but they were not only relatively weaker in strength but also petite in build, obviously unable to use it. Wang Tao gave the metal arm to Zuziajun. Zuziajun was currently wearing the branch armor, and the mechanical right arm was in the car. He had not put it on. During the previous competition, Zuziajun hadn't worn the mechanical right arm. Because once activated, he couldn't measure his force well and his perception wasn't clear. It was a mechanical arm, not his own hand. If he ended up killing someone in the ring, it would be quite awkward. So Wang Tao only let him wear the battle armor and didn't let him wear the mechanical arm. But now they were going to fight level 3 zombies, and Wang Tao naturally wanted Zuziajun to take the mechanical arm with him. However, due to limited space in the vehicle and Zuziajun already wearing the battle armor and the mechanical arm, it interfered too much with his driving, so the item was kept in the car. Zuziajun took out the mechanical right arm and combined it with this third arm for assembly. The mechanical arm could be adjusted in size, so even with the branch armor on, it wasn't a problem for Zuziajun. Soon, a man over 2 meters tall appeared, clad in black battle armor, with his entire right arm encased in machinery, and now a third mechanical arm protruding from his back. Not bad, not bad, it has an ugly cool kind of vibe. Wang Tao commented. Of course, appearance wasn't important, capability was. The operation mode for the third arm was very simple, with the control switch on Zuziajun's left hand. However, since the operation mode was simple and manually controlled, The mechanical arm's flexibility and functionality were far less compared to a human arm. Especially when not yet proficient in its use, it seemed very stiff. It felt almost like a hindrance rather than an enhancement. But surprisingly, once Uchiha equipped the mechanical arm, it suited him unusually well. Because Uchiha's battle armor had a huge shield on the back, he normally did not use the shield. After all, he also had a broken giant axe given to him by Wang Tao, which was very heavy and required both hands to wield effectively. In battle with zombies, offense was definitely better than defense. Only when necessary would he use the shield, but that would certainly cause a delay. Now, it seemed he didn't have to worry about wasting time. Because he could let the mechanical arm grab the shield from behind. This didn't require much operation, just needed the mechanical arm to take out the shield and block in front of him. Uchiha tried it out and found that when the mechanical arm was activated, he could instantly control it to place the shield in front of himself. Not bad at all. Seeing Uchiha able to handle both offense and defense, Nisa Ayan and Lu Yingfeng were quite envious. Lu Yingfeng, who was always determined to be strong, felt she might not be able to defeat Uchiha. The remaining airdrops did not contain anything Wang Tao wanted. So Wang Tao took some food, medical supplies, and inhibitors. Of course, he also took an updated copy of the zombie guide. He quietly noted down the additional zombies and monsters in the monster manual. The only pity was that there were no records of 4-level zombies. It was only briefly mentioned that there was a huge gap between 4th-level organisms and those of level 3. Upon encounter, one could only run, with no chance of resistance. There are 4-level zombies now. Lan Yulian's expression became somewhat grave upon seeing this information. They were all still struggling to achieve level 3 ascension, and fighting level 3 zombies was already difficult. Now, 4-level zombies had emerged. This gave her a deep sense of powerlessness. Let's go. Lu Yingfeng nudged Lan Yulian with her arm. Right, let's move on. We should be able to reach the city sports center in another hour. After checking the airdrop, the convoy continued towards the city sports center. The airdrop had provided everyone with more or less a lot of items. After all, there were indeed many airdrops this time. Everyone was joyful. They hadn't even reached the sports center yet and had already gained so much. This upgrade operation was truly worthwhile. An hour later, the 4th squad finally arrived at the city sports center. Lan Yulian thought she would be the last to arrive, but after a round of inspection, she found out that she was actually the first one. Where are they? Don't tell me something happened? Lan Yulian was a bit worried and continued trying to contact the others with a walkie-talkie. Perhaps being closer now, she finally got through. I'm Lan Yulian. We've arrived at the city sports center. Where are you guys? SSS. Wait, we're picking up more airdrops? SSS. Lan Yulian's face darkened. When the airdrops first appeared, she thought of giving them up to ensure timely arrival. It turned out that everyone went to collect airdrops instead. Zijing City was a large city, and it was unthinkable that planes would only drop airdrops to Wang Tao's area. Many airdrops were released in other places as well. Collecting all the airdrops would definitely take a lot of time. Lan Yulian joined Lu Yingfeng by Wang Tao's side. They all went for the airdrops. What should we do? As soon as Wang Tao arrived at the sports center, he used his plant affinity ability. He could sense many zombies inside. Moreover, Zhang Shixu also told him that there seemed to be a lot of level 3 zombies. So, Wang Tao curled his lips and said, since we're here, we're definitely going in to kill zombies. Alright. Let's go take a look first. Lan Yulian, decisive as always, immediately began organizing the team to enter the sports center. Chapter 210 Level 3 Ordinary Zombie. Lan Yulian divided everyone into several small teams, each led by a powerful second-order superpower owner. She and Lu Yingfeng acted as emergency responders, especially Lan Yulian, who needed to pay close attention to everyone's physical condition. If someone was injured, she needed to go over and heal them in time. Wang Tao let Nisa Ayan be the team leader, assisted by Uchiha, leading the others. Wang Tao himself only took Zhang Shixu with him. After the teams were divided, Lu Yingfeng took the lead and guided everyone into the sports center. The sports center was large and had several landmark buildings that had attracted considerable investment back in the day. But now it was a desolate and dilapidated scene, with many buildings collapsed and vegetation growing wildly in the crevices. Knowing this was a sports center, one might otherwise mistake it for a botanical garden. The gymnasium was in the middle of the sports center. Since cars couldn't be driven inside, Lan Yulian parked the vehicles outside the sports center and everyone proceeded on foot. There are zombies. No sooner had they entered the sports center than they saw zombies appear, and there were quite a few of them. Wang Tao glanced at them. They were all level 2 common zombies. Wait, level 2 common zombies? Wang Tao thought he had misread and took another look. Health point, 23,000 out of 23,000, magic point, 0 out of 0, level 2, ordinary. He hadn't misread, they were indeed level 2 common zombies. This was the first time Wang Tao had seen level 2 common zombies. They seemed weak, but Wang Tao's expression was serious. The most abundant type of zombie in the world should be the ordinary ones. If the ordinary zombies have all evolved to level 2, then how are the survivors supposed to live? There were still many ordinary people and level 1 ability users. These level 2 common zombies would definitely cause them a lot of trouble. Hopefully, this is just an exception. Wang Tao muttered to himself and then informed Nisa Ian and the others that these were level 2 common zombies and to be careful. Soon, the survivors engaged the zombies and the battle began. Wang Tao observed for a moment. These level 2 common zombies were much like the level 1 ordinary zombies, possessing no special abilities and relying solely on their physical prowess to attack. However, compared to level 1 zombies, they were stronger, faster, had higher defense, and more health point. Many people could instantly kill a level 1 ordinary zombie, but killing these level 2 common zombies was quite an effort. Especially those with over 20,000 health point, even if they weren't as strong as a level 2 elite zombie, they were equally hard to kill. What's most frustrating was that after finally killing these zombies, there was not a single crystal core inside. That was truly annoying. Of course, since they were level 2 zombies, those whose health point wasn't full could recover some by killing these zombies. But the amount added wasn't much, and it wasn't noticeable. Many people couldn't even feel their health point increasing. The joy of just finding the airdrop was slowly disappearing. If the gymnasium was also filled with such zombies, then even level 3 zombies would be useless. What good are zombies without crystal cores? However, having come this far, it was impossible to retreat without even seeing the main target. They could only continue forward. Wang Tao observed Lu Yingfen. This woman was indeed as strong as he expected. Her weapon was a Tang Dao, and it looked like she also had some training with it. She looked cool wielding the Tang Dao. If Zhu Xiaojun represented the epitome of brute force, killing zombies with sheer power, then Lu Yingfen was the embodiment of exquisite technique, killing zombies without seemingly expending any more effort than necessary. She would use only 8 units of strength when and weren't needed, and retreat just enough to dodge a zombie's attack, never more than what was essential. Her fighting style seemed perilous, but everything was under Lu Yingfeng's control. And because she did not waste energy, even if her physical fitness and strength might not match Zhu Xiaojun's, she seemed to have much greater endurance. Lu Yingfeng moved with ease among the zombie horde, and even though she wielded a not-so-long knife, none of the zombies could get close to her. Even in sudden situations, she quickly reacted, almost as if she had anticipated them beforehand. So cool. Wang Tao looked on with longing. Lu Yingfen clearly wasn't using any active abilities and relied on a systematic set of sword techniques amidst the zombie horde, unhindered. If he could learn this set of sword techniques, combined with his own powerful strength and that bone knife, couldn't he slaughter through the zombies? I'll have to see if I can steal some moves later. Or maybe even ask her to take me as her disciple. Wang Tao already had a plan in mind. Then he looked at Lan Yulian. Wang Tao wasn't clear about the specific name of Lan Yulian's ability, but he saw that whenever someone was injured, Lan Yulian would run over and wave her hand in the air towards that person. A green light would fly from her hand to the person's head, and then their health point would start to rise. In a moment, that person's health point increased significantly. However, it was not fully restored because the wounds on their body had not yet healed. Wang Tao felt that this ability was somewhat like his medical kit. The medical kit could also restore health point, but it didn't necessarily fill it up because some injuries needed time to recover. Of course, the amount of health point Lan Yulian restored was much more potent than the medical kit. The medical kit could only restore 100 health point at a time, which wasn't very useful for Wang Tao who now almost had 30,000 health point. Chapter 210 Level 3 Ordinary Zombie, but Lan Yulian's ability can add 1000 health point in one go. That's equivalent to the hemostatic drug in Wang Tao's hand. It seems her ability doesn't have much of a cooldown either. As long as she sees someone with low health point, she can use it. It's much better than a medical kit. And Wang Tao also found that Lan Yulian had not only the ability to add health point but also to heal injuries. There was an unlucky guy who, though not hit by a zombie, fell into a manhole in the street. By the time his teammates pulled him out, one of his feet was somewhat deformed. In such cases, just adding health point would be useless. So, Lan Yulian waved her hand at the man, and a beam of white light flew into his leg. A moment later, his foot slowly returned to normal. I'm fine now. The man was still somewhat in disbelief, then hurriedly thanked Lan Yulian. Lan Yulian waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. Wang Tao noticed that when she was adding health point to someone, the magic point consumption wasn't much, but when healing injuries, it took up a small chunk of magic point. Clearly, this ability to heal injuries consumes a lot of magic point. Not bad, a legitimate healer. Wang Tao nodded to himself. Setting other things aside, just these two abilities alone were very strong. If Lan Yulian no longer wished to stay in the club in the future, no matter where she went, she would definitely be a VIP. Moreover, Wang Tao felt that she and Lu Yingfeng made a perfect match. Lu Yingfeng was very strong in combat, slaying zombies as if she were chopping vegetables. Under her deliberate protection, no zombies could get close to Lan Yulian. She would occasionally suffer minor injuries since there were too many zombies, and then Lan Yulian would wave a green light at Lu Yingfeng, and Lu Yingfeng would instantly be back to full health point. Lu Yingfeng protected Lan Yulian while Lan Yulian protected Lu Yingfeng. As long as the two of them didn't do anything suicidal or encounter irresistible dangers, with their way of fighting, they were basically immortal. Wang Tao was quite envious. He then observed the others, but no one else caught his eye like they did. After spending some time, all the level 2 common zombies were killed. Many people had gloomy expressions on their faces. After all that effort, not a single crystal core was seen. But Nisa Ayan was very happy because Wang Tao had secretly told her to kill more zombies, to get in the last hit, and even to snatch kills. Because killing these ordinary zombies could also make one stronger, even if it was a slower process. Nisa Ayan naturally listened to Wang Tao and quietly snatched quite a few kills from others. Now she could clearly feel that her own strength had increased a bit. Wang Tao glanced at her. Her health point was 20,000 now, and by snatching kills she had actually gained 5,000 health point. She really had talent. Keep moving forward. After confirming that there were no dangers around, Lu Yingfeng immediately led the team to continue towards the gymnasium. At the south gate of the gymnasium, there's an artificial lake with a bridge over it. To enter the gymnasium from the south gate, one must cross this bridge, and now, this bridge was crowded with zombies. Seeing these zombies, Wang Tao frowned. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000, magic point, 0 out of 0, level, ordinary level 3 ordinary zombie. Could this be the kind of zombie without a crystal core that Lan Yulian spoke of earlier, powerful but without a core? Glancing around, they were all level 3 ordinary zombies, without a single elite in sight. Wang Tao really wanted to say something like, "What the hell kind of zombies are you raising? Can't you even raise a single elite zombie? What good is a pile of level 3 ordinary zombies?" But while his inner rant was one thing, Wang Tao was prepared to take action himself this time. Because he was only level 2, and the level 3 ordinary zombies were still level 3, it would count as defeating above his level, which could give him special energy. Wang Tao had just used up all his special energy yesterday, so today was a good opportunity to replenish it. These are all level 3 zombies. Wang Tao approached Lan Yulian and spoke to her in a low voice. "We've encountered level 3 zombies already? And so many of them." Lan Yulian was immediately startled. "But don't worry, these are all ordinary level 3 zombies with no abilities, just a bit stronger than the level 2 common zombies we just killed. We shouldn't have too much difficulty dealing with them." Phew, upon hearing this, Lan Yulian breathed a sigh of relief. Based on past experience, a level 1 elite zombie and a level 1 ordinary zombie were entirely different creatures. The same was true for level 2, and it was likely the level 3 ordinary zombies would be similar. Lan Yulian immediately gave orders, informing everyone that they had encountered level 3 ordinary zombies and instructed everyone not to fight individually but to move as squads. Previously, since the level 2 common zombies didn't pose much of a threat, many people got careless, so the formation was somewhat disorganized. Now, after hearing these were level 3 ordinary zombies, everyone's demeanor turned serious and they obediently formed teams, ready to join forces in slaying the zombies. Meanwhile, Wang Tao took Zhu Xiaojun's giant axe. The giant axe had a large attack range, and its shockwaves were also grand, convenient for Wang Tao to attack groups. Watching the zombies twisting their bodies and rushing towards them, Lan Yulian raised her hand. "Charge!" The teams formed up and slowly started to push forward. But at that moment, a figure suddenly sped past everyone and charged directly into the zombie horde. Wang Tao. Lan Yulian, who had been monitoring the overall situation, instantly changed her expression. What is he doing? Wang Tao had just personally told her that these were a group of level 3 ordinary zombies, so why did he dare to charge in alone? Lu Yingfeng, standing nearby, also furrowed her brow. Chapter 210 Level 3 Ordinary Zombie. She didn't understand what Wang Tao was going to do, but she was ready to rescue him. In case Wang Tao got stuck and couldn't get out, she had to quickly pull him out. However, what happened next made both women's eyes widen. Wang Tao charged into the horde of zombies, raising the giant axe high with both hands before chopping it down toward the ground with force. A transparent shockwavy magic pointed from Wang Tao as its center, spreading outwards in a ring shape. -17,923, -15,484, -14,750, the group of zombies were instantly hit by the shockwave and knocked to the ground. Damages of 10000 plus floated above the heads of these zombies, densely packed and somewhat dazzling to the eyes. Wang Tao, seeing the damage numbers, was quite satisfied. As expected of level 3 zombies, I have improved my strength so much recently, yet I can only deal a little over 10,000 damage. Wang Tao once again lifted the giant axe, unleashing another ring-shaped shockwave while these ordinary zombies were still down. PFFT. -13,845, -14,464, -16,494. In that instant, countless zombies were shattered by the shockwave, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. Seeing that there were still a few zombies standing, Wang Tao swung his axe again. PFFT. -2,878, -4,755, -1,570. After 3 axe blows, only Wang Tao was left standing on the bridge, surrounded by the stench of blood and disgusting chunks of flesh. The others were utterly dumbfounded. Weren't they just saying that the bridge was filled with level 3 ordinary zombies? Were they mistaken? Or did they see wrong? These must be level 2 ordinary zombies, right? But even if they were level 2 zombies, the fact that Wang Tao killed so many with just 3 axe blows was outrageous. And if these were truly level 3 zombies, hiss. Just how powerful is this Wang Tao? The sight left the onlookers somewhat incredulous. After all, they had just fought with level 2 common zombies themselves and knew how strong they were. Most of them had to exert a great deal of effort to kill just one level 2 common zombie. This is really level 3 ordinary zombies. Lan Yulian looked at Lu Yingfen with a bewildered expression. Lu Yingfen took a deep breath and said, they should be level 3 zombies, their aura is completely different from those level 2 ones. But how can he be so strong? Lan Yulian still couldn't quite believe it. Lu Yingfen didn't respond, as she herself also found it hard to believe. She felt that she could kill these level 3 ordinary zombies herself, but it would certainly be a tough fight, and since she didn't have an ability that could attack groups, she would have to kill them one by one. How could she be like Wang Tao, who simply unleashed 3 shockwaves, shattering all the level 3 zombies on the bridge in an instant? So it turned out, Wang Tao was this strong. Could he be a level 3 ability user? Lan Yulian asked again. It shouldn't be. Lu Yingfen shook her head. Wang Tao didn't realize how much of an impact his actions had on the others. He was collecting loot. Although these were all ordinary zombies without crystal cores, since they were defeated beyond his level, multiple loot packs were dropped. While there wasn't anything particularly desirable in these packs, just some materials, having something was better than nothing. After making a round on the bridge and having collected all the loot, Wang Tao finally turned to Lan Yulian and the others. What are you all standing around for? Aren't we going into the gym? Lan Yulian quickly waved her hand, signaling everyone to follow her. You. She walked up to Wang Tao and looked at him as if he were a monster. So strong. Lu Yingfen took over the conversation. Haha, those level 3 ordinary zombies are actually pretty weak. The two of you could take them down easily. Wang Tao wasn't boasting, because those level 3 ordinary zombies really were weak. Ordinary zombies and elite zombies were 2 entirely different breeds, with a huge gap in strength. As second-order superpower owners, they could definitely kill level 3 ordinary zombies. It would just take a bit longer, that's all. Really? Lan Yulian was somewhat skeptical. She hadn't fought against this kind of level 3 ordinary zombie before and wasn't sure how strong they were. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? There should be quite a few more of these level 3 ordinary zombies in the gym. You'll know once you try. Okay. Lan Yulian nodded and then added with a smile, if we run into danger in there, given our relationship, you wouldn't just stand by and watch us die, would you? Well, that's not necessarily the case. Wang Tao said with a smile. Seeing the puzzled look on Lan Yulian's face, Wang Tao leaned in and whispered in her ear, I'm going to act alone later and not stick with you guys, so I definitely won't be able to take care of you. But if you are really in danger, just shout for me, and I will come if I hear you. You're not going with us? That's too dangerous. Lan Yulian was surprised and worried. Yeah. When Wang Tao had first arrived at the entrance, he sensed through his plant affinity that there seemed to be something in the second and third sub-levels of the gym, and he planned to go take a look. But that place was very dangerous, and the others would surely die if they went. There was no need for Wang Tao to send them to their deaths. Alright, then be careful, Lan Yulian said with some concern, then playfully added, If you're in any danger, you can shout for me, and I'll definitely come to save you if I hear it. Slap. Lan Yulian reached out her hand, and Wang Tao gave her a high five. Then Wang Tao added, the gym is huge, there are many areas inside. I personally think you guys should head to District T, it's relatively safe there. People should act according to their capabilities. As the fourth team, they were the weakest and didn't need to act tough. District T? Lan Yulian had a map of the gym. District E was quite far from the south gate, requiring a detour. Trust me. Fine. Then we'll head to District T. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't seem to be joking, Lan Yulian decided to trust him. The windows of the gym were blocked by tendrils, making the inside very dim, and everyone was a bit nervous. Following the map, Lan Yulian led her teammates slowly towards District E. Wang Tao, on the other hand, split from the team with Zhang Shixu and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 211 Encounter with the Plant Monster again PFFT. Wang Tao swung his knife, cleaving a level 3 ordinary zombie vertically in half. Phew, surveying the zombie corpses scattered all around him, Wang Tao took a deep breath. There sure are a lot of zombies here. After splitting from the team, he had encountered many zombies along the way, most of which were level 2 and level 3 ordinary zombies. Although he could easily deal with them, these zombies didn't have much in the way of spoils, which was somewhat unsatisfying. However, when Wang Tao looked at his special energy, he couldn't help but grin. Special energy, 54,140. From the bridge over the artificial lake to now, Wang Tao had amassed a total of 54,000 special energy. His previous maximum had only been 26,000, this was well over his former limit. To synthesize or extract a level 2 ability only required 5,000 special energy. With so much special energy, he could operate many times over. But now wasn't the time to study abilities. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu continued moving forward. This was a multifunctional sports complex with 3 levels above the ground, divided into 6 areas, districts A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among these, districts A and B were the largest, C and D were medium-sized, and E and F were the smallest. Previously, there had been blockades in each area that were not interconnected. Zijin Base and the prison where zombies were bred were located in District A, but it had now completely fallen. Some zombies had broken through various blockades, spreading to the other districts. No one knew which district was currently the most dangerous, but districts A and B were definitely perilous since they were adjacent and many zombies were likely to have moved into District B. However, Wang Tao's target wasn't any particular district but rather the underground. Through the plants inside the sports complex, he could vaguely sense that the zombies in District C and F were not numerous and were relatively safe. Districts C and D had more zombies and were certainly more dangerous. As for Districts A and B, Wang Tao couldn't feel anything because there were no plants to utilize there. Lack of sensation didn't equate to lack of danger, in fact, it could mean the risk was even greater. So, Wang Tao sent Jade Lotus to District D. As for why he didn't go himself, it was because he sensed that within the underground parking of the sports complex, there seemed to be a very powerful plant monster. His hidden ability, Plant Affinity, was also possessed by the plant monster. Thus, as soon as he sensed the plant monster, it sensed him as well. In that moment, Wang Tao knew he had been targeted by the plant monster. With many tendrils and mosses inside the sports complex, he couldn't avoid them all. So instead of letting the monster keep its eyes on him, it was better to take the initiative and go seek out the creature. Moreover, the information given to Jade Lotus by Zijin Base hadn't mentioned this plant monster, not even the underground parking. They said it was too dark and difficult to clear the area, so they simply sealed off the underground parking. Now, it seemed either they had concealed some information about the underground parking, or something had happened there without their knowledge. But regardless of which scenario it was, Wang Tao was determined to check out the underground parking. After all, both he and Zhang Shixu had night vision abilities and were not afraid of the dark. After walking for a while and killing a few level 3 ordinary zombies, Wang Tao found one of the elevator entrances to the underground parking. It's completely sealed off. If it were just blocking the elevator doors, Wang Tao might have found a way to open them, but they used construction materials to block the elevator shafts entirely. Wang Tao was stumped and had to look for another way. Suddenly, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu both looked up, their eyes, one green, one red, fixating on the darkness. In their line of sight, a puss-oozing, somewhat deformed zombie emerged from around the corner and approached them with a twisted gait. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000, magic point, 3,000 out of 3,000, level 3 elite. Could this be one of the level 3 zombies they cultivated? But it seems a bit weak. Wang Tao frowned slightly upon seeing the zombie. This level 3 elite zombie had only 3,000 magic point, which was even less than some level 1 ability users. Don't intervene, I want to gauge its strength, Wang Tao told Zhang Shixu. Then holding his bone knife, he walked towards the zombie. He. The zombie roared furiously at Wang Tao and reached out its hands to grab him. Wang Tao dodged the attack with ease. Its attack speed is so-so. Then Wang Tao quickly retreated a few steps, prompting the zombie to chase after him swiftly. Its movement speed is also so-so. When the zombie caught up, Wang Tao directly struck its head with the knife. -15,027, the strike cut off half of its face. Its defense is average as well. He. The attacked zombie seemed to grow angrier, roaring as it lunged at Wang Tao once again. Wang Tao had no intention of testing its attack any further, so he simply swung his knife again. PFFT. -14,973, the pursuing zombie's health point dropped to 0. It really is weak. Wang Tao glanced at his special energy. Although the zombie was weak, it still provided 1,500 special energy. Of course, this wasn't a lot. Wang Tao could get more than 6,000 special energy from other level 3 elite zombies. Wang Tao then looked at its crystal core. Level 3 crystal core, defense, chapter 211 encounter with the plant monster again 2, quality, ordinary, 20%, purity, 40%, side effect, bodily suppurate, defense, passive ability, enhances personal defense, an extremely ordinary level 3 defense crystal core. As for the loot, it actually dropped 3 loot packs, but the contents of these packs were also quite run-of-the-mill. The first pack contained a crystal core gift bag with only 1 crystal core inside, and it was a defense one. Luckily, it was of blue quality, which was somewhat better than the one he currently had. The second pack held a bunch of materials that ordinary zombies could drop. The third pack was defense potion, small, x10, and the items inside this pack were relatively decent. This type of zombie should be what they've cultivated. Indeed weak, feels like a beefed-up level 2 common zombie. However, for others, it might still prove a bit difficult to handle. Wang Tao felt that if all the level 3 zombies were of this caliber, then Zijin Base, having called for so many hands, should be able to handle them. But how many Ascension crystal cores these zombies could drop was another story. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu continued searching for the entrance to the underground parking lot. Along the way, they encountered several more of these level 3 zombies, all of which Wang Tao easily dispatched. "Brother, it seems we can go down here." While passing through a corridor, Zhang Shixu suddenly spoke up. Following Zhang Shixu's gaze, Wang Tao saw a large hole at the end of the corridor, surrounded by many spiky tendrils. Wang Tao hurried over. Looking into the hole, he could see the roofs of several small cars. Beneath was the parking lot. Wang Tao didn't rush down but instead studied the hole first. From the damage around the hole, Wang Tao had a feeling as if something had burst out of the ground, creating a large hollow in the floor. Could it have been that plant monster's doing? Wang Tao pondered. He took out his walkie-talkie to get in touch with Lan Yulian. "This is Wang Tao, how are things on your end?" "SSSHH. SSSHH. After some static, Lan Yulian's voice came through. "This is a Lan Yulian. We're safe for now, no casualties. How about you? Are you safe?" "I'm safe over here," Wang Tao replied, nodding his head. "By the way, why did you take Little Zhu away? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here? You brought Little Zhu here, but then you even left with her alone. If I hadn't been afraid of disturbing you by contacting you rashly, I would have yelled at you a long time ago." "You." As Lan Yulian spoke, Lu Yingfeng's voice could be heard in the background. She seemed a bit angry as well. Hearing their conversation, Wang Tao didn't get angry, instead, he smiled. Because he could feel that Lan Yulian genuinely cared about Zhang Shixu. In Lan Yulian's eyes, Zhang Shixu was a somewhat ditzy, lovable little girl. She hadn't expected that when Wang Tao left, Zhang Shixu would be in the car too. She was even more surprised that Wang Tao had taken Zhang Shixu with him when he departed on his own. If it weren't for the bad timing, she would definitely have come over to give Wang Tao a good scolding. "Is she worried about me?" Zhang Shixu asked beside Wang Tao with some confusion. "Yes," Wang Tao replied, patting Zhang Shixu's little head, then said into the walkie-talkie, "I took Little Zhu with me because she has some special abilities that are useful to me. Don't worry, I'll protect Little Zhu. Don't you trust my strength?" Wang Tao intended to explain Zhang Shixu's capabilities, but then he thought better of it. He was planning to let Little Zhu scare Lan Yulian later on, to satisfy his own mischievous urges. "Forget it, you've already taken her. There's nothing I can do about that now. I just hope you can keep your word." Lan Yulian sighed with some resignation. "Don't worry. So, where have you gotten to now?" Wang Tao changed the subject. "We're on our way. There are too many zombies around, a lot of level 3 ordinary zombies, and we've even encountered a few level 3 elite zombies. We haven't made it to District T yet. At the mention of business, Lan Yulian immediately composed herself and quickly briefed Wang Tao. That's decent progress. Wang Tao estimated that based on their speed, it would take another 30 minutes to reach District T. But I've got an Ascension Crystal Core. Lan Yulian suddenly announced. An Ascension Crystal Core? Congratulations. Wang Tao was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Lan Yulian to be so lucky. What about you? Have you got anything good? Did you manage to get an Ascension Crystal Core? Lan Yulian asked. I'm busy now, let's leave it at that. Wang Tao ended the conversation decisively. He had killed 5 level 3 elite zombies and obtained 10 crystal cores, but not a single one was an Ascension Crystal Core. Wang Tao had thought these zombies wouldn't drop Ascension Crystal Cores, but it turned out Lan Yulian got one. Damn. So, it's just my bad luck. Shaking his head resignedly, Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixi beside him and said, let's head out. Okay. After taking a careful look and ensuring that it was safe below, Wang Tao jumped down. Thump, he landed lightly on the roof of a car. Zhang Shixi followed suit and dropped down after him. There are so many plants. After descending, Wang Tao noticed that the underground parking lot was filled with plants. Tendrils, moss, tree roots, and some unidentifiable plants. Feels like we've entered the lair of that plant monster. Wang Tao quipped. But an abundance of plants also had its advantages for him. For instance, right now, he immediately located the plant monster. Chapter 211 Encounter with the Plant Monster Again 3 Run. Wang Tao immediately led Zhang Shixi toward the direction of the plant monster. At that moment, a tendril suddenly whipped towards Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi like a whip. If it weren't for his night vision ability, Wang Tao might have been hit. But with night vision, he spotted the tendril instantly. This thing can attack too? Wang Tao was surprised, as he hadn't seen a health bar on the tendril and had subconsciously overlooked it. Wang Tao lifted his bone knife and sliced at the tendril. Puchy, the tendril was cut into 2, dropping at Wang Tao's feet. Wang Tao picked it up and took a closer look. It was indeed an ordinary tendril. He waited a bit and, seeing no further attacks, continued forward with Zhang Shixi. However, they had only taken a few steps when more tendrils whipped towards them. This time there were 3 tendrils, and Wang Tao easily sliced them all with his knife. Is this the attack from the plant monster hiding in the dark? It seems pretty weak. Wang Tao muttered, and proceeded. Approximately a minute later, more tendrils whipped at him. But this time, it wasn't just 1 or 3 tendrils, it was a dense mass of them. Seeing another tendril attack, Wang Tao instinctively went to slash again. After all, these were just ordinary tendrils with no defensive power. But after getting a clear look, Wang Tao immediately grabbed Zhang Shixi and dodged backwards. Whoosh, the tendrils hit where Wang Tao had just been standing, and then boom. Countless pieces of rubble flew, several cars were smashed to pieces, and a huge crack appeared on the concrete ground. Damn, even using formation tactics. Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. He originally intended to cut through these ordinary tendrils with one slash, but unexpectedly, among them, there was a tendril with a health bar. 100,000 100,000ths, 100,000 blood volume. Wang Tao wasn't sure what it was, so he didn't dare to face it. Instead, he grabbed Zhang Shixi and ran. It seems he did right by dodging. If it had hit him, if not death, it would have skinned him. Whoosh, when 100,000 blood tendrils attack failed, it immediately started to whip around again, flying towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi moved left and right, dodging its attacks several times. Wang Tao also clashed with a tendril wielding his knife, but he only managed to hit it for a little over 100 blood, practically like a drizzle against its 100,000 blood. Wang Tao suddenly thought of entangling roots. They too had 100,000 blood, were also indestructible, and also only had the health bar as an attribute. Wang Tao didn't know if this tendril was the same type of creature as the entangling roots, but it definitely wasn't the plant monster's main body. Let's find its main body. Wang Tao didn't plan to waste time with this tendril. He and Zhang Shixi bypassed the tendril, going left and right and ran straight ahead. Whoosh, even more tendrils attacked. Wang Tao watched these tendrils closely, and sure enough, several with 100,000 blood appeared. Moreover, these tendrils did not share the same health bar, each one had its own 100,000 blood. Luckily, both Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi were fast. With prior anticipation of the attack, they easily dodged. Boom. Boom. The 100,000 blood tendrils left cracks on the ground, broke pillars in the parking lot, and smashed cars to pieces. This destructive power is simply incredible. At one moment, Wang Tao pointed to a spot and shouted, "Right there." Zhang Shixi didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the location Wang Tao had pointed to. The tendril suddenly tried to defend, but Wang Tao, who had been evading without attacking, took the initiative this time. He swung his bone knife and launched an assault on a few of these tendrils with 100,000 HP. Boom. 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 The bone knife collided with the tendrils, creating a series of thunderous noises. The concrete surface around Wang Tao was almost reduced to rubble. Just then, the tendril suddenly retracted, instantly breaking away from the fight with Wang Tao. At the same time, a slender figure flew towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao immediately reached out and caught Zhang Shixu. "Are you alright?" Wang Tao saw that Zhang Shixu's HP had decreased by more than 2,000. "I'm fine, it's coming," she said. Wang Tao quickly looked up and saw a giant figure slowly emerging from the darkness. It was a figure resembling a large tree, its entire body exhibiting a metallic blackness. Some tendrils moved on its body like tentacles. Perhaps because of the limited height of the underground car park, its body was somewhat horizontally elongated, appearing short and stout. HP, 50,000 50,000, Mana, 50,000 50,000, Grade, Level 3, Lord, Internal Impurity, 70%, this was a Level 3, Lord Monster. Seeing this somewhat exaggerated attribute, Wang Tao actually breathed a sigh of relief. Although it had 50,000 HP, it was fortunate that it wasn't a fourth-order monster with more than 100,000 HP. Otherwise, Wang Tao would have had to run away. Wang Tao didn't see where the monster's face was, or maybe it didn't have one, just this form. It stepped out of the darkness, wielding those 100,000 HP tendrils in an attack towards Wang Tao. Perhaps because the distance was closer, the speed of the tendrils increased significantly, and Wang Tao dodged somewhat awkwardly. Wang Tao seized the opportunity and, after dodging the tendril attacks, suddenly initiated a rush to get close to the big tree monster. He struck 2 blows, and damage numbers of -1034 and -1287 popped up on the big tree monster. Such high defense. Wang Tao was taken aback, but he didn't panic. He quickly took out a small flask from his waist and instantly splashed the liquid inside over the big tree monster. "So you're a big tree monster, huh? Let's see if you can withstand a blazing fire." Wang Tao always had gasoline in his car, and when he sensed the presence of plant monsters, he specifically brought the gasoline with him. Click. Wang Tao pulled out a lighter, ignited it, and threw it onto the plant monster. Whoosh, the big tree monster was instantly engulfed in flames. Wang Tao immediately backed off, ready to escape the sea of fire. But the flames on the big tree monster grew smaller and smaller, and after a moment, the flames were extinguished. Damn, not afraid of fire? Chapter 212, Iron Tree 1. Wang Tao had originally planned to burn this level 3, Lord Monster to death with flames, just like last time at that mini reservoir. But to his surprise, the flames actually went out. This big tree monster, it wasn't afraid of fire? Whoosh! The big tree monster again swung its tendrils, attacking Wang Tao. Wang Tao dodged several attacks and retreated to Zhang Shixu's side. "If it's not afraid of fire, we can only go all out then." Wang Tao sighed. He wasn't very keen on going all out against this tree monster, but he had no other choice now. Of course, he could run away, but he wasn't one to lose a fight. Running away was definitely unnecessary. He came here specifically to kill this monster. Wang Tao took a deep breath, and some black roots appeared on his wrists, quickly spreading over his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a tree root monster standing 2.5 meters tall appeared. Wang Tao had previously refrained from using the entangling roots because he was afraid of setting himself on fire. After all, entangling roots fear fire. But since fire attacks were ineffective, Wang Tao had no reservations, showing his strongest form. While clad in this suit of entangling roots armor, Wang Tao used his bone knife even more smoothly. He twirled the knife in his hand, then charged straight at the big tree monster. Whoosh! Wang Tao instantly rushed to the big tree monster's side and slashed fiercely at its body. -3456, such high defense. This slash from Wang Tao was delivered with the Iron Wall ability active and a high-frequency vibration, on top of being clad in the entangling roots. That could almost be considered Wang Tao's peak condition, yet it only dealt over 3,000 damage. If this were an ordinary level 3 zombie, Wang Tao felt he could have killed it instantly. One could imagine just how high the big tree monster's defensive power was. But no big deal, one slash for over 3,000, a dozen more would kill it. Of course, the big tree monster wouldn't allow Wang Tao to do so. Its tendrils flailed wildly, striking at Wang Tao. Wang Tao had intended to withstand the attacks using the entangling roots, but he realized that they seemed somewhat fragile, and he promptly retreated. Such high damage. Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. He had managed to slash the tree monster 2 more times, depleting over 7,000 health point. But the tendrils had hit the entangling roots 4 times, shredding over 4,000 health point. Considering that the entangling roots initially had 10,000 health point, this meant half of it was gone in an instant. Looks like I'll have to use the shockwave. High-frequency vibration dealt the highest damage, and Wang Tao had hoped for a quick battle. But since the entangling roots couldn't withstand the attacks, he had no choice but to use shockwaves to attack from a distance. Swoosh, Wang Tao raised his knife and sent a shockwave towards the big tree monster. But to Wang Tao's surprise, those tendrils suddenly appeared in front of the big tree monster, blocking the strike. The shockwave ripped through the tendrils, dealing over 500 damage, a mere scratch to the 100,000 blood volume of the tendrils. Seeing so many tendrils with 100,000 health point in front of him, Wang Tao felt a headache coming on. This big tree monster was hard to kill. Close-range attacks resulted in getting hit, which he couldn't withstand. Distant attacks were shielded by the multitude of 100,000 health point tendrils, not leaving a scratch on the big tree monster. The only silver lining was that, apart from using these tendrils, the big tree monster didn't seem to have any other means of attack, at least not that he could see for now, and it was incredibly slow, reducing the pressure on Wang Tao to some degree. At this moment, Wang Tao suddenly felt a twinge of regret that he should have focused more on cultivating the entangling roots. The entangling roots currently had only 10,000 health point, but their limit was 100,000. However, cultivation was needed, either by using crystal cores or his own health point. Wang Tao had only ensured that the health point and compatibility of the entangling roots remained at 100%, without the intent to cultivate it specially, since their inherent defense was already high. But now it seemed that defense wasn't high enough. If his entangling roots had 100,000 health point, he might have been able to withstand the tendrils' attacks and kill the big tree monster. Brother, I'll draw its attention, and you attack. That's when Zhang Shixi suddenly spoke up. No, it's too dangerous. Wang Tao immediately shook his head. Zhang Shixi had already been attacked by a tendril just now, losing over 2,000 health point. Even with her 29,999 health point, she wouldn't last long. Brother, I can do it, and I trust you as well. Zhang Shixi said earnestly. In daily life, Zhang Shixi was always somewhat spacey, but she became much clearer-headed during combat. Wang Tao hesitated, but seeing Zhang Shixi's calm gaze, he eventually nodded. Fine. But if it gets dangerous, and I tell you to retreat, you must retreat. Okay. After a brief discussion, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi separated, one to the left and one to the right, and rushed towards the big tree monster. The big tree monster immediately swung its tendrils, attacking both of them at the same time. But at that moment, a red glint flashed in Zhang Shixi's eyes. The tendrils that were targeting Wang Tao suddenly paused, then redirected their attack towards Zhang Shixi. This was Zhang Shixi's hidden attribute, Eyes of Contract. Eyes of Contract, night vision, some degree of mind control. This ability to control minds sounds very powerful, but its effect on strong creatures is very limited. For a level 3, Lord monster like this, Zhang Shixi, who was of level 2, Lord rank, could only slightly influence it for a moment, such as drawing its attack. Chapter 212, Iron Tree 2. But in that instant, much could be done. Wang Tao dashed to the side of the big tree monster, lifted his bone knife, and began to hack away madly. There was almost no technique involved, just brute force. -3,434, -3,496, -3,358, -3,502, -3,551, -3,395, 25,808 out of 50,000. In 3 seconds, Wang Tao had struck 6 blows, chopping off half of the big tree monster's health point. Then, without the slightest hint of hesitation, Wang Tao decisively retreated. Bang! The moment his front foot left, countless tendrils followed suit, smashing down where Wang Tao had just stood, creating a large pit on the spot. Wang Tao was retreating towards Zhang Shixi's location and soon saw her lying amidst the ruins. 14,506 out of 29,999, Zhang Shixi also had half her health point depleted. Cough. Zhang Shixi climbed out of the rubble, and though she was covered in wounds, there was no expression of pain on her face. Wang Tao quickly picked her up and swiftly moved away from the battlefield. The big tree monster seemed to be in a frenzy, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. It seems like it can't find us anymore, Wang Tao said, holding Zhang Shixi atop a pile of rubble. This pile of rubble had just been smashed out by the big tree monster, and everything around them had been destroyed, including the surrounding plants. The big tree monster had no eyes, it seemed to locate Wang Tao through its perception. But because there were no plants among the rubble, its perception was useless now. Moreover, it seemed to lack intelligence. If it were a human, it would surely have guessed Wang Tao's approximate location from the route he took when he fled. But it lacked such judgment and was just blindly causing destruction. This let Wang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. If the monster had been intelligent, it would have been much tougher to handle. Wang Tao looked down at Zhang Shixu in his arms. Though Zhang Shixu still had half her health point and was relatively safe, the sight of her body covered with lash marks, as she merely frowned slightly, still tugged at his heart. After all, he and Zhang Shixu had lived together for 2 months in the post-apocalyptic world, and he had grown fond of her. Wang Tao took out a medical kit to stop her bleeding, then asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Zhang Shixu shook her head. Watching Wang Tao tenderly treat her wounds, Zhang Shixu suddenly reached out and caressed his face. "What is it?" Wang Tao was puzzled. "I seem to remember something." Zhang Shixu looked somewhat distracted. "What did you remember?" Wang Tao was curious. "It's like there was a woman who treated me this way, but I can't recall her face." By this way, she naturally referred to treating her wounds. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao then said with a smile, "That's highly likely your mother." He wasn't sure if Zhang Shixu had any close female friends or relatives, but if someone had diligently treated her wounds like this, it was highly likely her mother. After all, in most cases, parents tend to be very kind to their children. Mother. Zhang Shixu's eyes clouded over for a moment, but she did not linger on the thought. Wang Tao had told her before not to be under any psychological pressure, that she would eventually remember. And besides, mother to her was just a noun. She still felt more comfortable with Wang Tao. After he had tended to her wounds for a while, Wang Tao looked back at the big tree monster. This time, the big tree monster was no longer in a frenzy, but the tendrils on its body were slowly dancing around as if searching for Wang Tao. "Brother, I'll distract it once more," Zhang Shixu proposed. She had lost a lot of blood, but she wasn't missing limbs, so her strength remained relatively intact. "Okay. But this time stay further away and try not to let it hit you." Wang Tao didn't refuse. The big tree monster was now down to just 25,000 health point and didn't possess any ability for blood regeneration. If Wang Tao didn't take it down, Zhang Shixu would have been beaten for nothing. Alright. After discussing their plan, the two dashed out of the rubble and split up to act. When they stepped on some underground moss, the big tree monster detected them. But this time, instead of moving its tendrils, the ground suddenly shook as if an earthquake had occurred, and then several thick roots burst from the ground. These roots formed barriers almost instantly, trapping Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu separately, then began to constrict quickly. It has such an ability, too? Wang Tao quickly used all the potions at his disposal and then unleashed his most powerful strike on the roots in front of him. Pachi! The root blocking his path was cut with a gap. The attack power of the high-frequency vibration ability was no joke. Wang Tao squeezed through the gap and then saw the big tree monster slowly making its way towards him. He could see clearly that these enormous roots emerged from the body of the big tree monster. The roots kept growing wildly, some even reaching the ceiling. Wang Tao finally understood how the large hole in the underground parking lot he had entered was made. It was opened up by the roots of the big tree monster. And Wang Tao thought of something else. Lan Yulian had told him before that Zijin base and the prison were raising zombies here, which was considered very safe, but somehow they had been damaged, allowing those zombies to escape from Destructa and letting other external zombies in. After that, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. Wang Tao suspected it was the destruction caused by the big tree monster. After all, its roots were ferociously destructive, breaking through the structures that contained the zombies shouldn't be an issue. Chapter 212, Iron Tree 3. However, there was no time to think further because Wang Tao noticed that the intelligence of this big tree monster was indeed simple, and it might even operate on single threading. Its vines stopped moving when it was using those roots. Opportunity. Wang Tao immediately rushed toward the big tree monster and swiftly swung his bone knife. -3,521, -3,369, -3,721, -3,463, 4 slashes in 2 seconds. Finally, as if coming back to its senses, the big tree monster's roots stopped moving, and those vines began to whip toward Wang Tao once again. But this time, Wang Tao didn't dodge. While enduring several attacks from the vines, he struck 2 final cuts against the big tree monster. -3,875, -359, 0 out of 50,000, the vines lashing toward Wang Tao suddenly wilted, dropping at his feet. The roots that had grown from its body slowly ceased their movements, becoming no different from ordinary roots. As for the big tree monster itself, it collapsed thunderously. Crash, 4 loot packs burst out, and Wang Tao quickly stowed them into his space backpack. Then Wang Tao noticed the health point bars on the vines of the big tree monster were rapidly decreasing, shedding tens of thousands of health point in the blink of an eye. Wang Tao's mind hadn't caught up yet, but his hands were already moving. He raised his bone knife and chopped at the vines. Swish, 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 the vines that previously had massive health point and high defenses had now become no different from ordinary plants, easily and decisively cut down by Wang Tao, one by one. After dying, these vines also dropped a loot pack. Wang Tao quickly collected these loot packs, then instead of examining the corpse of the big tree monster, he ran towards Zhang Shixu's location. Bang! Suddenly, a hole was punched through the roots at Zhang Shixu's side, and she emerged from within. The defense of these roots has weakened. Zhang Shixu explained, then she saw the huge creature that had fallen. Brother killed it? Impressive. Zhang Shixu immediately praised him. Seeing that Zhang Shixu was unharmed, Wang Tao instantly felt relieved. Then, he and Zhang Shixu approached the fallen big tree monster. While using plant affinity perception to detect any movements around him, Wang Tao examined the big tree monster. This creature should be considered the second largest one Wang Tao had encountered, as well as one of the toughest. The big tree monster had a large body, and for a moment Wang Tao didn't know where to begin. But to his surprise, he found that upon its death, its spark was named and could be collected into the space backpack. Iron tree skin, crafting material, this monster was called Iron Tree? Wang Tao immediately collected the Iron Tree skin into his space backpack. Obtained, 100 Iron Tree skin, the Iron Tree monster instantly turned into a tree with no bark left. Over here. At this moment, Zhang Shixu sensed something and pointed to a spot. Wang Tao made a cut with his bone knife, then reached in and pulled out a red crystal core. Level 3 crystal core, root, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, body lignification, root, transforms legs into large, high defense roots that can move through soil. This ability must be the same one used by the Iron Tree monster just now. Reading the description, it doesn't seem very strong, but in actual combat, it's powerful. If it weren't for Wang Tao's high attack, it would have been uncertain whether he could breach the root's defense. However, this ability would transform one's legs into roots. Although one could move through soil, judging by the big tree monster's condition, it was evidently not very fast. Moreover, this wasn't even the side effect, it was irreversible. The cost was a bit too high, which Wang Tao did not prefer. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu searched the Iron Tree monster's body again to see if there was anything similar to the entangling roots or magic seeds found earlier. First, they found a lot of tree essence liquid. Obtained, 13,445 tree essence liquid. 1 unit of tree essence liquid could increase 100 health point and 100 mana. Though one needed to wait a while after consuming every 10 units, it was still a valuable item. Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, and Zhu Xiaojun had been using it. They indeed found another seed as well. However, this seed was different from the previous magic seeds. Iron tree vine seed, when planted in the ground, it grows into a temperamental iron tree vine. When planted in the body, it grows into an obedient iron tree vine. Seeing the description of this seed, Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. Planting an iron tree vine seed in the body and growing a vine instead of a hidden ability? Should he give it a try? Besides the crystal core, tree essence liquid, and iron tree vine seed, there was nothing else from the Iron Tree monster. But just then, the entangling roots on Wang Tao's wrist suddenly moved. They wriggled lightly on his wrist as if trying to convey a message to him. Wang Tao was surprised, and then he focused his senses, immediately taken aback. Huh? I feel like these entangling roots want to eat the corpse of the Iron Tree monster. Wang Tao was somewhat uncertain. The entangling roots were a creature with little autonomy and couldn't directly transmit thoughts to Wang Tao. He only had a vague feeling. However, as it was his combat companion, Wang Tao would certainly respond to its needs. Thus, he gave the command to let the entangling roots move freely. Then he saw the entangling roots detach from his wrist and, like a snake, quickly burrowed into the Iron Tree monster's corpse, leaving only a small section of root exposed. As Wang Tao watched this section of root, he noticed a change in the entangling roots status. Level 3 weapon, entangling roots, health point, 7,563 out of 10,000, upper limit 100,000, status, evolving, time remaining, 59 minutes 59 seconds, enhancement, health point, attack, defense, weakness, afraid of fire, compatibility, 74%, evolving status. A look of anticipation immediately appeared on Wang Tao's face. Could this thing actually evolve? And into what kind? It was only a matter of an hour, and he could wait. Chapter 213 Standard Armor. When as he waited for the entangling roots to evolve, Wang Tao turned his attention to the other loot. First was the special energy, which the Iron Tree monster had brought him a whopping 12,000 units of special energy. This was the most special energy Wang Tao had ever received from killing a single zombie or monster. His special energy had now reached 75,000, allowing for a multitude of operations. Next was the crystal core gift bag, which contained a total of 5 crystal cores. The first was a red, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, the second was a purple, level 3 crystal core, Omnipotent, and the third was a blue, level 3 crystal core, Strength. The fourth core was the essence of tree he had seen before. Level 3 crystal core, Tree Essence, Quality, Ordinary, 20%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Body Lignification, Essence of Tree, unfusible by non-females, can produce tree essence liquid that enhances the strength of living beings. With this core, he now had 2. If he could get another tree essence crystal core and synthesize a crystal core without side effects for fusion. Wang Tao suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Why was that? The 5th crystal core was one Wang Tao had never seen before. Level 3 crystal core, Iron Tree, Quality, Excellent, 60%, Purity, 40%, Side Effect, Body Lignification, Iron Tree, Passive Ability, Skin becomes hard. Iron Tree skin, greatly increases defensive power. Also has a certain fire resistance ability, no wonder it's not afraid of fire. It's because of this ability. This Iron Tree monster lacked the abilities such as nutrient absorption and photosynthesis, leading to significantly reduced endurance, but it was fire resistant. Speaking of tree bark, Wang Tao wondered if the Iron Tree skin material could be used to craft armor. After all, it had a high defense and fire resistance. Wang Tao continued to check the loot pack. The second loot pack contained tree essence liquid. Obtained 10,000 tree essence liquid. The plant monster he had killed earlier had also yielded 10,000 doses of tree essence liquid. This was all good stuff. The third loot pack contained potions. Obtained 10 strength potion, small. Obtained 10 defense potion, small. Obtained 5 strength growth potion. Obtained 5 defense growth potion. To think there were 5 bottles of strength growth potion and 5 bottles of defense growth potion. Without a second thought, Wang Tao injected them. PFFT. Wang Tao felt he had grown a bit stronger. As for the last loot pack, the contents made Wang Tao's eyes light up. Obtained a Iron Tree Standard Armor Blueprint. Iron Tree Standard Armor Blueprint. After learning, 1 set of Iron Tree Standard Armor can be crafted each time. Required materials: a Iron Tree skin, a crystal core, can use level 1, level 2, or level 3 crystal cores, 10 iron block, 10 screws, 10 rubber, 10 gauze, 10 steel wire, Iron Tree Standard Armor. Attributes unknown. This was a set of armor blueprints. Moreover, the key point was not that it was a one-time blueprint, but like potion recipes, once learned, they could be crafted indefinitely. His previous equipment blueprints were one-time use. Once used, they were gone, completely different from this blueprint. Could it be because this blueprint is called standard armor? None of the previous equipment blueprints I had were stated as standard. Without hesitation, Wang Tao used the blueprint. He had all the materials ready. So Wang Tao experimented by using 1 level 1 self-destruct crystal core, 1 level 2 glutton crystal core, and 1 level 3 defense crystal core to personally test it out. A few moments later, 3 sets of brown armor appeared in front of Wang Tao. All 3 were full-body armor, capable of completely encasing a person. However, there were slight differences in the appearance of the 3 sets. Iron Tree Standard Armor, Level 1, Ordinary, Durability plus 10, Defensive Power plus 10, with a certain fire resistance ability. The first set of Iron Tree armor looked the simplest, without any complex designs. It was a set of level 1 armor. Iron Tree Standard Armor, Level 2, Ordinary, Durability plus 20, Defensive Power plus 20, with a certain fire resistance ability. The second set of Iron Tree armor was slightly more complex than the first. This was a set of level 2 armor. Iron Tree Standard Armor, Level 3, Ordinary, Durability plus 30, Defensive Power plus 30, with a certain fire resistance ability. The third set of armor was even more complex, with some beautiful natural patterns. Naturally, this was the level 3 armor. The armors crafted using the 3 types of crystal cores differed in appearance and attributes. Even the level 1 armor, though, was quite a respectable piece of equipment. After all, many people nowadays wore equipment made from steel plates or iron sheets, which might have passable defense, but definitely not as convenient or comfortable as this set of armors. Wang Tao tried using a few different quality crystal cores for further testing, and discovered that the produced armors were all of ordinary quality. It seemed that other qualities were unlikely to appear, but after all, being standard armors, having the same attributes was to be expected. These armors, of course, could all be kept inside a space backpack. Wang Tao left out a set of level 3 armor and had Zhang Shixi try it on. The fit was quite right, but since it was a set of full-body armor and did not move like entangling roots, it significantly hindered Zhang Shixi's speed. "I don't want to wear it, it's inconvenient to move around." Zhang Shixi stared at Wang Tao with her large eyes. Alright then, let's not wear it for now. Chapter 213 Standard Armor 2 Anyway, the armor was in Wang Tao's space backpack and could be taken out at any time when needed. However, there's no use for me to have so many sets of armor, I can trade with others. Wang Tao muttered to himself again. As of now, this stuff seemed to be worth more than crystal cores and such. But as everyone's levels increased to level 3 and above, it might not be as valuable. So Wang Tao thought he could sell some of them, since he had permanently learned the method of making them and could make more in the future. He finished checking out the loot from the Iron Tree monster, but there was one more loot to check out, the Iron Tree vines. Previously, when killing the Iron Tree monster, the health point bars of these vines also started to decrease rapidly. Just as they were about to be emptied, Wang Tao dealt with them before they died. There were a total of 8 Iron Tree vines, and they had dropped 8 loot packs for Wang Tao. And the items within these 8 loot packs were very similar, each containing a level 2 extraction crystal core, and all of them were epic. It seemed that all the extraction crystal cores dropped this way were of epic quality. Level 2 crystal core, extraction, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 45%, side effects, none, extraction, after fusion, it allows you to freely select and extract a level 3 ability. The extracted ability will form a new crystal core without side effects. With these 8 cores, Wang Tao now had a total of 13 extraction crystal cores. Wang Tao couldn't use these himself, but they could be useful for others, making them another great item for trade. Let's see if there's anything else here. Okay. Wang Tao perceived that there were no other creatures in the underground parking lot, but for safety reasons, the two cautiously searched the area anyway. Nothing at all. After scouring the place, they shook their heads at each other. This underground parking lot was likely the domain of only the Iron Tree monster. Aside from it, there were no other creatures. Wang Tao recalled the information previously given by Zijin Base, grateful that they had sealed off this place. If they had come down to clear it and encountered the Iron Tree monster, they probably would have been wiped out completely. After all, the combination of the Iron Tree monster and its vines was too powerful. Wang Tao looked at the still evolving entangling roots and tried to contact Lan Yulian using the walkie-talkie. He discovered no one was reachable, including Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan. No signal, huh? Wang Tao climbed out of the entrance they had used earlier. ZZZT. ZZZT. This is Wang Tao, this is Wang Tao. After a moment, Wang Tao received a reply. Wang Tao. Where are you? The place you recommended is great, come join us. These level 3 zombies are quite weak, still relatively easy to kill. And there are many obstacles here, we set up a defensive line and can kill them slowly. I've already got several level 3 Ascension crystal cores. Lan Yulian's excited voice came through the walkie-talkie. On hearing this, Wang Tao broke into a smile. I'll join you in half an hour, as long as you're safe. He had to wait for the entangling roots to finish evolving first. Alright. We'll wait for you. By the way, the main force from Zijin Base has also arrived. They should be ready to assault the gymnasium in half an hour at most. Oh? Alright, I got it. Previously, Zijin Base's people were delayed picking up an airdrop, which is why they're only making their way here now. After chatting with Lan Yulian a bit more, Wang Tao ended the call. However, he didn't head back down but asked Zhang Shixi to stay here and wait for the entangling roots to finish evolving while he went to check out other places. The gymnasium was huge, filled with zombies everywhere, with quite a few of the weaker level 3 ones around. Wang Tao decided to take this time to gather some special energy. In half an hour, Wang Tao killed more than 10 level 3 ordinary zombies and accumulated another 30,000 special energy. He finally burst forth a few level 3 Ascension crystal cores. Having cleared out the zombies nearby, and feeling it was about time, Wang Tao prepared to return. Boom! Suddenly, he heard some noise from outside, which seemed to be coming from Districts A and B. Have they arrived? Wang Tao pondered as he returned to the underground parking lot. He checked the entangling roots and saw they needed 10 more minutes. At this point, the corpse of the Iron Tree monster had withered as if drained by the entangling roots. Wang Tao waited another 10 minutes. Finally, the countdown for the evolution of the entangling roots ended. Whoosh! The entangling roots immediately detached from the Iron Tree monster's body and flew toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao extended his hand, and the roots coiled steadily around his wrist like a delicately crafted iron bracelet. Wang Tao looked at its attributes. Level 3 weapon, entangled Iron Tree roots, health point, 20,000 out of 20,000, upper limit, 100,000, status, awakened, enhancements, health point, attack, defense, fire resistance, compatibility, 100%. First off, the name had changed, becoming entangled Iron Tree roots with an added iron in the name. Then its health point had directly increased by 10,000, which saved Wang Tao a lot of crystal cores. But the most important were its enhancements, The weakness to fire was gone, instead gaining the fire resistance attribute. This was significant for Wang Tao because what used to be a deadly weakness had now become an enhancement. This greatly improved his survival abilities. Let's go and see what's happening outside. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu returned to the first floor from the entrance. Chapter 213 Standard Armor 3. Just as the two of them returned to the first floor, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Wang Tao. Are you there? Help me. It was Lan Yulian's voice. Wang Tao immediately pressed the talk button. I'm here, what's wrong? God, I finally got through to you, I thought you were. We're currently trying to break out of District C, the zombies are too strong, we've suffered heavy losses. Nisaian and the others are with me. See if you can come, if not, just get out, don't worry about us. Huh? Why did you go to District C? Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. We wiped out the zombies in District T, there were no zombies in District F, and just then the main force arrived, calling us to join the attack on Districts A and B. But the zombies in Districts A and B were too strong, we couldn't defeat them, we had no choice but to retreat. Our escape route was cut off by other zombies, so we had to retreat to District C. There are many zombies here as well, and we can't get out for the time being. Listening to Lan Yulian's clear and rational explanation, Wang Tao calmly said, Okay, hold on, I'm on my way. Okay, thank you. After ending the conversation, Wang Tao also tried to get in touch with Zhu Xiaojun and Nisaian. Zhu Xiaojun's walkie-talkie seemed to be broken and he couldn't be reached, but he managed to connect with Nisaian. Brother Wang. Save us. Nisaian, hearing Wang Tao's voice, immediately cried out excitedly. Wang Tao asked about their situation, which was similar to what Lan Yulian had described. Half of their people had been lost. However, all the key personnel were still in good shape. Hold on. After encouraging her to persevere, he turned to Zhang Shixu. Are you sure you're all right? Zhang Shixu previously had numerous injuries. Although none were serious, the many red marks were distressing to look at. But now, the injuries on Zhang Shixu's body had disappeared, and her health point was quickly topping up. Wang Tao wondered if Zhang Shixu had some sort of self-healing ability. Brother, I'm fine now. Feeling Wang Tao's concern, Zhang Shixu gave a sweet smile. Alright, if you're fine, then let's go to District C. Okay, assured there were no issues, Wang Tao proceeded towards District C with her. District C. Countless zombies surrounded a makeshift defense installation, roaring as they launched their assault on it. Inside the defensive works, more than 30 people were struggling to fend off the zombies' attacks. Lan Yulian's clothing was somewhat ragged, and she bore some bloodstains, but the blood was not hers. She was in the middle of everyone, occasionally restoring health point to others. But her health point restoration ability had a cooldown period, and she could only heal one person at a time. Thus, in a short time, several others had sustained injuries. Sweat coated Lan Yulian's forehead, yet she didn't panic and continued to observe the situation calmly. At that moment, Lu Yingfeng, her face smeared with plenty of blood, approached Lan Yulian with concern. Jade Lotus, how are you holding up? Can you continue? Lan Yulian's ability was to restore health point, which might seem risk-free, but using such an ability was extremely taxing on her energy. Lan Yulian was now quite pale, clearly having overused her energy. I'm still okay. Lan Yulian nodded. She felt she could still keep going. If it gets too much, use the rejuvenation potion. Lu Yingfeng sighed. No way, we absolutely can't break out right now, even with the potion. But if I use the potion, I'll be weak for the whole day tomorrow, and if we still can't get out by then, we're really done for. Rejuvenation potions were amazing, able to fully restore one's physical strength and spirit in critical moments, but they left the user weakened the following day. Unless it was a last resort, Lan Yulian tried not to use it. After all, they weren't at home but surrounded by numerous level 3 zombies. Alright. Then hold on. Lu Yingfeng's endurance was much stronger than Lan Yulian's, and she could still keep up. Of course, not for much longer. She then asked, when can we expect reinforcements from the second and third squads? The second squad was the prison, and the third squad was the alliance. Probably not happening, we can't get in touch for now. Lan Yulian shook her head. This is bad. Lu Yingfeng's face turned grim. They had previously received a message from the first squad about a joint strike on Districts A and B. These districts were swarming with zombies, indicating an abundance of zombie cores. At that time, they had just cleared District E of zombies, so they went to rendezvous with the first squad. Their fourth squad, the fifth squad, and the first squad had attacked District A, while the second and third squads took on District B. However, both sides failed. The zombies in Districts A and B were too strong and too numerous. They were simply not something they could handle. The first squad wisely chose to retreat first. Lan Yulian's group was caught up in battle and delayed. By the time they tried to retreat, Many zombies had arrived and cut off their escape route. The first and fifth squads were being chased by zombies. The second and third squads reported severe losses and then went silent. It was unclear if anyone survived. Lan Yulian's group was now reduced to just over 30 people, barely holding off the assault. Escaping was a pipe dream. Without reinforcements, they might indeed end up trapped here to die. Even Lu Yingfen, typically confident, was becoming pessimistic. But just then, Lan Yulian said, "But I got in touch with Wang Tao, he's on his way here." "What? He's coming?" Lu Yingfen was first surprised and delighted, then quickly became concerned. The current situation didn't seem like Wang Tao coming would make much of a difference. After all, there were too many zombies outside. Unless Wang Tao could draw all the zombies away from the area. After some effort, Wang Tao finally spotted the sign for District C. He also saw the zombies of District C. So many. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Wang Tao felt his scalp tingle. Because he realized that the zombies besieging District C were not ordinary zombies, but level 3 mad demon zombies. Chapter 214, To Save or Not to Save 1, Health Point, 30,000 out of 30,000, Magic Point, 0 out of 0, Level, Ordinary level 3. Although mad demon zombies were also of an ordinary level, their strength was far greater than that of ordinary zombies. They were equivalent to elite zombies without abilities, even physically stronger than some elite zombies. Those level 3 ordinary zombies and weakened level 3 elite zombies were no match for these level 3 mad demon zombies. And most importantly, mad demon zombies almost never acted alone, they came in huge swarms. For instance, right now, there were at least nearly 100 level 3 mad demon zombies here. Is there, or nearby, a lair of mad demon zombies? Wang Tao didn't have time to think more, he contacted Lan Yulian using the walkie-talkie. "In a moment, I'll cause some commotion outside. You take the chance to run for it." "Ah. You're already here? Good. Be careful." Lan Yulian was both surprised and excited, she hadn't expected Wang Tao to really arrived. Wang Tao quietly distanced himself from District C, then threw several self-destruct bombs towards some locations. Boom. The huge explosion sound resonated instantly. Hee hee. Roar. Mad demon zombies were extremely sensitive to sounds, and the majority of them immediately shifted their target, flocking towards the explosions. However, those that had locked their sights on Lan Yulian and the others were still attacking. But with so many mad demon zombies gone, the pressure on Lan Yulian's side diminished significantly. "Little Zhu, you hold them off here, I'll go ahead." "Okay." Wang Tao took the opportunity to rush over, leaving Zhang Shixi behind to fend off the other zombies. A mad demon zombie spotted Wang Tao and pounced at him. Wang Tao slashed it to death in a few blows, and it burst into 3 parcels, but Wang Tao cursed silently after seeing the contents. "Damn, what trash!" All 3 parcels dropped by the mad demon zombie contained nothing but ordinary crafting materials. Wang Tao immediately lost his interest in killing them. Although Wang Tao gained 1,500 special energy, there were too many mad demon zombies, and it was uncertain if more were outside. The lair of the mad demon zombies was likely nearby, so he couldn't afford to linger in battle. Wang Tao's appearance immediately caught the attention of those at the defense fortifications. Wang Tao. Lu Yingfen, who was rushing out with a Tang Dao, was the first to spot Wang Tao and exclaimed softly in surprise. Wang Tao chopped through a few more zombies, successfully meeting up with Lu Yingfen. The others were thrilled to step out from the defense fortifications. Lan Yulian had already told them that it was Wang Tao who had came to rescue them. Wang Tao glanced at Lan Yulian, Zhu Xiaojun, and Nisa Ayan. They were all injured to varying degrees but not in mortal danger. "Follow me." Now was not the time for talking. Wang Tao immediately called out to everyone and started retreating along the route he had come. The crowd hurried to keep up. "What about little Zhu?" At that moment, Lan Yulian suddenly spoke up. She noticed Zhang Shixi was not by Wang Tao's side, and her heart skipped a beat. But luckily, she heard Wang Tao reply, "She's fine, outside." That's a relief. The group fought their way out and saw a figure in a red JK uniform standing neatly there. Behind her, in the shadows, lay a pile of zombies. "Little Zhu, let's go." Wang Tao called out. Seeing Zhang Shixi, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen felt the scene was incongruous with her, but as they were fleeing for their lives, they didn't ask any questions. No sooner had they burst out of District C than they discovered a massive horde of mad demon zombies on the outside. Although only a small portion were level 3, they swarmed like a tide, numbering in the tens of thousands. Wang Tao glanced at the direction, then immediately said to Lan Yulian and the others, "You go ahead and retreat, I'm going to draw these mad demon zombies away." "Brother Wang. You." The group looked at Wang Tao with disbelief. To draw away so many zombies was not just risking life but almost certainly facing death. Apart from at the beginning of the apocalypse when they had seen such selfless heroes, they hadn't seen any since. Stop wasting time, get moving. Wang Tao glared at them irritably. It wasn't that he wanted to play the hero, but if he didn't step up, no one would be able to escape. They were almost completely surrounded by the tens of thousands of mad demon zombies. Someone had to draw the zombies away for escape to be possible, or even driving away would be impossible. And the only person capable of drawing away so many zombies was Wang Tao, or more precisely, the self-destruct bombs, as their explosions were loud and attracted zombies. But the others couldn't handle the bombs. With the current chaos, they would likely set them off just holding them. So it had to be Wang Tao. For safety, Wang Tao took Zhang Shixu with him. Both were very fast and should be fine. Okay. At the critical moment, Lan Yulian was decisive. She immediately signaled for everyone to leave in another direction. Wang Tao, we'll wait for you at the parking spot. Be careful. Wang Tao nodded, then he and Zhang Shixu started running in the opposite direction to Lan Yulian and the others. As he ran, he kept throwing self-destruct bombs. Boom. 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 After running at full speed for more than 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally shook off the mad demon zombies behind him. Damn it. They sure can run. Wang Tao cursed silently, feeling his lungs burning as if they were on fire. Zhang Shixu, however, appeared calm, befitting her zombie physique. Wang Tao's biggest worry was encountering other zombies on the road. If a formidable level 3 zombie blocked the way, it would be quite troublesome. Fortunately, the mission to attract the zombies went smoothly, and they didn't encounter any obstacles. Chapter 214, To Save or Not to Save 2. After catching his breath, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu took a wide detour heading towards the entrance of the sports center. The vehicles of the 4th Squadron were all parked there. It was already evening by the time Wang Tao arrived at the entrance of the sports center, and he immediately furrowed his brow. The vehicles were still there, but not a single person was in sight. Upon closer inspection, well, the tires had all been slashed. The gas tanks were leaking too. Sabotage? Seeing the neat incisions on the tires, Wang Tao's brow furrowed instantly. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on Wang Tao's body rang. Crackle. Brother Wang, look behind you. Wang Tao turned his head and saw on a building not far away, over a dozen stories tall, someone was waving a red flag. That person was Nisa Ayan. Wang Tao didn't bother with the vehicles and ran immediately towards the building. The entrance to the building had long been shattered, but the door to the stairway inside was tightly shut. As Wang Tao approached, Nisa Ayan immediately opened the door from inside. Brother Wang, are you alright? Nisa Ayan said, her face full of concern. I'm fine. Wang Tao clasped Zhang Shixu's hand and while walking upstairs, he asked Nisa Ayan, what happened? When we got here, we found all the vehicle tires slashed, and we couldn't leave. There were also quite a few zombies around, we killed our way through them to get here. Lan Yulian then suggested we go up. Nisa Ayan hastily explained. Who did it? Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. Lan Yulian said it was the people from the prison and the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's brow furrowed. The three of them went upstairs, where Lan Yulian was treating someone's injuries. Lu Yingfeng and Zhu Xiaojun were on guard duty. When they saw Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu arrive, everyone hurried over. Wang Tao, little Zhu, you're not hurt, are you? Lu Yingfeng immediately hugged Zhang Shixu, checking to see if she was missing an arm or leg. Lan Yulian then cast several green glows onto Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu's heads. The feeling of being healed was warm and comfy. Seeing that Lan Yulian was about to continue, Wang Tao quickly waved his hand. I'm fine. Don't waste your effort. Although the warm feeling was very comfortable, that green light made Wang Tao somewhat uncomfortable. Lan Yulian immediately stopped. She looked at Wang Tao with a face full of gratitude. Wang Tao, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might all have died. Thank you, Mr. Wang Tao, for saving us. The others also bowed to Wang Tao in a soft voice. It's good that everyone is safe. Wang Tao gestured with his hand and then gathered separately with Lan Yulian and a few others to inquire about the current situation. Their 4th Squadron had initially more than 60 people, but now only over 30 were left. The team had directly lost half of its number, which was a heavy loss. However, they had gained quite a bit. If this group could all make it back alive, it's possible that some level 3 ability users would emerge. Regarding the tires, Lan Yulian explained with an angry face, it must have been the doing of the prison and the Alliance. I had contacted the Zijin base team before, and they too had suffered heavy losses. We had agreed on a rendezvous point. But they told me their vehicles had been tampered with. And then I discovered ours had been tampered with too. I tried to contact the prison and the Alliance again, but still couldn't get in touch. As to who would have a motive for such an act, apart from their own people, everyone else had a motive, given the undercurrents between these four major forces. But at that time, Lan Yulian and the Zijin base team had jointly attacked District A and had witnessed the heavy losses of Zijin base firsthand. If they really wanted to set someone up, there was no need for such a self-sacrificial scheme. On the other hand, the prison and the Alliance had claimed they were going to attack District B and also suffered heavy losses, but all of this was communicated over the radio, with no one seeing it with their own eyes. Now their own vehicles had been tampered with, and it was only those two groups they couldn't contact. It wasn't possible they were all annihilated, so obviously there was a problem. Crackle. Just then, Lan Yulian's walkie-talkie rang. She answered it, and on the other side was the leader of Zijin base, General. One piece of good news, one bad. The bad news is, the prison and the Alliance didn't attack the zombies at all. Their goal was to take over my base, so they went straight back. This statement made everyone's faces fall. And the good news? Lan Yulian asked, her face grim. She had some subordinates in Zijin base. If the base fell, they would be in trouble. The good news is, they didn't make it, I stopped them. General spoke in a very calm tone. Ah. Where are you? Lan Yulian's face showed a hint of surprise. Oh, there's another piece of bad news. All the remnants of our 4 teams are trapped in the diving training hall. Outside are a large number of mad demon zombies and level 3 zombies. The diving hall was located at the very edge of the sports center, a short distance from where they were, and because of the angle, it was not possible to see it. Lan Yulian immediately switched to another room and took out binoculars. In her view, she saw several people with binoculars on the roof of the diving hall and the dense mass of figures outside the diving hall. I think I see you. Lan Yulian said. There was a pause from the other side, then the question came, can you rescue us? Lan Yulian shook her head instinctively. No, there are too many zombies outside of you. There must be at least 10,000, and they're level 2 and 3 zombies, and we only have 30 people total now. Okay then, can you guys go back to Zijin base for reinforcements? I still have a fully armed military force. Chapter 214, To Save or Not to Save 3. The general's tone was still very calm, showing no hint of fear. Fine, we'll head back tomorrow morning. It's getting dark now, traveling back by night would be too dangerous. I hope you can hold out for the night. The distance to Zijin base was a bit far, it had to be covered during daylight. Otherwise, encountering a large number of night demons at night would spell disaster. Okay. The other party didn't urge them, and their tone remained calm. Lan Yulian knew it was just his style. By the way, what's the situation with the prison and the Alliance now? Lan Yulian asked again. Temporary cooperation. Right. Then. Lan Yulian asked for more specifics, and the general shared everything he could. Wang Tao listened on a side and more or less understood the whole story. Simply put, the prison and the Alliance had long been in cahoots, claiming they came to kill zombies, but they were only going through the motions and didn't actually fight. Without these two powerful teams, the other teams would definitely face greater difficulties. They wanted to take the opportunity to return to Zijin base and take it over. After all, Zijin base was the best in the city, and many were envious of it. They were no exception. As for the ascension to level 3, they had already secretly obtained some white ascension crystal cores. However, they had never succeeded in merging with them. So, they figured that even if Zijin base got hold of crystal cores, it wouldn't be easy to succeed. If they could take over Zijin base, with its high walls and terrifying defense, even level 3 ability users wouldn't be able to breach it. They planned to take their time with the level 3 ascension crystal cores they had. Then, as if by surprise, an accident occurred. Their original plan was to have the people from Zijin base and the clubhouse fight their way in and get bogged down by the multitude of zombies inside while they head back to base. But to their astonishment, the zombies inside were too strong, and Zijin base suffered heavy casualties right at the start. Hence, the general immediately ordered a decisive temporary retreat to plan for the long term. This retreat caught the prison and the Alliance off guard. They had just finished their sabotage and hadn't gone far. It also incidentally caused trouble for Lan Yulian and her teammates. At the time, Lan Yulian's group was jointly fighting a formidable level 3 zombie and couldn't leave. After a great struggle to kill that zombie, they were left alone. The general's men had all retreated. So, this was how Lan Yulian and her people ended up trapped. As for the general's side, once outside, they discovered their vehicles had just been sabotaged, then they saw traces of the prison and the Alliance. So they hurriedly gave chase. At this time, the zombies from the sports hall also gave chase. Some, being speed-type zombies, ran fast, and with their large numbers, the general's men couldn't avoid combat. As a result of this battle, zombies from other areas were attracted. Especially when a large number of mad demon zombies arrived, it wasn't just them who couldn't escape, even the people from the prison and the Alliance had no way out. Fighting amongst themselves was pointless at such a time, so both sides had no choice but to cooperate. They fought while retreating to the diving hall. The current situation was that they were surrounded by countless zombies. Although they were not at immediate risk of death, the future was uncertain. It was unclear whether there were any zombies with strong destructive powers among them, and their supplies were limited. After ending the communication, Lan Yulian turned her gaze to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, do you think we should go and bring back reinforcements? To be honest, neither Zijin Base nor the prison and the Alliance were exactly honorable. There's no need to mention the prison and the Alliance. As for Zijin Base, they retreated too decisively without waiting for Lan Yulian. If they had waited a moment or helped out a bit, Lan Yulian and her team wouldn't have ended up trapped, nearly wiped out. At the time, Lan Yulian had considered borrowing manpower from the 5th Squad, a team of ability users who could use weak slime. But the general vetoed it, saying they needed to preserve the strength of the 5th Squad, which was their trump card for killing level 3 zombies. Lan Yulian was certain that at the time, the general had some thoughts of letting the zombies eliminate her group. If not before, then he would have seized the opportunity when it came. Of course, Lan Yulian wasn't entirely innocent either. By asking Wang Tao this, her implication was clear: if they just left without looking for reinforcements, the general and his men would most likely be doomed. And Zijin Base might just become hers. Lan Yulian hadn't planned on sabotaging them at such a time, but now that the opportunity had arisen, she was having second thoughts. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Now, Zijing City had 4 tigers, which was unsustainable. So you couldn't blame Lan Yulian for being ruthless. If she didn't make a move, someone else would. It was just a matter of who acted first. But Lan Yulian still hesitated. If all these people died, the strength of the survivors in Zijing City would plummet by more than half, a loss for the entire human faction of the city. And Lan Yulian still had some conscience. The idea of so many people dying here weighed on her. She was torn between wanting to abandon them and wanting to save them. Wang Tao could clearly see her thoughts and smiled as he said, "Isn't that simple? If they offer benefits, like giving up Zijin Base, then you save them. If they don't offer anything, just let them wait for death. I believe they know how to choose." Lan Yulian responded with some resignation, "You're right, they're very likely to offer benefits. But that's just a verbal agreement. If they don't honor it after being saved, I have no means of punishing them. That's even simpler. Just be stronger than them. For instance, ascend to level 3. Wang Tao said, revealing a level 3 orange ascension crystal core in his hand, within which lay a plus sign shadow. Level 3 orange ascension crystal core. Chapter 215 Misunderstanding 1 Level 3 orange ascension crystal core? Upon seeing the item in Wang Tao's hand, Lan Yulian covered her small mouth and exclaimed in surprise. This operation awarded her several ascension crystal cores as well, but they were all white rank, ordinary quality, with only a 20% fusion success rate. Theoretically, it should take 5 fusions for a white crystal core to succeed, but in reality, it's all down to luck. That luck might mean never succeeding at all. Furthermore, the fusion of crystal cores introduces impurities into the body, and that's why people of their power level usually wouldn't fuse crystal cores lightly. Especially not white crystal cores. To them, purple crystal cores were mainstream. Red and orange cores were treasures that one could only hope for but not seek out. And now, Wang Tao had casually produced an orange one. "How about it, do you want it?" Wang Tao waved the orange crystal core in his hand. "Yes." Lan Yulian answered honestly. Not just her, but also Lu Yingfeng and Nisa Ian beside her nodded subconsciously. An orange ascension crystal core signified a guaranteed level 3 ascension. Trade it for another crystal core. Wang Tao spoke with a smile. This level 3 orange ascension crystal core synthesized from 2 blue and 1 white crystal cores contained no impurities and so was much higher quality than ordinary orange crystal cores. As long as the trading price exceeded the cost, Wang Tao was willing to make the trade. "What kind of crystal core do you want?" "I'll trade." Lan Yulian immediately reached out to Lu Yingfeng. Lu Yingfeng took out a pile of crystal cores from her backpack, all of them either level 1 or level 2, including a good number of white ascension crystal cores. Seeing these crystal cores, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Even though the quality of these crystal cores was ordinary, they didn't matter to Wang Tao. "How many do you plan to trade?" Wang Tao looked at her. "Huh? How many? Do you have more? Orange ones too?" Lan Yulian was a bit stunned. Without a word, Wang Tao took out 2 red and 1 more orange level 3 ascension crystal core. Everyone, except for Zhang Shixu, was dumbstruck. "Interested?" Wang Tao asked Lan Yulian. "I want them all." Lan Yulian immediately spoke up. These 3 Ascension Crystal Cores essentially meant the creation of 3 level 3 ability users. But can you afford them? Wang Tao asked with a smile on his face. I can afford them. Lan Yulian insisted, even if she couldn't afford them, she had to. She quickly pulled Lu Yingfeng aside and began to discuss in a low voice. Nisayan watched the 3 Ascension Crystal Cores, feeling her heartbeat accelerate. Although they weren't meant for her, if she served Wang Tao well, maybe she'd have a chance. With that thought, she immediately went behind Wang Tao and began to massage his shoulders. Wang Tao glanced at her but didn't say anything. Shortly after, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng came over. Lan Yulian spoke, I'll give you all the crystal cores I have in exchange for these 3 cores. Not enough, Wang Tao shook his head. It wasn't that it wasn't enough, but rather because right now was the perfect time for level 3 Ascension crystal cores to exert their value, and Wang Tao definitely had to sell at a high price. Lan Yulian wasn't surprised to see Wang Tao shaking his head. If it were her, she probably wouldn't agree either. After all, they represented level 3 ability users. If one became a level 3 ability user, would they worry about not having crystal cores? Then you name the price. These are all I have right now. Lan Yulian said helplessly. She wasn't wealthy to begin with, having traded quite a few crystal cores with Wang Tao before. The cores she had now were just obtained today. She really didn't have anything else to offer. Wang Tao didn't name a price. Instead, he looked at the crystal cores Lan Yulian had taken out, then gave her 2 orange Ascension crystal cores. These can only be traded for 2, and this is a friendship price. Okay. Lan Yulian quickly took the 2 cores. They're so pretty. It wasn't that she had never seen orange crystal cores, but somehow these 2 seemed extra beautiful. With these orange crystal cores, they could have a level 3 ability user. And with a level 3 ability user, they could dominate other forces. Who are you planning on using them for? After collecting the pile of crystal cores, Wang Tao curiously asked. We'll give them to Little Feng. I'm not yet qualified for a level 3 ascension. Lan Yulian glanced at Lu Yingfeng as she spoke. A level 3 ascension not only required health point to reach the maximum limit but also at least 1 level 2 ability plus 10. Lan Yulian didn't have an ability that had successfully fused 10 times, so she couldn't use the Ascension Crystal Core. On the other hand, Lu Yingfeng had an ability that had successfully fused 10 times and could ascend to level 3. Lu Yingfeng didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with gratitude. If it were someone else, they would surely use the level 3 Ascension Crystal Core for themselves, even if they couldn't use it right away. It was rare indeed for someone like Lan Yulian to offer it up right away. However, Lu Yingfeng also felt a bit troubled. If I succeed in ascending to level 3, my other level 2 abilities that haven't reached max level won't be able to fuse anymore. Level 2 ability users couldn't merge level 1 crystal cores, and it was likely that level 3 ability users couldn't merge level 2 crystal cores. Lu Yingfeng had only one level 3 ability plus 10, the others were all plus 1. If she ascended to level 3 now, she wouldn't be able to continue fusing level 2 crystal cores with these 3 plus 1 abilities. Meaning, they might never advance further. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly wait for the right opportunity to ascend to level 3, at least she'd make sure her other level 2 abilities reached plus 10. But the situation was extraordinary. Chapter 215 Misunderstanding 2. So, this means that if she ascends to level 3 now, her power would definitely increase significantly, but her growth limit would decrease, because the other abilities would always be at level 2. Not to mention, the fewer Ascension Crystal Cores she uses, the lesser the power increase during Ascension will be. Hearing this, Lan Yulian felt a bit annoyed and instinctively held onto her hand. Oh right. I didn't consider this factor. How about we switch to someone else? There are also some people in our club who are eligible for level 3 Ascension. No, let me do it. Lu Yingfeng gripped Lan Yulian's hand tightly and then shook her head firmly. It wasn't that she was unwilling to let go of this opportunity, but she didn't trust the others much. She could guarantee that even if she ascended to level 3, she would still follow Lu Yingfeng's orders. But that might not be the case with others. The internal dynamics of their club were not very stable, and if something unexpected happened, it could all be for nothing. After Wang Tao learned a bit more about Lu Yingfeng's situation, he suddenly flipped his palm, and an orange crystal core appeared, with a shadow of a surgical knife inside it. Perhaps, you need this. What is this? Seeing the orange crystal core again, both women were surprised and curious. Extraction Crystal Core. After integrating it, it allows you to freely choose to extract one of your level 2 abilities. The extracted ability will form a new crystal core without any side effects. Wang Tao briefly explained. The two women's eyes widened in astonishment. Extraction of an ability? There is such an amazing crystal core? Can a crystal core be extracted even after merging into the body? Both women found it hard to believe, but it was Wang Tao who told them this, and he had no reason to deceive them. After the shock had worn off, both women were visibly excited. If they could use this crystal core to extract the other level 2 crystal cores from Lu Yingfeng's body, then when Lu Yingfeng ascended to level 3, she would have a slot available to integrate a level 3 ability. Alternatively, if Lu Yingfeng extracted her abilities and integrated a more common level 2 crystal core, then ascended a core to plus 10, even if she ascended to level 3, she would still be able to merge a level 3 ascension crystal core, thereby upgrading that ability to level 3. Considering that level 1 and second order superpower owners could merge level 2 ascension crystal cores, it stands to reason that level 2 and level 3 ability users should be able to merge level 3 crystal cores as well. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, if Lu Yingfeng could use this crystal core, it would be a great enhancement to both her power and potential. Especially since Lu Yingfeng had integrated 2 useless abilities with no side effects but also no real function in the early stages, she could now swap them for more suitable abilities. Lan Yulian asked with a mix of excitement and nervousness, "What's the price for this extraction crystal core?" That price wasn't easy to set. To Wang Tao, this kind of extraction crystal core was more precious than an ascension crystal core because it was rare. But to others, definitely, the ascension crystal cores would be more valuable. "You don't have anything left to trade now, do you?" Wang Tao raised his eyebrows and said. "If you trust me, I can write an IOU. Just like the price we discussed for the ascension crystal core just now." Lan Yulian said seriously. "Running a tab? Okay, I trust you." Wang Tao looked into her eyes and suddenly nodded with a smile. "Ah." Hearing Wang Tao agree so readily, Lan Yulian was somewhat surprised. "What? Were you lying to me?" "No." Lan Yulian quickly waved her hands, then it settled. No matter why Wang Tao trusted her, it was certainly a good thing for her. At this moment, Wang Tao produced another extraction crystal core. "Lu Yingfeng has 2 useless abilities, right? Perfect, extract them both. You have more? Good, I'll take it." Lan Yulian continued running a tab. "Do you have any useless abilities?" Wang Tao suddenly asked Lan Yulian. "I do." "How many?" "Also 2. Just as Lan Yulian finished speaking, she saw Wang Tao produce 2 epic extraction crystal cores. "Here, want them?" "Yes. The more debts one has, the less they worry." Lan Yulian had already run up quite a tab, so she wasn't about to balk at 2 more. "Do you want to ascend to level 3? You do, right? Then these ascension crystal cores." Wang Tao pulled out several ascension crystal cores. Both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng were extremely shocked, and while they were shocked, they also seemed somewhat bewildered. Are we even living in the same world? High-quality level 3 ascension crystal cores just casually being doled out? And he's willing to extend credit to me? After being bewildered for a while, Lan Yulian suddenly seemed to realize something. Her expression became surprised yet complex. Then she gave Wang Tao a signal with her eyes, meaning to have a private chat with him. Wang Tao stood up and went with her to another room, where just the 2 of them were present. "You. Just say what you want to do." Upon entering, Lan Yulian looked at him and said. "There's no such thing as love for no reason." Wang Tao suddenly being so nice to her was certainly with an ulterior motive. After all, this was the apocalypse, and running a tab in such a world was almost the same as throwing your effort into the water. Wang Tao agreeing to her running a tab definitely had a purpose. But what could he want? They had no crystal cores left, and it didn't seem like Wang Tao was interested in her club's power, so it could only be her person. This wasn't her being narcissistic, it was just that she truly had nothing valuable left, and she knew she was better looking than average. Before Wang Tao could respond, Lan Yulian suddenly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red as she spoke in a soft voice. Chapter 215 Misunderstanding 3 Cough. "I'm not being pretentious, I just feel that everything has a process, even if it's a special situation, or a brief one. So, please, can we have a process where we get to know each other? We could try to understand each other first. I know you're excellent, but I'm not someone who can be taken lightly. After all, I've never been in a relationship. Of course, no matter what the outcome, I will repay what I owe you. I won't take your things for nothing, that's my promise." Hearing Lan Yulian's words, Wang Tao was initially stupefied, then he realized that Lan Yulian seemed to have misunderstood something. Misunderstood that he was pursuing her? And she didn't dislike it? But it made sense, given Wang Tao's current strength. If he wanted women, they'd probably be lining up for him, like Nisa Ayan was very proactive. Lan Yulian's restraint was quite modest in comparison. And Wang Tao had helped her a lot, even saved her life, and he himself was not bad looking. To say she had no feelings for Wang Tao was impossible. But to say she had fallen for him, probably not yet. Now, with Wang Tao being so generous to her, in her eyes, this was a signal from him. So she decided to clarify things. If Wang Tao really had such intentions, They could start by getting to know each other a bit. Wang Tao suddenly laughed. Actually, I prefer the type like Lu Yingfeng. Lan Yulian was startled for a second, her face instantly colored with embarrassment. But there was also a sense of relief, and a trace of disappointment. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear to ease the awkwardness and then apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. After her apology, she quickly sang Lu Yingfeng's praises. If you like little Feng, that's easy to say. I can help set you two up. She's never been in a relationship and is very innocent. As soon as she finished, Wang Tao burst out laughing. Alright, actually I was joking. I agreed to extend credit to you because I want more crystal cores. Although you don't have them now, as long as you can take down the general and even the entire Zijin base, there will be plenty of crystal cores, and then you can repay me. Ah. Looking at Wang Tao, who didn't seem to be joking, Lan Yulian grew even more embarrassed. She suddenly felt like she might be a little love-struck, interpreting Wang Tao's intentions all wrong. However, she quickly recovered, and with a serious expression, she assured, rest assured, I will repay all debts without any intentional delay. I trust your character, Wang Tao nodded. Then let's go outside. Lan Yulian wanted to leave quickly. The more she stayed with Wang Tao, the more endless the embarrassment felt. Although in this apocalyptic era, survivors tended to have thick skins, by misfortune, she was one of the few with a relatively thin skin. Especially in matters of men and women, having had no experience, she found it difficult to be open. Nisa Ayan, who had already been someone's wife, was very open, not giving a thought to face when in front of Wang Tao. Wang Tao followed behind her, but as he was about to leave, he suddenly said, the thing just now was a joke. I know. Lan Yulian did not expect Wang Tao to repeat it, she felt completely uncomfortable. However, Wang Tao suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear, what I mean is, I don't just like Lu Yingfeng's type but I quite like both of you. Lan Yulian turned her head, looking somewhat surprised and at a loss. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was common for strong men to have multiple women, and women to have multiple men. But such things happening to herself felt somewhat unacceptable, as she wasn't weak and didn't need to cling to others to survive. If someone else had said this, she would have been disgusted. But if that person was Wang Tao, she suddenly felt her heart in disarray. Watching Lan Yulian, who seemed at a loss, Wang Tao patted her shoulder with a smile and then took the lead to walk out. He indeed had a good impression of both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng, but it was purely admiration without any romantic feelings. But since Lan Yulian didn't take offense at the misunderstanding, there was no need for Wang Tao to pretend to be reserved. Everyone appreciates beauty, and who would refuse a beauty that comes knocking? Especially since he thought both women had good strength and character. Especially Lan Yulian, she was a rare healer. After Wang Tao and Lan Yulian came out, the few people outside were curious about what they had discussed. At this time, Lan Yulian's complexion was normal, showing nothing. It had to be said, women are natural actors. Wang Tao said to both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng, whatever crystal cores you need, just say it, you can put it on credit. Lu Yingfeng looked towards Lan Yulian, and Lan Yulian nodded. So, the two women got a lot of red and orange crystal cores from Wang Tao. Lan Yulian felt a bit of a pinch, regardless of what relationship she would end up with Wang Tao, since she said she would clear her debts, she meant to do just that. And now she had taken on so much credit, she estimated that even if she could take down the general and his group, Wang Tao would probably reap the most benefits. By the way, I have another nice item, do you want it? Wang Tao took out another red crystal core. This crystal core, called Healing Light. Level 2 crystal core, Healing Light, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 45%, side effects, first fusion decreases health point by 5,000, subsequent fusions decrease health point by 1,000, Healing Light, consumes energy to form a healing energy field, restoring health point every second within its range. After Wang Tao introduced the crystal core, Lan Yulian's eyes immediately lit up. She felt this crystal core was perfect for her. I want it. Her ability was single target healing, but this ability was for group healing, perfectly compensating for her deficiency. Moreover, her combat strength was not high, and she didn't like fighting. She enjoyed healing, and this ability seemed tailor-made for her. Chapter 216, Buy on credit. Once seeing the sparkle in Lan Yulian's eyes, Wang Tao directly gave her the Healing Light crystal core. This crystal core was quite good, and even though it was just one, unable to remove the side effects, it was still impressive. It was just a loss of 5,000 health point. Before 29,999 health point, that was enough. If need be, just kill a few more zombies to replenish the health point. However, for Wang Tao himself, it wasn't of much use. Since Wang Tao's own Iron Wall ability could restore health point, and he preferred abilities that could aid in attack, This healing light obviously wasn't suitable for him. Wang Tao had originally planned to keep this ability for Ding Yukin, but now Ding Yukin wasn't around, and he was certain that he would have many more crystal cores later, so there was no need to keep holding on to it. Giving it to Lan Yulian now would let it serve its proper function. Watching Lan Yulian holding the crystal core, with a look of uncontrollable joy, Wang Tao suddenly said, "You owe me a lot now." Lan Yulian's face froze. If it were before, she might have thought Wang Tao meant that she owed him a lot of crystal cores. But now, she had a feeling that Wang Tao's words carried a deeper meaning. "Don't worry, I will be able to pay you back soon." Lan Yulian quickly spoke up. Lu Yingfeng, standing beside her, tugged at Lan Yulian's clothes and asked in a low voice, "We owe so much. How are we going to pay it all back?" Lan Yulian gave her a glance, whispering back, "I sold you to him." Lu Yingfeng obviously didn't believe her but didn't ask any further. With a serious face, she said, "Then I'm going to start the fusion of the crystal core." Lan Yulian nodded. "Go ahead, I'll guard you." They had just received a lot of crystal cores from Wang Tao, and for Lu Yingfeng, that should be enough. Lu Yingfeng entered a room. She had quite a few crystal cores to fuse, so it would take some time. Lan Yulian then arranged for others to patrol this floor, to prevent zombies from coming up at night, given that she would be guarding Lu Yingfeng. Zhu Xiaojun volunteered to stand guard himself. With his strength, even if some formidable zombies appeared, he would be able to handle them. Inside the room, Lu Yingfeng lay on the bed, with Lan Yulian sitting beside her. Wang Tao sat on a chair not far away, with Zhang Shixe snuggled next to him. Ni Xian continued to massage Wang Tao's shoulders. Before Lu Yingfeng started the fusion of the extraction crystal core, Wang Tao roughly knew about the abilities she possessed. Apart from two trash abilities, Lu Yingfeng's other two abilities were athlete and precision shooting. Lu Yingfeng possessed precision shooting, and Wang Tao found it a bit surprising, but not too surprising. After all, precision shooting isn't just for shooting. In close combat, it can be very useful in controlling one's strength and direction. And Lu Yingfeng herself was from a martial arts family, knowledgeable in many sword techniques. Paired with athlete and precision shooting, her close combat would be very strong, and very cool. After Lu Yingfeng swallowed the extraction crystal core, it didn't take long before she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a crystal core. It was one of those trash abilities she had fused before. Then she swallowed another extraction crystal core, and shortly after, the other ability was expelled as well. Lu Yingfeng looked happy. Those abilities were of limited help to her and were from earlier fusions. Now she could finally replace them. She chose a sprint crystal core from Wang Tao's collection. To others, this ability might only seem to move them a small distance, seemingly not very useful. But for her, coupled with her sword techniques, it would definitely make her more formidable. As for the other ability, she hadn't decided yet what to fuse. She would have to leave it empty for now and wait until she reached level 3. Soon, Lu Yingfeng successfully fused the sprint crystal core, then fused the other 9 sprints as well. All these crystal cores were on credit from Lan Yulian. Lu Yingfeng's athlete was at +10, and now the sprint was also +10. This meant she could fuse 2 ascension crystal cores. However, Wang Tao suddenly said, "By the way, I just remembered, there's a crystal core that should be very suitable for you." "What is it?" Everyone looked curiously at Wang Tao. "This one." Wang Tao took out a red, high-frequency vibration crystal core and explained its function. After hearing this, Lu Yingfeng immediately became excited. This ability was practically tailor-made for sword users like them. She immediately looked at Wang Tao with hopeful eyes, then at Lan Yulian. "We'll take it." Lan Yulian spoke up at once. "What's a little more debt?" She could afford it. But Wang Tao just smiled and shook his head. "You can have it on credit, but I have a small condition." "What condition?" "If it's within my power, I will not shy away." Lu Yingfeng asked eagerly. "I'm quite interested in your sword techniques." Lu Yingfeng was surprised but quickly said, "Once we're in a safe place, I can teach you. But let's make it clear, if you can't learn, you can't blame me. Not that I look down on you, but I've been practicing for many years since I was a child. Deal? I'm not demanding, just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, so be it." Wang Tao handed the crystal core to Lu Yingfeng. He thought Lu Yingfeng looked very cool when fighting, and each move was controlled just right. He wanted to learn. But if he really couldn't pick it up, then it was not meant to be. It would simply prove it wasn't his forte. "Thank you." Lu Yingfeng excitedly fused the high-frequency vibration, and after a moment, she took out her sword to test it. She easily cut through a steel pipe. Chapter 216, Buy on Credit Too Strong. Jade Lotus exclaimed in admiration. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yingfeng then said to the others, "Now, I will merge with an Ascension Crystal Core and upgrade to level 3. She placed an orange ascension crystal core into her mouth. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her expression somewhat excited. Athlete has ascended to level 3. Congratulations. Jade Lotus and the others quickly offered their congratulations. But after waiting for a while, Lu Yingfeng's frown returned. However, I don't feel that I can ascend to level 3. What? Everyone was taken aback. Wang Tao's brows furrowed as well. When he wanted to ascend, merging just one crystal core had no effect, he had to successfully merge 4 ascension crystal cores. Could it be? Lu Yingfeng faced the same situation? After asking Lu Yingfeng and Jade Lotus some questions, Wang Tao had an epiphany. I think I understand what's happening. When Lu Yingfeng was ascending from level 1 to level 2, she used 4 ascension crystal cores. At that time, after successfully merging 1 ascension crystal core, she felt she could advance. However, Jade Lotus told her that the more crystal cores she merged, the stronger the enhancement she'd get at level 2. Therefore, she held back from advancing and specially ascended all 4 abilities before progressing to level 2. Indeed, even though she had 2 useless abilities, she was substantially stronger than most second-order superpower owners. So, Wang Tao thought, perhaps because she merged 4 crystal cores at level 1, she would also need to merge 4 at level 2? Upon hearing Wang Tao's analysis, Lu Yingfeng and Jade Lotus were somewhat stunned. If this was the case, wouldn't that mean this ascension crystal core was used in vain? After all, Lu Yingfeng still had 2 abilities at +1. Wang Tao didn't have the right crystal core for her to upgrade at the moment. The omnipotent crystal core could work, but Wang Tao didn't have many, and he had already used them himself. Although ascending an ability to level 3 would also significantly increase combat power, if one didn't ascend themselves, it would still be inferior to a normal level 3 ability user. Defeating so many zombies, or subduing the general and others, would still be difficult. The usually calm Lu Yingfeng suddenly felt anxious. She felt like she had wasted a valuable ascension crystal core, especially since Jade Lotus had obtained it at a great cost. Wang Tao looked at Jade Lotus. How about you? How many ascension crystal cores did you use when you ascended to level 2? 4. Jade Lotus said with some resignation. This meant she also couldn't ascend to level 3 anytime soon. Suddenly, Jade Lotus looked at Wang Tao with anticipation and asked, Wang Tao, you should be able to ascend to level 3, right? Why don't you ascend to level 3 and then help us suppress the general and his people? She didn't trust the other people in the club, she trusted Wang Tao. However, Wang Tao shook his head. I also need 4 ascension crystal cores to ascend to level 3, but my abilities haven't fully upgraded, and I don't have the crystal cores I need right now. Even without ascending to level 3, he could suppress the general and his men. But Wang Tao wouldn't be staying here for long as he was planning to go to the military base. It wasn't possible for him to help Jade Lotus with this request. And what he said was true. He only had 2 level 2 abilities at +10, and he couldn't ascend. He hadn't even used ascension crystal cores for these 2 abilities because ascending them to level 3 would require 30,000 special energy for extraction or merging, while level 2 would only need 5,000. Since he wasn't sure whether he would extract in the future, he didn't advance to save some energy. So what do we do now? Jade Lotus was somewhat at a loss. She now had the ascension crystal cores but no suitable candidate to use them. At that moment, Nisa Ayan, who was standing behind Wang Tao, suddenly raised her hand. She looked at the others somewhat timidly and said, Ahem, that. When I ascended to level 2, I only merged 1 ascension crystal core. After saying this, she swallowed nervously. She was both excited and apprehensive. It seemed that among all present, she was the only one who met the condition. Could this enormous fortune fall into her lap? Jade Lotus and Lu Yingfeng turned their gazes to Wang Tao. They weren't familiar with Nisa Ayan and were unclear about her character. Although Nisa Ayan had a bad reputation, she was now following Wang Tao. Wang Tao turned to Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan didn't care about the gazes of the 2 women and walked over to Wang Tao in an understanding manner, kneeling in front of him to express her respect and submission. Jade Lotus and Lu Yingfeng looked at the 2 with surprise. They previously thought that Nisa Ayan and Wang Tao had a cooperative relationship. But now it seemed that the relationship between them might be deeper. Wang Tao gently stroked her hair, as if he were petting a small dog. Do you want to ascend to level 3? Yes. Nisa Ayan nodded frantically. Then she quickly rubbed her face against Wang Tao's hand and said, Master, I will be obedient. Jade Lotus and Lu Yingfeng looked at Nisa Ayan with odd expressions but said nothing. Wang Tao looked into Nisa Ayan's anxious, expectant eyes, gently pinched her cheek, and simply said, just be obedient. He believed Nisa Ayan knew the consequences of betraying him. Nisa Ayan had killed quite a few zombies today, and her health point had already reached the cap of 29,999, but her abilities hadn't yet reached +10. Nisa Ayan's 4 abilities were, Rush, athlete, throwing master, and dream interpretation. Wang Tao thought for a moment. It was either not to ascend to level 3 at all or to do so in the most perfect way possible. Chapter 216, Buy on Credit 3. Nisa Ayan had 4 abilities, except for dream interpretation, which Wang Tao didn't possess. He had the other 3, and not just a few of them. So Wang Tao gave her a pile of crystal cores to fuse. Are they all for me? Nisa Ayan felt so blessed she was about to faint. The way she looked at Wang Tao was as if her eyes could drip water. Nisa Ayan's feelings for Wang Tao were complicated. She was afraid, but she also genuinely started to like him. Especially now, if it weren't for the inappropriate circumstances, she would definitely let Wang Tao experience the moves she just learned. Fuse them. Yes, master. Witnessed by several people, Nisa Ayan quickly succeeded in fusing 27 crystal cores. Rush, athlete, and throwing master all added 10 points. Then Wang Tao had her fuse an extraction crystal core, stripping away the ability of dream interpretation. Level 2 crystal core, dream interpretation, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 45%, side effects, none. Dream interpretation can dispel some of the human dream states, awakening the person. Now that she had changed her profession, this ability was of no use anymore. Wang Tao kept the crystal core for himself, which might come in handy for him later. Then Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan a jump. This ability could attack and save lives. Furthermore, Wang Tao had plenty of them. After Nisa Ayan had fused jump to +10, Wang Tao took out 4 ascension crystal cores. Nisa Ayan, trembling, received these crystal cores, her eyes slowly welling up with tears. No matter what Wang Tao's intentions were or how poorly he had treated her in the past, amidst this post-apocalyptic world, he was now indeed treating her the best. She was deeply grateful to Wang Tao, sincerely wanting to follow him and acknowledge him as her master. As for rebellion, let alone whether she could defeat him, she was currently able to enjoy the finest things by following Wang Tao. Only a fool would rebel. Under the envious gazes of Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen, Nisa Ayan fused all 4 ascension crystal cores. Then her 4 abilities all advanced to level 3. Brother Wang, I feel that I can ascend to level 3 at any time within the next 3 days, and the ascension will probably require 24 hours of sleep. Nisa Ayan quickly shared the information she knew with Wang Tao. Alright, then start your ascension right away. Wang Tao nodded. This was almost what he had anticipated. Yes. After an excited nod, Nisa Ayan lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After some thought, Wang Tao called Zhu Xiaojun in. Since Nisa Ayan had started her ascension, he might as well promote Zhu Xiaojun to level 3 too. Zhu Xiaojun had already maxed out his health point at 29,999. As for his abilities, they were Strength, Rush, Shockwave, and Iron Skin. In the past 2 days, Wang Tao had obtained a lot of crystal cores, including these, which could allow Zhu Xiaojun to level up to the max. Zhu Xiaojun also looked at Wang Tao with immense gratitude and excitement. However, he didn't say much. He was never good with words, always expressing himself through actions. Soon, Zhu Xiaojun also fell into a deep sleep. By this time tomorrow, there will be 2 powerful level 3 ability users. Envious. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen both envied him, as they wouldn't be able to ascend to level 3 anytime soon. Lu Yingfen had just fused with a high-frequency vibration, but there were not many of those crystal cores left, and Wang Tao had none. She didn't want to perform extraction, so all she could do was wait. And she still had to consider what her 4th crystal core would be. As for Lan Yulian, it was even harder. She had extracted the 2 useless abilities from her body, leaving only one for health point restoration and another for healing wounds. The crystal cores with these 2 abilities were extremely rare. She would probably, like Wang Tao, use an omnipotent crystal core instead. At this moment, Lan Yulian seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, by the way, having them start their ascension now means you're not planning on returning to Zijin base at the moment, right? Now that the vehicles were unusable, they could only walk back. If they were to drag 2 sleeping people, especially someone as burly as Zhu Xiaojun, it would be quite troublesome. Wang Tao replied with a smile, why go back? I've used up so many crystal cores, and you guys don't have any left. I need to replenish some as there are so many zombies around. The zombies at the sports center were lured away by the general and his people. This was good news for Wang Tao, as it meant there were zombies to kill. There were a few very strong zombies in the horde that Wang Tao had never encountered before. Now was the perfect opportunity to lure them over. Hearing Wang Tao's words, both women got a little excited. If it were just the 2 of them, they probably would have gone back, but with Wang Tao around, they would definitely follow him. After all, Wang Tao's strength spoke for itself. That night, there was no disturbance on their side of the building. However, the diving hall was bustling. As the zombies never left, it caused some noise, thereby attracting many night demons. The strength of the night demons was formidable, and they moved in groups. Combined with other zombies. Wang Tao really wanted to know the psychological shadow that the survivors inside the diving hall were living under. The next day, in the morning, Lan Yulian left some people to watch over Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiajun, while Wang Tao asked Zhang Shixu to stay behind as well, just in case any accidents occurred. Funny enough, neither Lan Yulian nor Lu Yingfeng knew of Zhang Shixu's true strength until now, still thinking she was just an ordinary person with good physical fitness. Wang Tao prepared to head to the sports center with Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng. But before leaving, Wang Tao brought out 2 sets of iron tree armors. What's this? Armor? Both women were curious. They hadn't seen where Wang Tao had gotten them from. Could they have been cosplaying outfits found within the building? Iron tree armor, with strong defense. Try them on. Okay. The women were a bit puzzled, but they didn't ask further questions. After all, Wang Tao was now a major creditor of theirs, they definitely had to listen to him. Huh? This armor can even adjust its size. Although it's a bit heavy, it's not too bad, and it fits very well after putting it on. The 2 women, outfitted in the iron tree armors, were quite amazed. They weren't sure about the armor's defensive power yet, but it was indeed comfortable to wear, much better than they had expected. Alright, let's go like this. Wang Tao intended for them to experience the armor, to find out its pros and cons and, afterwards, to discuss how much they thought it was worth. He was not yet sure about pricing the armor, so he would wait for their usage feedback before deciding. Okay. The 3 left the building and stealthily made their way toward the sports center. It didn't take long for Wang Tao to spot a zombie entirely covered with hands. It wasn't among those surrounding the diving hall but was wandering outside. Seeing this, Lan Yulian quickly whispered to Wang Tao, "This zombie has killed many of our people before." Chapter 217, 100-Armed Zombie. This was a zombie that looked like a hedgehog, but instead of quills, it had decaying, menacing arms. There were at least 100 of these arms, flailing and writhing, making one's scalp tingle. Wang Tao couldn't see its eyes, but when he looked at it, it seemed to sense something. The arms began to move rapidly like centipede legs and charge towards him. It's coming. It has an ability that lets it shoot those arms out. Anyone hit by the arms will most likely die. Lan Yulian explained anxiously. This zombie had killed many of her people yesterday, and she still had a psychological shadow from it. Shooting out arms? That's something. And its perception seems really strong. It noticed me from so far away. Wang Tao looked at the zombie's attributes. Health point, 40,000 out of 40,000, magic point, 20,000 out of 20,000, grade, level 3, Lord, a level 3, Lord with 40,000 health point. Looking at this attribute alone, Wang Tao thought Lan Yulian and her team were lucky yesterday. If their luck had been any worse, it wouldn't have been just heavy casualties, they could have been completely wiped out. It's a level 3, Lord Zombie. It's normal for you not to have been able to beat it, Wang Tao said softly. The level 3 zombies Lan Yulian and her team had managed to kill yesterday were either level 3 ordinary zombies, level 3 mad demon zombies, or weakened level 3 elite zombies. In any case, they hadn't really encountered any proper level 3 elite zombies, let alone a level 3, Lord Zombie. A level 3 Lord. No wonder. The 2 women suddenly realized. A zombie lord was much stronger than elite zombies. If they had known it was a zombie lord, they would have run away early and wouldn't have tangled with it. But it wasn't easy to determine whether it was a lord or not. Lords had territories. If there was only one zombie in an area, or if there was one very powerful zombie, or if it commanded other zombies, then it was definitely a lord zombie. But at the time, zombies were all over the place, and everything was in chaos. Seeing zombies approach, Lan Yulian and her team's first reaction was to attack. They could only vaguely sense it was a level 3 zombie but couldn't discern whether it was an elite or a lord. Not to mention, having killed many level 3 ordinary zombies and weakened elite zombies, they were growing confident, which made accurate judgment no less difficult. Wang Tao, what do we need to do? Lan Yulian looked towards Wang Tao. She didn't ask if Wang Tao could win but instead directly asked what they should do. Since Wang Tao knew it was a lord zombie but didn't run, that meant he was confident, and all they needed to do was support him. You two hide first, I'll take the main attack, and Lu Yingfeng look for opportunities to assist. As for you, protect yourself and keep an eye on Lu Yingfeng, and don't attract its attention at all costs, Wang Tao instructed. Okay. Both women responded and then hid themselves. Wang Tao walked out boldly, facing the 100-armed zombie head-on. The 2 women were very anxious, with Lan Yulian ready to heal and restore health point to Wang Tao at any moment. Then, they were stunned. They saw black roots resembling those of a tree suddenly appear on Wang Tao as he approached the zombie. In the blink of an eye, these roots wrapped around him and formed a massive set of armor. Wang Tao transformed into a 2.5-meter tall monster. And in his hands, a giant white bone knife had appeared from nowhere. What is this? It was the first time the two women had seen Wang Tao like this and couldn't quite believe it. Could it be a transformation ability? And where did that bone knife come from? Before they could ponder further, Wang Tao was already in contact with the 100-armed zombie. Thump! Wang Tao couldn't find the zombie's head, so he could only attack the decaying arms. With one slice, several arms were cut off by Wang Tao. The 100-armed zombie didn't seem to lose much health point, but it became enraged, suddenly leaping high into the air, then bouncing towards Wang Tao like a ball. It can jump that high? Wang Tao hadn't expected the zombie to be so agile. However, with his Iron Wall ability already activated and the speed boost, he easily dodged the 100-armed zombie's attack. Boom, the stone pavement was smashed into a spider web of cracks. And just like a ball, the 100-armed zombie hit the ground and used its arms to bounce back up, lunging at Wang Tao again. This time, Wang Tao didn't dodge but instead timed his move carefully, powering up for a decisive strike. He used high-frequency vibration for this slash. Bang! The 100-armed zombie was sent flying, and Wang Tao felt his knife had cut deep. Above the zombie's head, a damage number of -3,645 popped up. Its defense isn't that high after all. Seeing this number, Wang Tao grinned. As long as it wasn't a monster with high defense like the big tree monster, he wouldn't waste too much time. When the 100-armed zombie got knocked back, Lu Yingfen, who had been ready to strike, appeared suddenly. Clad in armor, she tightly gripped her Tang Dao and stabbed at the 100-armed zombie as it was about to launch near her. Thrust. -1,894. After the stab, Lu Yingfen didn't linger for combat but quickly retreated. Wang Tao glanced at her in surprise. The damage from that strike was quite high. After all, Lu Yingfen hadn't reached level 3 yet, while Wang Tao was genuinely at level 3 combat power. For her to inflict almost 2,000 damage with a single strike was impressive indeed. Chapter 217, 100-armed zombie quick battle, quick decision. Wang Tao said to Lu Yingfen. Since both of their damages were not low, there was no need to dawdle. Otherwise, if other zombies were attracted, complications could easily arise. Okay. Lu Yingfen responded. Roar. After the 100-armed zombie landed, the arms on its body suddenly trembled violently, like some sort of shamanic dance. Lan Yulian, hiding in the shadows, suddenly felt dizzy. Lu Yingfen, who was closer to the 100-armed zombie, was even more unstable on her feet, and she was about to fall to the ground. Wang Tao instantly appeared beside her, scooping her up and getting her out of there. Boom! As soon as they left, they saw the zombie fall from the sky, landing right where Lu Yingfen had just been standing. Mental attack. Lu Yingfeng's face inside the helmet was a bit unsightly. When they had previously attacked this zombie, it hadn't used this method. This only meant one thing: they hadn't been seen as a threat. However, this was also a good thing. After all, mental attacks were unpredictable, and she didn't have any means to resist them. Wang Tao had fused with quite a few crystal cores before and had some that could defend against mental attacks, so he did have some resistance to this kind of attack. Moreover, Wang Tao had just discovered that his entangling roots had just lost health point. Could this mental attack reach his armor? But he didn't have time to think further. Wang Tao asked Lu Yingfen, who was in his arms. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lu Yingfen shook her head, feeling a bit clearer after a moment. She quickly wriggled out of Wang Tao's embrace. Though both were armored and there had been no physical contact while she was in Wang Tao's arms, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After releasing her, Wang Tao used the walkie-talkie to check on Lan Yulian's situation. I'm okay. Once he made sure everyone was alright, Wang Tao attacked again. Other zombies were already heading their way, so they needed to finish this one off quickly. At that moment, the 100-armed zombie suddenly spun around, throwing its arms like javelins toward Wang Tao, Lu Yingfen, and Lan Yulian hiding in the shadows. Wang Tao raised his bone knife and swung several blows, knocking away many arms. However, there were too many arms flying toward him, and 3 still struck him. -349, -340, -318. One arm hitting his entangling roots caused over 300 health point of damage. Though it seemed not much, the 3 arms together had depleted 1,000 health point. And this was after Wang Tao had already blocked many arms. If it were someone else without the defense of entangling roots and hit by several arms, they might have been killed instantly. Wang Tao looked toward Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen. Fortunately, although they were a bit disheveled, they both managed to block the attack. The greatest credit went to their iron tree armors. Such strong defense. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng were both a bit shocked and happy. They had braced themselves for injury, but unexpectedly, the zombies' arm attacks were unable to penetrate the armor's defense. Although they had lost health point, there were no direct wounds, which prevented infection. Lan Yulian first healed Wang Tao, then Lu Yingfeng, and finally herself. Wang Tao felt warm all over, and his health point instantly returned to full. He looked again at the zombie. After shooting out part of its arms, its true form was revealed, a giant meat tumor. Wang Tao felt a bit disgusted as he rushed forward with his knife. The zombie continued its arm shooting, but this time, it didn't attack Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng. Instead, it targeted Wang Tao. Bracing himself with his strength, Wang Tao endured the attacks and broke through to the front of the 100-armed zombie. Then he began slashing wildly. -4,584, -4,873, -4,393. Lu Yingfeng seized the opportunity to appear behind the zombie, and she too started swinging her knife. -1,849, -1,823, -1,902. The defense of the level 3, Lord Zombie Lord was indeed low, especially after losing those arms. It essentially became a target for Wang Tao and Lu Yingfeng. It launched several mental attacks. Wang Tao felt a slight stabbing pain in his head, but it wasn't a big problem. Soon after, Wang Tao delivered the final blow. Spurt, -5,134, 0 out of 40,000, the zombie's health point bar emptied. Wang Tao quickly collected the spoils of war and cut open the tumor to find a crystal core inside. Level 3 crystal core, spike shoot, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effect, defense decreased, spike shoot, spikes will grow on the body, which can be shot out and can be recovered. Seeing the attributes of the crystal core, Wang Tao suddenly understood. He thought that the defense of the level 3, Lord Zombie Lord was much weaker than he expected, and it turned out that this ability had a side effect that reduced defensive power. But the crystal core mentioned spikes, whereas the zombie had grown arms. It seemed there had been a mutation during the growth process. Lan Yulian ran over and showered several green lights on Wang Tao and Lu Yingfeng. Seeing that quite a few zombies had already surrounded them, Wang Tao immediately ran off with the two women. "Let's go." Some time later, the three of them appeared on the rooftop of a building. From there, they had a perfect view of the swimming pool. Seeing the dense hordes of zombies outside the pool area, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng both felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They couldn't understand why there were so many zombies here, and so many of them were level 3. According to the information the general had given them before, there shouldn't have been so many zombies here, let alone so many level 3 zombies. Chapter 217, 100-armed zombie. The general's information shouldn't be false. After all, he's trapped himself, and if it were false, he definitely wouldn't have risked coming here. Maybe they've bred a mother zombie. I've seen one before. Wang Tao explained. He referred to the type of zombie that could enhance the strength of other zombies as a mother zombie. Just like the green-eyed zombie he had encountered before at the Shuai's County First Hospital, and the plant monster that had developed zombies specifically at the reservoir last time. Wang Tao initially suspected that these zombies were cultivated by the big tree monster in the underground parking lot. But it didn't feel quite right, because it seemed to have nothing it needed to guard. So now Wang Tao suspected there might be a mother zombie here. If there really was a mother zombie, he wondered what level it would be. Based on Wang Tao's previous experience, the zombies cultivated by a second-order mother zombie were all first level, so those by a third-order mother zombie should be level 2. But there were many level 3 zombies here. It couldn't be that there was a fourth-order mother zombie, could it? Or had the mother zombie undergone some kind of mutation? Wang Tao didn't know, but either way, this place was dangerous, and even though he had reached level 3, he had to be cautious. After hearing Wang Tao's explanation about the mother zombie, the two women immediately felt a chill throughout their bodies. If there really was such a zombie here that could endlessly produce powerful zombies, that would be a big problem. You two look for the next target. It would be best to find a zombie lord. I'll rest for a while, Wang Tao said to the two women. If it were another place, in one area there would likely be only one zombie lord, but there were too many zombies here, and there could be a mother zombie, so there might be other zombie lords as well. Okay. Rest well. The two women nodded their heads in a hurry. While resting, Wang Tao naturally turned his attention to his loot. Compared with yesterday's big tree monster, although both were level 3 lords, this 100-armed zombie had 10,000 less health point and lower defense. Its overall strength was much weaker, only the mental attack was difficult to guard against. The loot was still substantial. Besides a crystal core, the 100-armed zombie itself had nothing else. But the 9,600 special energy it brought Wang Tao increased his special energy to 115,000. Then there were 3 loot packs. The crystal core gift bag contained 5 crystal cores. There were red, level 3 crystal core, ascension, blue, level 3 crystal core, omnipotent, purple, level 3 crystal core, jump. Wang Tao noticed that as long as the zombies or monsters he killed surpassed their levels and were powerful, it was easy to drop ascension and omnipotent crystals. This was quite nice. However, what attracted Wang Tao's attention the most were the last 2 crystal cores. Level 3 crystal core, mental shock, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 40%, side effect, blindness, mental shock, consumes energy to transform one's spiritual power into several invisible and colorless needles that shoot out. If there are obstacles in the way, it will reduce the power. Seeing the ability of this crystal core, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Just by looking at the side effect of blindness, one could tell this ability was powerful. It was another unguardable method of attack. But it can be blocked. No wonder I lost health point from the entangling roots when the zombie's mental attack hit me. So it was the entangling roots that blocked the attack. This could explain why Lu Yingfeng and Lan Yulian were not seriously hurt after the mental attack, because they had full armor for protection. Without the armor, they probably would have had a hard time with a hit like that and might even have been in danger of losing their lives. Wang Tao wanted to synthesize this mental shock core. He'd see if he could get 2 more cores later. He didn't dare synthesize it without removing its blindness side effect. As for the last crystal core, it also made Wang Tao's eyes shine. Level 3 crystal core, perception, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, side effect, non-female synthesize, having perception ability, perception, consumes energy to detect nearby living entities. No wonder this zombie had no organs like eyes and could still quickly discover Wang Tao and his team. It turned out it had the perception ability. Perception ability was like a human-shaped radar, one of the abilities Wang Tao wanted the most. Although the range of perception was not as wide as his plant affinity, its accuracy was far greater. If he could use perception and plant affinity together, he figured it would be like radar plus X-ray vision. Unfortunately, Wang Tao hadn't encountered many zombies with the perception ability. He currently only had 1 level 2 perception crystal core. Now he had obtained a level 3 perception crystal core. Although he couldn't synthesize it with a level 2 core, maybe he could collect enough to do so eventually. However, Wang Tao suddenly had an idea. What if he synthesized the level 2 perception ability first, then used an omnipotent crystal core to upgrade it to +10, and then used an ascension crystal core to raise it to level 3. Then, by using the extraction ability, extracted it to become a level 3 perception crystal core. If he did that, wouldn't he then have 2 level 3 perception crystal cores? He just wasn't sure if the perception ability of a crystal core extracted this way would be halved. I can try it later. Wang Tao looked at the second loot pack. Inside were potions. Gained 20 mental boosting potion, wonderful stuff that permanently increased spiritual power. Wang Tao used them all at once. After a refreshing and cool sensation passed, Wang Tao felt much more spirited. All the fatigue from the battle dissipated, leaving his body feeling comfortable, as if he had just had a grand massage, though he had never had one. Then the last loot pack. Inside were actually 2 blueprints. Gained a white bone standard crossbow blueprint. Gained a white bone standard crossbow arrow blueprint. Chapter 218. White bone standard crossbow, huh? Standard hand crossbow. Seeing the 2 blueprints, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, and he quickly looked at the detailed information on the blueprints. White bone standard crossbow blueprint. After learning, you can craft 1 white bone standard crossbow each time. Required materials: 2 kilograms of any white bones of level 3 elite or above, a crystal core, level 1, level 2, and level 3 crystal cores may be used, 10 iron block, 10 screw, 10 rubber, 10 steel wire, 10 rope. White bone standard crossbow. Attributes unknown. White bone standard crossbow arrow blueprint. After learning, you can craft 100 white bone standard crossbow arrows each time. Required materials: 2 kilograms of any white bones of level 3 elite or above, 10 blade, 10 iron block, 10 plastic. White bone standard crossbow arrow, durability +5, attack power +5, and has a certain piercing ability. Just as I thought, it's a standard crossbow like the Iron Tree standard armor that can be reused. Wang Tao was a bit excited. Moreover, crafting this thing is even simpler than making Iron Tree armors. Iron Tree armors require the core material of Iron Tree skin, but this white bone standard hand crossbow only needs any white bones of level 3 elite or above. Level 3 elite white bones aren't that easy to come by. Not all of the limbs from the zombie lord we just killed were bones. After learning the blueprint, Wang Tao turned towards Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng and said, "I'll make a trip back, you two wait for me here." "Ah." What are you going to do? Both women were startled, Lan Yulian somewhat curious. I'm going to pick up some bones, the bones of the zombie we just killed. The two women looked at each other, nearly thinking that Wang Tao had some sort of special fetish. Picking up bones at such a time, and of a zombie no less, this. Alright. Be careful. But the two did not ask further. Under the concerned gazes of the two women, Wang Tao ran back. Only a few level 1 and level 2 zombies remained where the 100-armed zombie was killed, the rest that had been attracted had left after finding nothing. Wang Tao quickly dealt with these zombies, then found the corpse of the 100-armed zombie. Its main body was a lump of flesh with some bones inside, but it was filled with a yellow-brown fluid, reeked horribly, and was quite nauseating. Wang Tao only picked up its arms, gathering all the visible limbs, and returned to the rooftop where Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng were. Seeing Wang Tao carrying a multitude of arms, both women felt a chill. Wang Tao didn't mind them, though. He took out the materials from inside his jacket, then took out a level 1, level 2, and level 3 crystal core respectively. Then a burst of multicolored light shone from Wang Tao's hand. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng exchanged glances, both astonished. Although they did not understand, it seemed very powerful. Could it be Wang Tao's ability? As the two women's thoughts flew, the multicolored light slowly dissipated to reveal 3 wide-hand crossbows and a pile of crossbow arrows. Looking closely, the 3-hand crossbows and crossbow arrows turned out to be made out of bones. Huh? Both ran over in shock. They looked at Wang Tao and then the hand crossbows, full of question marks, yet not sure how to begin asking. Wang Tao, growing stronger, didn't mind revealing a small secret. And with so many wondrous crystal cores, they would probably guess that Wang Tao had some special ability. Wang Tao inspected the 3-hand crossbows. They were level 1, level 2, and level 3, respectively. White bone standard crossbow, level 1, ordinary, durability plus 10, attack power plus 10, precision plus 5. White bone standard crossbow, level 2, ordinary, durability plus 20, attack power plus 20, precision plus 5. White bone standard crossbow, level 3, ordinary, durability plus 30, attack power plus 30, precision plus 5. The hand crossbows and the iron tree armors were similar, with the level 1 looking the most simple and the level 3 comparatively more intricate. White bone standard crossbow arrow, durability plus 5, attack power plus 5, and has a certain piercing ability. However, what surprised Wang Tao the most was this white bone standard crossbow arrow. It had attributes, with both durability and attack power increasing by 5 points each. And it also has a certain piercing ability. Even without a hand crossbow, just these crossbow arrows were already great items. If combined with these hand crossbows, especially the level 3 hand crossbow, it would result in 35 points of attack power, even higher than Zhu Xiaojun's giant axe which only had 30 attack power. Although the giant axe is level 2, and it's somewhat unfair to compare it with level 3, this hand crossbow can be mass-produced. In the past, Wang Tao had obtained a blueprint for a precise crossbow, but that blueprint could only craft one hand crossbow. And its attributes were not as good as those of the level 2 or above. Precise crossbow, durability plus 20, attack power plus 10, precision plus 10, although the precision was double, its attack power was only equivalent to a level 1 bone hand crossbow. It couldn't compare with level 2 and level 3. This is... Lan Yulian pointed curiously at the hand crossbow. Bone hand crossbow, give it a try. Wang Tao handed her a level 3 hand crossbow. Lan Yulian held it in her hand, looking at the object that resembled a work of art, her face full of surprise. As a second-order superpower owner, even if her strength was weak, it was stronger than an ordinary person's. So she effortlessly pulled the crossbow string and loaded a crossbow arrow. Then she aimed at the wall and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the arrow flew out and embedded itself in the reinforced concrete wall. Awesome! Lan Yulian gasped in amazement. If not for the crossbow, based on her own strength alone, she wouldn't have been able to inflict such damage. Chapter 218, White Bone Standard Crossbow. This means that the attack power of this hand crossbow is even stronger than that of a second-order superpower owner like her. Although in terms of combat ability, she's a relatively weaker second-order superpower owner, but this was enough to prove the impressiveness of this hand crossbow. If an ordinary person got their hands on this crossbow, wouldn't they be able to directly threaten a second-order ability user? They could even go kill a level 3 zombie lord. If they had this crossbow before, then they wouldn't have lost so many people. Wang Tao had Lu Yingfeng try it out as well. As a pure combatant, Lu Yingfeng also gave the level 3 bone hand crossbow high praise. Very strong. The most important thing about this crossbow isn't its attack power, but rather its simple operation, low learning curve, and the low amount of effort it takes to use, coupled with its ranged attack capabilities. If they had these bone hand crossbows, they could quickly form a powerful team, and if they were combined with iron tree armors. Hiss, I dare not even think about it. Seeing both women in admiration, Wang Tao decided to give it a try himself. The level 1 bone hand crossbow was about the same as the precise crossbow he'd tried earlier, but the level 2 and level 3 felt much stronger. The overall experience was very satisfying. Wang Tao, are you selling this crossbow? Lan Yulian suddenly asked. Although she was unclear on how Wang Tao had produced these hand crossbows, it seemed he could mass-produce them. Given that, he should be willing to sell them, right? Of course. Wang Tao nodded first and then added, however, it won't be cheap, don't be fooled by how easily I can craft them. The cost of one of these hand crossbows is quite high. For instance, this level 3 hand crossbow not only requires the bones of a level 3 elite zombie or higher but also 3 level 3 crystal cores. 3 level 3 crystal cores. Lu Yingfeng and Lan Yulian looked at each other, both of them quite shocked. The cost was indeed high. But even with the high price, they still needed it. After all, this was something that could enhance their combat capabilities. Besides, there were also level 2 and level 1 crossbows. After negotiating with Wang Tao for a while, Lan Yulian put 2 level 3 bone hand crossbows and 200 crossbow arrows on credit. They would see how things go afterward, but she was definitely going to buy a batch. Wang Tao crafted quite a few more crossbows and crossbow arrows until all the zombie bones were used up. Just as Lan Yulian was wondering how Wang Tao was going to take all the items with him, he suddenly waved his hand, and everything disappeared. Lan Yulian finally understood how the armor she was wearing had appeared. Wang Tao could make these things disappear and then reappear? Was this the legendary storage space, or something else? Her curiosity was through the roof, but she still refrained from asking further. Partly out of respect for Wang Tao's privacy and also because if Wang Tao had more good stuff that she wanted to buy, she really wouldn't be able to afford it. She was already in deep debt to Wang Tao, and if she owed more, she would truly be unable to pay it back. Hungry? Wang Tao suddenly asked. A little. Lan Yulian nodded honestly, while Lu Yingfeng also grunted in agreement. Their previous provisions were all in their vehicle, but the vehicle had been destroyed, and its supplies taken. They had eaten once last night, and then again this morning, almost depleting the rations they had on them. Wang Tao handed them a few bottles of nutritional supplements. Nutritional supplements, I guess one bottle could probably replace 3 big bowls of rice. The women instinctively took them, with Lan Yulian screaming in her mind, I knew it, he has more good stuff. Lan Yulian really wanted to ask how much these sold for, but she held herself back. It's not like they couldn't eat other dry food, she couldn't accumulate more debt. Just endure. After all, Wang Tao didn't ask them for money for these nutritional supplements, so consider it a freebie. Then, Wang Tao took out some items the size of chicken eggs, golden and pretty, resembling egg yolks. Some kind of fish roe, very delicious, want to try some? This was what had burst out when they killed the level 3 fish zombie lord earlier. It was cooked and could be eaten directly after bursting out, and also could be stored in his space. A delicious taste, one that Wang Tao enjoyed. I'll eat. Thank you. Lan Yulian didn't hold back, taking some immediately. She even purposely took an extra portion for Lu Yingfeng, who seemed a bit embarrassed. Oh right, I've got this too. Wang Tao pulled out something that looked like a water bladder and poured out a pile of fish jerky he had prepared in advance. Compared to the fish jerky, Lan Yulian was clearly more curious about the water bladder itself. Could this be the space equipment Wang Tao used to store objects? Interested? Wang Tao asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Lan Yulian nodded. Wang Tao then handed her the magical stomach pouch to take a closer look. Here, take a look. Lan Yulian quickly took the item, and both she and Lu Yingfeng, with the explanation from Wang Tao, soon understood how to use it. It can only store food, so it seems the way Wang Tao stores crossbows is with something else. Of course, this is also great. I want one too. At that moment, Wang Tao took out another magical stomach pouch of the same kind from his chest. Want one? When Wang Tao killed zombies the day before, he encountered a few that could spit spittle nails, and after defeating them, he acquired several magical stomach pouches. A minute later, Lan Yulian had racked up another debt. Let's go. We've rested enough, now it's time to kill zombies. Looking at Wang Tao's departing figure, Lan Yulian, walking behind him, grabbed Lu Yingfeng's hand, feeling somewhat troubled. Chapter 218, White Bone Standard Crossbow. Little thing, we're done for. We owe too much, I don't even know if we can ever pay it back. Then why did you still buy on credit? We've come this far without those things before. We might not necessarily need them. Lu Yingfeng was relatively calm compared to others. Lan Yulian gave Lu Yingfeng a somber glance. If we really can't pay it back, then I'll just sell you to him. I believe you can fetch a good price? Wang Tao and his group had killed quite a few zombies again, but they hadn't encountered any level 3 zombie lords since. However, it wasn't easy because those level 3 elite zombies were also very strong and were not the weakened version of the level 3 elite zombies they had faced before. Wang Tao guessed that if there was a progenitor, these formidable level 3 elite zombies should have been cultivated by it, while the weakened version of the level 3 elite zombies were probably cultivated by Zijin Base and the prison. As for where the level 3 ordinary zombies came from, Wang Tao wasn't very clear. While they were killing zombies, they received a call from the general. He asked Lan Yulian how long she thought it would take to get back to Zijin Base. From their current location, even though they could receive signals from Zijin Base, they couldn't send messages back. Therefore, they couldn't send out a distress signal and could only hope for Lan Yulian. After all, out of the 5 squads, only Lan Yulian's 4th squad was outside while the other 3 were trapped in the diving gym. Lan Yulian explained that a lot of zombies had run out of the sports center and it was very dangerous outside. Her team members were also injured. So, it was estimated that returning to Zijin Base would take quite some time. Hearing Lan Yulian's words, the general was silent for a moment before he directly said, although we have suffered heavy losses in this operation, we have also killed quite a few zombies. I still have some crystal cores that I can't use for the time being. If you need them, feel free to take them. It must be said, speaking to smart people really saves effort. Lan Yulian, even though she was a bit shy, didn't hesitate to ask for a good number of crystal cores. This wasn't for her, but to repay Wang Tao's debt. General, please rest assured, I will be back at Zijin Base soon. Lan Yulian gave a guarantee that wasn't exactly a guarantee, and the general didn't say much else, only that when they met, he would present the crystal cores in person. Wang Tao, do you think he will willingly hand over the crystal cores? Lan Yulian turned to Wang Tao beside her. I don't believe a word of it. Wang Tao snorted. The premise for honoring a deal is that there must be rules to bind it, or the other party is stronger than you, or your strengths are comparable, or you are really trustworthy. In the post-apocalyptic world, all other conditions can be ignored, only strength is of utmost importance. And Zijin Base's strength is much greater than that of Lan Yulian's clubhouse. Besides, Zijin Base has already suffered heavy losses. If they gave Lan Yulian a lot of crystal cores, then they would be at a severe loss. Of course, maybe the general really is trustworthy, but there's no need to bet on it. If the bet is lost, it might not be a question of whether the crystal cores can be obtained, but whether the other party will make a move against you. I feel the same way. Lan Yulian also nodded, she didn't believe it either. Let's head back for now and discuss it after Nisa Ayan and the others wake up. Yeah. The 3 of them hurried back in the evening. Everything in the building was as usual, nothing unexpected had happened. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun were both quietly sleeping. They started their ascension last night and wouldn't wake up until this evening. Brother Zhang Shixu came over and gently hugged Wang Tao. She had spent most of her time with Wang Tao previously, and not seeing him for just a whole day made her a bit missful. Wang Tao ruffled her hair, then called Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng to join them for dinner. After the meal, Lan Yulian and her companion didn't leave, but instead consulted Wang Tao about ability matters. Wang Tao had given Lan Yulian a healing light crystal core yesterday, which she hadn't yet fused with, and she was ready to do so right then. She also wanted to ask Wang Tao if he had any other crystal cores to recommend to her. Wang Tao recommended a running crystal core to her. Running is a passive ability that increases running speed. Since she is a healer and all 3 of her abilities are related to healing, it would be better for her 4th ability to be one that could save her life. There are many life-saving abilities, but Wang Tao thought that she didn't need the hardness to resist damage that Iron Skin provides. Instead, she needed an ability that could help her dodge damage. As long as the zombies can't catch up to her, then she is always safe. If they catch up, with her lack of attack power, even the strongest defense would eventually fail. Lan Yulian also felt this was feasible, so she fused with the crystal core Wang Tao had given her and successfully increased her running by +10. Wang Tao then gave her a level 3 Ascension crystal core, upgrading her running ability to level 3. Her running speed was now very fast, and zombies below level 3 weren't able to get close to her. Only those level 3 zombies that are good at speed, or the ones that can launch those unpredictable spirit or illusion attacks, can touch her. Not long after Lan Yulian successfully fused with these crystal cores, Nisa Ayan was the first to wake up. Brother Wang. Seeing Wang Tao, Nisa Ayan immediately ran over and respectfully knelt on one knee in front of Wang Tao. She wanted to let Wang Tao know that even though she had reached level 3, she remained very loyal to him. Wang Tao glanced at Nisa Ayan's attributes. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000. Magic point, 13,600 out of 13,600. Grade, level 3. Internal impurity, 5%. Her health point increased by 1 point, reaching 30,000. Her magic point increased by 1,200, successfully integrating a level 3 crystal core, which can increase magic point by 400. 4 level 3 ascension crystal cores total 1,200, now reaching 13,600. Last is the internal impurity. She previously had 10% internal impurity, but after the level 3 ascension, the impurity was halved again, dropping to 5%. Not bad. Wang Tao patted Nisa Ayan's head and told her to stand up. Brother Wang, I can't believe it, I've really reached level 3. I've never felt so strong before. Of course, I am still not as strong as Brother Wang. Nisa Ayan was so excited that she was almost at a loss for words. The other two ladies also looked very envious. Lu Yingfeng had the chance to ascend to level 3 quickly, but it would be harder for Lan Yulian, who guessed she might have to wait a long time. Wang Tao asked Nisa Ayan about her feelings after her level 3 ascension, and at that moment, Zhu Xiaojun also woke up. Brother Wang. Zhu Xiaojun also ran over with an excited expression, kneeling on one knee before Wang Tao. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000. Magic point, 16,600 out of 16,600. Grade, level 3. Internal impurity, 5%. Hidden attribute, stick to one's heart. Zhu Xiaojun's magic point was significantly higher because he had consumed tree essence 3 times, which added an additional 3,000 magic point. His internal impurity was also halved. All very good. Wang Tao patted Zhu Xiaojun's shoulder approvingly, then said to the group with a smile, tomorrow, no, tonight we go out and see the strength of you level 3 ability users. And by the way, let's collect some protection fees at the water park. Chapter 219 Killing the Blue Skin Night Demon 1 Protection Fee? Several people were stunned and didn't know how to respond. Are the general's people being protected right now? Are they actually being protected by a group of zombies? Of course, everyone can go rescue them now, and if they manage to save them, that could be considered a form of protection, so charging a protection fee does seem reasonable. What, you think the term protection fee doesn't sound good? Then let's call it something else. How about Rescue Operation Fund? That sounds fair, right? We're risking our lives to save them, so it's reasonable to charge a fee. Everyone nodded subconsciously. Alright, then that's settled. Everyone, get ready. Wang Tao took out a set of level 3 iron tree armors and helped Nisa Ayan put it on. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng still had their armors on, Zhu Xiaojun had his own battle armor, and Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu didn't need any. So they just needed to make sure Nisa Ayan was armed. Moreover, for this protection fee mission, Nisa Ayan was the main force. Wang Tao had fused a jumping crystal core with her, and now was the perfect time to put it to use. By the time darkness fell, there was a smattering of starlight outside, enough to see where they were going. Lan Yulian assigned tasks to the others, instructing them to hold their positions inside the building no matter what happened, and not to go outside under any circumstances. Then she looked at Zhang Shixu, standing behind Wang Tao, and frowned slightly. Wang Tao, is little Zhu going too? Yes. In the eyes of Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng, Zhang Shixu was just an ordinary little girl. Of course, having come this far with everyone, Zhang Shixu was clearly not so ordinary anymore, she must have some other abilities. But they were still worried. However, neither woman said much more, only thinking that if any danger arose, they needed to protect Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao led the group downstairs. In the post-apocalyptic world, there's a saying, nighttime is the real end of the world, daytime is just an appetizer. And indeed, it was true. During the day, there were actually not many zombies around the building, and it seemed relatively safe. But now, after nightfall, zombies could be seen passing by the building from time to time. When the group was upstairs, they saw just a few zombies in the plaza below. But once they got down, they realized there were already 7 or 8 gathered. Not to mention the terrifying roars coming from all directions. Lan Yulian was somewhat nervous, she seldom ventured out at night. Lu Yingfeng held her hand, which helped to ease her nerves. Wang Tao gave Nisa Ayan a signal with his eyes. Immediately, Nisa Ayan walked over with 2 sharply honed steel bars in hand. The zombies that discovered Nisa Ayan immediately began to stagger towards her. Nisa Ayan, holding the steel bars, didn't throw them or stab with them. Instead, she used the bars like a club and swung them at the heads of the 2 zombies. PFFT, the zombies' heads were instantly crushed, and their entire heads, along with their necks and chests, were split open. Thud, both zombies fell to the ground one after the other. Strong. Lu Yingfeng exclaimed quietly. Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction as well. Nisa Ayan wasn't a strength-based ability user, but she was able to brutally and directly kill those ordinary zombies with sheer brute force. It had to be said, her physical attributes had improved a lot after ascending to level 3. Nisa Ayan charged into the horde of zombies like a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger. With just a few swings, she killed them all. Even among them was a level 2 elite zombie, which still couldn't withstand 3 blows from Nisa Ayan. After resolving the fight, Nisa Ayan quickly ran back to Wang Tao's side. "Brother Wang." She was thrilled, as she had never imagined herself to be so powerful. She felt that now, facing any level 2 zombies, she could resolve them quickly. Even against level 3 zombies, she felt she could handle them with ease. "Let's go." Wang Tao patted Nisa Ayan on the shoulder, signaling her to stay calm. Soon, they encountered another wave of zombies. This time, it was Zhu Xiaojun's turn to take action. Currently, speaking solely of combat strength, it was up for debate whether Zhu Xiaojun or Nisa Ayan was stronger. However, just in terms of strength, 3 Nisa Ayans wouldn't be a match for Zhu Xiaojun. Especially when armed with his mechanical right arm, any zombie he touched had only one outcome: to be blasted apart, literally. With just his brute force, he could blast apart these zombies. If he added shockwave to his attack, his power would no doubt be no weaker than Wang Tao's. His strength is freakish. Lu Yingfeng was amazed. She felt that if she were to take Zhu Xiaojun's axe head-on, she would probably be crippled, if not dead. "You'll be that strong someday too." Lan Yulian encouraged her. "I hope so." Lu Yingfeng was somewhat troubled. She had received a high-frequency vibration ability crystal from Wang Tao that she really liked, and she needed to max out this ability to achieve level 3 ascension. However, this ability was too rare, and upgrading it to max level seemed like it would take forever. The road to the diving center was teeming with zombies. However, it was Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun who dealt with them. Wang Tao wanted to assess the strength of level 3 ability users. After his observation, he could roughly conclude that in terms of combat against zombies, Zhu Xiaojun had about 80 to 90% of his combat power, and Nisa Ayan had about 70 to 80%. As for who would be stronger or by how much if they fought each other, that was hard to say. Since they had not engaged in combat with each other and their attributes weren't dramatically different, there was no clear way to determine who was superior without a real fight. However, if they truly did fight, Wang Tao felt he would have a much higher chance of winning. After all, he was well-rounded in all aspects, with virtually no weaknesses. Chapter 219 Killing the Blue-Skin Night Demon. 2 Night Demons. "Brother Wang, are you going to make a move?" Nisa Ayan was somewhat excited upon spotting a few night demons ahead. Before Wang Tao had arrived, she had encountered a night demon once and had almost been killed. She certainly remembered the grudge. Wang Tao took a look. There were about 3 night demons nearby, but there were more than a dozen further away. "Forget it, let's go around. After we finish the important business, we can talk about it." Night demons are social creatures. If they couldn't be killed swiftly, it would definitely attract a large number of night demons. Regardless of whether the group could handle it, it would surely delay the main task. There was no need to complicate things unnecessarily. If they really wanted to kill night demons, they could discuss it after completing their business. However, speaking of night demons, Wang Tao suddenly remembered something. Night demons' nests are known for their good loot, capable of dropping extraction crystal cores. Now that it's night and there are many night demons outside, I wonder if there are any left inside the nest? Wang Tao planned to observe carefully. If he really could discover a night demon's nest, he might consider checking it out. After spending some time, the group arrived near the diving hall. Then Wang Tao led a few people to the rooftop he had stayed on during the day. From here, they could get a good view of the diving hall. "Eh? The number of zombies around the diving hall seems to have decreased a bit," Lan Yulian said with some uncertainty. With only the faint glimmer of stars at night, it was hard to see clearly from a distance, but she felt like there were fewer zombies. "Indeed, there are less." Wang Tao nodded. He had observed the number of zombies here during the day, and now it was clear that there were significantly fewer. After observing for a while longer, Wang Tao identified the problem. "I think I understand now. Zombies are more active at night and may wander around the area. They don't necessarily stay here all the time. During the day, however, they are attracted by the living humans inside the diving hall and gather around it again. Does that mean, if they make a break for it during the night, they might be able to get out?" Nisa Ayan asked, somewhat curious. Wang Tao shook his head. "Not exactly. Although some zombies surrounding the diving hall have decreased, it doesn't mean those zombies are dead. If those inside tried to break out now, it would definitely cause a commotion and attract those zombies back. Moreover, there are so many night demons at night. Without external help, it would still be very difficult for them to escape danger." Hearing Wang Tao's words, everyone fell into a brief silence. After all, no matter how you put it, Those inside were human survivors. If they all died, it would be a tremendous loss for Zijing City. Later, I will try to draw away some of the zombies on the north side, and then it's your time to shine. Wang Tao said, looking at Nisa Ayan. Okay. Nisa Ayan was a bit nervous and excited. She had learned a jump ability that allowed her to jump very high, especially now that it had reached level 3, enabling her to leap between buildings. Her task was to jump into the diving hall, display the aura of a level 3 ability user to deter rash actions, and finally, to convey that they would find a way to rescue them. Of course, she was also to take the funds from the hands of General and his men. As for General telling Lan Yulian to go back to Zijin base for reinforcements, Wang Tao had vetoed it. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but the reinforcements he had were fully armed soldiers. If they fought, it would cause a huge commotion. The sports center was teeming with zombies right then, and there might even be a fourth-order mother zombie. If all were alarmed, not only would those trapped not survive, but neither would the reinforcements. After waiting on the rooftop for a while, Wang Tao felt that the timing was about right and said to Nisa Ayan, I'll go north to create a distraction. When you see a portion of the zombies moving away, that's your cue to go. As for the others, be ready for combat in case of emergencies. Yes. Everyone nodded. After Wang Tao descended the building, he ran straight toward the north. The noise he planned to make still relied on self-destruct bombs. But there were too many zombies around, so Wang Tao had to run further away. He couldn't handle being surrounded. As for whether it was possible to lure away all the zombies around the diving hall, Wang Tao didn't think it was likely, as many were attracted by the scent of humans and wouldn't be easily diverted. Wang Tao ran for over 10 minutes, dodging and weaving. Without others slowing him down, he quickly left the area of the sports center. This was a small park with few zombies and was relatively quiet. This place is good. Using his plant affinity perception, Wang Tao checked to make sure there were no issues, then took out several self-destruct bombs. Thump, thump, the heart-shaped self-destruct bombs started to pulsate rhythmically as soon as he took them out. Wang Tao carefully positioned the bombs, then hurriedly ran out of the park and onto the rooftop of a 4-story building. He took out the bone hand crossbow and shot an arrow at one of the self-destruct bombs he had left at the entrance of the park, then fled without looking back. Whoosh, boom. The self-destruct bomb exploded instantly upon being hit. That explosion triggered a chain reaction with the other bombs. Boom, boom, all of the bombs exploded, and the ground seemed to shake. After the explosion, various roars were heard as the surrounding zombies were all attracted. By then, Wang Tao had already made his escape. But as he was hurrying back, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 3 night demons running out of a building, one of which was a blue-skinned night demon. Chapter 219 Killing the Blue-Skinned Night Demon 3 Huh? Could there be a night demon's nest here? Wang Tao quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. I'll head back later, you guys adapt on the fly. Okay. Lan Yulian on the other end sounded somewhat surprised, but didn't ask further questions. Wang Tao stealthily approached the exterior of the building. It was an antique-looking small building, judging by the rusted sign. It seemed to be a little hotel. After sensing his surroundings for a bit to ensure there were no dangers, Wang Tao walked inside. Downstairs, Wang Tao discovered there was an underground parking lot, but he couldn't sense anything in it because there were no plants. This was obviously abnormal. The parking lot wasn't sealed off, so it shouldn't be devoid of plant life. Wang Tao immediately activated entangling roots and pulled out his bone knife. After walking inside for a while, he saw something that looked like flesh and blood. Haha. It really is a night demon's nest. And it seems there are no night demons. They've all gone out. Wang Tao was overjoyed at this discovery. Looking at those flesh and blood pieces with 100,000 health point and some night demons that had not yet hatched, Wang Tao spared no courtesy, taking his knife and slashing away. With the power he currently wielded, killing these creatures was as easy as cutting wheat, no difficulty at all. The unhatched night demons exploded into an omnipotent crystal core, while the incubation flesh yielded an extraction crystal core. Both items were treasures, and Wang Tao was not one to complain about their quantity. Thus, Wang Tao went on a killing spree in the underground parking lot. After what felt like an eternity, once Wang Tao saw there were no living incubation flesh or unhatched night demons left, he took a deep breath. This night demon's nest was much larger than any he had encountered before, and it was brimming with creatures. His arm was even beginning to feel sore from all the slashing. Time to go back. After making sure nothing had been missed, Wang Tao was ready to leave. Suddenly, a blue shadow entered from the entrance of the underground parking lot, coming face to face with him. Both seemed stunned for a moment. Wang Tao hadn't expected to run into a blue-skinned night demon on his way out. The blue-skinned night demon likely hadn't expected to find a human in its lair, either. Health point, 50,000 out of 50,000, magic point, 30,000 out of 30,000, grade, level 3, Lord. Humans and zombies were mortal enemies. There was nothing to be said, seeing each other meant fight on sight. Especially when the blue-skin night demon saw all the incubation flesh inside its den had been slaughtered, it let out a furious roar, seemingly enraged. Whoosh! Before Wang Tao could even blink, the blue-skin night demon appeared right in front of him. Bang! Wang Tao was tackled to the ground. Damn! Such fast speed! The blue-skin night demon opened its terrifying mouth, ready to devour Wang Tao. This move could instantly kill many survivors. But alas, Wang Tao was clad in an armor made of entangling roots. The blue-skin night demon got a mouthful of sawdust instead. Thud! Wang Tao kicked the blue-skin night demon with one foot, sending it flying. He then quickly scrambled up, watching the demon warily. He had been tackled before he could even see clearly. He lost 528 health point in the tackle. Lost 1024 health point from a single bite. Its attack was not low. However, all the damage was blocked by the entangling roots, and Wang Tao himself wasn't hurt. Whoosh! After being kicked away and landing, the blue-skin night demon steadied itself and once again lunged at Wang Tao. Wang Tao still couldn't see its movements clearly. To him, the blue-skin night demon was just a blur of after images. But Wang Tao still slashed at the air in front of him. Bang! There was apparently nothing in front of Wang Tao, but as soon as he made the cut, the blue-skin night demon seemed to ram into it voluntarily, absorbing the brunt of Wang Tao's slice. Minus 2085, the slash only dealt 2000 damage. The blue-skin night demon's defense was very high. Moreover, the blue-skin night demon was very strong, and the slash only made it step back a tiny bit. But for Wang Tao, this was an opportunity. He launched a close-range rush, instantly slamming the blue-skin night demon against a concrete wall. With a height of 2.2 meters, the blue-skin night demon was overshadowed by Wang Tao's 2.5 meters, following the activation of entangling roots. After ramming the night demon into the wall, it resembled a scene of wall pin. Wang Tao grabbed the blue-skin night demon's neck with one hand and with the other, holding a bone knife, he hacked at it 4 times. Minus 2034, minus 2158, minus 2019, minus 2245, the night demon let out a roar, attempting to break free from Wang Tao's grasp. But Wang Tao held on tightly, even as it pushed him back against another wall, causing the entangling roots to lose a significant amount of health point. Wang Tao didn't let go. Once Wang Tao realized he wasn't as fast as the blue-skin night demon, he had made up his mind, if he could only seize the chance, he would grapple with it to the end. After all, Wang Tao wasn't as fast. If he didn't find a way to stick to it, things could get troublesome. Roar! The blue-skin night demon roared, wildly clawing at Wang Tao's chest, as though it wanted to rip him open. But Wang Tao was protected by the entangling roots. As long as the 20,000 health point of the entangling roots weren't depleted, he could basically ignore the night demon's attacks. Minus 2313, minus 2151, minus 2214, minus 2040. The blue-skin night demon, still clasping Wang Tao, began to smash wildly around the night demon's nest. But Wang Tao didn't release his grip, firmly enduring its attacks and grappling in close quarters with it. This blue-skin night demon probably had never fought such an exasperating battle since it was born. Finally. Splat! Wang Tao's blade split open the blue-skin night demon's head. Huh? Night demons didn't have crystal cores, but this blue-skin night demon's claws carried a name. To Night Demon's Claw. Wang Tao immediately took the night demon's claws and loot pack and ran. The noise from the battle with the blue-skin night demon was massive, and he feared it would attract other night demons. Only after running far enough to be sure there was no danger behind him did Wang Tao finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the battered entangling roots and its 2384 health point bar. Damn, these entangling roots haven't taken such heavy damage since they've been with me. Wang Tao hastily released the entangling roots and then took out a bunch of crystal cores to feed them. You've had a tough day, eat more. Chapter 220 Lunatic 1. To enhance the entangling roots health point and compatibility, there were 2 methods. One was to nourish it with a crystal core, and the other was to nourish it with one's own health point. Using a crystal core was, of course, very luxurious, but using one's own health point would leave oneself in an extremely weakened state. If it were a safe time, Wang Tao could use his own health point, but under the current circumstances, he definitely had to use a crystal core. Watching the entangling roots on his wrist greedily swallow the crystal core and begin to recover their compatibility and health point, Wang Tao gently stroked it. The recent battle was actually a bit unfair for the entangling roots, because Wang Tao never attempted to dodge the blue-skin night demon's attacks. But this was unavoidable. This blue-skin night demon didn't have any abilities, relying solely on its robust physical condition. If Wang Tao didn't directly confront it, he couldn't even catch up to it. Wang Tao felt it was much stronger than the big tree monster. Although the tree monster had a higher attack, it moved slowly and was just a target for Wang Tao. The blue-skin night demon, however, was too fast. Even though its attack wasn't as high as the tree monster's, Wang Tao wouldn't withstand a surprise attack at that speed. Of course, Wang Tao had another method, which was to use shockwave for an indiscriminate attack. That should be able to hit the night demon, even possibly kill it. But this method was rejected by Wang Tao at that moment. Because that was inside the night demon's lair, Wang Tao needed a quick battle. Using the shockwave to slowly wear it down might kill it, but if it attracted other night demons, that would be a big problem. However, no matter what, he did kill the level 3 Lord Night Demon. Wang Tao also gained some battle experience, so next time he encountered a blue-skin night demon, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Wang Tao walked toward Lan Yulian, and took the opportunity to check his loot. Before encountering the blue-skin night demon, Wang Tao had killed quite a few incubation flesh and unformed night demons. In total, he obtained 65, level 2 crystal core, omnipotent, and 18, level 2 crystal core, extraction. The level 2 omnipotent crystal cores that Wang Tao needed were suddenly in abundance. As for the extraction crystal cores, although Wang Tao had no need for them, they were something many people dreamed of possessing. Absolutely high-value items. Moreover, Wang Tao wasn't sure which zombies could drop extraction crystal cores. At the moment, only he could get them by killing incubation flesh, essentially making it an exclusive product. Just these crystal cores alone amounted to a huge harvest. And he still had the blue-skin night demon's loot. The blue-skin night demon granted him 12,000 special energy, the same as when he killed the big tree monster. The only pity was that there were no crystal cores inside the night demon. However, it wasn't a big issue, as Wang Tao still received loot packs for overkilling. This time there were 4 in total. The first pack, the crystal core gift bag, contained a total of 4 crystal cores. They were a red, level 3 crystal core, ascension, a purple, level 3 crystal core, energy boost, a red, level 3 crystal core, health point boost, and an orange, level 3 crystal core, body constitution boost. These crystal cores had all been seen before. Besides ascension, the other 3 crystal cores, added to the ones he had previously, totaled exactly 3 of each kind. Without a second word, Wang Tao synthesized all 3 crystal cores into epic ones. These were passive abilities that he could combine with his extraordinary rage after he reached level 3. The second loot pack contained potions. 10 strength increase potion, 10 agility increase potion, 10 mental boosting potion, 3 kinds of potions that permanently increased attributes. Wang Tao didn't hesitate and used them all immediately. The third loot pack contained an ultraviolet flashlight and flares. A high-power ultraviolet flashlight, 40 mini ultraviolet illumination shell. These were the same items he got from killing ordinary night demons, just in larger quantities. Actually, Wang Tao had the chance to use the ultraviolet flashlight or flare during his battle with the blue-skin night demon, but he was afraid it might flee. He felt this blue-skin night demon was likely much smarter than the ordinary ones. Wang Tao's goal wasn't to drive it away but to kill it. So he held back. If he really couldn't handle it, it wouldn't be too late to use the ultraviolet flashlight. As it turned out, his strength was decent, he could even go head-to-head with the blue-skinned night demon. As for the last pack, the contents made Wang Tao's eyes light up. Obtained, a blueprint for Night Demon's Blade. Blueprint for Night Demon's Blade, allows for the creation of a pair of Night Demon Blade daggers. Required materials, 2 Night Demon's Claw, 2 level 3 crystal core, 20 iron block, 20 blade, 20 nails, 20 rubber, Night Demon Blade, attributes unknown. This was a one-time use blueprint. Although one-time use blueprints can only be used once, as opposed to standard blueprints that can be used indefinitely, the equipment made from one-time use blueprints usually has better attributes. Seeing that he had all the necessary materials, Wang Tao chose to craft it immediately. Moments later, 2 pitch-black, slightly curved, identical-looking daggers appeared in front of Wang Tao. Night Demon Blade, level 3, epic, durability plus 55, attack power plus 55, attack speed plus 20%. Seeing these attributes, an image of a person popped up instantly in Wang Tao's mind, Zhang Shixu. Up until now, Zhang Shixu hadn't had a suitable weapon. She always liked to use her own hands, and with her fingers and nails, she could claw out someone's brains. And now, these 2 daggers perfectly matched Zhang Shixu's combat style. Chapter 220 Lunatic 2. As for Wang Tao himself, he definitely wouldn't use a dagger. Even if these 2 daggers had better attributes than his bone knife, he still preferred the mighty and dominating bone knife. After all, The daggers were too short to match Wang Tao's combat style. Delighted, Wang Tao packed away the daggers, feeling Zhang Shixu would probably like them. Elsewhere. After Wang Tao used a self-destruct bomb to lure some zombies away to the north, Nisa Ayan, who had been ready for a while, immediately rushed towards the diving gym from the north. Hee hee. Roar. Upon seeing Nisa Ayan, the armored person, the zombies immediately pounced on her. However, Nisa Ayan had no plans to fight head-on and instead leapt up, jumping the height of several floors, clearing countless zombies, and then landed heavily. Thump. One unlucky zombie was squashed dead beneath her. Nisa Ayan kept moving without pause, jumping again. Thump. Thump. After dozens of jumps, Nisa Ayan successfully reached the lower area of the diving gym. If it hadn't been for Wang Tao drawing some zombies away from here, Nisa Ayan might not have had room to land. Although with her current level 3 strength, she wouldn't be in much danger even if surrounded by these zombies, that was only for a short time. Prolonged exposure was a different story, especially since there were too many level 3 zombies here. The diving gym was sealed tight, with all doors and windows blocked off, preventing zombies from getting in and people from getting out. Nisa Ayan looked up at the building's architecture, then with a powerful jump, she leaped onto the eaves. From there, she hopped like a flea all the way to the top of the gym. This was her entry point into the diving gym. Inside the diving gym, the pool had long dried up. Over 200 people were gathered in the dry pool, with rings of defensive fortifications built around it. It was already dark outside, but few could sleep. Seeing the tall, sturdy exterior walls of the diving gym, everyone prayed that no zombies with immense strength and destructive power would appear. Otherwise, those reinforced concrete walls might not hold. If the zombies broke through the outer wall, no matter how strong their internal defenses were, they would not hold for long. It would only be a matter of dying sooner or later. This group of survivors was clearly divided into 3 areas. The first area had the most people, about 100 or more. Leading them was a man in military attire, the leader of Zijin base known as General. The second area had the second most people, roughly 50 plus. The leader was a skinny man in prison garb. He was the prison head of Zijin prison. The last area, with only 30 or so people, was led by a young man who looked like a college student with slightly cracked black-framed glasses. He was Kong Xiu, the leader of the Ability Users Alliance. Each group had lost quite a few people. Originally, they numbered over 500 together, now only half remained. However, their leaders were not in much trouble. Of course, their relative safety was only temporary. Is Lan Yulian reliable? I haven't had much contact with this woman and don't know her well, Kong Xiu suddenly remarked, turning to the general. After a moment's silence, the general replied, I promised to give her a crystal core. Hearing this, Kong Xiu seemed surprised, while the prison head laughed heartily. I told you to offer her something good from the start, but you insisted on dragging your feet. Not I, but we. The general corrected him. The prison head's expression instantly stiffened, and then appeared somewhat unsettled. If the general was willing to offer his own crystal cores to get them all out, that would be fine, but if it required the prison head to contribute his own crystal cores, it would be somewhat painful. It's just some crystal cores. As long as we're alive, we can always earn them back. Kong Xiu consoled at this moment. Suddenly, the prison head spoke, give me the walkie-talkie, I'll offer more crystal cores, and I'll talk to her. No. The general flatly refused. Zijin base had the strongest force. After discovering the plans of the prison and the alliance, the general intercepted and defeated them, then seized their materials, including the walkie-talkies. Thus, only the general could communicate with the outside world. Of course, the general would never give them the walkie-talkie. What if they plotted with Lan Yulian to destroy Zijin base? Seeing the general outright refuse, the prison head harbored some resentment but did not say anything more. They had fought with the general previously, and although he and Kong Xiu together could suppress the general surprisingly had several strong fighters hidden among his ranks, and they ended up losing. Unable to beat him, they had no choice but to comply, otherwise, they wouldn't even get food. Sigh. The prison head sighed, looking rather sorrowful, as if it was due to not being trusted. Believe it or not, he had indeed been contemplating joining forces with Lan Yulian to take down Zijin base. To him, friends? As long as their interests aligned, they were friends, if not, they were enemies, though his interests could change 3 times in a day. Hearing the prison head sigh, the general's expression remained calm, as if the misfortune wasn't his own. Kong Xiu, on the other hand, glared at the prison head without being too obvious. What he regretted most right now was believing the prison head's words and joining forces against Zijin base. Thinking about it now, he felt so foolish. Given the Ability Users Alliance's principle of preferring quality over quantity, they had very few members, just several dozen in total. With such a small number, he thought if he had thick-skinnedly approached the general for a place to stay, the general might have agreed directly. It would certainly have had a higher chance of success than their attempt to take down Zijin base with the prison's assistance. After all, how much space could his few people take up? Chapter 220 Lunatic 3 Instead, it was the prison, with its large population, that needed such a base. Even though the prison was quite big and its defenses were quite strong, they were far inferior to Zijin base. After all, within Zijin base, they could grow their own vegetables and raise fish. It was like a secluded utopia. But now it's too late to say anything. He'd already had a falling out with Zijin base, and there was no chance he could stay there. Even if he could survive, there might be a great battle to come. Then he thought of Lan Yulian, and suddenly felt a little envious. There are benefits to being weak. Look, now they are all safe and sound. So what will you do if Lan Yulian isn't willing to rescue us, but actually wants to take over the base directly? At this moment, the prison head spoke up again. Impossible, she can't take it over, the general said, his tone calm but resolute. Why? The prison head frowned slightly. Was the general implying that he couldn't take it over either? Impossible. Although the clubhouse was the weakest of the four major forces, now that the elite forces of the four bases were deployed, Zijin base lay vulnerable. How could Lan Yulian, Lu Yingfen, and the other ability users not be able to take it? Kang Xiu also looked at the general with some confusion. When the prison head discussed taking over Zijin base with him, he thought that as long as they could set up the general and his men, they would certainly be able to take over Zijin base. That was a consensus between them. Now, by the sound of the general, it seemed not possible? Hearing the prison head's query, the general spoke indifferently, there's no harm in telling you. When Zijin base was being built, it was anticipated that if the base were breached by zombies and fell, it would mean not only the loss of a base but would also add countless more zombies, as the zombie virus is contagious. So, the base had a contingency. They planted a substantial amount of explosives beneath it, and if the base were completely overrun, it would activate the self-destruct mode, wiping out every living thing within it. Ah! Both men were taken aback, hearing this secret for the first time. Undisturbed by their shock, the general continued, however, before the base was fully completed, the self-destruct system also wasn't finished when it was overrun. Afterwards, after I took control of the base, I came across this self-destruct system, which was only one step away from completion. So, I spent some time to finish the self-destruct system and made some minor changes to the program, thus now, I have a remote controller, and all it takes is one press. The general looked at them, expressionless. And with a boom, the entire base will turn to rubble. A remote controller? On you? Kang Xiu gaped. No, it's not on me. At such a distance, the remote controller wouldn't be effective, it's inside the base. As for who has it, of course, I can't tell you. The only thing I can tell you is that if someone takes over the base without my authorization, that person will detonate the base? Even with a guess, Kang Xiu was still dumbfounded. You want to let the base's farms, fish ponds, breeding grounds, and nearly 10,000 people go to their deaths with it? The prison head glared at the general, his voice distorted. The general said nothing. Madman. You're a madman. They all say I'm a madman, haha, but you, damn it, you are the real madman. The prison head laughed. His face showed a mocking smile, but there was also a hint of horror in it. If they had managed to capture the general and he then took over Zijin base, wouldn't he have been blown up by now? Nearly 10,000 people would have all died with him. Indeed, a madman. Why would you do this? You're willing to let so many people die with you just to maintain control of the power you have in your hands? Kang Xiu stared at the general. The general glanced at him with a steady gaze. It's not for the power in my hands, it's because I know that only I can lead the people of the base to survive. Without me, no one else is capable of leading nearly 10,000 people. And you would only make the base worse. If you lead the base, it will inevitably be destroyed. So, if it is destined to be destroyed, it's better to destroy it early, at least that way we can reduce the number of zombies. Madman, you really are a madman. Kang Xiu's lips trembled as he spoke. He was greatly frightened on the inside. He realized that in just 2 days, he had narrowly escaped death twice. If their plan had succeeded, he would have died. If the plan had failed completely, he would have died as well. It was only now, with this unplanned event that forced them into an involuntary collaboration, that he was still alive. Damn it, prison head, you almost got me killed. After the initial panic, Kang Xiu was inwardly cursing up a storm. Clap, 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 suddenly, a round of applause rang out. The general and the others instinctively looked around. There were only the three of them, and no one else was clapping. Then, as if sensing something, all three looked up at the same time. There, perched on the frame of the beam at the top of the diving hall, stood a person clad in dark brown armor. From her slender, fair fingers, it was clear that she must be a woman. The woman put her armored gloves back on her waist, then leapt lightly from the 50-meter high roof. Thud. The woman landed steadily among the three, smashing the ground into a spider web of cracks. The general and the others immediately retreated, and the rest of the people around slowly took a combat stance, finally reacting to the situation. As the prison head and Kong Zayu felt the powerful aura emanating from the woman, they became uncertain. Even the usually calm, perpetually poker-faced general rarely showed a change in expression. A level 3 ability user. The same thought occurred to all three. The woman, unfazed by the number of people facing her, took off her helmet and revealed a beautiful face that everyone recognized. She smiled slightly. "Hello, let's get reacquainted. Level 3 ability user, Nisa Ayan." Nisa Ayan looked around at the faces filled with fear and awe, her smile growing even more brilliant. She enjoyed this feeling. But she hadn't forgotten her purpose. She looked directly at the general and stretched out her hand. "For the rescue operations expenses, please settle it now." Chapter 221 Rescuing People. When the general hadn't expected that when he mentioned giving a cyan jade lotus crystal core to Lan Yulian would actually believe him. She not only believed it, but she also sent someone to collect it. It was already shocking that someone came, but what was even more shocking was that the person sent was a level 3 ability user. No way, it's only been a few days since he left, and there's already a level 3 ability user? Good luck? Or did she hit a jackpot with a high-quality Ascension crystal core? He naturally recognized Nisa Ayan. Or rather, he recognized all the leaders of the major factions in Zijing City. That was, after all, a basic skill required for a leader. But in his memory, Nisa Ayan was very weak. In the past, only the president of the Skull Club, Huang Heng, was worthy of his attention, the others were insignificant. Now that it had been renamed Firefly Club, he had heard from his subordinates that Nisa Ayan's strength had improved quite a bit, but an improvement was far from a leap to level 3 ability user. A level 3 ability user, that is what they had been pursuing all this time. After expending so much manpower and resources, he hadn't expected that someone else would beat them to the punch. Both the prison head and Kong Zayu were just as confused as the general, unwilling to believe, but the reality was right before their eyes. The aura emanating from Nisa Ayan couldn't be faked, that was the aura of a level 3. "What, are you thinking of reneging on the deal?" Seeing that the general was silent, Nisa Ayan raised an eyebrow. She hadn't fought with another ability user since her level 3 ascension, and she was very curious to find out how strong she was now, and whether she could easily crush this general. The prison head and Kong Zayu both looked towards the general, thinking that if he dared to make a move, they would definitely stand by and watch. They, too, wanted to know just how much difference lay between the general and Nisa Ayan after her level 3 ascension. However, it was quite clear that the general wasn't a fool. Whether he could defeat Nisa Ayan or not, he now had no reason to attack Nisa Ayan. After all, she had came to rescue him. Besides, he had no confidence at all that he could win, more likely to be ruthlessly crushed. "Ms. Ni, just a moment, I'll go get the crystal core," the general said after taking a deep breath. "Please do," Nisa Ayan made a welcoming gesture. The general immediately gave a look to the prison head and Kong Zayu, and the three of them stepped back together, then huddled close. Nisa Ayan didn't care what they were plotting, now she was bold and confident, relying on her level 3 strength. She could basically do as she pleased here. After all, her ascension to level 3 wasn't simply by integrating one ascension crystal core, but merging 4, maximizing the enhancement of her strength to become a formidable level 3. Nisa Ayan ignored them and strolled around by herself. The other survivors, upon seeing her, were not as nervous as the general and his companions, but rather very excited. After all, they knew this was a reinforcement, and a level 3 ability user at that. It seemed, they might be saved after all. Nisa Ayan also greeted everyone with a smile on her face. Her reputation hadn't been good before, and many kept their distance, afraid they might be betrayed by her one day. But now, she suddenly became an object of flattery. Praise and adulation surrounded her without end. Even some shrewd people began secretly stuffing crystal cores into Nisa Ayan's hands, just to get familiar with her, to catch her attention, hoping they might be the first to be rescued. If Nisa Ayan could come here, she could surely take people out. Being among the first to be taken out meant facing far fewer dangers. What about Nisa Ayan's previous reputation? That was completely irrelevant. What they needed to know was that standing before them was a formidable and beautiful level 3 ability user. Facing all these compliments, Nisa Ayan felt exhilarated. Having power was truly exhilarating. As for the crystal cores they secretly gave her, Nisa Ayan accepted them all. Whether she would do the job was another matter, but it was definitely proper to accept the gifts. After all, These weren't her crystal cores, they were Wang Tao's crystal cores. After enjoying the feeling of superiority among the crowd for a while, the general and his companions came over. "Here are the crystal cores, Ms. Ni, please inspect them," the general said, holding a bag full of crystal cores. He hadn't specified how many crystal cores when he had previously agreed to give them to Lan Yulian, and Lan Yulian hadn't asked. He now regretted not clarifying exactly how many crystal cores were to be given. Because now he was faced with a level 3 ability user. Giving too few was clearly not an option, and giving too many made him feel heartache. But they were the ones seeking help, without much leeway to bargain, so heartache it was, as long as they could get out alive. Crystal cores could always be earned again, and after all, 2 of his companions shared the heartache. Nisa Ayan glanced briefly at the crystal cores inside and then promptly put them away. "Okay. The funds have been received, now you guys just wait here, we will figure out a way to rescue you. As for getting help from Zijin base, that's not a viable option." Nisa Ayan once more conveyed to everyone the message Wang Tao had taught her. After listening, the general also somewhat helplessly nodded. He now also realized that there were too many zombies here, abnormally many. If he were to have his troops come here, they would most likely not only lose their wife but also lose their soldiers. Nisa Ayan didn't dawdle. After assuring herself that they indeed had no intention of attacking her, she put on her helmet and leaped into the air. In a few quick flashes, she was gone from the rooftop. Everyone watched her departing figure with great envy. Among them were those who had learned the jump ability. But their jump ability was nothing compared to that of a level 3, and with so many zombies outside, they didn't dare to leap out. Chapter 221 Rescuing People too. Do you think they'll keep their promise? Kang Xiu asked the general. Those crystal cores they had just handed over included his share, and it pained him. I don't know. The general truly didn't know, as many things were now beyond his control. Hey, hopefully they'll stick to their word. But what I fear is... The prison head hesitated, seemingly with more to say. Afraid of what? Afraid they'll take the crystal cores and run? Kang Xiu turned to look at him. But the prison head just shook his head. I'm afraid that after getting these crystal cores, they won't be satisfied and will keep demanding more crystal cores from us for other reasons, and eventually bleed us dry. Damn it, if that's the case, it'd be better off dead. Towards the end, the prison head's face was filled with irritation. Of course, when he said it would be better off dead, it was just an expression of frustration. After all, if one can live, who would choose death? Nisa Ayan had just come back when Wang Tao also arrived. His fight with the blue-skin night demon had been brief and did not delay him much. Brother Wang. Upon seeing Wang Tao's return, Nisa Ayan hurriedly handed him 2 bags of crystal cores. The larger bag contains the crystal cores given by the general and his men, over 3,000 in total. The smaller one has the crystal cores given by other survivors, more than 200. She had just handed the crystal cores over to Lan Yulian, who hadn't even bothered to look at them before telling Nisa Ayan to pass them directly to Wang Tao. Since she now owed Wang Tao a sizable debt, these crystal cores were his. Rather than suffering from the sight, she chose not to look. Wang Tao opened the 2 bags to take a look. Wow, not a small number, huh? They were all level 2 crystal cores, there were no level 1s, but also no level 3s. They were mostly white, but to Wang Tao, the quality didn't matter. Indeed, easy come, easy go wealth. So, when do we act to save them? Lan Yulian asked. Definitely not now, it's too soon. We can't save them until we've squeezed them dry. After all, you wouldn't bring back a few troublesome foes for yourself, would you? They're not going to die anytime soon, let's skin them properly, preferably making it impossible for them to ever compete with you again. Wang Tao began speaking with a sly grin. Lan Yulian was at a loss for words, finding Wang Tao much more calculating than she was. At that moment, Nisa Ayan suddenly spoke up again. Oh right, I overheard something else. Nisa Ayan quickly relayed what she had overheard about the general's discussion on base self-detonation. After hearing this, Lan Yulian and the others were astonished. That's ruthless. Wang Tao was also taken aback. He had seen ruthless people, but not to this extent. But on reflection, the general's words did seem to make some damn sense. If the base really fell, many survivors would be infected and become zombies, and the stronger the survivor, the more formidable the zombie they'd become. Blowing up the base would, in a way, indeed be a method to reduce the zombie population. However, there were probably very few who could truly make such a decision. This general was a ruthless man, a rational madman. As for whether there actually were bombs in the base or if the general was bluffing, Wang Tao preferred to believe it was true. It's always better to be cautious. This base is too dangerous. We can't stay in such a perilous place. Wang Tao immediately said. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly, we have to leave the base. But before Lan Yulian could finish her statement, Wang Tao cut in. We have to take control of this space. Such a dangerous thing must be in our own hands. Lan Yulian was speechless again. But what if the base does explode? Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head as he spoke. Didn't the general say, anyone not appointed by him was stealing the base illegally? Which means someone appointed by him would be legal. So the focus is on him. As long as we deal with him, it'll be fine, and right now he's trapped in the diving gym, we have plenty of time. What do you think, Lan Yulian? After finishing his point, Wang Tao looked towards Lan Yulian. Whatever you say. Lan Yulian nodded. She didn't have much say in front of Wang Tao, and besides, she felt that what Wang Tao said also seemed reasonable. Good, now we focus on improving our strength, and at the same time, think about how to rescue them. Let's head back first. After all, it's still too dangerous at night. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun might be strong, but without night vision, nighttime was still risky. Yes. Everyone agreed. On their way back, Wang Tao handed the night demon blades to Zhang Shixu. These are for you, see if you like them. Upon taking the two daggers, a look of surprise flashed in Zhang Shixu's eyes. She could feel that the blades were powerful. She tried them out and found they even increased her attack speed. Thank you, Brother Wang, I love them. Zhang Shixu looked at Wang Tao with a happy expression. Glad you like them. Wang Tao smiled and tousled her hair. Upon returning to the building, it was the latter half of the night. Lan Yulian and the other woman went to rest. After all, the area was still dangerous, and they needed to maintain their condition. Wang Tao told Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun to rest as well, while he and Zhang Shixu examined the crystal cores they had acquired that day, picking and choosing. The general had been generous this time. Not all the crystal cores given were trash. Although most were white, under Wang Tao's synthetic skills, they could immediately turn red or orange. These crystal cores should allow us to create quite a number of level 2 pinnacle ability users. But this general clearly has many more secrets. They must have killed quite a few level 3 zombies, but not even one level 3 crystal core is here. We have to squeeze it out of them. Chapter 221 Rescuing People 3 Wang Tao stroked his chin in thought. Soon, he had an idea. The next morning, after everyone woke up, Lan Yulian said to Wang Tao, today we plan to fix the vehicle. With some time spent, we should be able to patch it up. There are still many injured here, and I want to send them back to base first. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. Lan Yulian took a group of people down to repair the vehicle. The zombies were relatively fewer during the day, and those here had all been drawn away by the aquatics center, so it was relatively safer. After Lan Yulian and the others went downstairs, Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan, you two get familiar with level 3 combat power this morning. In the afternoon, we can go rescue people at the aquatics center. We're going to rescue people? But am I capable enough? Nisa Ayan seemed somewhat unconfident. Although she was now a level 3 ability user, rescuing people was not the same as killing. The former was more difficult, not to mention doing so amidst so many people surrounded by zombies. Wang Tao said with a smile, you don't need to save too many people, just pick someone you find agreeable and bring them back, that's all. Just save one person. That's no problem. Nisa Ayan immediately said, patting her chest. Although having to take care of one person would definitely affect her performance, she wasn't asked to engage in a bloodbath with zombies, so it wasn't a big problem. Plus, she had Zhu Xiaojun to coordinate with on the side. For the entire morning, Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun were familiarizing themselves with their strength and had some friendly sparring. Wang Tao felt that Zhu Xiaojun was a bit stronger. If it came down to a life or death struggle, Nisa Ayan probably wouldn't be his match. Of course, if it really were a life or death struggle, Nisa Ayan could escape, and Zhu Xiaojun wouldn't be able to catch up. This made sense. After all, when Zhu Xiaojun advanced from level 1 to level 2, Wang Tao gave him 4 level 2 Ascension Crystal Cores. But when Nisa Ayan advanced to level 2, she only used 1 Ascension Crystal Core. The gap was there. Wang Tao also sparred with Zhang Shixu, mainly to test the power of her pair of daggers. As the saying goes, longer weapons have their strength, shorter ones have their risks. During the fight with Zhang Shixu, Wang Tao felt it was precarious. If he didn't let Zhang Shixu get close, he could win easily. But once Zhang Shixu got close, Wang Tao felt he could be killed at any moment. Then Wang Tao had Zhang Shixu spar with Zhu Xiaojun, and Zhu Xiaojun couldn't handle Zhang Shixu at all. She completely countered him. Even after reaching level 3, he still was no match for Zhang Shixu. As for Nisa Ayan, she was relatively better off. She was a speed and agility type of ability user, not restrained like Zhu Xiaojun. But still not as good as Zhang Shixu. Second level Zhang Shixu was stronger than both levels 3. The 2 daggers provided Zhang Shixu with a bonus that was 1 plus 1 greater than 2. For Zhang Shixu, It was like adding wings to a tiger. The only regret was that Wang Tao did not know how to help Zhang Shixu ascend to level 3. He very much looked forward to Zhang Shixu's strength after her level 3 ascension. In the afternoon, Lan Yulian's side still hadn't fixed the vehicle. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun had already set out. The zombies during the day were not as frenzied as at night, and there were fewer of them. Nisa Ayan found a good opportunity, had Zhu Xiaojun distract the zombies for a moment, and then used her jump ability again to reach the outside of the aquatics center. Since it was daytime, there were people on guard at the rooftop of the aquatics center. They had spotted Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun a long time ago and reported to the general. However, when they saw Zhu Xiaojun, the hulking figure wielding a giant axe, killing his way in and out of the zombie horde, they were utterly shocked. Another level 3 ability user? Moments later, Nisa Ayan jumped onto the rooftop again. Sister Ni. Several ability users greeted Nisa Ayan with great respect upon seeing her. Nisa Ayan nodded, then jumped back down without hesitation. Thud, the 3 generals were already waiting for her. Has Miss Ni found a method? The 3 men looked at Nisa Ayan somewhat surprised. Last night, when Nisa Ayan left, she said she would think of a way to rescue them. It was only half a day, and she had already thought of a method? I have an idea that's not so great, but let's try it first. What's the plan? The people around were looking at Nisa Ayan with some excitement. Nisa Ayan looked around, then pointed to a thin woman and said, "You, come here." The woman looked at the general subconsciously, and after seeing him nod, she came over to Nisa Ayan's side. Nisa Ayan said to the generals, "I myself have some strength now, and there's a companion outside covering for me. So I think I can start by saving a few people." Without waiting for the generals to respond, she hugged the still bewildered woman with her arm, then jumped up to the rooftop, and from there, leaped down again. "Ah!" the woman screamed, closing her eyes and clinging tightly to Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan, holding her, jumped next to Zhu Xiaojun. "I'm heading out first." After saying this, Nisa Ayan didn't stop, immediately took off. Zhu Xiaojun killed a few more zombies, then with a rush, instantly escaped the battle and ran without looking back. The zombies, having lost their target, twisted their bodies and ran to attack the aquatics center again. Inside the aquatics center, the generals opened their mouths but remained silent. This method of rescuing people. Not to discuss the efficiency, but shouldn't you save the leaders first when rescuing? You went to such great lengths to save an ordinary level 1 ability user, what's the meaning of that? Watching the survivors, after the initial shock, become somewhat excited, the countenance of the 3 generals was not very good. At that moment, one of the people on duty at the rooftop came down. "General. Miss Ni also has another teammate, seems like a level 3 too." "Damn. Another level 3? Prison head became unsettled at once. "Quick. Contact Lan Yulian again, give her crystal cores. Let her save us first." Chapter 222. What do you know? I want one. Stay here and don't go anywhere. After Nisa Ayan returned to the building, she spoke to a female survivor. This survivor had been either scared witless or utterly baffled along the way, until now she finally realized she had been saved. She could never have imagined that she would be the first person to be rescued. "Yes. I'll follow all of Sister Ni's instructions." After Nisa Ayan had settled her down, she went to look for Wang Tao. Lan Yulian had also just returned. The vehicle has been patched up a bit. Although it's not fully repaired, it should hold up till we get back to base. Lan Yulian explained to Wang Tao. "Good. Then you take care of arranging it." Wang Tao nodded. There were quite a few injured people here who needed to get back and rest. And his group also needed to switch out a few vehicles. The temporarily repaired ones obviously wouldn't last long. "Brother Wang, I've already rescued a woman." Nisa Ayan came over and recounted the rescue from the afternoon. "Well done." Wang Tao patted her shoulder, then said with a smile, "I guess it won't be long before the general contacts us again." No sooner had Wang Tao finished speaking than the walkie-talkie on Lan Yulian rang out. "Lan Yulian, do you copy? This is the general." Everyone immediately looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao shrugged and then asked Lan Yulian to answer the call. "This is a Lan Yulian." Everyone was silent, listening to the conversation between the general and Lan Yulian. The call ended a moment later. A brilliant smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. The general had just indicated he would offer a level 3 crystal core to have Nisa Ayan rescue him. Of course, the prison head and Kong Xiaoyu felt the same. They were willing to offer level 3 crystal cores as payment for the journey. "Shall we rescue them?" Nisa Ayan looked at Wang Tao. Now that she had a clear understanding of her relationship with Wang Tao, she naturally didn't want or dare to have too close contact with other men. Like carrying other survivors out. Even though she was wearing a full set of armor, it still felt inappropriate. Of course, if Wang Tao asked, she would certainly comply. No rush. Go over there tomorrow, fabricate a reason to refuse them, and then casually rescue a couple more people. Wang Tao's eyes twinkled as he spoke. If Nisa Ian went to rescue those people like the general, the odds were good that she could succeed. But once that happened, Wang Tao's plan couldn't be executed. The reason he had Nisa Ian rescue others was to show the general that she was capable of bringing people out. She could bring them out too, but it depended on whether what they offered was worth her intervention. He wouldn't consider rescuing them until he drained him of all their resources. All right. Nisa Ian nodded. That night, Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ian voluntarily hunted zombies nearby. Wang Tao had given them so many crystal cores, they also wanted to give something back to him. Wang Tao called Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng over. The batch of crystal cores the general provided is quite good, containing some omnipotent crystal cores. So, what do you think? We'll take it. Lan Yulian immediately agreed. Then she looked at Lu Yingfeng and said, give them to Little Feng. If Little Feng can become a level 3 ability user, her role would be much greater than mine. Jade Lotus. Lu Yingfeng was moved and held Lan Yulian's hand tightly. Okay. Wang Tao nodded. Lu Yingfeng had 4 abilities, which were high-frequency vibration, athlete, precision shooting, and sprint. Both athlete and sprint had already reached +10, while precision shooting and high-frequency vibration were still at +1. Precision shooting was okay, but the main issue was high-frequency vibration. Wang Tao didn't have the corresponding crystal core anymore. The omnipotent crystal cores he had were prepared for himself. However, last night, Nisa Ian brought some white, omnipotent, crystal cores, which, after synthesis by Wang Tao, could now be assembled into something useful. Looking at Wang Tao taking out high-quality, precision shooting, crystal cores, the two women were somewhat skeptical. The general would offer such high-quality cores? But despite their confusion, both naturally didn't ask further questions. Once Lu Yingfeng finished integrating the precision shooting crystal cores, Wang Tao then produced 9 red, omnipotent, crystal cores. The two women internally exclaimed, impossible. These definitely aren't the general's crystal cores. If the high-quality, precision shooting cores were given out because the general couldn't merge them, that would be one thing, but these high-quality, omnipotent cores would absolutely be another story. After all, omnipotent cores could be synthesized by everyone. All these omnipotent cores must surely be Wang Tao's own. It was just unclear where he had obtained them from. Were they leftovers from before, or did he secure them during the time he disappeared last night? What's wrong? Any questions? Wang Tao looked at them, puzzled. No. Lan Yulian immediately took the crystal cores and then passed them to Lu Yingfeng. Thank you. Lu Yingfeng thanked Wang Tao excitedly, then began to integrate them in sequence. After a moment, high-frequency vibration on Lu Yingfeng also reached +10. Now, all her abilities had achieved +10, and she could continue to integrate Ascension crystal cores. A short while later, Lu Yingfeng suddenly became excited. I feel like I can start the Ascension within 3 days. Congratulations, keep it up. Get some good sleep. Lan Yulian encouraged her, and Lu Yingfeng nodded gratefully at Wang Tao and Lan Yulian before going to sleep. By this time tomorrow, Lu Yingfeng would be a level 3 ability user. Seeing Lu Yingfeng enter Ascension state, Lan Yulian came over to Wang Tao and gave a solemn bow. Chapter 222 What do you know I want to Wang Tao, thank you. Without you, who knows when Little Feng would have reached level 3. Although the crystal cores that Wang Tao provided her were bought or obtained on credit, it seemed like a fair trade. But at this point in time, the crystal cores in Wang Tao's hands were priceless. If Wang Tao was willing to sell them to her, that alone would be a huge favor. Not to mention that Wang Tao was even willing to let her buy on credit. Wang Tao was so good to her that she felt it was almost surreal. She had thought it was natural for Wang Tao to have an interest in her. However, the moment she recalled Wang Tao saying that he liked both her and Lu Yingfeng, Lan Yulian felt her face inexplicably flush. She wanted to know if Wang Tao was just kidding. We're friends, no need for thanks, Wang Tao said generously with a wave of his hand. Since he could synthesize crystal cores, these high-quality ones were no trouble for him at all. Moreover, the price he sold to Lan Yulian wasn't cheap. Essentially, for every crystal core he sold her, Wang Tao could earn more than 2 of the same quality and level. Even if Lan Yulian couldn't pay off the debt, Wang Tao was still making a killing. Of course, it wasn't possible that she couldn't pay him back, she thought. Once she had control over the entire base, she would make sure to settle Wang Tao's account first. Lan Yulian was unaware of Wang Tao's thoughts, and seeing his magnanimity made her heart surge with even more appreciation. Apart from her relatives, she had never felt such kindness from a stranger. No, they weren't strangers now, they were close friends. Ahem, don't you wonder why I kept trying to get you to join us? Lan Yulian suddenly said. She was no longer willing to keep secrets from Wang Tao since they were now good friends. There was no need to hide things. Oh? Do tell. Wang Tao was genuinely curious. If Lan Yulian hadn't brought it up, he would have almost forgotten about it. We previously obtained a type of crystal core, which is quite powerful. It seems to be able to rapidly recover one's own energy. Rapidly recover one's own energy? Wang Tao was astonished. If it was as Lan Yulian stated, then this crystal core was indeed impressive. Nowadays, replenishing health point was nothing special, whether it was abilities or medicine, Wang Tao had them. But he had never seen anything that could restore magic point. If ability users were likened to a gun, then magic point could roughly be equated to ammunition. If you had enough ammo and it never ran out, you'd almost be unbeatable. Although Wang Tao had nearly 20,000 magic point, his abilities also consumed a lot of it. Therefore, if he got involved in a prolonged battle, he could not be sure of the outcome. If he could obtain an ability that could rapidly, no, even slowly, restore magic point, as long as it was faster than the natural recovery rate, that would be a huge enhancement for Wang Tao. Seeing Wang Tao's greatly interested expression, Lan Yulian couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride. Aside from this crystal core, she had never seen any ability that could restore energy, so she knew the value of this core. If it were before, she definitely wouldn't dare to tell Wang Tao. After all, it was her secret weapon. If other powers were to learn of it, it might cause some trouble. But now that Wang Tao had given her so many good things, even helping Lu Yingfen to reach level 3, the value of those things certainly surpassed the worth of that crystal core. Therefore, being open and honest with him was no problem. Moreover, they were about to have a level 3 ability user in their ranks, so what was there to be afraid of in terms of trouble? Yet Lan Yulian shook her head somewhat helplessly and said, "But, this crystal core can only be fused by males. I've done experiments, and all attempts to fuse by us females failed. Only males can fuse it." This reminded Wang Tao of the perception crystal cores, which, while not limited to females, reduced the effectiveness by half for males, effectively making no difference. Yes, only males can fuse it. And this crystal core seems to devour an ability upon successful fusion, so even if you have 4 abilities, you could still fuse this core. This was also a main reason why I invited you to join our facility department. Because Zhang Hong said you're a good person, I trust her judgment, and I think you're capable of fusing with this core. I see. Wang Tao finally understood. He thought it strange, why was Lan Yulian so adamant about him joining their facility? It turned out to be for this reason. But this crystal core seemed quite intriguing, being able to consume other cores. Now, I don't have much with which to thank you. So, I've decided to give you this crystal core. However, it's hidden within the vast base right now, so I can't give it to you just yet. Once we're back, I'll personally deliver the core to you. Lan Yulian declared earnestly. All right. Wang Tao didn't stand on ceremony. He was also curious about what kind of core it was. If it was really good, he planned to fuse it himself. If he could both replenish magic point and health point, wouldn't that be amazing? Moreover, he had obtained quite a few rejuvenation crystal cores from the hospital in Shuai's county, which used magic point to recover physical strength and spirit. If he could learn all 3 abilities, wouldn't he become like a perpetual motion machine? Wang Tao fantasized a bit. But as for the specifics, he would have to wait until he saw the crystal core. If the requirements for magic point recovery were too stringent, or there were some unavoidable side effects, then he'd have to think about it in the long term. Chapter 222 What Do You Know I Want 3. The next day, everyone woke up early. Lan Yulian began to arrange for people to head back. She herself definitely wasn't returning, as she needed to stay here to help Wang Tao and take care of Lu Yingfen, who hadn't woken up yet. Some of the people in her team were strong enough to lead the group. As for the news that the generals and others were trapped, she didn't issue any orders to keep it a secret. After all, her subordinates weren't professionals, and expecting them all to keep secrets was highly unlikely. It was better to announce the situation openly, since the generals weren't dead, just temporarily trapped. She was looking for a way to rescue them. The situation wasn't too bad, and it shouldn't lead to chaos within the base. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun naturally had to make another trip to the diving hall. Last night, they had been killing zombies until midnight and only slept in the latter half of the night. But now they were very spirited and not tired at all. As for Wang Tao, he was planning to take Zhang Shixu out for a walk, to see if they could find another level 3 zombie lord, and also to look for traces of the zombie queen. After everyone had divided up their tasks, they left the building one after another. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun did the same as yesterday. Zhu Xiaojun would attract the zombies' attention, and Nisa Ayan would quickly jump into the diving hall. Thud. Nisa Ayan, clad in brown armor, arrived at the diving hall for the 3rd time. The generals and others had become used to her way of entering. I heard the general is planning to fund another rescue operation? Yes. The general didn't waste words and directly took out a bag of crystal cores. This time, there were far fewer crystal cores than last time, but upon inspection, Nisa Ayan's face was very satisfied. Because these crystal cores were all level 3. Excellent. With this funding, I believe we can rescue everyone soon. The three generals looked at Nisa Ayan with anticipation, wondering which of them would be rescued first, or if they would be taken out at the same time. Nisa Ayan was a level 3 ability user, and even if she wasn't specialized in strength, she was quite strong and should be able to carry all three grown men at once. However, Nisa Ayan flashed and directly grabbed a woman, no, 2 women, tucking one under each arm. Now that the general had contributed more, it was natural to rescue one more person. The 2 female survivors couldn't believe they had been chosen. The 3 generals were even more incredulous, she hadn't chosen them. As Nisa Ayan was about to leave, the prison head hastily stopped her. Ahem, Ms. Ni, I think, shouldn't you take us 3 out first? Hearing this, Nisa Ayan actually nodded. I was supposed to take you guys out first, but... Her face became somewhat respectful, but I am the master's private property and cannot make contact with other men. Hiss. Master? The 3 men were shocked. Is that true? Who has such great authority to make a level 3 ability user submit to them? So, I am really sorry. Nisa Ayan apologized with a smile, then with a few jumps, she leaped out with the 2 women. The prison head and Kong Xiu were still in a daze. If Nisa Ayan truly had such a master, then perhaps this reason might be plausible. Plausible my ass. They had handed over level 3 crystal cores, for crying out loud. And she just rescued 2 nobodies, leaving the 3 big leaders stuck here? The prison head was livid, suddenly feeling an urge to kill every female in sight. Luckily, Kong Xiu, noticing something was off with him, quickly grabbed him. Damn it. All those crystal cores better not have been for nothing. The prison head scratched his head anxiously. Kong Xiu was also angry and helpless. Was it easy for him to save up level 3 crystal cores? It was bad enough they took away his level 2 crystal cores, but he could console himself by claiming he didn't need level 2 anymore. But if these level 3 crystal cores went to waste, that would be unacceptable. The general, on the other hand, suddenly remembered what the prison head had said before. If Lan Yulian really intended to bleed them dry, he realized he truly had no power to resist. As for the master mentioned by Nisa Ayan, whether it was true or false no longer mattered. A single Nisa Ayan was enough to firmly control them. If this master was real, then he must be even more powerful than Nisa Ayan. Plus the big guy outside. That meant they had at least 3 level 3 ability users. And they weren't sure what Lan Yulian's relationship with them was, but it seemed that Nisa Ayan listened to Lan Yulian. Could it be that Lan Yulian also had a level 3 ability user on her side? The more the general thought about it, the colder he felt. The whole of Zijing City had been effectively under his control, hadn't it? Where exactly had things started to go awry? At this time, some survivors came over. General, what the hell is going on? Why is Miss Ni only rescuing ordinary people? Do we still have a chance to survive? If it really comes to it, we have some crystal cores as well. The speaker was a leader of a minor faction. Among the survivors in the diving hall, there weren't just the leaders of the 3 major factions, but also many leaders of medium and small factions within Zijing City. At least half of Zijing City's leaders were here. If they all died, it would be a huge blow to the survivors of Zijing City. After all, in most factions, the strongest individual was the leader. Right, what's going on? We don't want to die, we want to live and get out. As the people looked at each other with urgent and anxious expressions, the general raised his hand. Everyone, please be calm. I will talk to her again. Seeing the general speaking, the others held their peace. After all, the general's prestige and capabilities were trusted by everyone. Novel.b/JN and the general took a walkie-talkie and moved to a corner. Lan Yulian, just tell me, what do you want for you to rescue us? On the other side, upon receiving the message, Lan Yulian did not reply immediately. Instead, she went to a window to look in the direction of Zijin base and then said, you know what I want. The general fell silent. Chapter 223 Honesty and Trustworthiness 1 He agreed. When Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi came back, Lan Yulian blurted out these 4 words to him. What? Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Lan Yulian's face bore a mix of excitement and seriousness. The general agreed to give up the Zijin base as a reward for saving them. That was quick. Wang Tao was a bit surprised. He thought it would take a few more days, but who would have expected the general to cave so quickly? From his words, I feel that he is not only afraid of dying but is even more afraid of falling behind in the ascension process. Lan Yulian explained a bit. The general had been subtly inquiring about news of level 3 ability users during his interactions with her. In the end, he directly asked Lan Yulian how many level 3 ability users were there with her. Thinking about Lu Yingfen, who hadn't woken up yet, Lan Yulian said there were more than 3. The general then asked when these level 3 ability users had ascended, and Lan Yulian replied it happened these past few days. So, the general, who was initially hesitant, immediately agreed to give up the base in exchange for their rescue. Lan Yulian could somewhat understand the general's thoughts as a leader herself. Simply put, the general panicked when he saw so many people reaching level 3 in a short period while he himself was stuck. From the beginning of the apocalypse till now, the general had always been in the leading group, never left behind. But now, if he were to fall behind, not if, but since he had already fallen behind. Others had reached level 3, not just 1 or 2, but more than 3. Yet he was still at level 2. This was like a math class during one's school days, when you bend down to pick up a pen you dropped, and by the time you look up, you can no longer understand what the teacher is saying. If you don't understand that lesson, you might never catch up with the teacher's pace again. There's a saying, one step behind, always behind. This was something the general couldn't accept. And it wasn't just the general, the prison head and Kong Xiu couldn't accept this either. Especially Kong Xiu, his strength may not have been the strongest among the 3, but his level was at the pinnacle of level 2, with all 4 abilities at plus 10. He was just 1 Ascension Crystal Core away from reaching level 3. But he had tried fusing with 3 level 3 White Ascension Crystal Cores, and all attempts failed. Although he knew that the success rate with White Crystal Cores was low, the triple failure still hit him hard. He failed, while others succeeded. That made him somewhat anxious. If they dragged this on, even if they were successfully rescued, their strength would still be a notch below others, which was obviously unacceptable. No one wants to live in someone else's shadow forever. It was the same for the prison head. He too had secretly tried fusing with a White Ascension Crystal Core and failed. Now, learning from the general that there were at least 3 level 3 ability users with Lan Yulian, he became unsettled. He had to get out, he had to ascend to level 3. Thus came the general's decision to give up the base. You can rebuild the lost base, even take it back. But if you can't keep up with the group, you might be stepped on by others for a lifetime. I see. Wang Tao nodded his head. Lan Yulian's analysis made sense. So, should we rescue them now? Lan Yulian asked. This was a bit different from the original plan. Of course, we must rescue them. We are honest and trustworthy people, and since he is willing to offer the reward, we must keep our promise. However, we should take control of the base first, and as for how to rescue them, we need to study that. Wang Tao gathered everyone to prepare for a meeting to discuss the rescue. It was now nighttime, and Lu Yingfen had woken up. Leader. Wang Tao. After waking up, Lu Yingfen immediately greeted Lan Yulian and Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at her attributes. Health point, 30,000 out of 30,000, magic point, 13,600 out of 13,600, grade, level 3, hidden attribute, hate the wicked as if they were enemies, internal impurity, 12%, not bad. Wang Tao nodded. Her attributes were fine, not much different from Nisa Ian's. However, her strength was certainly much stronger than Nisa Ian's. Now we have 3 level 3 ability users. Lan Yulian clenched her fists excitedly. After congratulating Lu Yingfen, they all began to discuss the rescue operation together. In the end, Wang Tao made a decision. First, they would look for a zombie lord near the dive hall, which was the mother zombie. If one exists, they would find a way to kill it. If not, impossible, there had to be one. Wang Tao was firm in his judgment. Without killing this zombie, they can't carry out the rescue, as no one knows the abilities of this zombie. If an accident occurs during the rescue, that would mean big trouble. Moreover, they still need to improve everyone's strength to ensure the group can cope well with any unexpected situations. So, for the next few days, they would search for the mother and zombie lords and increase their strength by killing other zombies. The next day, everyone gathered on the rooftop of the building. After the vehicles were repaired yesterday, the injured had returned to the base. But some people stayed behind. That included Lan Yulian's 8 subordinates, Nisa Ian's 5 subordinates, and 6 others from 2 smaller forces. The people from the 2 smaller forces had merely sent their injured back. Their leaders each brought 2 others to stay, which was somewhat unexpected to Wang Tao. It only showed that the leaders of these 2 small forces had great foresight. Choosing to stay at this time was indeed dangerous, but that also made them half their own. And Wang Tao never mistreated his own people. The crowd stood in rows, with only one person at the very front of the crowd, Wang Tao himself. Chapter 223 Honesty and Trustworthiness. To everyone looked at Wang Tao with excitement in their eyes. After all that had happened, Everyone had long known that although Jade Lotus ostensibly led the team, the actual leader was Wang Tao. No one objected, including the 8 trusted followers led by Jade Lotus. Not to mention Wang Tao's strength, just the fact that 3 level 3 ability users had suddenly appeared in the team and were all related to Wang Tao was enough to command everyone's respect. Looking at the group, who even with wounds sported an energetic appearance, Wang Tao nodded with satisfaction. If they wanted to rescue everyone from the diving gym, relying only on the few of them was certainly not enough. But with these people's participation, the chance of success had greatly increased. And not to say it outright, but Jade Lotus and her people were the most pleasing to the eye. Jade Lotus, Ying Feng, and their 8 followers were all tall and curvy. Their presence was captivating. Wang Tao came before these people and then looked at Jade Lotus. Seeming to understand what Wang Tao meant, Jade Lotus came over and whispered, "Don't worry, these are my sisters, absolutely reliable. They are among the few here in the club that I trust, and they have saved me many times before." Wang Tao nodded his head. Then, pointing to the neatly arranged level 2 iron 3 armors and bone hand crossbows, along with crossbow arrows, he said, "Each person takes a set of armor, a hand crossbow, and 100 crossbow arrows." "Yes." The women responded excitedly, with a few bold ones even throwing Wang Tao a flirtatious glance. Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged. After all, having seen many beauties, he had developed a degree of immunity. He then approached Nisa Ayan and her group. Nisa Ayan was accompanied by 5 followers, including Zhuhan and the 4 ability users who could emit soporific mists. "You go too? Each person takes a set of armor, a hand crossbow, and 100 crossbow arrows." "Yes." Zhuhan immediately led the 4 over. Then Wang Tao looked to the 6 people from the 2 other smaller forces. "Your equipment is over there. Similarly, each person takes a set of armor, a hand crossbow, and 100 crossbow arrows." Wang Tao pointed to another pile of armor and arrows, which were all level 1. "Yes." They could clearly see that their equipment was different from that of the others, likely to be of lesser quality. But they were still grinning without any complaints. After all, their relationship with Wang Tao was still fresh, and disparate treatment was normal. Besides, this gear was far superior to their own. As for Jade Lotus, Ying Feng, and Nisa Ayan, they naturally wore level 3 iron tree armor and wielded level 3 bone hand crossbows. After some time, everyone had donned their armor. Seeing the group clad in full body armor, wielding various close-quarter weapons, and with bone hand crossbows and arrows at their waists, Wang Tao was very pleased. Although he had the power to equip them all with level 3 gear, the distance and status between people varied, so naturally, they couldn't wear the same armor. A hierarchical system was essential, as it gave them the incentive to strive higher. And even level 1 armor was much better than their original gear. Novelb_JNN. Of course, this equipment wasn't given to them for free. From now on, all the crystal cores from the zombies they killed would belong to Wang Tao. Now we split into 3 teams. Jade Lotus and Ying Feng led their followers as one team, Nisa Ayan with her followers and those from the 2 small forces formed another team, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were the 3rd team. The task of the first 2 teams was to kill zombies in an organized manner to boost their strength, as many people had yet to reach the health point limit of 29,999. They were also tasked to collect crystal cores for Wang Tao. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, on the other hand, would see if they could locate the mother zombie. "Begin the operation." "Yes." With a wave of his hand, Wang Tao led the group downstairs in an orderly fashion, heading in the direction of the diving gym. In the building, the 3 rescued women huddled together. They watched the group clad in full-body armor with eyes full of envy, wishing they could be part of them. Wang Tao warned them not to wander around, otherwise, if danger arose, no one would save them. The 3 promptly nodded, indicating they understood. Then Wang Tao asked Nisa Ayan to make a trip to the diving gym. They needed to clarify the situation of the base, including how to take over the base, and who was holding the self-detonation remote control. She would also explain the rescue plan here so that they would be ready to cooperate in the days to come. "Okay." Nisa Ayan nodded her head. Everyone began to act on their separate ways. Wang Tao had searched for an entire day yesterday, without finding any trace of the mother zombie. But he hadn't given up, he felt certain that a mother zombie was out there. Unfortunately, today had wasted another whole day without any finds. Could it be that the mother is hiding right in the middle of the zombies? But that doesn't seem quite right. These zombies are constantly moving, none of them stay fixed together. Perhaps, the mother is hiding in a building and never comes out? Wang Tao felt like he might be going in the wrong direction. He originally thought that with the survivors in the diving gym as bait, the mother zombie would also be attracted there. But then he remembered the green-eyed zombie that stayed in the basement and did not go out, not from its own wishing, but because it was stuck and couldn't leave. Maybe the mother zombie was in the same situation. Chapter 223 Honesty and Trustworthiness 3 Wang Tao planned not to focus on the zombies tomorrow but to search the buildings more thoroughly instead. However, today was not without gains. He killed some level 3 elite zombies and obtained quite a few crystal cores. Not only him, but others also gain many crystal cores. After changing into new gear, the efficiency of hunting zombies increased significantly. Moreover, Nisa Ian retrieved quite a few crystal cores from the diving gym. Brother Wang, these are from the general. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed the general really wanted to get out soon. He said he doesn't have any crystal cores left and asked us to rescue them as soon as possible. As for the matter of transferring the base, he also mentioned. After Nisa Ian's explanation, Wang Tao finally understood. It was true that there were many bombs installed in the base, and the remote control was in the hands of a comrade in arms who had once shared life and death experiences with the general. From the moment the general appeared before the public, he had always been a loner. Even after establishing his power, there was no one he seemed particularly close to. He always looked lonely. Unexpectedly, he had a comrade in arms who shared life and death camaraderie with him. Indeed, he was very cunning. There was a code between the general and this comrade. Regardless of whether they met or not, as long as they matched the code, they could retrieve the remote control. To take over Zijin base, they first had to deal with this comrade in arms. But who to send to handle this comrade in arms was a problem. After all, this was just the general's word. What if the code he gave was wrong, leading to an attack or an ambush during the exchange? Or even more seriously, what if this comrade in arms simply pressed the remote control after the code exchange and detonated the bombs? It was all hard to say. Therefore, exchanging codes with this comrade in arms was a very dangerous action. Wang Tao called over Lan Yulian and several others. Before discussing this matter, he first mentioned the issue of the base's ownership. I think Jade Lotus is very suitable. What do you guys think? Wang Tao asked the group with a smile. What? Everyone was momentarily startled. They all thought Wang Tao wanted to be the leader of Zijin base, but he recommended it to Lan Yulian instead. You yourself don't want to be the leader? Lan Yulian asked in surprise. Wang Tao had worked hard for so long, wasn't he going to take the position of leader himself? She had always thought that Wang Tao wanted to be the leader. She respected Wang Tao, but his words disrupted all her plans. I don't want it. Wang Tao shook his head. The base was indeed not bad, but it was actually an unfinished base still under construction. Although the general and others had found ways to improve it, without the professional talent and equipment, the improvements were not well made. Moreover, Wang Tao wanted to go to the military base, and might leave in a few days. Having the position of leader would be of no use to him. Of course, not taking the leadership position didn't mean he wouldn't take benefits. At least one share of the crystal cores in the base belonged to Wang Tao. As for the candidate for leader, there were currently two options, Nisa Ian and Lan Yulian. Wang Tao felt that Nisa Ian's abilities were far inferior to Lan Yulian's, so he wanted her to take the position. Then, Sa Ian. Lan Yulian glanced at Nisa Ian again. She was unclear about the specific relationship between Nisa Ian and Wang Tao, but Nisa Ian was obviously closer to Wang Tao than her. She's not cut out for it. Wang Tao directly vetoed on Nisa Ian's behalf. Hearing this, Nisa Ian felt a little disheartened inside. She also knew that she was not comparable to Lan Yulian in managing a base. After all, when Lan Yulian took over the clubhouse, it was just a small force established by a few women. But under her leadership, it gradually became one of the four major powers, and her strength was recognized by all. But Wang Tao stating it so bluntly. It hurt. Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao, who didn't seem to be joking, and then at the encouraging gaze from Ying Feng by her side. She gritted her teeth. Fine. Since you don't want the base, I'll take it. Being the leader of the base certainly had many benefits, but it also came with a lot of pressure. However, she wasn't afraid and felt she could do it. Good. Wang Tao nodded in approval, smiling. Then let's discuss the debt issue. After you become the leader of the base, don't forget to pay it off, okay? Lan Yulian's face immediately turned bitter. Seizing the benefits of this base, at least half of them would probably have to be split with Wang Tao. She wasn't unwilling to part with them, as it was what they had agreed to before. She just felt that life was tough. She would have to manage the base well in the future and earn those crystal cores back. After deciding on a candidate, Wang Tao mentioned the matter of the general's comrade in arms. Who will retrieve the remote control? I'll go. Lan Yulian immediately spoke up. Since she was to become the new leader of Zijin base, it was her inescapable responsibility. Let me go instead. At this moment, Lu Yingfeng spoke up. Lan Yulian, after all, didn't have strong combat capabilities. She was worried Lan Yulian might encounter trouble she couldn't handle. Lan Yulian retorted, "No. This is my base, I must go. As the new leader, I need to set an example. If even I'm afraid to go, what would others think of me?" That was just one reason she gave. Another reason was that, although she seemed to be Yingfeng's superior, they were actually very close, like sisters. Just as Yingfeng was afraid of her getting hurt, she was also afraid for Yingfeng. Seeing both of them eager to go, Wang Tao said, "How about this? You both go, one overt, one covert. Having a partner would be good for backup." Lu Yingfeng was a level 3 ability user, and with her strength in the current Zijin base, she could probably wreak havoc. "That works." The two women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The matter was settled. They were prepared to set out early the next morning to settle the issue and avoid any unnecessary complications. That evening, Wang Tao piled up all the crystal cores he had obtained that day and, after making a selection, suddenly grinned. He had finally found the crystal core suitable for his synthetic ability. Chapter 224 Zombie Mother 1 Wang Tao had not ascended to level 3 because he still had two superpowers that had not been synthesized to their limit. He could merge his own superpower with others to obtain new superpowers, and could combine up to 4 native superpowers into one. Therefore, Wang Tao had been collecting other crystal cores. In the past few days, many crystal cores had come into his possession, and he had finally found 2 that were quite suitable. The first crystal core was Indirect Attack, and the second was Energize One Hit. Level 2 Crystal Core, Indirect Attack, Quality, Excellent, 80%, Purity, 45%, Side Effect, Strength reduced by half. Indirect Attack, consumes energy during an attack, allowing to attack over a short distance, but the attack is somewhat weakened. The ability Indirect Attack was still decent. Some of the people from the smaller forces possessed this power. It was different from Shockwave, which affected everything in front of it and would first hit an obstacle if present. Indirect Attack, however, attacked over a distance. If there was an obstacle, the attack would skip over it. For instance, if the opponent was wearing a suit of armor, using Shockwave would hit the armor first. But with Indirect Attack, the attack could bypass the armor and hit the opponent's body directly. However, this attack was somewhat weakened and the gap distance was very small. It might just bypass a layer of armor or a wall, but may not be effective beyond that range. Coupled with the side effect of having the user's strength. In actual combat, this power was not strong. But that didn't matter to Wang Tao, as he was capable of synthesis. He had also saved up 2 of these, and with this one, he now had 3. Moments later, an epic Indirect Attack crystal core appeared. Wang Tao didn't rush to merge it, but instead turned his attention to the other crystal core. Level 2 Crystal Core, Energize One Hit, Quality, Excellent, 40%, Purity, 45%, Side Effect, one arm becomes powerless. Energize One Hit, consumes energy to build up power. The longer the build-up, the higher the damage of the strike. Maximum build-up time is 10 seconds. This superpower wasn't bad either. It allowed for a build-up strike, which could be a finisher in critical moments. However, its side effect was significant, effectively disabling one arm. Wang Tao had also accumulated a few Energize One Hit crystal cores, and after merging them, an epic Energized One Hit emerged. Wang Tao felt that these 2 crystal cores should be mergeable with Vibration Shock, but he would have to test to be sure. He extracted the level 1 plus 10 sprint ability from his body and first merged it with an Indirect Attack crystal core. Sure enough. Seeing a 92% success rate, Wang Tao didn't hesitate and went ahead with the synthesis. After the process was complete, Wang Tao didn't examine it closely but continued and merged the Energize One Hit. The success rate for this was 90%, and Wang Tao confirmed the merge once again. Fusion successful, new superpower obtained, level 2, rank 1, Mastery Fusion. Mastery Fusion, consumes energy to utilize high-frequency vibration, shockwave, indirect attack, and energize one hit. Without a second thought, Wang Tao used the 9 omnipotent crystal cores he had prepared in advance. Moments later, all crystal cores were completely merged. And Wang Tao's magic point had just reached 20,000. The last superpower is all that's left now. I need to study it carefully. He didn't have any more crystal cores suitable for himself in hand. He wanted to merge a perception one, but the perception crystal cores were currently scarce, and he was one short. He would have to wait longer. The next day, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng left early in the morning. While the others continued to team up and hunt zombies, Wang Tao also continued to search for the mother zombie with Zhang Shixu. However, Wang Tao didn't plan on going near the swimming venue any longer. He had searched there for a long time with no findings. So today, he prepared to inspect other buildings for any clues. And indeed, there were many zombies. Not all zombies were attracted to the area near the swimming venue, many lingered inside buildings. Although it was pitch black inside, this did not affect Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao encountered several strong level 3 elite zombies. He obtained quite a few crystal cores and potions. It could be considered a fruitful trip, not a wasted journey. And at one moment, Zhang Shixi suddenly looked up. "Brother, I feel like something is watching me." Wang Tao immediately became vigilant. With increased strength, his perception had also become more sensitive. Often, these sensations were not just illusions. Wang Tao followed Zhang Shixi's gaze, which was in the direction of the gymnasium. He saw nothing. So he employed his plant affinity ability to carefully probe the gymnasium. Apart from some ordinary zombies, he didn't sense anything else. Although Wang Tao's plant affinity ability was not very precise, its range was extensive, and he immediately expanded it. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt something was off in a particular area, and that place was a park next to the gymnasium. "Let's go." Wang Tao immediately grabbed Zhang Shixi and ran towards the park. The park's vegetation was lush, giving the impression of entering a primeval forest upon arrival. Because Wang Tao's plant affinity ability could use plants for perception, he had already sensed the area and hadn't detected anything unusual. Moreover, every day as he passed by, he would sense it once to make sure he didn't miss anything. Chapter 224 Zombie Mother 2 But upon reflection, he realized that although he had sensed this place several times through his plant affinity ability, he had never actively entered it. Could he have overlooked something? After he and Zhang Shixi entered the park, they explored cautiously and slowly. About an hour later, Wang Tao looked puzzled. Why is there nothing at all? He and Zhang Shixi both felt that something was not quite right here, as there wasn't a single zombie to be found. Even though many zombies had been lured away by the general and his forces, the park was still massive in size, so how could there not be even a single level 1 ordinary zombie? This was clearly not normal. After searching for over an hour, however, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi found nothing. Moreover, Wang Tao's plant affinity ability couldn't possibly be fake, could it? He had sensed the area multiple times with this ability, and it seemed like there really was nothing unusual here. "Little Su, is there anywhere we haven't searched yet?" Wang Tao asked Zhang Shixi, who was standing beside him. Zhang Shixi tilted her head to think, then pointed toward the artificial lake next to the park. "The only place near the park we haven't searched is the lake." "The lake?" Wang Tao frowned. The sports center had a large artificial lake, located by the south gate of the stadium, next to the park, and several other buildings. Wang Tao had walked over a bridge on the artificial lake when he had entered the stadium before. And Wang Tao had previously subconsciously ignored this place. "Let's go take a look." Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi went to the lakefront. The lake water was very murky, and nothing could be seen clearly. There might be a problem here. Wang Tao frowned, suspecting that the problem might lie within the lake. But he dared not enter the turbid waters, as who knew what was beneath. After thinking it through, Wang Tao caught several ordinary zombies and threw them into the lake. Plop! The zombies struggled on the surface briefly before slowly sinking into the lake. Wang Tao waited for a while, but there was no movement in the lake. Then he took out some large dried fish from his magical stomach pouch and threw several big pieces into the lake. A moment later, gurgle! Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the turbid waters. "There's definitely something down there." Afterward, Wang Tao threw in some chunks of meat and other such things, but the water just gurgled and bubbled without anything coming out. And since the water was too murky, Wang Tao didn't dare to go down. The situation was at a stalemate. "I don't believe this, I must get you out today." At noon, Wang Tao returned to the building. He found the 3 women that Nisa Ayan had saved. "I need fresh blood." All 3 women were somewhat afraid, as Wang Tao's words gave them a feeling that they might be murdered. The first woman saved by Nisa Ayan timidly spoke up, "Mr. Wang, I am willing to donate blood. But if it's too much, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." She was very grateful for Nisa Ayan's life-saving grace and was willing to do something within her capability. "I don't need much, it won't cost you your life." Wang Tao brought over 2 plastic bottles, and suddenly a surgeon's knife appeared in his hand. The woman suddenly regretted her decision. She thought Wang Tao would use a needle, but instead, he directly used a knife. That meant a lot of blood would be taken. But it was too late for regrets, so she simply rolled up her sleeve, extended her wrist, closed her eyes, and presented herself like a lamb to the slaughter. The other 2 women sneaked glances at her, looking somewhat happy about her misfortune. After disinfecting the woman's arm with medicines from the medical kit, Wang Tao made a cut over her vein. The woman's body shook, but she still didn't dare to open her eyes. The surgical knife was very sharp, so the pain wasn't much, at least not at that moment. It was just that the thought of it was terrifying, and she kept feeling like she might bleed to death. Wang Tao, of course, wouldn't let her bleed to death. He watched carefully and, feeling it was enough, suddenly squeezed the woman's arm. The woman moaned, not from pain but from fright. Wang Tao quickly took out the medical kit and stopped her from bleeding. It wasn't until he had bandaged her wound with bandages and told her it was okay that the woman opened her eyes with a pale face. "Thanks, when Lan Yulian comes later, have her treat your wounds," Wang Tao said, while taking out a red crystal core and putting it in her hand. "This is for you." Seeing the level 2 ascension crystal core of mysterious iron quality in her hand, the woman was stunned. A red level 2 ascension crystal core? She was only level 1, and a level 2 ascension crystal core was exactly what she needed most right now, not to mention a red one. "Thank you." Belatedly, she hastily expressed her thanks, but only Wang Tao's retreating figure was in sight. The other two women looked on in astonishment, followed by envy and regret. If only they had known that donating a little blood would get them the red level 2 ascension crystal core, they would surely have rushed to offer their help. Wang Tao, holding the fresh blood, returned to the artificial lake. Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan had also been called by him, but Wang Tao told the two to wait at a distance and wait for Wang Tao's instruction. "I refuse to believe you won't come out." Wang Tao directly spilled the fresh blood into the lake. Gurgle as expected, the murky lake water began to boil. A moment later, whoosh, a rotten, gaping mouth suddenly rose to the surface, swallowing all the fresh blood in one gulp. The mouth was less than a meter away from Wang Tao, who could smell the rotten stench. Well prepared, Wang Tao immediately covered his body with entangling roots, turning into a tree root monster, and then he grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the gaping mouth and pulled it towards the shore. Chapter 224 Zombie Mother 3 Rise. Then, Wang Tao discovered that he couldn't move it at all. Instead, this big-mouthed monster tried to sink into the lake, dragging Wang Tao towards the water, cracks appearing one after another under his feet. Zhang Shixi hurried over to help, but even with her assistance, it was no good. "Quick, come over!" Wang Tao yelled. Rumble Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan both rushed forward and arrived in front of Wang Tao, grabbing hold of the big-mouthed monster. After Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan joined in, the big-mouthed creature immediately lost its ability to sink. "All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3, lift!" Wang Tao shouted, and everyone put forth their full strength. Then, they saw a gigantic monster slowly being hauled out of the water. Finally, whoosh, the big-mouthed monster was yanked out by several people. So huge. When Nisa Ayan saw the full extent of the monster, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Thud. The crowd pulled the monster overhead, and it fell behind them into the park, shattering the trees and the ground. Wang Tao looked at the monster with a hint of shock on his face. It was over 20 meters long and 5 or 6 meters tall, shaped like a caterpillar, but instead of fur, it was covered in human arms, legs, and heads, looking incredibly a stitched-together colossal zombie monster. Previously, the largest creature Wang Tao had encountered was the gorilla zombie. But lying there, it was about the same height as a standing gorilla zombie. However, once this stitched-together zombie left the water, it seemed to lose its ability to move. It wriggled on the spot for a while and could only walk a few steps. Could this be a 4-level zombie? Nisa Ayan was somewhat frightened. Her perception of this zombie was not very clear. "No, just a level 3, Lord," said Wang Tao with a smile. Even though the stitched zombie was huge and looked terrifying, it wasn't a level 4. Otherwise, Wang Tao would have retreated the moment he saw its mouth. He had experienced the power of a level 4 monster, and he knew it wasn't something he could handle at the moment. Health point, 60,000 60,000, magic point, 60,000 60,000, grade, level 3, Lord. Wang Tao believed it was the maternal zombie lurking in the shadows. Just a level 3, Lord? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Nisa Ayan breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a residual fear from the level 4 monster she had encountered with Wang Tao. If it was only level 3, that was manageable. After all, with 2 level 3s, plus Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, couldn't they deal with a level 3, Lord? Attack. Wang Tao was not certain of the stitched zombie's capabilities just yet, but decided to take action. Wang Tao pulled out his bone knife and charged straight at it. Zhang Shixu followed closely with her daggers clenched tightly. Next was Nisa Ayan, jumping high into the air, and finally came Zhu Xiaojun with the broken giant axe. However, Zhu Xiaojun used rush and consequently was the first to attack, landing a hit on the stitched zombie's head. Minus 3,423, one axe chop took off more than 3,000 health point. Wang Tao saw the damage numbers and immediately rejoiced. Its defense is low. Wang Tao was the second to rush in. He leaped high, his bone knife enhanced with high-frequency vibration cutting into the stitched zombie's head. Squish. Minus 5,265, the blade plunged in, chopping off over 5,000 health point. Hit its head. This zombie's defense is very weak. Wang Tao immediately shouted to the others. Zhang Shixu was the third to rush in. She also leaped up like Wang Tao, thrusting her daggers at the zombie. But the zombie didn't lose any health point. Seeing this, Wang Tao seemed to realize something and immediately said to Zhang Shixu, "This zombie's skin is too thick, little Su. Your daggers are too short, they didn't pierce through." Zhang Shixu. Nisa Ayan's weapon was a sharpened steel rebar. As soon as she heard Wang Tao's words, she who was mid-jump immediately adjusted her angle, directing the rebar towards the suturing zombie's head. Thwack! -2743, the rebar plunged into the zombie's head, killing nearly 3,000 of its health point. Wang Tao seized the opportunity to hack at it twice more, while Zhu Xiaojun also swung his axe once. Just the first round of attacks reduced the suturing zombie's health point by 22,000. According to this situation, at most 30 seconds later, it would be dead. This zombie looks quite scary, but is it actually weak? Just as this thought crossed Wang Tao's mind, he saw the zombie suddenly tilt its head back and open its mouth wide. There was no sound, but Wang Tao suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun's bodies wobbled, almost falling over. It seemed that only Zhang Shixu was not greatly affected. Mental shock. This feeling was almost the same as when they had been attacked by that 100-armed zombie before. This is a zombie focusing on mental attacks. Although mental shock was colorless and formless, impossible to guard against, it could be blocked by obstacles. Except for Zhang Shixu, the three of them, including Wang Tao, were all wearing full body armor, firmly protecting their heads. And since Zhang Shixu was the person least afraid of mental attacks, the impact of this mental shock on them wasn't big. Rush. Wang Tao once again raised his bone knife. Thwack. -5354, thwack. -5234, 2 strikes took off another 10,000 health point. The suturing zombie opened its mouth wide again, launching another mental shock. This time Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun immediately dropped to one knee. The mental shock was stronger than before. Even with their helmets on, they could scarcely block it, and they were no longer able to attack. As for Wang Tao, it felt as if his head had been pricked by a needle. However, he had previously fused with a crystal core that increased his spiritual power, and he had drunk many potions that enhanced his spiritual power, so he was able to withstand it. Thwack. Thwack. -5843, -5631, another 2 slashes left the suturing zombie with only 26,000 health point remaining. The suturing zombie continued to open its mouth wide. Wang Tao suddenly felt a splitting headache. "Brother, the zombies are coming." At that moment, Zhang Shixu suddenly spoke next to Wang Tao's ear, and he immediately turned his head. He saw from the direction of the diving hall, quite a few zombies coming their way. Quick battle, quick decision. Wang Tao endured the headache and once again hacked at the suturing zombie's head. Several more blows followed. Thwack. -5485, 60,000, the zombie's health point bar emptied. Clatter, a bunch of items burst out of its body, among them many bottles of zombie culture fluid. Wang Tao immediately gathered everything that could be taken, while Zhang Shixu reached into the zombie's head and pulled out an orange crystal core. "Let's go." Clamping down on his teeth, Wang Tao carried the somewhat groggy Zhu Xiaojun. Zhang Shixu picked up Nisa Ayan, and the two of them ran straight towards the building. Meanwhile, the distant zombies stopped in their tracks as if they had lost their target the moment the suturing zombie died. Only a part of the zombies headed to the lakeside, while the rest wandered back to the diving hall in a daze. Chapter 225, Taking Zijin Base 1. Everyone ran back to the building. "No zombies are chasing us, they've gone back. Little Su, go take care of them." Seeing only a few scattered zombies following them, Wang Tao ordered Zhang Shixu. "Okay." Zhang Shixu's spirit had not been greatly affected. She set down Nisa Ayan and retraced her steps, quickly dispatching all the pursuing zombies. "Ahem, Brother Wang, I'm sorry." Nisa Ayan spoke somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't expected the mental shock from the zombie to be so strong that even she, being level 3, could barely withstand it. She almost ended up being a hindrance. "Brother Wang, I've been a drag." Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as well. "It's okay, as long as the outcome is good. And that zombie's mental attack really was strong. I almost couldn't withstand it either. You guys just rest up," Wang Tao said with a smile. After a mental attack, one's head would feel very uncomfortable, and there might even be some after effects. Get a good night's sleep, let your mind empty, and you'll feel much better. Got it. The two didn't try to act tough and immediately went to rest. Their heads really were still bothering them. Wang Tao then started to tally the loot. Killing this stitched zombie brought Wang Tao a total of 14,400 special energy. It was the most he had ever gained from killing a single zombie. His total special energy had also reached 135,000. Big brother, here at this moment, Zhang Shixu handed Wang Tao the crystal core she took out from the zombie's head. Level 3 crystal core, mental defense, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 40%, side effect, reduced defense, mental defense, passive ability, increases mental defensive power, A. Surprised at the attribute of this ability, Wang Tao was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the zombie to have a mental defense ability, no wonder its defense was low. And this mental defense was an ability that Wang Tao needed. If he had this ability, he would be much more at ease when dealing with zombies capable of mental attacks in the future. However, speaking of which, this stitched zombie was quite unlucky. Its mental defense ability was completely useless against Wang Tao and his group cause none of them could perform mental attacks. In addition to the crystal core, the insides of the stitched zombie also contained plenty of zombie culture fluid, which Wang Tao had all collected at the time. Gained 44,745 zombie culture fluid, so much zombie culture fluid. Little Zhu won't be short on it later. Apart from using it on Zhang Shixu, Wang Tao didn't know what else this substance could be used for. Though speaking of zombie culture fluid, Wang Tao had originally thought that the progenitor would be a 4-level zombie. According to his previous experience, level 3 zombies shouldn't be able to cultivate other level 3 zombies. It indeed was a level 3 progenitor zombie. Wang Tao suspected that the progenitor zombie must have undergone some mutation, or some accidental event had occurred. Wang Tao looked towards the loot packs, totaling 4. Inside the first crystal core gift bag, there were a blue, level 3 crystal core, Ascension, a purple, level 3 crystal core, Omnipotent, a purple, level 3 crystal core, Perception, a blue, level 3 crystal core, Mental Attack, and an orange, level 3 crystal core, Bloodline Inheritance. Apart from the last one, all were crystal cores Wang Tao had seen before. Especially Perception and Mental Attack, these two abilities were among Wang Tao's favorites. He now had 3 Perception crystal cores, although one was level 2 and not yet able to be synthesized. He also had 2 Mental Attacks. If he could get one more, that would be even more perfect. The attributes of the last core, however, raised Wang Tao's eyebrows. He knew there had to be a reason the zombie could cultivate level 3 zombies, and here it was. Level 3 crystal core, Bloodline Inheritance, quality, 100%, epic, purity, 40%, side effect, none. Bloodline Inheritance can transfer part of one's own strength to others, up to the limit of one's own strength. One's own strength will not be permanently reduced, but it takes time to recover. This ability was interesting, as it could transfer one's strength to others. But what did strength specifically refer to? Health point? Magic point? Physical condition? Ability? Or something else? Just by looking at the core, it's not apparent. To find out exactly what it is, one would need to experience it personally. But what was certain was that the zombie's ability to cultivate other level 3 zombies was definitely related to this ability. The second pack contained potions and blueprints. Gained, 20 mental boosting potion, gained, 10 mental potion, small, gained, a mental potion, small, recipe. Wang Tao had seen the mental boosting potion before, but it was his first time seeing the mental potion, small. Mental potion, small, after injection, increase mental strength by 10% to 100%, the stronger the spirit, the greater the increase, lasts for 1 minute, with a 12-hour cooldown. Mental potion, small, blueprint, once learned, one can make 5 mental potion, small, each time. Required materials, a psychic mushroom, a zombie crystal core, purified water 100 milliliters, food 10 kcal. The effects of the mental potion seemed good, similar to the strength potion and defense potion. Plus, with a blueprint, once learned, it could be made continuously. Wang Tao used all of the mental boosting potions, and then learned the blueprint for the mental potion. He didn't have psychic mushrooms now, but he would eventually. The third loot pack contained more zombie culture fluid. Gained, 10,000 zombie culture fluid, chapter 225, taking Zygen base 2 with the addition of those produced by the zombies, there are now over 50,000 units of zombie culture fluid. Wang Tao even started to entertain the idea of cultivating zombies himself for hunting. The last package contained hand grenades and blueprints. Obtained, 10 mental shock grenade, obtained, a mental attack grenade blueprint, mental shock grenade, causes mental shock within a specific range upon detonation, mental attack grenade blueprint, allows for crafting of 10 mental shock grenades, required materials, 10 kg of level 3 flesh, a crystal core, 1 kg of metal. This grenade should have an effect similar to the mental shock special ability, but it doesn't consume mana and can be used by anyone. As for the blueprint, like the previous slime spitter grenade blueprint, it is single use, each only able to produce 10 grenades. However, the threshold for crafting it is very low. Just level 3 flesh and any crystal core are needed, which Wang Tao could obtain by taking down a level 3 zombie. Since he couldn't merge with a mind attack crystal core for now, these grenades would serve as a good substitute. After tallying up the spoils of war, Wang Tao looked up at the sky. It was already evening. The personnel who went out to hunt zombies were beginning to return one after another. Wang Tao pondered that now the mother zombie had been dealt with, it was time to start rescuing people. All he needed was to wait for news from Lan Yulian. Just as he thought of Lan Yulian, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. Wang Tao, it's Lan Yulian. The work is done. I'm handling some affairs, I'll come to you in about 3 or 4 days. Wang Tao, I am. The voice coming from the walkie-talkie wasn't Lan Yulian's, it must be one of her subordinates. Zijin Base could send signals to him, but he couldn't respond. Lan Yulian had to keep sending messages to prevent Wang Tao from missing them. That was sorted out so fast? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. It seemed the general hadn't set any traps. But that made sense. He was a smart man and knew that if he played any tricks, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. If she will arrive in 3 or 4 days, then we will wait until she comes before performing the rescue. If it were simply killing zombies, having Lan Yulian there or not didn't matter, but when it came to rescuing people, certainly, her presence as a healer was best. After all, Wang Tao was someone with a professional ethic. Since he promised to save people, he intended to save them alive. The next day, after a good sleep, Wang Tao and the other two felt almost no issues at all. We'll continue to hunt zombies today. Everyone, gear up, if we hunt down an Ascension Crystal Core, I will prioritize distributing them to you all. Wang Tao said to everyone with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. The mainstream level of survivors in Zijing City was still level 1, level 2 was very rare, and level 3 consisted of only a few people like Nisa Ayan. Many among this group were level 1 ability users. They dared not think about reaching level 3, but if they could ascend to level 2, it would be like being offered a pie from the sky. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm roused, Wang Tao waved his hand. Let's move out. Yes. Taking advantage of the few days before Lan Yulian's return, Wang Tao planned to lead everyone on high-intensity zombie hunts, hoping to boost their strength a bit. This way, the rescue mission would have a better chance of success. 3 days later. Inside a building. We won't go out today, take a day off. Upon hearing that they wouldn't be hunting zombies today, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. We can finally rest. In these 3 days, they had experienced what high-intensity zombie hunting really meant. They had no idea how many zombies they had killed, nor were they aware of how many spoils they had collected. The only thing on their minds was kill. If they didn't rest today, they felt they would be done for. Not just them, even Zhu Xiaojun, with his capacity to endure hardship, was feeling overwhelmed. Wang Tao himself also felt utterly exhausted. Perhaps only Zhang Shixu appeared as if nothing was wrong, her physical strength remained a mystery. Wang Tao told everyone to rest well, but he had no time to rest, he needed to sort through the spoils of war properly. In these 3 days, everyone fought intensively for over a dozen hours every day. This was far more exhausting than any job because one small mistake could mean death. With such intensity, the spoils of war were naturally bountiful. Wang Tao alone had gained over 100,000 units of special energy. His total special energy had now reached 310,000. Merging and extracting from a level 3 crystal core required 30,000 units of special energy each time, so his stockpile was enough for a dozen such procedures. Then there were the crystal cores. All crystal cores obtained from killing zombies were with Wang Tao. There were 5,000 level 1 crystal cores, 1,000 level 2 crystal cores, and 200 level 3 crystal cores. Under normal circumstances, obtaining so many crystal cores would be impossible, not due to lack of strength, but simply because there were not enough elite zombies, since only elite zombies could drop crystal cores. But the circumstances here were special, cultivated by humans and mother zombie alike. Many of the zombies here had crystal cores. This presented Wang Tao with an opportunity. Though most were white crystal cores, after his operations, he had quickly merged them into red and orange crystal cores. Wang Tao set aside some omnipotent crystal cores and ascension crystal cores in particular. With so many crystal cores, they'll have the chance to undergo a complete transformation. Wang Tao said to Nisa Ayan, who was massaging his shoulders, call Zhuhan and the other 4 in here. Yes, Brother Wang. A moment later, Zhuhan and the 4 others were brought before Wang Tao. These 5 were among Nisa Ayan's trusted subordinates. Of the over 300 members of the Skull Club, she only trusted these 5. Chapter 225, Taking Zijin Base 3. Although Zhuhan and his group often badmouthed Nisa Ayan behind her back, they were truly loyal to her. In the apocalypse, there was no shortage of clever people, but each clever individual had different ideas. The simple thought shared by Zhuhan's group of 5 was to find a powerful patron and cling to them. As long as their patron survived, they wouldn't leave. As it turned out, their choice was the right one. They had latched onto Nisa Ayan, who in turn had latched onto Wang Tao. Thus, they were indirectly clinging to Wang Tao's coattails. Though they were tired from the past few days, what did that matter as long as they were safe? In the apocalypse, it wasn't about being tired, it was about being unsafe. As long as they could follow Wang Tao, they had no worries about future benefits. For instance, at this moment, when Zhuhan learned that the 5 of them were summoned by Wang Tao, excitement surged within him. It seemed there were benefits coming. When he met Zhuhan and the others, Wang Tao first inquired about their ability statuses and then said, "In light of your recent commendable performance, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, I give each of you a purple level 3 Ascension Crystal Core for your own future use. 2, I give each of you 1 level 3 Red Ascension Crystal Core for immediate fusion." Level 3 Ascension Crystal Core? Zhuhan and his companions were flabbergasted when they heard what Wang Tao said. Wait, the reward is a level 3 Ascension Crystal Core? Did they hear wrong, or were they dreaming? Did they also have a chance to become a level 3 ability user? Just on their way here, Zhuhan and the others had been wondering if Wang Tao would reward them with some level 2 crystal cores that they could use. If he did, that would be a huge gain. As for a level 3 crystal core, they didn't even dare to dream of that, let alone an Ascension Crystal Core. But now, Wang Tao was actually offering them level 3 Ascension Crystal Cores. And high-chance fusion red quality ones at that? This couldn't be a dream, could it? The men all pinched their thighs subconsciously. His painful. Nisa Ayan on the side covered her face a bit. How disgraceful, embarrassing. But if she thought about it, when she level 3 ascended, it wasn't all that different. Wang Tao gave them time to think. Finally, Zhuhan was the first to come to his senses, and he spoke with a face full of excitement. 2. I choose 2. The remaining 4, upon hearing Zhuhan's words, finally realized the situation. We also choose 2. The 2 options Wang Tao had given were easy to understand. Option 1 meant that if they wanted to pursue the limit and wait to combine 4 level 3 crystal cores before ascending, then 1 core was definitely not enough, so they should save the core for later. Option 2 meant that if they didn't insist on gathering 4 crystal cores before advancing, then 1 would be enough, and they could ascend right now. Anyone could figure out with their toes that option 2 was the must-choose. Gathering 4 level 3 crystal cores was incredibly difficult. Moreover, the fusion might not even be successful unless they had high-quality red or orange cores. But they couldn't even get their hands on white ones. How could they get high-quality cores? Suppressing one's level and gathering cores was something only high-level figures could play with. They were self-aware that they had to ascend whenever there was an opportunity. When they ascended to level 2, they had also used just 1 level 2 Ascension Crystal Core, so now it seemed normal to use 1 for level 3 Ascension. And more importantly, there was a rescue mission coming up. If they could ascend to level 3, they would definitely be a great help to the mission. Wang Tao was the one organizing this rescue mission, and since he had rewarded them so generously, they certainly needed to repay him. Therefore, the group didn't hesitate and directly chose option 2. Very good. Wang Tao nodded in satisfaction upon seeing their choices. These people were very sensible. Thus, Wang Tao directly took out 10 level 3 Ascension Crystal Cores for them. Moreover, he had thoughtfully prepared the level 2 crystal cores they needed to reach their full potential. In the past days, their high-intensity zombie slaying had brought their health point to 29,999, fulfilling one of the conditions for level 3 Ascension. However, some of them hadn't reached plus 10 in ability yet, so they still needed a boost. To Wang Tao, these level 2 crystal cores were a mere trifle. Zhuhan and his companions gazed at the glistening crystal cores with trembling hands as they accepted them. Then, as if moved by a shared impulse, they knelt before Wang Tao with a thud and kowtowed to him. Considering the rewards Wang Tao had bestowed upon them, not to mention a grand gesture, selling their lives to Wang Tao would still mean they came out ahead. Wang Tao didn't dodge, he could accept this grand gesture. After Zhuhan and his group got up, Wang Tao waved his hand. Go and fuse with the crystal cores. Yes. After the others had left, Wang Tao asked Nisa Ayan to call over the 8 women from the club. Mr. Wang, you wanted to see us? The women's faces were all visibly fatigued, but since it was Wang Tao who had summoned them, they didn't dare not to come. They were also curious about what Wang Tao wanted from them. Wang Tao first chatted with them and inquired about their ability situation. The women held nothing back and revealed everything readily. It had to be said, Lan Yulian had picked some good people. All 8 women were ability users who had fused with 4 types of crystal cores. Zhuhan and his men could only fuse with 2 or 3 types of abilities. However, when these 8 women had their level 2 ascension, they had only used 1 ascension crystal core each. After all, They were not Wang Tao, they couldn't synthesize crystal cores, and the high-quality ones were all supplied to Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng. Considering your recent good performance, I'm giving you two choices. Wang Tao repeated what he had just said to Zhuhan and his men to the women. You're giving us level 3 ascension crystal cores? The women were somewhat stupefied. They were even more bewildered than Zhuhan. After all, Zhuhan had been in contact with Wang Tao earlier than they had and knew about Wang Tao's character from their time at the arcade. But these women had only recently come into contact with Wang Tao and knew he was powerful and had a good relationship with their leader. And that was about it. Yet, they hadn't expected that Wang Tao would actually reward them with high-quality level 3 ascension crystal cores. These were things that even the generals hadn't obtained, despite having sacrificed countless lives. Could it be that Mr. Wang has some designs on us? This thought unconsciously sprang to the women's minds. You couldn't blame them for overthinking, the situation was indeed frightening. Their leader, Little Yan, spoke up. Ahem, Mr. Wang, we have already sworn to follow our leader for life and will never betray him. The others nodded in agreement. Looking at the women's excitement, coupled with their restraint, Wang Tao found the situation quite amusing. But before he could speak, Little Yan continued, gritting her teeth. Aside from betraying the leader, you can ask for anything. Otherwise, we won't be at ease accepting these crystal cores. Chapter 226. Let him stay. 1. Oh? Any other conditions I can freely propose? Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. The women didn't speak, they all watched Wang Tao with faces full of tension and excitement. They really wanted the level 3 ascension crystal cores, but since they were unsure of Wang Tao's specific intentions, they dared not accept easily. They wanted Wang Tao to clarify his terms. They would agree to anything except betraying their leader. Wang Tao appraised the 8 women carelessly. Some were quite shy, not daring to look Wang Tao in the eye, while others were bold enough to thrust out their chests and hold their heads high, presenting their most magnificent features to him. Wang Tao suddenly thought it would be quite interesting to have a personal guard of powerful and beautiful women like these. But after all, they were Lan Yulian's people, and Wang Tao wasn't about to commit the offense of seizing them for himself. You're overthinking it. What do you think you could possibly offer me? Or rather, what do you think I want from you? This remark from Wang Tao was rather blunt, but it seemed not without reason. He was far stronger than they were, had many crystal cores, and was already accompanied by 2 beauties, a young one and an older one. There wasn't much they had that could interest Wang Tao. Just choose one of the options. Either way, it will be on your leader Lan Yulian's tab. Wang Tao said with a smile. These crystal cores weren't given for free, at the very least, he would have to reel in profits several times over. Though for him, synthesizing high-quality ascension crystal cores was a trivial matter, costing only a few ordinary ascension crystal cores. After leading his team to kill so many level 3 zombies, bursting forth with numerous level 3 ascension crystal cores, he wasn't running short. However, the value of this crystal core was obvious to others. Definitely not something to be given away for free. We choose option 2. The women spoke up simultaneously. Very well. Wang Tao handed over the crystal cores to them. Thank you, Mr. Wang. After the emotional women left with gratitude, Wang Tao had Nisa Ayan call in 6 others from 2 minor powers. Among these 6, besides their own 2 leaders who were level 2, the other 4 subordinates were still level 1. Wang Tao took out crystal cores again, offering them the chance to ascend from level 1 to level 2, and from level 2 to level 3. But this time, it wasn't without demands. Wang Tao wanted them to lead their own subordinates into the Firefly Club. Yet for them, this wasn't a demand, it was an opportunity. The 2 leaders mused internally that this was the advantage of siding with the right team. Before their arrival, they couldn't have imagined they would have the chance to ascend to level 3 and join the Firefly Club. This further solidified their belief that they had to clutch onto the big leg. Once these grateful people left, the building quieted down immediately. They all went to fuse with the Ascension Crystal Cores. In half a day, there would be 15 level 3 ability users emerging here. Adding the original few, there would be almost 20 level 3 ability users. The rescue mission could not be said to be foolproof, but the success rate had undoubtedly increased by countless times compared to before. In the afternoon, those fusing with the crystal cores began to wake up one after another. Having fused with only a crystal core, their ascension didn't take long, 6 hours were sufficient. Mr. Wang. These people came to Wang Tao as soon as they completed their ascensions. Well done, well done. With 15 new level 3 ability users, plus Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan, that was 17, and with Lu Yingfeng's return, it would be 18. If one included Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu, who hadn't ascended to level 3 but possessed the combat power of level 3, that made 20. Finally, adding a healer. With such power, it wasn't just about rescuing anymore. Wang Tao even harbored the thought of hunting down all the zombies here. However, It was just a fleeting thought for Wang Tao, as these newly ascended level 3 ability users weren't as strong as Nisa Ian, Zhu Xiaojun, and the like. It would still be very dangerous to take on so many zombies head-on. Of course, if they eliminated the zombies slowly, perhaps they could indeed clear out this place. But if they really did that, the group at the diving pool would probably starve to death before the zombies got to them. At that moment, Wang Tao's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Wang Tao, this is Lan Yulian, can you hear me? I'll reach the building in another hour." It was Lan Yulian's voice on the walkie-talkie this time. "This is Wang Tao, received, we are waiting for you." Great. It wasn't even an hour before Lan Yulian returned. When she left, it was with Lu Yingfeng, but now she came back leading a group of over 30 level 2 ability users. Mostly comprised of generals, prison heads, and Kong Xiu's people. These were the elite forces and the trump cards of their factions. "Wang Tao, I've brought reinforcements." Upon seeing Wang Tao, Lan Yulian quickly approached, with Lu Yingfeng following close by. "Yes, not bad at all." Wang Tao nodded after sizing up the group. The group also secretly assessed Wang Tao. They weren't clear about Wang Tao's strength, but Lan Yulian's attitude indicated that Wang Tao must be formidable. Yet after observing for a while, they didn't think Wang Tao seemed all that formidable, just possibly a level 2 ability user. But why was Lu Yingfeng so courteous to him? After all, Lu Yingfeng was now one of the few level 3 ability users. Unaware of their thoughts, Wang Tao said to Lan Yulian, "Are these people reliable? I don't want any accidents during the rescue. I picked them based on the list given by their leaders. They are all valued by their leaders, so they should be relatively dependable." Chapter 226 "Let him stay too," Jade Lotus whispered in explanation. "That's good," Wang Tao nodded and then added, "Let's go rescue them tomorrow, what do you say?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Jade Lotus was eager to try. She gestured to everyone to enter the building. Jade Lotus briefly explained to Wang Tao about her taking over Zijin base. In short, there were some minor troubles, but no major issues, and the transition was overall smooth. Since the general had long been prepared for his own demise, he had made arrangements at the base. If the base were to be forcefully seized, it would probably self-detonate. But if it were to be handed over to someone he designated, it would transition peacefully. The current situation with Jade Lotus was considered a designated succession, so the transition was peaceful. Of course, things couldn't possibly go completely smoothly. Even if the general had excellent foresight, he couldn't accurately predict human nature. It was smooth for Jade Lotus to get the remote control, but after some people learned that the leader of Zijin base had changed, they started having other ideas and planned to seize the base. But with Yingfeng, the level 3 ability user there, nobody could cause trouble. So they were just minor irritations, easily dealt with by Yingfeng. What Jade Lotus feared was the base's self-detonation, but with the remote control in her hands, Yingfeng would have no rivals within the base. So, Jade Lotus boldly made some personnel adjustments in the base. Those who were disobedient were either detained or eliminated. She even carried out a purge within her own club. She had mentioned to Wang Tao before that some people in the club were causing discord, which led to unrest within it. Seizing the opportunity, she let Yingfeng deal with them. Those who resisted were eliminated, leaving only her staunch supporters. This was why she had stayed at the base for 3 or 4 days. "Impressive," Wang Tao complimented. He had said before that Jade Lotus was quite good at managing the base. If it had been Nisa Ian who went, it's very likely she wouldn't have been able to accomplish as much, and even if she could, who knows how long it would take, it certainly wouldn't be settled in just 3 or 4 days. Jade Lotus felt a bit proud upon receiving Wang Tao's praise. She had always felt overshadowed by Wang Tao, and though she didn't have much competitive spirit, being outdone by him certainly caused some discomfort. Now, having demonstrated her capabilities, she could consider it evening the score, right? While she was thinking this, suddenly, a group of people appeared before her. Among them were several of her loyal subordinates, who slightly bowed and said to Jade Lotus, "Leader." Jade Lotus was about to speak when she clearly saw them and suddenly froze. It wasn't just her, Yingfeng also rubbed her eyes in disbelief. As for the more than 30 elite reinforcements behind her, they were dumbstruck upon seeing this group. Level 3? They were acutely aware of the aura, it was unmistakably level 3. But the issue was, this aura emanated from every single person in the group. Nearly 20 level 3 ability users. My god, what was happening? The reinforcements couldn't believe it, or perhaps didn't want to. If there were only 1 or 2 level 3 individuals, they might chalk it up to good luck. But the appearance of nearly 20 level 3s. That could only mean one thing, they were truly powerful. And it meant they were really falling behind. You all. Jade Lotus approached these groups of subordinates, squeezed her team leader's cheek a bit, and asked, "This is not an illusion. Have you all really reached level 3? The subordinate nodded, then whispered in Jade Lotus's ear, "It's all thanks to Mr. Wang's care that we were able to reach level 3. However, Mr. Wang said, cough cough. It should all be credited to you, leader. She wasn't even there, and she was accruing debts? But if it was this kind of debt, she didn't mind owing at all. Everyone. It was then that Wang Tao spoke up. All eyes turned towards him. We'll start the rescue operation tomorrow. Let's discuss the tactical arrangements first. Jade Lotus no longer dwelled on it and immediately started discussing with Wang Tao. After several hours of discussion, they came up with a final plan. They would split into 3 teams tomorrow, one team to hunt zombies, another to draw the zombies' attention, and a third to go into the dive hall to rescue people. Of these, luring and hunting zombies were the most dangerous, so teams 1 and 2. While anyone could lure zombies, hunting them could only be done by the strong. Thus, it was decided that the level 3 ability users would form the team hunting zombies, and the reinforcements would either draw the zombies' attention or go into the dive hall for the rescue. If this was before their arrival, the reinforcements would definitely have objected to such an arrangement. They would have wanted to kill zombies since doing so yielded crystal cores. Luring zombies was both risky and offered little reward. Who would want that? But now, these level 2 elites were actually the weakest among this group. They had no say in the matter. What else could they do but obey the orders? Everyone rest well tonight, we move out first thing in the morning. Wang Tao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Yes. As the reinforcements left, they instinctively stole glances at Wang Tao. They were curious to know why so many level 3 ability users showed him such respect. In the evening, Jade Lotus brought Ying Feng to Wang Tao's room. Chapter 226. Let him stay 3. I've already heard from Little Yin and the others. I'm very grateful for the level 3 Ascension crystal cores you gave them. Seeing Lan Yulian's sincere face, Wang Tao immediately said with a smile, gratitude shouldn't just be in words, right? Isn't there anything tangible? Of course, there is. Lan Yulian took a backpack from Lu Yingfeng's hand and handed it to Wang Tao. Oh? Wang Tao had just been teasing her, and hadn't expected there to be something tangible. He took the backpack, which was heavy. Opening it to take a look, wow! It was full of crystal cores. These are all from the general stockpile in Zijin base, of course, now they're mine. I owed you so much before, these should be enough to pay back half, right? Haha, half is certainly enough. Wang Tao laughed heartily. Although most of the crystal cores were level 1, with only a few level 2 ones, for Wang Tao, who could extract crystal cores, even level 1s were fine. As for the rest, I'll think of a way later on. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to pay it back. Lan Yulian said again. Okay, I still trust you. Oh right, the kind of crystal core I promised you before is still in the safe at the clubhouse. I've been too busy to go personally in the past few days, so when we head back, let's make a trip to the clubhouse, and I'll get it for you. Lan Yulian spoke as if she had just remembered. No problem, Wang Tao nodded and then asked, you guys aren't moving away from the clubhouse? Now that she had taken over Zijin base, wouldn't she have to move all her people into Zijin base? We've already started moving. By the time we get back, they'll have finished moving. But I don't plan to give up the clubhouse. After all, we've reinforced it, and its defense is not bad. It can be used as an outpost in the future. That's good. Wang Tao nodded. Previously, when they were at Shuai's base, they had quite a few temporary outposts within the county city, which could sometimes play a significant role. At that moment, Lan Yulian glanced at Wang Tao and said, and I plan to turn the prison and a small gymnasium into our outposts as well. Wang Tao looked at her in surprise. The prison naturally referred to the prison forces, and the small gymnasium was the territory of the Ability Users Alliance. Lan Yulian's words clearly meant she intended to swallow up the prison and the alliance. But this was normal. After all, whether in terms of base size or strength, she was stronger than both the prison and the alliance. Especially now that she had so many level 3 subordinates, this was a good time to make a move. Probably every leader of a force in Zijing City had the ambition to unify the city. Not necessarily for the feeling of superiority, some people genuinely wanted to unite humanity to fight against the disaster together. If Zijing City could be unified, with everyone living inside Zijin base and following Lan Yulian's orders, whether the days ahead would be better was uncertain, but at least it could avoid pointless infighting. Very ambitious, but I strongly agree, Wang Tao said. Lan Yulian, pleased with Wang Tao's approval, looked at him with a seductive smile and said, are you sure you don't want the position of base leader? This is about becoming the leader who unifies the entire Zijing City. At least 10,000 survivors will obey your every command, whatever you want them to do. Hearing this, Wang Tao laughed and shook his head. I don't want it, not interested. Are you about to leave? Lan Yulian suddenly said. She had discussed with Lu Yingfeng yesterday, and since Wang Tao didn't want this or that, only wanting easily transportable crystal cores, it seemed like he was planning to leave. Although she couldn't understand why Wang Tao would want to leave. Yes. I'm heading to the military base in Yueyang City. Now that they were all friends, Wang Tao didn't hide his intentions. The military base. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected Wang Tao to go there. The journey to the military base is very dangerous. Lan Yulian quickly said. I know, but I have to make the trip. Wang Tao feared danger, but was not one to shrink away from it. Alright then. I wish you a safe journey in advance. We'll be heading back first. Lan Yulian, seeing Wang Tao had made up his mind, said no more. Returning to another room, Lan Yulian suddenly said to Lu Yingfeng, I don't want him to leave. Lu Yingfeng was silent. She didn't want Wang Tao to leave either. After all, his strength was evident to all. There were some sparse messages before, saying that Yueyang City has become a living hell. There might be survivor forces in other cities, but Yueyang City doesn't have a single survivor force. It may not even have any survivors at all. After all, it's a city with a population of millions, perhaps tens of millions of zombies. Even if his strength is great, it would be very difficult for him to survive there. Worry was written all over Lan Yulian's face. Indeed, it is difficult, Lu Yingfeng nodded. So, we need to think of a way to make him stay. How about? Toph, you make a sacrifice. Lan Yulian glanced at Lu Yingfeng. Lu Yingfeng was initially taken aback, then realized what sacrifice meant and gave Lan Yulian a speechless look. What's with that look? You are my subordinate, aren't you supposed to do this kind of thing, or do you expect me to do it? Lan Yulian immediately glared at Lu Yingfeng. Lu Yingfeng seriously considered it for a moment, then nodded. It's not impossible. There aren't many in Zhaijing City who can match you, and you can't possibly stay single forever. You and him are well suited. No, I feel, you're actually punching above your weight. Ah. Are you revolting? Lan Yulian suddenly grabbed Lu Yingfeng and pinned her on the bed, then playfully tickled her. Lu Yingfeng didn't resist, as she was used to this. Stop tickling my armpits, it's itchy. The next day, everyone got up early. Wang Tao looked at the energetic crowd and waved his hand. Let's move out, aiming to finish the battle within an hour. Yes. Chapter 227 Rescue Success 1 Diving Pool. General, Prison Head, and Kong Xiu sat on the ground with pale faces. Their mental state wasn't great. General, do you really have no food left at all? Kong Xiu asked weakly. This was the third time he had asked in the past hour. None, we've eaten it all. The general shook his head. Damn it. If they don't come soon, I'll starve to death. Prison Head was visibly irritable. He cast some unfriendly glances at the other survivors, his eyes reddening slightly. Feeling the chill in the general's gaze, Prison Head sheepishly averted his eyes and then asked through clenched teeth, that bitch. She couldn't have abandoned us, could she? No. She will save us. The general spoke up. How can you have so much faith in her? Prison Head glared at him. Because she is a smart person. They were all elite survivors from Zhaijing City. If they all died, who would combat the zombies in the future? The zombies evolved much faster than humans. Every powerful survivor was a precious asset in the fight against the zombies. Lan Yulian was a smart person, and it was highly unlikely that she would abandon them. Even if Lan Yulian wanted these leaders to die, she certainly wouldn't want other survivors to be buried along with them. So the general felt that as long as Lan Yulian was capable, and since he had given her many benefits, she would definitely try to save people. If it were Prison Head instead of Lan Yulian, then the general would have no hope at all, knowing that if Prison Head had the chance, he would definitely kill everyone else without considering the consequences. However, explaining all of this would be a waste of physical strength, and the general didn't want to say too much. After all, the more strength he preserved, the greater his chances of survival. Forget it. Prison Head was just asking casually. He didn't really want to know the reason, he just wanted to go back, to eat meat, drink wine, sleep with women. He was so hungry. Crackle. Suddenly, the general's walkie-talkie crackled to life. I'm Lan Yulian, I'm coming to save you. Just those two sentences instantly revitalized the three men. This is General, what do you want us to do? The general quickly responded. How much combat power do you still have? Lan Yulian asked. The general turned back to look at the wilted crowd and said somewhat helplessly, none at all. Lan Yulian was silent for a moment before responding, alright, then you all just wait. We'll be there in a bit. But if you don't have any combat power, we might not be able to save everyone in one go. We'll have to do it in several batches. Prepare on your side and wait for my message. Extracting so many people from a crowd of zombies was fraught with danger. If they had no combat power, They couldn't save too many people at once, or it would definitely lead to disaster. Okay. The general nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Lan Yulian ended the conversation. The general looked toward Prison Head and Kong Xiu. You all heard, let's get ready. They'll be here soon. Finally, they're coming. Kong Xiu was close to tears. After the apocalypse began, he was one of the luckier ones, hardly ever short on food. These last few days at the diving pool had been the most deprived of food he'd ever been. It was the first time he realized how painful hunger could be. He was almost going crazy. Damn that bitch. I suspect she deliberately delayed until now. Once I'm free, she'll get what's coming to her. Prison Head said hatefully. Hearing this, the general gave him a look as if gazing at a dead man. But he said nothing more, immediately stood up and began to arrange for the survivors to form teams. Elsewhere. Outside the diving pool, Lan Yulian said to Wang Tao, I've notified the general. He will coordinate with us. Wang Tao nodded and then looked into the distance. Let's wait for the second team's news. The second team was assigned to attract the zombies. They had to cause a disturbance first, drawing some zombies away. About half an hour later, a moderate electronic horn sounded from the east. Zombies had very sensitive hearing, and those outside the diving pool quickly caught on. Some zombies remained inert, while others began moving eastward. Good. Wang Tao, watching from a distance, nodded approvingly. The second team was truly among Zijing City's elite. Although their strength wasn't the strongest, their experience was very rich. The noise they generated was just right, attracting zombies from around the diving pool, but not enough to draw a large number of mad demon zombies. As long as they weren't swamped by a horde of zombies, or ran into some particularly formidable ones, they were relatively safe to drive away in their familiar vehicles, and if necessary, they could make a quick escape. 10 minutes later, seeing that some zombies near the diving pool had been lured away, and the ones that remained were still indifferent, Wang Tao waved to the people behind him. Begin the operation. Yes. Teams 1 and 3, led by Lu Yingfen, charged toward the diving pool. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of the zombies. Hee hee. Roar. Team 1 consisted of level 3 ability users. Against these not-so-strong zombies, they were basically overpowering. They quickly cleared a path. The members of Team 3, seeing the level 3 combat power of Team 1, were deeply amazed and envious. So this is level 3. Truly formidable. Chapter 227 Rescue Success to the person leading the team, besides Lu Yingfen, included Lan Yulian, Nisa Ayan, and Zhu Xiaojun. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixi did not join the battle, he was preventing sudden situations from afar. Although Wang Tao felt there shouldn't be any level 3 zombie lords here anymore, it was still necessary to be cautious. Within less than 3 minutes, the first and third teams had charged to the outside of the diving gym. The general and others, who had been prepared, immediately removed the barricades blocking the entrance of the diving gym. General, we meet again. Lan Yulian walked out from the crowd. The general originally wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly stiffened. In front of him, besides Lan Yulian, stood Lu Yingfen, Nisa Ayan, Zhu Xiaojun, and nearly 20 level 3 ability users. So many level 3 ability users. The general suspected he was seeing things. And all these people were wearing a similar set of armor. Standard armor? Did they actually have the capability to produce standard armor? So many level 3 ability users, plus so many sets of standard armor. What on earth had they been through these past few days? The general's face looked somewhat bewildered. He had thought that after being rescued, he would see if he could take back the base. He certainly wasn't willing to give up the base, but seeing the current situation, he suddenly lost all such thoughts. He had fallen behind, completely. Am I dreaming? Kong Xiu couldn't believe his eyes and stared wide-eyed. Wasn't it agreed that there were only 3 level 3s? This is almost 20, and still 3? Misinformation. They're still deceiving him at this time. As for Prison Head, upon seeing the reinforcements, he first felt elated, then shocked, followed by disbelief, and then his face turned pale. It was like a face-changing performance. After Lan Yulian saw that the 3 of them were mostly unharmed, she checked the mental state of the survivors inside the diving gym, then said, "You 3 each lead a team. We will perform the rescue in 3 phases. I'll go first." Lan Yulian had barely finished speaking when Prison Head excitedly raised his hand. The general did not speak. He did not want to waste time arguing over the order of things. Judging by the strength displayed by Lan Yulian, it didn't matter who went first or last. Seeing that the general did not object, Kong Xiu also did not speak. "Good, follow me." Lan Yulian nodded, then instructed Prison Head to start evacuating with a group of survivors. In the first group to evacuate, besides Prison Head, the rest were women and the injured. The reinforcements from Zijin base, The third team immediately brought out large stretchers that could hold several people each and placed the injured on them. The injured appeared pleasantly surprised, as being personally carried by a group of level 2 ability users was not something the average person could experience, especially since many of them were only level 1. However, they then looked at the group of level 3 ability users. It seemed reasonable to have these level 2 ability users doing the heavy lifting. The zombies around the diving gym might have detected the strong human scent and became somewhat frenzied, all madly pouncing towards the people. But with level 3 ability users present, obviously, the zombies couldn't get close. Moreover, Lan Yulian waved her hand, and a green halo flew out from her, instantly covering the entire team. Damn. A group healing ability. Feeling the warm sensation in his body, Prison Head's face showed shock and envy. He knew Lan Yulian was still level 2, and he had some dark thoughts about whether she had failed infusing a fusion crystal core and that's why she hadn't advanced. But seeing Lan Yulian's group healing ability, it was clearly not as he had thought. Lan Yulian had likely not advanced to level 3 because the group healing crystal core was extremely rare, and her omnipotent crystal core was insufficient for it. What on earth has she been through these days? Both her own strength and her subordinate's strength have increased so much. I can't accept this. Prison Head roared in his mind. However, seeing so many level 3 ability users around, he dared not show any dissatisfaction and just hung his head low without speaking. And seeing the zombies outside, he was also very fearful. Inside the diving gym, although he could see that there were many strong zombies outside, he wasn't very clear about how many there were or how strong the zombies were. Now, being protected among these reinforcements and seeing those incessant zombies surging up, feeling the aura of those level 2 and level 3 zombies, he truly felt what a zombie wave was. He even wondered if all the zombies in the city had come here. Fortunately, there were many level 3 ability users among the people who came to rescue them. If not for these level 3 ability users, they absolutely wouldn't have been able to break out. But Prison Head suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have come out first. Because the first to come out were all injured, their speed was severely hampered. Damn it, a bunch of wastes. If I had known, I would have killed all of you and saved some food. Prison Head cursed in his heart. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yingfeng led a group of injured people and forcibly made a bloody path through the zombie horde, successfully delivering these trapped individuals outside the zombie encirclement. Although there were a few unlucky ones who died, overall, it went smoothly. Several vehicles were waiting for them here. Everyone, get in the cars, let's head back to the building first. Lu Yingfeng and the others then continued to fight their way back to the diving gym. Not bad, saved a third of the people in 19 minutes, even with the speed hampered by the injured. We should be able to handle it within an hour. Chapter 227 Rescue Success 3. Wang Tao glanced at his watch and was quite satisfied with the efficiency. Level 3 ability users are indeed powerful, especially when they move as one under the command of Lu Yingfeng, as disciplined as soldiers. Their combined effect was definitely greater than the sum of their parts. Of course, a large part of their success was due to Lan Yulian. Her ability to heal and boost health point, both individually and in range, greatly increased the team's margin for error. As for her area of effect, Healing Light ability, Wang Tao had some criticism because it restored too little health point, just over 10 drops per second, or roughly 1000 health point per minute. That was even less than Wang Tao's own Iron Wall ability. However, this was an area healing ability. As long as one was within a 10-meter radius of Lan Yulian, they could benefit from the healing. The more people there were, the more effective the ability. Particularly in situations where there were many wounded, Lan Yulian didn't need to heal them one by one. All she had to do was activate the Healing Light, and let them regenerate their health point, keeping the critically injured alive. So overall, it was still a strong ability. It just wasn't as effective for someone like Wang Tao who could heal himself. Outside the building. You must be Mr. Wang, hello. Prison Head approached Wang Tao and greeted him politely. During the evacuation, he had learned from Lan Yulian that the rescue operation was entirely organized by someone named Wang Tao. They owed their thanks to Wang Tao. Prison Head was unfamiliar with this name and wondered just who this Wang Tao was. Upon first seeing Wang Tao and noticing his stature and muscles, Prison Head felt envious, but he couldn't sense the strength of a level 3 ability user from him. Was he not a level 3 ability user? Prison Head was puzzled. To be honest, after seeing so many level 3 ability users, he found it a bit unusual to encounter someone who wasn't one. After all, Lan Yulian seemed to treat this Wang Tao with a lot of respect. Do you need something? Wang Tao gave him a cold look. Wang Tao didn't have a high opinion of the leaders of the 4 major forces in Zijing City, except for Lan Yulian. Especially the general and prison head, who secretly reared zombies. Therefore, Wang Tao was not inclined to show him any pleasantness. The color drained from Prison Head's face. He hadn't expected that his polite approach would be met with such an attitude. If this had happened before, he wouldn't have thought twice before starting a fight. But now, weakened as he was and the other person being Lan Yulian's man, he restrained himself. Cough, there's nothing in particular, just wanted to make your acquaintance. If there's nothing, then stay inside the building and don't wander around, Wang Tao said curtly. Alright. Prison Head wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded his head in frustration and went back. Wang Tao continued to watch the rescue operation through binoculars. The first group of survivors was saved in 19 minutes. The second took 16 minutes, and the last group 15 minutes. In other words, it took everyone about 50 minutes to rescue all the survivors from the diving hall. They had saved 10 minutes on Wang Tao's estimate. After the last group of trapped individuals was saved, Lu Yingfen took the level 3 ability users to cover the rear and lure the zombies away. There were too many zombies, even with all level 3 ability users, they couldn't kill them all. After some time, everyone returned to the building. The rescue operation was a complete success. As long as they didn't encounter any zombie lords above level 3, the situation was relatively safe, given the number of level 3 ability users present. And the only 2 level 3 zombie lords in the vicinity had been killed by Wang Tao. Of course, the mission was not without its difficulties. There were injuries and deaths. Many of the reinforcements from Zijin base were injured, and the more serious cases had already used inhibitors. They didn't have iron tree armors to protect their entire bodies. A single mistake could lead to infection. Many of them envied the armor on Lan Yulian's side and planned to inquire about its source afterwards to see if they could buy a set. As for the deceased, they were naturally the trapped ability users in the diving hall. They were very weak and many were injured. Breaking out from the midst of so many zombies was not guaranteed even for level 3 ability users. In the end, some unlucky ones died in the jaws of the zombies. It was an unavoidable outcome. Successfully saving the majority was already considered a complete success. Hard work everyone. Wang Tao said to the returning crowd. Not at all, it's our duty. Nisa Ian quickly spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. They held Wang Tao in high regard. Lan Yulian wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Shall we head back now?" It was 11 in the morning, and if nothing unexpected happened on the road, they could make it back to Zijin base by evening. The zombies near the diving center had scattered, and were bound to slowly infest the entire sports center. Staying here was no longer very safe. Sure. Wang Tao nodded. The group went into the building to gather everyone else. As they entered the first floor lobby, Zhang Shixi suddenly turned to look at Wang Tao. There's a fresh scent of blood upstairs. The smell here was chaotic, with the scent of blood everywhere. But what Zhang Shixi referred to was certainly not from these people. Let's go up and take a look. Wang Tao went upstairs, and the others followed. Watching the figures of Wang Tao and the others go upstairs, the general's face remained unchanged as he said to Kang Xiu beside him, "He's a dead man." Kang Xiu's face was pale. As soon as they reached the upper floor, Wang Tao smelled a fragrance, but this scent was nauseating. As if he had realized something, Wang Tao's expression changed abruptly. He immediately headed towards the source of the fragrance, and as he turned a corner, he saw the prison head. Seeing Lan Yulian and the others arrive, the prison head used his foot to stamp out a small fire that hadn't completely died down, then smiled and said, "Madam Lan, you've finally returned safely. So, shall we head back now? What have you eaten?" Wang Tao asked with a cold face. "Hey, I just roasted some food I brought with me." The prison head spoke nonchalantly. "Beef jerky?" Wang Tao turned to look at Zhang Shixi beside him. Zhang Shixi immediately said, "Whoosh." The expressions on Lan Yulian and the others changed instantly. The prison head panicked at once and pointed at Zhang Shixi, "You little bitch, don't talk nonsense, whoosh." Before everyone's eyes flashed, Lu Yingfen appeared in front of the prison head. She instantly grabbed his neck and lifted him up with one hand. "You! Ugh! Let me go!" The prison head flailed at Lu Yingfen with punches and kicks, but he was still weak and had little strength. This was almost like tickling Lu Yingfen, who was clad in a full set of armor. Coldness filled Lan Yulian's beautiful features. "Prison head, I didn't want to kill you, but you crossed our line." Lan Yulian waved her hand. "Drag him out and kill him." I didn't. You don't have any evidence." The prison head argued in fear and desperation. But Lan Yulian was unmoved. She had just become the leader of Zijin base, even the leader of the entire Zijin city, and was looking for an opportunity to establish her authority, when someone just happened to present themselves on a platter. Chapter 228 Yin and Yang Balance 1. Let go of our boss. Although the prison head was cruel, he still had a few fiercely loyal henchmen. Seeing their boss about to be dragged away, they instinctively stood up. Lan Yulian's gaze turned cold. "Take them all." "Ah." You're going to, ugh. The 8 level 3 ability users under Lan Yulian stepped forward, and in an instant, they subdued these people. As the prison head and his gang were dragged downstairs, other survivors became curious about what had happened. Cannibalism requires execution. Lan Yulian explained with a cold face. Whoosh, the crowd's expressions instantly changed. No one wanted such people around, as nobody wished to become someone else's food. But to really kill the prison head? This was one of the leaders of the 4 major powers, after all. And the prison always had rumors of cannibalism. The group was dragged to the entrance like dead dogs. In front of everyone, Lan Yulian pronounced the death sentence for the prison head and the others. Kill them. Splurch. Lu Yingfeng and a few others, holding rebar, pierced it through the heads of the prison head and his cronies. The rescue operation had resulted in over a dozen deaths, and even before being besieged by zombies at the diving gym, more than 200 had perished. But everyone felt the deaths of the prison head and his group were the most terrifying. Everyone fell silent as if chilled to the bone, afraid to speak. They felt that Zijing City might be welcoming a cold-hearted queen. Lan Yulian ordered another search of the building, where they found a woman stripped bare, with severe signs of violation on her body, missing an arm. Some survivors explained that half an hour earlier, the prison head had called for this woman, who was under his command. She didn't dare disobey. After she went up, she never came back down. If any of you make the same mistake, they will be your example. Yes. The crowd hastily agreed. Lan Yulian had brought a dozen vehicles on this outing. Some of them were large and could seat many people. While the survivors lined up to board the vehicles, a few of the prison head's subordinates came over and spoke to Lan Yulian about the prison head's deeds. Naturally, they spoke of his brutality and inhumanity, how he often killed innocents in the prison and led others to eat human flesh. Those who died with him were his trusted aides because they had participated in cannibalism. It could only be said that they had it coming. The trip back was calm, without any mishaps. When they were close to returning to Zijin base, Lan Yulian said to Wang Tao, "Have Little Feng take them to the base later. You come with me to the vast club. I'll get that crystal core for you." Okay. So, the convoy split into 2 groups. Lan Yulian drove, taking Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu toward the vast club. In the car, Lan Yulian suddenly said, "By the way, is Little Zhu's nose quite sensitive?" Earlier in the building, in that environment, Zhang Shixu had been able to distinguish the different scents of blood, which had surprised her. Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu, who was sitting in the back seat, and said, "I guess so, Little Zhu is very impressive. You might not even be a match for her." "I'm not a match for her?" Lan Yulian looked skeptical. Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao both appeared as ordinary people, hard to read. With Wang Tao's physique, standing at 1.90 m with a body of muscle, he did not seem like someone easy to provoke. Zhang Shixu, on the other hand, looked tender and fragile, especially in her school uniform, with a pair of clear, large eyes that made her seem like a high school girl naive to the world. Although she knew Zhang Shixu must have some ability, the idea that she was stronger than herself was hard to believe. No way, absolutely impossible. Lan Yulian immediately shook her head. The fact that Zhang Shixu had some special ability, she could believe. But the idea of Zhang Shixu being stronger than her, she definitely did not buy that. She was one of the top level 2 ability users, so how could Zhang Shixu possibly be stronger than her? At this, Wang Tao revealed a smile. "How about we make a bet? Bet that you're not as strong as Little Zhu." Seeing Wang Tao's smile, Lan Yulian suddenly felt there might be a trap. But then she thought, she was now the leader of Zijin base, how could she show fear? She felt that her healing ability had caused Wang Tao to underestimate her. Before gaining that ability, she had killed plenty of zombies. A bet. Let's see just how strong Little Zhu is. What's the stake? Wang Tao asked again. He wasn't really fond of gambling, except when a sure win was in sight. The stake. If I win, you have to stay. Lan Yulian suddenly said seriously to Wang Tao. Stay? You want me to stay at Zijin base? Wang Tao looked at her, surprised. Lan Yulian immediately turned away and looked at the road ahead. Yes. Wang Tao became curious. Why? Because, there's no reason. It's just a bet, that's all. So, are you in or are you scared? Lan Yulian didn't give a straight answer. And if you lose? Wang Tao continued. There's no way I'll lose. But if, and I say if, I do lose. Then you can set any condition, and as long as it's within my power, I promise to agree. Okay, you said it. You decide how we compete, I'll follow your lead. Wang Tao's face wore a hint of mischief. No matter how the competition went, Lan Yulian was bound to lose. Let's do this. After we get to the club, we see who can make it upstairs first. Since the lower floors of the club building have been sealed off, we've all had to climb up and down from the 4th floor. Chapter 228 Yin and Yang Balance 2 Jade Lotus immediately said. Clearly, she had ideas already. Wang Tao turned to look at Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu's face showed a hint of interest. She had no desire for victory or defeat, feeling interested only because Wang Tao was interested. Let's get this straight first. Once we start, the loser must accept their loss, no backing out. Wang Tao said, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Don't worry, I'm not one to welch on a bet. Jade Lotus said with full confidence. Good. It wasn't long before the trio arrived at Vast. This was a 6-story building that, despite its dilapidated state and nearly being overtaken by the surrounding greenery, still held a glimpse of its former glory. Jade Lotus parked the car below, and the three got out. The first, second, and third floors of the building were all barricaded. Only the fourth floor had an open window, clearly their usual point of entry and exit. They've all moved to Zijin base, so it's empty here. Jade Lotus briefly explained, then turned to Wang Tao with a somewhat smug expression. So, how about it? I'll give you one more chance to back out. Don't say I'm bullying you. Oh no, it should be bullying Little Sue, since I'm too familiar with this place. Cut the chatter, let's get started. Okay, but don't blame me when you lose. Jade Lotus said with a sly smile. Then she said to Zhang Shixu, we'll each pick a spot, and then we'll have Wang Tao signal the start. Little Sue, you go first. Okay. Zhang Shixu picked a spot nonchalantly. After triple-checking that Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao weren't going to change their minds, Jade Lotus moved to a corner that was somewhat out of the way. Then both women looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao counted down from 3. 3, 2, 1, begin. Then, to his surprise, he saw Jade Lotus pull a rope from a crack in the wall. With a tug at the rope, it seemed to activate some mechanism, and the rope started to pull up rapidly. Holding tightly onto the rope, Jade Lotus was whisked toward the fourth floor like she was in an elevator. Good lord, using a cheat. Wang Tao hadn't expected Jade Lotus to have such a trick up her sleeve. But on second thought, the rules they had set hadn't specified that they had to climb up, it was just about who got there first. So maybe what Jade Lotus did wasn't really cheating? Lifting up quickly, Jade Lotus looked down at Wang Tao with great pride. She never fought unprepared. Even if the opponent was a young girl, she had to exert 120% effort to ensure her victory. Finding the hidden mechanism in the club and taking this route was also a form of strength. Although it might seem like bullying a child, she was determined to keep Wang Tao around. She believed that once Little Zhu knew about her earnest effort, she would surely support her. Wait a second, where's Little Zhu? Jade Lotus looked towards where Zhang Shixu had been standing on the ground floor, but it was empty, no one to be seen. Sister, I've won. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from above. Jade Lotus, somewhat confused, looked up, only to see Zhang Shixu, who had somehow already positioned herself inside the window, tilting her head and looking at her. Moreover, Zhang Shixu even thoughtfully reached out her hand to pull her up. Whoosh, seeing that the winner was determined, Wang Tao sprinted up and swiftly climbed into the window of the fourth floor. Looking at Jade Lotus, who still seemed somewhat disbelieving, Wang Tao went over and patted her shoulder. You agreed to the bet, you can't go back on your word. No, but how could she be so fast? Could she be a speed-type ability user? Sigh. Jade Lotus was reluctant to accept this reality, but ultimately she let out a resigned sigh. So, Jade Lotus took out her frustration on Little Sue, pinching and squeezing Zhang Shixu's hair and cheeks. Little Sue, you've put me in a tough spot. Are you also a level 2 ability user? Why don't I sense it? Maybe you're just weak. Wang Tao didn't miss the chance to tease her. Jade Lotus was exasperated and shot Wang Tao an annoyed glance. I'll take you to get the crystal core. She felt that the crystal core was very important to their club, which is why she stored it in the club's safe, and she was the only one who knew the combination. The interior of the club still faintly bore the remnants of its dazzling past, though now empty and many items gone. In some ways, Wang Tao felt like he had indeed visited a club. Jade Lotus led Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu through a series of turns, and after some time, they reached Jade Lotus's former room where there was a concealed safe. She didn't mind Wang Tao watching as she turned the dial a few times, and with a click, the safe opened. Inside the safe were a good number of shiny, beautiful gold and silver jewelry pieces. I collected them before, but now they're worthless. Jade Lotus said with a shrug. She then retrieved a small box from the deepest part of the safe. The box had a small lock on it. Upon unlocking the box, 4 crystal cores were revealed inside, 2 white, 1 purple, 1 red. I had quite a number of them, but the experiments before failed, leaving these last 4. Jade Lotus said with a hint of regret. At the time, she nearly brought these 4 cores for experimentation as well, but Lu Yingfeng stopped her, or else these might not have been preserved. Take these crystal cores. You. What's the matter? Jade Lotus turned her head and then noticed Wang Tao's face looked bizarre. Could you tell me how you discovered these crystal cores? Or better yet, from which zombie did you find them? Chapter 228 Yin and Yang Balance 3. It was discovered on some male zombies in a luxurious private room of the club's basement. However, there were also many female companions around these zombies, and of course, those female companions were also zombies. Lan Yulian frowned in thought. She didn't find anything strange about it. After all, it was a club. A man playing games with several women suddenly gets infected, and then they all turn into zombies. It sounded quite reasonable. How did you know that this crystal core would replenish energy? Wang Tao asked again. Lan Yulian thought for a moment before explaining, because our strength wasn't very strong at that time, fighting with these level 2 elite zombies was still very tough. So our strategy was to first deplete these elite zombies' energy before engaging in combat with them. These elite zombies were all in the underground private rooms of the club, encased in reinforced concrete structures, so they couldn't get out. So we would open the door to entice them, wait until we had depleted some of their energy, then close the door. We repeated this process. But unexpectedly, this method worked with other zombies but not these ones. Their magic point seemed inexhaustible. In the end, it was only after our strength increased that we went in and forcefully killed these zombies. So, I suspect these zombies had a special ability that allowed them to recover energy. The crystal cores they dropped should be able to recover energy as well. After listening to Lan Yulian's explanation, Wang Tao suddenly understood. No wonder. He looked at the 4 crystal cores with a bit of admiration. Level 2 crystal core, yin-yang harmony, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 45%, side effect, cannot be successfully fused by non-males, yin-yang harmony, during sexual intercourse with the opposite sex, both parties' magic point will rapidly replenish, and the user will permanently increase a certain amount of magic point. There is a cooldown for the permanent magic point increase, which is random. This special ability fusion will replace the lowest level special ability upon successful fusion, and if all abilities are at the same level, it will be replaced randomly. For this crystal core's attributes, all Wang Tao could say was impressive. Before coming here, he had thought of countless ways that this crystal core could increase magic point, but he had never thought of this one. However, considering the nature of the club and the situation of those zombies described by Lan Yulian, Wang Tao found it very reasonable. Is there something wrong? Lan Yulian asked with a bit of confusion. She felt that Wang Tao's expression was strange, as if he had found something amusing. This crystal core is quite good. Wang Tao affirmed. You can tell the effects of this crystal core? Lan Yulian was somewhat surprised. I have a special ability that lets me get a rough idea. Wang Tao explained. No wonder. No wonder you recognize all the crystal cores. Lan Yulian suddenly realized. She recalled the previous times she had fought zombies with Wang Tao, and he always seemed to know the function of each crystal core. She thought it was because he had a wealth of knowledge and experience, but now it appeared that Wang Tao had some special ability. But now in the post-apocalyptic world, who didn't have some special abilities? It was normal. And since this was Wang Tao's secret, Lan Yulian tactfully did not ask further. She was just very interested in this crystal core. After all, she had tried so many times with other people without success, which made her very eager. So she quickly asked, so this crystal core can only be fused by males? Yes. Wang Tao nodded. And this special ability can recover energy? Yes, and it's not just one person who recovers, but it can make 2 people recover energy at the same time. Wang Tao nodded again. To recover 2 people at the same time. That's amazing. Lan Yulian was somewhat shocked, and then she continued, are you going to fuse it? Of course, this crystal core is very good, I'm definitely going to fuse it. Wang Tao continued to nod. Up until now, he had only seen this type of crystal core that could replenish magic point and even increase the magic point limit, so he had to fuse it. When Lan Yulian heard Wang Tao was willing to fuse it, she immediately said, there's a red one, which should guarantee your fusion. How about you fuse it now? I've used a lot of healing today and exhausted much energy. I'd like you to help me recover. After all, this is a rare ability that can restore energy, and I want to experience it. Hearing Lan Yulian's words, an even more peculiar expression appeared on Wang Tao's face. Are you sure you want to try it? Of course. After all, I've been keeping this crystal core for a few months now, so I should really experience it. Haha. Seeing Lan Yulian's eager appearance, Wang Tao suddenly laughed, and then the laughter grew louder and louder. What's so funny? Lan Yulian was puzzled. I'm curious if you would still want to try it if you knew the correct way to use this ability. Usage? It should be similar to the healing ability, right? Couldn't be that this ability is bizarre, like, you have to beat me up to heal? Haha, there can't be a crystal core that weird, right? Lan Yulian was amused by her own suggestion. But Wang Tao suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "It is indeed a fight, but it's in bed, of course, it could also happen in other places." Huh? Lan Yulian froze for a good 10 seconds or so, then, as if remembering something, her face instantly turned red. Not. Oh my. She was somewhat incoherent, unsure of how to explain. Finally, she simply turned away, burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. Wang Tao did not continue to tease her, but silently extracted his sprint ability and then synthesized the 2 white and 1 purple crystal cores into a single epic crystal core. He still had 1 red one left. While Lan Yulian was not paying attention, Wang Tao fused the epic crystal core. After a moment, Wang Tao gained the Yin-Yang Harmony special ability. He was about to tell Lan Yulian about his successful fusion when he heard her, still turned away, suddenly whisper, "Cough, I've been thinking. It's not out of the question." Chapter 229, I like you a little bit one huh? Wang Tao doubted he had heard correctly. He looked toward Lan Yulian. Even though Lan Yulian was facing away from him, Wang Tao could see her ears were red. Was this woman serious? Before Wang Tao could further question it, he saw Lan Yulian suddenly turn around and embrace him tightly. Her face was flushed, but she still raised her head, bravely meeting Wang Tao's eyes. "I am serious. No man doesn't love a beautiful woman, especially when one willingly throws herself into his arms. Few men could remain calm under such circumstances." Feeling the softness in his arms, Wang Tao didn't feign restraint. He gently held Lan Yulian's slender waist and looked into her dewy eyes, asking with a trace of curiosity, "Why?" Although Wang Tao admitted he might have some personal charm, Lan Yulian certainly wasn't the type of woman to throw herself at a man. That made her initiative all the more surprising to him. "I don't want you to leave. The military base is too dangerous, going there is akin to a certain death. You might as well stay in Zijin base, where you can make a greater impact. I could even give you the leader's position, we could face the disaster together." Seeing the sincerity in Lan Yulian's eyes, Wang Tao felt touched. Then, feigning disappointment, he said, "Is that the only reason? You just want to keep me here to work for you. Alright, I admit it, I really have come to like you, but just a little bit." Lan Yulian was somewhat shy, but she didn't hide it. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, sometimes you might not see many other survivors, let alone a suitable member of the opposite sex. Lan Yulian thought meeting someone as excellent as Wang Tao was already lucky for her. If Wang Tao chose to stay in Zijin base, then she would get to spend more time with him, getting to know him better, and if they seemed compatible, then maybe they could start dating. But now, Wang Tao had made it clear he was leaving, heading to such a dangerous place. It was no different than courting death. So she had no time to dilly-dally. It wasn't that she was head over heels in love with Wang Tao. After all, their interactions hadn't been extensive, and proclaiming a life and death affection would be too far-fetched. But there was definitely a romantic interest between a man and a woman. After all, Wang Tao was handsome and strong. Such an excellent man would be popular among women. Emotionally speaking, she liked Wang Tao a bit and was willing to live with him. Rationally speaking, keeping Wang Tao in Zijin base would undoubtedly bring endless benefits. Before, Lan Yulian was somewhat hesitant, or perhaps she hadn't even realized her own feelings. But over the past few days, she had given it a lot of thought and talked a lot with Lu Yingfen. Lu Yingfen even occasionally encouraged her to pursue her happiness. Such a good man shouldn't be let go. Moreover, the conversation she just had with Wang Tao had been slightly laden with ambiguous undertones. Therefore, Lan Yulian made her feelings clear to Wang Tao. Of course, her stating she was willing to sleep with him was somewhat impulsive. She wasn't a promiscuous woman. Before this, she would never have spoken such words. But the same phrase applies, it's the end of the world, there's no time for romance. Hesitation could mean more than just missed fate, it could mean lifelong separation. Besides, who doesn't have a moment of impulsiveness in their life? Maybe she'd regret her decision later, but regardless, she didn't regret it now. Wang Tao could feel Lan Yulian's sincerity. Her wanting him to stay was true, as was her affection for him. But Wang Tao shook his head. "It's impossible for me to stay." Lan Yulian felt a chill in her heart. Did Wang Tao really have no feelings for her at all? Lan Yulian quickly said, "I still owe you so much debt, and I can't pay it back. But I can't go back on my word. Since I can't repay you now, I can only offer myself in place of the debt. You can't leave." Lan Yulian's eyes reddened, and mist started to form in them. Wang Tao's blunt refusal made her feel somewhat wronged. Wang Tao gently caressed her cheek and said, "How about this? I must go to the military base, all my efforts thus far can't go to waste. But I promise you, if the military base really is too dangerous, then I will come back for you. If the military base is safe, Then I will still come back and take you there. What do you think? Lan Yulian didn't speak and simply stood on tiptoe to kiss him. The ability yin and yang balance was very powerful. The magic point of both Wang Tao and Lan Yulian quickly replenished to full. Moreover, Wang Tao's magic point limit even increased by 1,000. After the storm passed, Lan Yulian lay in Wang Tao's arms, tightly clutching his waist. She looked up at him, her eyes full of reluctance. Can you really not stay, even for me? If before recovering magic point with Wang Tao, Lan Yulian was still somewhat uncertain about her feelings for him, maybe she really only liked him a little bit, then now she felt she might truly have fallen in love with Wang Tao. Wang Tao bent down and gently pecked Lan Yulian on the forehead. He didn't answer, but his stance was clear. Heartless man. Lan Yulian playfully punched Wang Tao's chest a few times, then not feeling content, she bit him a few times. Of course, she didn't use much force. Watching Lan Yulian rub against his chest like a kitten, Wang Tao gently stroked her smooth hair and back. Chapter 229, I like you a little bit too. For a moment, neither of them made a sound. Brother, it's getting dark soon. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the two. The pair turned their heads at the same time and saw Zhang Shixu, who was tilting her head at the side of the bed. Ah, Lan Yulian swiftly grabbed the quilt and covered herself up completely, huddling into Wang Tao's chest like an ostrich. Little Su, you haven't been here the whole time, have you? Wang Tao massaged his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The two of them had been too engrossed just now and forgot there was another person right beside them. Yes, I've been here the whole time. Zhang Shixu stated as if it were only natural. Lan Yulian curled up even tighter in his arms. Let's forget it, let's go back. Wang Tao said, somewhat helplessly. Anyway, Zhang Shixu was different from others, just treat her as if she were a zombie. Wang Tao patted Lan Yulian's buttocks. Let's go, it's about to be dark. Maybe Lu Yingfeng is already looking for you. Lan Yulian squirmed a bit in Wang Tao's arms but didn't get up. Wang Tao could feel that her body temperature was quite high, probably due to shyness. So, with a surprised cry from Lan Yulian, Wang Tao flipped the quilt open. Seeing that Lan Yulian still buried her head, acting as if she couldn't bear to see anyone, Wang Tao had no choice but to take the trouble to help her get dressed himself. Lan Yulian did not resist any further, she was enjoying Wang Tao's gentleness. Wang Tao looked at the faint blood stain on the sheets and sighed to himself. He did not want to get involved with so many women, but alas, his charm was too irresistible. Once the two were dressed, Wang Tao ruffled Zhang Shixu's hair. Let's go. Okay. After they left the club, Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao with a pitiful expression. You drive. Okay. Wang Tao drove, Lan Yulian sat in the passenger seat, and Zhang Shixu sat in the back seat. Wang Tao found that Lan Yulian, though she seemed very independent, was actually quite clingy. On the way from the club to Zijin base, she kept her gaze on Wang Tao, occasionally poking and prodding him. If Wang Tao wasn't driving, it felt like she would pounce on him at any moment. The intense affection in her eyes was palpable to anyone but a fool. Of course, it could also be because they had just confirmed their relationship, and they were still in the honeymoon phase. However, upon reaching Zijin base, Lan Yulian's demeanor immediately turned serious, transforming into the cold and composed leader of Zijin base, as if nothing had happened between her and Wang Tao. Women are indeed fickle creatures. Wang Tao exclaimed softly and then drove the car directly to the central area of the base. This used to be the residence of the general, but now, naturally, it belonged to Lan Yulian. Before coming back just now, Lan Yulian had contacted Lu Yingfeng. Lu Yingfeng was waiting at the entrance at this time. As Wang Tao and the two women got out of the car and walked toward the house, Lu Yingfeng's eyes occasionally drifted toward Lan Yulian. Why are you always looking at me? Is there something on my face? Lan Yulian felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Nothing, it's just that the leader seems to be in a good mood, glowing with health, as if she's leveled up to level 3, even though the leader hasn't reached level 3 yet. Lu Yingfeng was a bit puzzled. She, like Lan Yulian, lacked any experience with matters of men and women. Tough, stop looking, let's go inside. Oh. The central area of Zijin base consisted of several buildings arranged together. It was designed as a place for handling official matters and for the rest of the high-level personnel of the base. The place where Lan Yulian lived was a large courtyard. Her level 3 subordinates were arranged to live around it. Should I arrange a separate place for Mr. Wang? Lu Yingfeng whispered to Lan Yulian by her side. No need. Lan Yulian shook her head. Yes. Once inside the courtyard, there were no outsiders. Lan Yulian instantly hugged Wang Tao, clinging to him under the shocked gaze of Lu Yingfeng. You too. You too. Little thing, let me introduce him again. This is my boyfriend, Wang Tao. Lan Yulian introduced openly. Congratulations. Lu Yingfeng opened her mouth, then smiled slightly. Although she didn't know what had happened between Lan Yulian and Wang Tao that afternoon, it was obviously something she was pleased to see. But why did she suddenly feel a slight heartache? Lu Yingfeng shook her head and decided not to ponder it further. She planned to interrogate Lan Yulian thoroughly that night to find out exactly what was going on. Then, with a somewhat reddened face, Lan Yulian said, "Little thing, Wang Tao will stay in my room tonight, you find another room for yourself." She usually roomed with Lu Yingfeng because they were close, and also because Lu Yingfeng could protect her. Yes. Lu Yingfeng suddenly felt a sense of abandonment. She looked at Wang Tao with a slightly resentful expression, then sighed and went to prepare food. "Heartless woman, you're abandoning me now, after all the confusing signals?" Wang Tao teased, poking Lan Yulian's nose. Humphrey Lan Yulian snorted coyly, and then her tone turned somewhat melancholic. "I could be with her for a long time, but I don't know how many more days I can be with you." Wang Tao tenderly stroked Lan Yulian's hair but did not respond. "Right, where are Zhu Xiaojun and the others?" "I've arranged for them next door. Do you want to go there?" "Let's go tomorrow." Wang Tao thought Lan Yulian was right. He didn't know how many days he would have with her, so it was better to spend more time with her and do some meaningful things in the meantime. Chapter 229, I Like You a Little Bit 3. After a simple dinner, Lan Yulian led Wang Tao into the room, and then closed the door behind them. A moment later, Lu Yingfeng, who was eavesdropping outside the room, blushed. TSK. The next day, early morning. Lan Yulian was extremely gentle as she helped Wang Tao get dressed and freshened up, just like a very sensible newlywed wife. Wang Tao knew she was trying to use her tenderness to keep him here. The two of them didn't go anywhere today and just sweetly lingered together in the large courtyard all day. Lu Yingfeng couldn't stand it and slipped away directly. Only Zhang Shiksa stayed with them. And so another day passed. Lan Yulian really wanted to stay glued to Wang Tao's side. The feeling of being away from worldly concerns was truly exhilarating. But she also knew she couldn't be capricious. She had just become the leader of the base and there were many tasks to attend to. Even taking one day off to waste was already a luxury. Wang Tao, however, didn't mind. He went next door to see Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan. Nisa Ayan had already brought the members of the Firefly Club to Zijin base the day before, and Lan Yulian had given them a very good place. All the members of the Firefly Club were grateful to Nisa Ayan. Lan Yulian and the general had different ideas. The general was more exclusionary. Only their own forces were inside Zijin base. Nisa Ayan, on the other hand, was more inclusive. She wanted to bring all the forces in Zijing City into the base. Actually, the original base was created with this idea in mind, but unfortunately, it was destroyed due to an accident. In doing this, she was essentially continuing the legacy of her predecessors. Wang Tao was more supportive of Lan Yulian's idea. After all, there is strength in numbers. Besides, by having all these people in the base and possibly taxing them later on, the base could earn more money. The reason the general hadn't done this was that he felt other people were like ticking time bombs, with the cost of managing them not balancing the gains. But what he didn't realize was that in the eyes of Wang Tao and others, the general himself was a ticking time bomb. Lan Yulian was confident she could manage the base well. She even kept the general, Kang Xiu, and others around. Her action confused the usually calm general, while the others were overjoyed. Actually, many forces wanted to live in Zijin base, but the general had never opened it up before. Now that the opportunity had arisen, they were naturally very happy. However, Lan Yulian also laid out the harsh truth up front. Living in the base was okay, but they had to follow the rules. If they didn't obey the rules, Prison Head and his ilk would serve as a warning to them. Whenever Prison Head was mentioned, many felt a chill in their hearts. Thinking about how Lan Yulian had ordered the execution of Prison Head without batting an eye, they felt even more respect towards this new female leader. Brother Wang. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun greeted Wang Tao the moment they saw him. During this time, take the opportunity to enhance your strength, Wang Tao said to them. The two were already level 3. And the upper limit of health point for level 3 should be around 100,000 health point, but now they only had a little over 40,000 health point, so there was much room for improvement. Yes. The two nodded. At that moment, Nisa Ayan suddenly pulled out a small notebook and said, Brother Wang, Lan Yulian gave me a few positions to choose from, which one do you think I should take? Since Lan Yulian wanted to attract other people from within Zijing City to the base, she would no doubt have to offer them some benefits. Someone with a good relationship like Nisa Ayan would naturally get a lot out of it, such as an official position. But without even looking, Wang Tao shook his head. You're not the right fit. Nisa Ayan was taken aback and then her head drooped like a frost-stricken eggplant. Oh. Then I'll go and refuse her. Actually, being the big boss of Firefly Club is quite good for me. At this statement, Wang Tao immediately glanced at her. You still want to be the big boss of the Firefly Club? Fine, then you can stay here. We'll be leaving soon. Huh? Nisa Ayan looked up, her expression somewhat baffled. It was then that Zhu Xiaojun explained, Brother Wang won't stay long at Zijin base. We are heading to a military base. Unless Wang Tao brought it up himself, Zhu Xiaojun wouldn't speak out of turn. Thus, Nisa Ayan was unaware of Wang Tao's true destination until now. Upon hearing Wang Tao's explanation, she was stunned. Then, as if something dawned on her, her face suddenly showed a mix of surprise and excitement. Brother Wang. Do you mean, I can come with you? If you want to stay in Zijin base, I won't insist, Wang Tao said indifferently. Thump. Nisa Ayan knelt in front of Wang Tao and wrapped her arms around his thigh. Brother Wang, I want to follow you. I'll do anything for you. Please don't abandon me. Nisa Ayan suddenly realized why Wang Tao immediately rejected her as a candidate for the leadership of Zijin base. Although her abilities indeed weren't sufficient, she suspected that Wang Tao also had reasons to take her with him. This time it was the same. Wang Tao didn't give it a second thought and said she was unfit. She was heartbroken, thinking that even though she was already level 3, she didn't carry much weight in Wang Tao's eyes. But in reality, it was not so. Wang Tao was planning to take her with him. In Wang Tao's heart, she at least had a bit of significance. As for choosing between staying at Zijin base or following Wang Tao, there was no need to think about which choice had greater future potential. She would definitely choose to follow Wang Tao. The more Nisa Ayan interacted with Wang Tao, the more she understood his capabilities. She had never feared anyone as much as him before, and likewise, never admired someone so deeply. Following Wang Tao might be dangerous, given the terrible situation in Yueyang City, but the benefits of being with Wang Tao were worth taking the risk. Not to mention, she felt that she had truly fallen for Wang Tao. Wang Tao hadn't intended to take Nisa Ayan with him since she was weak. But since Nisa Ayan had risen to level 3, she wouldn't be a drag, and she had shown staunch loyalty, so he agreed to bring her along. Then focus on hunting zombies in the meantime and boost your strength. You're still too weak, Wang Tao said as he patted her head. Yes. Chapter 230 Iron Tree Vines 2 Actually, the first two abilities weren't too great, but ability-related crystal cores focused on the spirit were too rare. Wang Tao wanted to level up to level 3 quickly, so naturally, he could no longer wait. So, after a series of operations by Wang Tao, he acquired a new superpower. Level 2 ability, Yin and Yang Balance. The name hadn't changed, it was still called Yin and Yang Balance, but the detailed information had increased significantly. Yin and Yang Balance can slightly influence the spirit of living beings, can destabilize the spirit of living beings, can create a barrier that blocks mental attacks, and during sexual intercourse with the opposite sex, both parties' magic point will quickly be restored, and the user will gain a permanent increase in magic point. The permanent magic point increase has a cooldown, which is random. Side effect, none. Seeing this ability, Wang Tao laughed loudly, and then he fused the omnipotent crystal core he had prepared in advance. After some time, Wang Tao's new ability had leveled up by +10. Level 2 Yin and Yang Balance, +10, now all 4 of his abilities were at +10, and he could ascend to level 3. He had already prepared the ascension crystal cores needed for level 3 ascension. However, Wang Tao was not in a hurry to ascend. After his ascension, killing level 3 ordinary zombies and level 3 elite zombies would no longer count as defeating higher level enemies. Loot packs were a minor issue, the main concern was special energy. For level 3 abilities, whether for fusion or extraction, each time it would consume 30,000 special energy. Wang Tao had spent over 100,000 energy on synthesizing crystal cores, and now he only had a little over 100,000 left, which wouldn't last many uses. Therefore, Wang Tao planned to kill some more level 3 zombies to save up some special energy before proceeding with his level 3 ascension. After all, he currently had level 3 combat power, and killing most level 3 zombies was no trouble for him. Wang Tao checked his belongings and the items in his space backpack again to see if anything had been missed. Right, I almost forgot about this thing. A seed appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Iron Tree Vine Seed. When planted in the ground, it will grow into a violent iron tree vine. When planted inside the body, it will grow into an obedient iron tree vine. Should I plant it inside my body? Wang Tao was slightly hesitant. Planting it in the ground was obviously pointless. Even if he killed the vine, at most he would get an extraction crystal core, and that wasn't even guaranteed. But if it were planted inside his body, Wang Tao was afraid he would become a monster. After all, this was different from the previous magic seeds, which clearly stated they would develop hidden abilities. Screw it, let's plant it. In the end, Wang Tao steeled his heart and placed the seed inside his mouth. The seed instantly melted within Wang Tao's body, just like a crystal core. Then, An icon appeared below Wang Tao's health point bar. Iron Tree Vine Seed Germination Countdown, 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The previous magic seed needed 10 days, whereas this Iron Tree Vine Seed only needed 3 days, which was significantly faster. It's just 3 days, let's wait. Shaking his head, Wang Tao temporarily put the thought aside. He and Zhang Shixia went out together to hunt zombies. The zombies near the sports center had begun to run off to other places, which made Zijing City much more dangerous all of a sudden. After all, there were quite a few level 3 zombies. Fortunately, many factions had moved their families to Zijin base. As long as they didn't go out, they were basically safe. This also made things easier for Wang Tao. He didn't have to go out of his way to head to the sports center. 3 days later, Wang Tao's special energy was back to over 300,000, which meant he could use it for fusion or extraction of level 3 crystal cores about 10 times. And the Iron Tree Vine Seed inside Wang Tao finally sprouted. The situation he was worried about did not happen. He didn't turn into a monster. When the countdown ended, Wang Tao felt as if something was in his mouth. He then spat out something resembling a small black snake. Although it was called a vine, it didn't have many leaves and felt similar to entangling roots. In fact, they were indeed quite similar. Not only could it transform into a bracelet that wrapped around Wang Tao's wrist like the entangling roots, but it was also a level 3 weapon. Level 3 weapon, Iron Tree Vine, health point, 10,000 10,000, maximum 100,000, status, awakened, enhancement, split, 1, independent attack, compatibility, 100%, however, unlike entangling roots, which provided various enhancements when worn, the Iron Tree Vine's features were splitting and independent attacking. Split, 1, currently 1 tendril, up to 10 tendrils, independent attack, can follow the owner's commands and attack on its own. This vine can split, up to 10 tendrils? Interesting. Wang Tao could vaguely feel a very faint and simple consciousness, which was the consciousness of the Iron Tree Vine. Since it grew out of his body, it had a 100% compatibility, and Wang Tao could control it directly. With just a thought, he saw the vine suddenly grow 10 meters, wrapping around a nearby brick, and then retracting quickly, bringing the brick to Wang Tao's hand. This is pretty interesting. Wang Tao experimented several more times and discovered that the vine's greatest use seemed to be in helping him capture prey. He tested it with zombies, finding that when a level 2 zombie was entangled by the Iron Tree Vine, it couldn't escape at all and was pulled directly in front of Wang Tao, where he could easily kill it with a single strike. As for using the vine to attack, it was rather unsuitable. Its attack power was far less than Wang Tao's, so it was better as a controlling ability. Chapter 230 Iron Tree Vines. One that day, Lan Yulian brought a lot of crystal cores to Wang Tao again. Wang Tao, see if there are any you can use. Wang Tao glanced at her and said, all for me? You still owe me so much. These crystal cores aren't enough to pay off your debt. I'm just letting you pick, I'm not giving them all to you. Lan Yulian hurriedly said. Stingy. Anyway, I've mortgaged myself to you, take it or leave it. Lan Yulian first gave Wang Tao a glare, then spoke in a pitiful tone. This is all I've got left in crystal cores, I can't give them all to you, otherwise the base won't be able to develop. Wang Tao was just joking. He knew Lan Yulian had now become the base leader and had to consider the needs of over 10,000 people at the base. Then leave the crystal cores, I'll pick a few, and you keep the rest. Love you. Lan Yulian immediately hugged Wang Tao joyfully and gave him a firm kiss on the cheek. Then she moved her face closer, and Wang Tao could only helplessly give her a peck. Lu Yingfen gave the two a disdainful look from the side. She was choking on their public display of affection, even feeling a bit envious. Having a suitable and strong partner in the post-apocalyptic world was indeed enviable. Lan Yulian had a lot more to do, so after delivering the crystal cores, she left. Wang Tao collected all these crystal cores into his space, and when he took them out again, more than half were gone, but they had all turned into purple and above high-quality crystal cores. Since Lan Yulian was now his woman, Wang Tao certainly didn't mind helping out a bit. Among these crystal cores, Wang Tao indeed found a few he could use. Wang Tao looked at his own abilities. His current 4 abilities were, Level 2, Iron Wall, plus 10, Level 2, Extraordinary Rage, plus 10, Level 2, Mastery Fusion, plus 10, Level 2, Yin and Yang Balance, plus 1. The first 3 abilities had already reached plus 10, only this newly combined Yin and Yang Balance was at plus 1. That clearly wasn't enough. So Wang Tao was planning to combine this Yin and Yang Balance with other abilities to see if they could merge. He now had over 300,000 in special energy, and extracting and synthesizing second-order superpower owners required only 5,000, which was enough for his experiments. After a series of experiments, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. This Yin and Yang Balance was a passive ability. He had thought it could combine with other passive abilities, but the experiments showed that the merging probability with other passive abilities was not high. Instead, it had a much higher chance of merging with psychic system abilities. This indicated that the yin and yang balance was a psychic system ability. Surprise notwithstanding, this was actually good news, because Wang Tao did indeed have many psychic system abilities he wished to merge. Wang Tao looked around and found a few suitable crystal cores. They were mental disturbance, mental fluctuation, and mental barrier. Mental disturbance can slightly influence the minds of living beings. Mental fluctuation can make living beings mentally unstable. Mental barrier opens a barrier that blocks mental attacks. Wang Tao previously had a mental disturbance crystal core, which had dropped from that toad zombie back at Shuai's base. Now, he had obtained another two from this batch, just enough to synthesize an epic crystal core. This ability basically caused living beings to make incorrect judgments. The simpler the brain, the more significant the impact. The smarter the being, the less the effect, and it might even be ineffective. Wang Tao specifically tried it out, and currently, this ability couldn't affect humans at all. It could only affect zombies. For example, it could make zombies mistake him for their lord, then follow him, protect him, fight for him, and such. But the problem was, this ability only worked at close range, and as soon as zombies got close to him, they would smell the human scent on him. This aroused their appetite, rendering the disturbance completely ineffective. However, combined with a stealth potion, things were different. Stealth potion could change one's scent, making it undetectable to zombies. That way, zombies wouldn't want to eat him anymore. Of course, even with stealth potion, he couldn't be too close to zombies, or it would still fail, but at least he could control it now, unlike before. With stealth potion, Wang Tao could have around a dozen level 2 zombies circling him. It looked quite impressive, but it wasn't very practical. The second mental fluctuation crystal core was also quite interesting. Similarly, it had a greater impact on beings with simpler minds. However, this one influenced emotions. It had little effect on humans, but with zombies, it could suddenly make them go into a frenzy or become passive. This ability might be used as a trick up the sleeve. The third mental barrier crystal core was powerful. This ability could create an invisible barrier that enveloped a person like a second skin and could move with them. This barrier could last for about 10 minutes, and during that time, it could block some mental attacks. For instance, if Wang Tao put a mental barrier on a zombie and then tried using mental disturbance on it, the mental disturbance would be ineffective. However, this mental barrier had its own health point, 10,000, and receiving mental attacks would reduce the health point. Once the health point hit 0, the mental barrier would disappear. Physical attacks naturally couldn't be blocked, but they also didn't reduce health point. In any case, overall, the ability Wang Tao liked most out of these was the mental barrier. A life-saving ability for critical moments. Chapter 230 Iron Tree Vines 3. But there are two problems. One is that it's only 10 meters long, a bit too short. The second is that it currently has only 10,000 health point, and its defense isn't too high. Overall, it's still too fragile. The health point needs to be increased. With more health point, it should grow longer. After all, the iron tree vines I've seen before were very long. Wang Tao thought it was like the entangling roots. To increase the health point, either feed it his health point or feed it crystal cores. Turns out Wang Tao tried it, and that didn't work. A prompt also appeared, suggesting that the iron tree vines need to split before they can be cultivated. For example, if it splits into 2 vines, then Wang Tao could increase its health point to 20,000, 3 vines to 30,000 health point, and so on. This is a bit of a headache, but there's a silver lining. That's 2 vines each with 20,000 health point. In other words, if Wang Tao could nurture this iron tree vine to 10 vines, and continuously nourish their health point, then Wang Tao would have 10 vines, each with 100,000 health point. That's a total of 1 million health point. Wang Tao is somewhat looking forward to the final product. As for how it's going to split, it has to do with time. Anyway, Wang Tao just has to care for it, don't let it die, and it will eventually split. This is considered late game equipment, so for now this is all he could do. However, for Wang Tao, even occasionally using this vine as a control ability is enough. But speaking of weapons, Wang Tao thought of his entangling roots, which he had always said he would cultivate but never had the time. Now is the perfect time to cultivate it and see if he can raise it to 100,000 health point. When he tried this, Wang Tao cursed his luck. Raising it to 100,000 health point would require too many crystal cores. If the entangling roots are low on health point, and he wants to increase the current health point, then one level 1 crystal core can add 100 health point, level 2 crystal core can add 1,000 health point, and level 3 crystal core can add 10,000 health point. But to increase the health point limit of the entangling roots, One level 1 crystal core can only add 10 health point to the limit, a level 2 crystal core can add 100 health point to the limit, and a level 3 crystal core can add 1000 health point to the limit. The entangling roots currently have 20,000 health point, and still need 80,000 health point to reach 100,000. To add this 80,000 health point, that would require 80 level 3 crystal cores, or 800 level 2 crystal cores, or 8,000 level 1 crystal cores. Wang Tao does have some savings now, but he cannot afford such an expense. With no other choice, Wang Tao could only decide to use his health point for the enhancement. Using health point to nourish the entangling roots would leave him in a state of weakness, which normally wouldn't be viable. But now it's temporarily safe, with Lan Yulian and others protecting him, so it's not a problem. So, Wang Tao approached Lan Yulian and asked her to cooperate with him. Wang Tao nourished the entangling roots with his health point, and Lan Yulian replenished Wang Tao's health point. Adding health point does consume spirit, but Wang Tao and Lan Yulian could recover spirit at the same time. Well, it's like a perpetual motion machine. Lan Yulian didn't know the specific details of the entangling roots, but once Wang Tao explained the plan to her, she immediately agreed. So, the two began their operation. Then, there were two things that slightly caught Wang Tao off guard. The first was that the amount of his health point consumed to increase the health point limit of the entangling roots was truly a lot. Wang Tao had to spend 10,000 health point to add only 100 health point to the roots limit. The second was that weakness really felt weak, so weak that Wang Tao couldn't actively help Lan Yulian recover spirit. He could only let Lan Yulian take the initiative. Lan Yulian was adding health point to Wang Tao and simultaneously replenishing her own spirit. Wang Tao felt a bit guilty watching her. Fortunately, Lan Yulian was enjoying herself and didn't feel tired. Thus, Wang Tao and Lan Yulian stayed in the room all day, not going out. Lu Yingfeng almost thought something had happened to Lan Yulian. After coming to check and seeing them, she blushed and ran away immediately. Broad daylight, shameless. Finally, when Lan Yulian was close to collapsing from exhaustion, the entangling roots reached 100,000 health point. After the blood-sucking of the entangling roots had finished, Wang Tao was still in a state of weakness, which would continue for another day, but it wasn't as extreme as the 99% weakness he'd experienced before, and he was now able to move. Wang Tao hugged Lan Yulian. It's enough now. Phew, you've tired out your sister. Hearing Wang Tao's words, Lan Yulian instantly relaxed and flopped onto Wang Tao's chest like a dead fish. She was both physically and mentally exhausted, something most people probably wouldn't be able to withstand. However, it wasn't without benefits, at least after using so much healing, she became more adept with her ability. Thank you for the hard work. Wang Tao gently kissed her forehead. Humphrey, stinky man. I'm going to rest a bit. Lan Yulian snorted, and then fell asleep on top of Wang Tao. The next day, Lan Yulian woke up in Wang Tao's embrace. Seeing that Wang Tao was still holding her, letting her lie comfortably in his arms, Lan Yulian felt somewhat sweet inside. Wang Tao, I think I'm starting to like you more and more, she murmured. Wang Tao opened his eyes and kissed her forehead. Awake? Want to sleep more? No, time to get up. Lan Yulian is a disciplined person. After going crazy for one day, it was time to work today. She had just taken over the base and begun reforms, so she would be busy for some time. Alright. Although both had strong physiques and weren't significantly harmed, they still felt somewhat weakened. Wang Tao because the state of weakness hadn't worn off, and Lan Yulian due to the tremendous physical and mental effort. You've finally decided to get out of bed. At breakfast, Lu Yingfeng couldn't hold back a comment. She was worried that Lan Yulian, so young, wouldn't know her limits and might run into trouble with her health. Cough. Lan Yulian blushed. Although she was doing important work with Wang Tao, it wasn't something she could easily explain. I've eaten. I'm off to work. Lan Yulian quickly grabbed Lu Yingfeng and fled as if escaping. Chapter 231 Level 3 Ascension 1. After dinner, only Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were left in the house. Wang Tao stroked Zhang Shixu's hair while looking at the entangled iron tree roots on his wrist. Level 3 Weapon, Entangled Iron Tree Roots, Health Point, 100,000 100,000ths, Status, Awakened, Enhancement, Health Point, Attack, Defense, Fire Resistance, Compatibility, 100%. All his effort had not been in vain, he finally reached 100,000 health point. Adding Wang Tao's own 30,000 health point, that meant he had a total of 130,000 health point. Now I can pretty much undergo level 3 ascension. After level 3, it's time to visit that old friend. Wang Tao muttered softly. He had not forgotten the fourth order monster he had encountered before, the one with 100,000 health point. At level 2, he had almost no power to resist. If he ascended to level 3, and added the 100,000 health point of the entangled iron tree roots, and brought other level 3 ability users with him, would they possibly stand a chance in battle? Now that Lan Yulian had become his woman, he planned to see if he could help her eliminate this hidden threat before he left. Suddenly, a familiar buzzing sound came from outside. Huh? An airdrop is coming. Wang Tao immediately ran out with Zhang Shixu, spotting a small black dot in the sky. The frequency of airdrops has been pretty high lately. It hasn't been many days since the last one. Come on, let's go check it out. By looking at the direction in which the plane was flying, it was apparent that it did not pass over the base. Lan Yulian, upon hearing the sound, had already started organizing people to retrieve the airdrop. After she invited the other survivors of Zijing City to the base, they benefited from a great advantage. No one was competing with them for airdrops anymore. Wang Tao, are you going out too? Lan Yulian asked, approaching Wang Tao. Yeah, I'm going to call for another airdrop, Wang Tao said with a smile. Lan Yulian immediately thought of the last time when Wang Tao had the airdrop directly above their heads and her eyes lit up. Then, like a little girl, she wrapped her arms around Wang Tao's and twisted. Wang Tao, I want to know how you do it. Lu Yingfen turned her head away. She had grown tired of Lan Yulian's coquettish act. However, she also pricked up her ears to listen. Haha, because I know a pilot, suppose it counts as knowing him. After I contacted him through the walkie-talkie, he carried out the airdrop. Both women were somewhat stunned. They were surprised that he knew a pilot, and even more so that he could contact one. Excitement then burgeoned within them. After all, if they could keep in touch with a pilot and have airdrops sent directly to them, wouldn't that be fantastic? Forget about it. Wang Tao probably knew what the two women were thinking and shook his head. These pilots seem to have their mission. They won't stay long, so I can only contact them briefly. And I'm not that close with him. The airdrop happened because he did me a favor. If he hadn't obliged, there would have been nothing I could do. Besides, I'm not even sure if the pilot on this flight is the one I know. Is that so? Well, that's still pretty amazing. Go on and contact him then. I hope you'll be able to get through. I'll have everyone else cooperate with you. Lan Yulian was slightly disappointed, but quickly shook her head. What's meant to be yours will come to you, what's not, won't, regardless of how much you try. Alright. I'm going out now. Wang Tao nodded. Have Little Feng go with you. Okay. Lu Yingfen drove a vehicle, taking Wang Tao and Zhang Shixuan leaving the base. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun had gone out to hunt zombies in the morning and were still outside. The plane's flight path was slightly off, but Lu Yingfen was very familiar with Zijing City. Before the plane arrived, she was already waiting on its anticipated flight path. Wang Tao took out his walkie-talkie and started trying to contact the pilot. Colonel Wu, this is Wang Tao, I'm at. Colonel Wu. Sizzle. Sizzle. Unable to make contact for the moment, Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan also arrived, and everyone gathered together. Looks like my luck isn't very good today. Either I can't make contact, or it's not Colonel Wu Guozong that I know. Watching the plane draw closer, Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Normally, at this distance, he should have been able to make contact, but there had been no response, and it was unclear what the issue was. It's fine, if there's an airdrop, we can just pick it up ourselves, Lu Yingfen consoled him. Wang Tao nodded but persisted in trying. Colonel Wu, this is Wang Tao, I'm at. Sizzle. Sizzle. But as the plane flew over their heads, there was still no reply from the other side. Wang Tao and the others felt a bit disappointed, both for not making contact with the pilot and for the fact that the plane had flown all this way without dropping any airdrops. Could it be that there wouldn't be any airdrops this time? Just then, Zhang Shixu, who had been intently watching the plane, suddenly tugged at Wang Tao's sleeve. Brother, look. Everyone quickly looked up. They saw that the plane which had just flown over their heads began dropping airdrops, and it wasn't just one but many airdrops falling at the same time. He got my message. Wang Tao was suddenly surprised. The fact that so many airdrops were dropped at once clearly wasn't a matter of sheer luck, he had indeed made contact with the pilot. As for the lack of replies, maybe there was a malfunction with the walkie-talkie on the plane, which only allowed it to receive and not transmit. Or perhaps, there was some other reason. Either way, Wang Tao was sure he had made contact, and it was most likely Colonel Wu. Chapter 231 Level 3 Ascension 2 Wang Tao hastily spoke into the walkie-talkie, thanks. I've already gotten the alcohol, I'll treat you to a drink later. There was alcohol inside Zijin base and even though it was a high-value item, someone like Wang Tao could naturally take some whenever he liked. He had Jade Lotus prepare some fine liquor for her. Crackling. Crackling. There was still no response, and Wang Tao didn't know if the other party had received the message. Forget it, let's pick up the supply drop. Like the last time, the supply drops mostly landed in one area, and everyone quickly gathered them all up. Wang Tao took a quick look and found nothing but the equipment, inhibitors, medical kits, food, and other items he had seen before. You take away the stuff, I'm going to hunt zombies, Wang Tao said to Lu Yingfen. Since they had come out, he planned to first check out the Dandong Hotel to see if there were any changes. As for the supply drops, they were all from his own team, so whatever he needed, he could just get directly from Jade Lotus later on. Okay. Wang Tao called Xiajun and Nisa Ayan to accompany him, along with Zhang Shixu, and the group of 4 drove towards Dandong Hotel. On the way, Wang Tao encountered several weakened level 3 zombies. It seems like the zombies from the sports center have already spread throughout the entire Zijing city. These zombies were not much of a problem for Wang Tao's group, but they were still dangerous to others. However, it was also an opportunity. It was a matter of whether they could grasp it, as these level 3 zombies were weakened versions and easier to kill. The car stopped a distance away from Dandong Hotel. Wang Tao and the others got out and cautiously made their way toward the hotel. Hopefully, we won't encounter what happened last time? Nisa Ayan whispered worriedly. Last time, they all fell into the illusion created by that level 4 monster, and she was the most unfortunate one, nearly killed by Wang Tao. Even though she was now at level 3, she still had some psychological shadows. Be confident, it's only level 4, nothing to be afraid of. Wang Tao patted her shoulder with a smile. Of course, while Wang Tao said that, he was actually more cautious than anyone else. They arrived at the Dandong Hotel and none of them felt they had fallen prey to anything. But the more they didn't feel trapped, the more worried Wang Tao became. Could it be we're already trapped without realizing it? Brother Wang, don't scare me. Nisa Ayan was genuinely frightened. Wang Tao looked at Zhang Shixu, who had the strongest resistance to spirit-based attacks. I don't feel anything either, Zhang Shixu shook her head. Let's walk a little further. Wang Tao led the group on and they quickly arrived beneath the Dandong Hotel. Seeing the wandering zombies below Dandong Hotel, Wang Tao frowned. This was the territory of the level 4 monster lord, where monsters and zombies weren't allies. In fact, their relationship was hostile. Logically, there shouldn't be any zombies here. Even if there were zombies, they should be under the control of the monster, not these low-level zombies wandering around randomly, right? But then again, the abilities of this level 4 lord were too bizarre, and no one knew whether this was all an illusion. So Wang Tao didn't dare to sneak in rashly either. He and the others tried to lure the ordinary zombies below the hotel to come out and kill them. They were killed easily, identical to reality. Wang Tao conducted various tests with the group, and at last, he felt that there really was no illusion. Could the monster have left? Wang Tao felt that was the only possibility. Let's go inside and take a look. After dealing with the zombies below, they ventured inside the hotel. There were quite a few zombies inside as well, but they were ordinary ones and were easily killed by the group. Wang Tao went from the first floor to the top floor, and besides finding some feces that might belong to the monster on the top floor, he didn't find any trace of the monster. It really left. Wang Tao was now certain. The monster had indeed left, and he had just been scaring himself. Phew, Nisa Ayan finally relaxed. But Wang Tao did not feel too relieved. If the monster had been here, at least Wang Tao would have known its location and could warn others to stay away. Now that the monster had gone without a trace, it had become a hidden threat. Forget it, let's head back for now. Having found no other clues, Wang Tao could only have everyone return first. It was already evening when they got back to the base, and Wang Tao recounted to Jade Lotus about the level 4 monster leaving. Jade Lotus first frowned, and then a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Wang Tao, are you worried about me? Jade Lotus was pleased inside, at least proving that Wang Tao truly cared about her. Of course. Wang Tao pinched her cheek. Jade Lotus took the opportunity to rub her face into Wang Tao's palm then said, don't worry, I will be more careful. Besides, our base has so many level 3 ability users, we might not necessarily fear this level 4 monster. Right. Wang Tao nodded and then continued. In the next few days, organize more people to hunt zombies, aiming to get you to level 3 before I leave. That way, I'll be more at ease. Jade Lotus was still at level 2, mainly because there were not enough omnipotent crystal cores. Wang Tao had used some of the omnipotent crystal cores he had saved. Chapter 231 Level 3 Ascension 3 Alright. In the following days, Lan Yulian continued to deal with the affairs at the base. After all, she had recruited people from other forces in Zijing City. With so many new people suddenly added, how to arrange them was a big problem. The rules and regulations of the base all had to be re-established. It's worth mentioning that Wang Tao initially thought that General and Kang Xiu would start their own thing, but unexpectedly, both of them stayed with their people, willingly subordinate to others. Wang Tao was still worried they had other motives, but Lan Yulian was very confident. feeling she could subdue the two of them. But she also had the capital for confidence. After all, with so many level 3 ability users under her command, Wang Tao said no more. Wang Tao went hunting zombies with Lu Yingfeng and Nisa Ian. He wanted to look for traces of that 4th order monster and, by the way, gather some more special energy. 4 days later, Wang Tao almost vomited from killing so many zombies. He accumulated a total of 500,000 special energy. He also obtained many crystal cores. As for that 4th order monster, Wang Tao had nearly searched the entire urban area, but still didn't find it. Wang Tao suspected that the monster might have left Zijing City. However, regardless of whether it had left or not, Wang Tao was prepared to level up to level 3. Before the level 3 ascension, Wang Tao got a batch of crystal cores from Lan Yulian's hands. After some synthesis, he made many level 2 omnipotent crystal cores. You ascend first. After you reach level 3, then I'll follow. Wang Tao handed a pile of omnipotent crystal cores to Lan Yulian. Seeing the big handful of red and orange omnipotent crystal cores, Lan Yulian opened her mouth wide, looking at Wang Tao as if he were a monster. Lu Yingfeng beside her had a similar expression. Lan Yulian could now confirm with 100% certainty that Wang Tao definitely had a means to improve the quality of crystal cores. Combining the fact that every time she gave Wang Tao a bunch of crystal cores, he returned fewer in number to her, but greatly improved in quality, it was highly likely that Wang Tao's method was similar to the crystal core synthesizer. A crystal core synthesizer required consuming a large amount of crystal cores of the same quality to eliminate the side effects of the current crystal core. Wang Tao's method most likely required the consumption of a large number of crystal cores to elevate the quality of the current crystal core. As for what this method specifically was, Lan Yulian couldn't quite guess. She thought it might be an instrument similar to a crystal core synthesizer. But since Wang Tao didn't tell her, she also tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Alright. After receiving the crystal cores, Lan Yulian immediately began to fuse them. Out of her 4 abilities, 3 were still only at +1, so Wang Tao prepared 27 synthesized omnipotent crystal cores for her. After some time, Lan Yulian successfully fused all these crystal cores, and now all 4 of her abilities were at +10. Wang Tao then took out 4 orange level 3 ascension crystal cores. Continue. Suddenly, Lan Yulian felt an overwhelming sense of security. She really wanted Wang Tao to stay. A moment later, Lan Yulian finished fusing the 4 ascension crystal cores. I can ascend now. Lan Yulian hugged Wang Tao and kissed him, somewhat excitedly. Although she knew she was bound to reach level 3, the speed of her ascension was still beyond her expectation. Then go ahead with the ascension. After all, it takes 24 hours, Wang Tao said, ruffling her hair. What about you? Lan Yulian looked at Wang Tao. In fact, she wanted to ascend with Wang Tao. If the two of them lay on the same bed and ascended to level 3 at the same time, it seemed rather romantic. I'll ascend after you wake up. After all, this base has just started reforming. If something happens and neither of us is here, it would be troublesome, Wang Tao said directly. Seems so, you really do think of everything. Lan Yulian gave Wang Tao another kiss, then lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Shortly after, Lan Yulian fell into a deep sleep. Wang Tao turned to Lu Yingfeng next to him and said, bring all the crystal cores you can find. Yes. Lu Yingfeng didn't ask why. Although Wang Tao was not the leader of the base, she treated him as if he were the leader. A few hours later, Lu Yingfeng came over with a bunch of crystal cores. All the crystal cores we could find are here. Some people might have kept a few crystal cores for themselves, but there shouldn't be many. Wang Tao collected all these crystal cores into his space backpack. Although Lu Yingfeng had seen this happen before, she still found it amazing. When Lu Yingfeng was out busying herself, Wang Tao organized the crystal cores in his space backpack, then synthesized some important ones into high-quality cores. These high-quality cores were reserved for Lan Yulian to nurture talents. As for the ordinary cores, there was no need to bother with them, as they could be used for everyday transactions. Once Lan Yulian completed her level 3 ascension and woke up, she saw a small mountain of high-quality crystal cores on the table beside the bed. Wow! Many women have little resistance to such shiny objects, and Lan Yulian was no exception. Hearing the commotion, Wang Tao pushed the door and entered. He glanced at Lan Yulian's attributes. Health point, 30,000. Magic point, 13,600. Grade, level 3, hidden property, saving lives, internal impurity, 11%, congratulations. Wang Tao said with a smile. Wang Tao after getting up, Lan Yulian threw herself directly into Wang Tao's arms. Lu Yingfeng had just walked in and, seeing this scene, thought she might have come at an inconvenient time. Wang Tao said to the two women, in the future, if you get the crystal cores you need, Don't rush to merge them unless it's an urgent situation. You can wait for me to come back. Wang Tao didn't talk about his ability to synthesize crystal cores, but Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng probably understood what he meant. Okay. Both nodded. Lan Yulian felt particularly happy in her heart because Wang Tao had said he would come back. Alright, now it's my turn to ascend. I'm counting on you two to protect me. Wang Tao spoke again with a smile. Don't worry. Wang Tao had already merged 4 ascension crystal cores before, now he simply lay on the bed Lan Yulian had just been sleeping in and immediately fell asleep. Chapter 232, How Did You Shrink? Wang Tao felt the sensation of ascending to level 3 was pretty much the same as when he ascended to level 2. He could also pass on one ability to someone else and then learn a new superpower. However, there was no need, as Lan Yulian and the others had not inherited anything after their ascension. After all, the abilities they fused with in the past were carefully selected by Wang Tao, so there was no need to trade for other abilities. When Wang Tao woke up, he felt refreshed and invigorated. The fatigue brought by zombie hunting had completely dissipated. Moreover, he could distinctly feel his physical condition and senses had significantly improved, incomparably better than when he was at level 2. Wang Tao, you're awake. Lan Yulian was already sitting by the bed, and Zhang Shixu and Lu Yingfeng were also there. I must have slept for 24 hours, right? Precisely 24 hours. Wang Tao got out of bed and looked in the mirror, discovering that his physique had grown bigger. He measured himself with a ruler and found that his height had grown from 1.9 meters to a full 2 meters. Through his observations over time, Wang Tao knew that the stronger one's physique when ascending, the greater the possible increase in stature. When women like Lan Yulian ascended, even though they reached level 3, their stature didn't grow much, and they might have even become slimmer. Only after Zhu Xiaojun ascended did his physique grow taller and bigger, reaching 2.2 meters. Especially when he wore his armor, the imposing pressure was immense. Of course, Wang Tao wasn't far behind. With his 2 meters in height and muscles all over his body, even Lan Yulian couldn't help but shine with admiration. Wang Tao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, and said to the 3 women, I'm going out to test my strength. We're coming with you. It was afternoon when Wang Tao ascended the previous day, so it was naturally afternoon now as well. When they went outside, Wang Tao looked at the gloomy sky and frowned. It's going to rain. It likely will tonight. Lu Yingfeng looked at the sky and said. If it's going to rain tonight then I'll leave tomorrow morning, Wang Tao suddenly said. What? Both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng looked at Wang Tao in some surprise, with Lan Yulian's complexion turning somewhat flustered. Leaving tomorrow? That's so soon. Won't you stay a couple more days? Wang Tao stroked Lan Yulian's delicate face, explaining, since the virus outbreak, there hasn't been any normal rain. It either doesn't rain at all, or it pours for many days. Although it's always corrosive acid rain, which humans cannot stay in for long, it significantly weakens the zombies' senses. So as long as we're well protected, it's a good time to leave. According to the limited information about Yueyang City, it was extremely dangerous. Despite ascending to level 3, Wang Tao wouldn't arrogantly think he was invincible. Heading to a dangerous place like Yueyang City, one had to be extra cautious. Rainy conditions could provide a good opportunity. Hearing Wang Tao's explanation, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng both fell silent, realizing he was right. His departure at this time would be to their advantage. But they couldn't bear to see him leave. Initially, the 2 women were excited to witness Wang Tao's strength, but even after Wang Tao completed his tests, they were still somewhat out of sorts. Let's go back. After returning to the courtyard, night had already fallen. Wang Tao first went for a quick shower, then brought out a plethora of items, including various potions, medical kits, all kinds of hand grenades, armor, hand crossbows, crystal cores he didn't need, and more. Seeing Wang Tao suddenly bring out a horde of items, and with Lan Yulian still feeling a bit forlorn, her attention gradually shifted. These things are for you, use them sparingly. Wang Tao briefly explained the purpose of these items. Particularly the tree essence, both were somewhat surprised, as it was their first time seeing something that could increase one's energy limit. After you use it, you can feel if your energy limit has increased. If not, then don't take it, to avoid wasting it. It has a cool down time, but how long exactly isn't clear. It depends on each of your physiques. This was one of the truly good items Wang Tao had, and he wasn't stingy, leaving a portion for the 2 women. The better Wang Tao treated Lan Yulian, the more reluctant she felt. But she wasn't the kind of woman who could not prioritize, and since Wang Tao really didn't want to stay, she couldn't make him. Wang Tao, thank you. What are you thanking me for? This isn't a gift. You owe me, and you will repay it later. Take good care of yourself and wait for me to collect interest. Wang Tao said with a smile. Lan Yulian didn't say more but instead embraced Wang Tao in a long kiss. Beside them, Lu Yingfeng looked utterly forlorn. "There's someone right here, can't you be a bit more considerate?" After they parted lips, Lan Yulian whispered enticingly into Wang Tao's ear, "It's time to rest, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me." Wang Tao waved his hand. "Go ahead." Lan Yulian took Lu Yingfeng with her and left. Watching the two women walk away, Wang Tao lay casually on the bed, directing his gaze toward his attribute panel. Health point, 30,000. Magic point, 25,600. Special energy, 524,200. Level 3, hidden attributes, improved body conditions, night vision, plant affinity, ability, level 3 iron wall, +1, level 3 extraordinary rage, +1, level 3 mastery fusion, +1, level 3 yin and yang balance, +1. Chapter 232, How Did You Shrink? Wang Tao's health point of 30,000 was undisputed, but nearly 25,000 mana was quite impressive. He had been consuming tree essence liquid continuously, and because he merged more crystal cores than others, he also had more mana. More mana meant greater endurance, which was an indirect way to increase combat ability. Moreover, Wang Tao had just reached level 3 and still had a significant room for improvement. He now planned to first synthesize a few crystal cores to try it out. His 4 abilities, up till now, had not been synthesized, but after reaching level 3, they could continue to be. First was the status class ability, Iron Wall. Status class abilities actually weren't too rare, but many were of no use to Wang Tao, so he couldn't synthesize this ability now. Then came the active attack class ability, Integration. This type of crystal core was relatively scarce, and Wang Tao hadn't found any suitable ones, so he couldn't synthesize one for the time being either. As for the psychic class ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, Wang Tao had some ideas. He planned to synthesize mental shock, mental defense, and perception. All 3 abilities were of the psychic system, so the chance of a successful synthesis should be quite high, but unfortunately, Wang Tao didn't have enough crystal cores. These crystal cores all had side effects, and Wang Tao needed 3 of the same crystal core to remove the side effects and impurities. So, he could only wait and see if he could save up a few more later. Last was the passive ability, Berserk. Of the crystal cores Wang Tao currently held, those of passive abilities were the most numerous, so this ability could be synthesized with other abilities. Wang Tao took out 2 crystal cores. Photosynthesis, passive ability, standing under the sunlight, can absorb the sun's energy, slowly regenerating mana. Nutrient absorption, passive ability, standing on the ground, can absorb the nutrients from the land, slowly regenerating health point. Both of these crystal cores were loot dropped from killing level 3 plant monsters. Originally, Wang Tao only had 1 of each, but in the past few days, as he hunted zombies outside, he encountered several level 3 plant monsters. Although they were only of elite level and didn't drop anything good, they did drop a few crystal cores, which were exactly what he needed to synthesize these 2 crystal cores to epic. These 2 abilities provided passive mana and health point regeneration, and although it was described as slow, it didn't consume energy. When there was nothing else to do, just standing on the ground and soaking up the sun could regenerate mana and health point. How wonderful is that? Wang Tao had always wanted to synthesize these 2 crystal cores, and now he finally had the chance. He first extracted his Iron Wall ability and then merged it with a photosynthesis core. Wang Tao checked the synthesis probability of his passive abilities, Extraordinary Rage, and Energy Boost. 92%. That's a pretty high chance. Without a second thought, Wang Tao began the synthesis. And, as expected, it was successful instantly. Wang Tao then merged nutrient absorption into himself. The chance of this synthesis was 94%, he went ahead and did it. After this crystal core was also synthesized, Wang Tao took out another crystal core. Physical enhancement, the physical constitution receives an all-around enhancement. This was looted from a night demon zombie. The night demon possessed no superpower and relied solely on its formidable physical strength. If Wang Tao did not use entangling roots, his physical fitness was no match for the night demons. And the reason why the night demon's physical constitution was so strong was probably because of this physical enhancement crystal core. So Wang Tao treated it as the last passive ability to be synthesized for himself. However, in the night demon's loot pack, there were 3 types of crystal cores: health point enhancement, energy enhancement, and physical enhancement. Health point enhancement increases the health point limit by 1000, energy enhancement increases the mana limit by 1000. Wang Tao actually liked these health point enhancement and energy enhancement abilities as well. No need to mention magic point, obviously, that's good stuff. Merging 10 of those is 10,000 mana. In the absence of ways to regenerate mana, This ability clearly was very impressive. About health point, the increase is to the extra health point limit. That means, for example, if Wang Tao is now level 3, then his health point limit should be 99,999 health point, but if he merged a health point enhancement crystal core, then his health point limit would break the original limit, reaching 100,999 health point. If he maxed out health point enhancement to +10, then he would have 109,999 health point, while still remaining at level 3. This is the extra health point limit. Wang Tao knew about this because, during this period, he had seen many crystal cores and discovered many peculiar and interesting ones, including those that increase health point and mana. Among them were crystal cores that increased health point limits. Wang Tao specifically conducted an experiment to find out that these health point increasing crystal cores provided an extra health point limit. But these health point increasing crystal cores were not common, and the increase they provided was very small. A level 1 core added 10 health point, a level 2 core added 100 health point, and even collecting 10 level 2 cores only amounted to an additional 1000 health point. Health point enhancement, which added 1000 health point, was a big jump if you accumulated 10 for a total of 10,000 health point. Wang Tao had previously thought that merging such health point limit increasing crystal cores would be wasteful since killing zombies also increased the health point limit, but now he realized there was no need to worry. However, it was a shame that Wang Tao had photosynthesis and nutrient absorption. Although undecided to some extent, Wang Tao eventually did not choose health point enhancement or energy enhancement. But regarding these two cores, Wang Tao had an idea, which he planned to try out in a bit. After Wang Tao synthesized the physical enhancement core, his new superpower emerged. Chapter 232, How Did You Shrink? 3. Level 3 Superpower, Berserk Enhancement. Berserk Enhancement, passive ability, can increase strength, defense, spirit, running speed, athletic ability, throwing technique, and constitution. Standing in sunlight allows absorption of solar energy, slowly regenerating magic point. Standing on the ground allows the drawing of nutrients from the soil, slowly regenerating health point. When health point falls below 30%, trigger berserk. Side effects, none. Staring at this long list of terms, Wang Tao grinned. This looks truly exhilarating. Then Wang Tao extracted the integration and yin-yang harmony superpowers. He was only left with berserk enhancement now. The reason for doing this, naturally, was because he intended to fuse with the omnipotent crystal core. After all, the other three superpowers hadn't been synthesized yet, and since the berserk enhancement was maxed out, in order to avoid upgrading those three superpowers with the omnipotent crystal core, they naturally had to be extracted. Wang Tao happened to have quite a few level 3 omnipotent crystal cores at hand, as killing zombies above his level made it especially easy to drop omnipotent and ascension crystal cores. A moment later. Level 3 superpower, berserk enhancement, +10, the level of this superpower was instantly maxed. Since Wang Tao's passive superpower contained attributes such as strength and constitution, the level increase to +10 produced a relatively tangible feeling. Wang Tao could clearly feel that his attributes had become much stronger. He felt that if he were to fight a level 3 night demon again, even if he didn't use entangling roots or any other superpower, just with his own physical conditions he should be able to suppress and beat a night demon. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence in his own progress this time. Wang Tao was preparing to find a few night demons later to test his abilities. After briefly enjoying the sense of his own enhancements, Wang Tao turned his attention to health point enhancement and energy boost. Since these two superpowers would increase health point and magic point after fusion, Wang Tao had an idea to synthesize these two crystal cores as an emergency ability. +10 health point enhancement could add 10,000 to current health point and maximum health point. Suppose Wang Tao was critically injured, suddenly extracted his other superpowers, and then fused this +10 health point enhancement into his body. Wouldn't that be like instantly gaining an extra 10,000 health point? If it really worked that way, it would be a life-saving ability at critical moments. If it turned out to be infeasible, it didn't matter, because Wang Tao had a lot of special energy at the moment. Having used only 180,000 just now, he still had over 340,000 left, enough to give it a try. Wang Tao fused the two crystal cores and obtained a new superpower, health point enhancement. He then used an omnipotent crystal core to max this new superpower to +10. Level 3 superpower, health point enhancement, +10, health point enhancement, passive superpower, adds 10,000 health point, adds 10,000 magic point. At this point, Wang Tao's health point had increased by 10,000, and his magic point increased by 14,400. The reason for such a significant increase in magic point was that fusion crystal cores themselves add magic point, and he fused these cores one by one, naturally adding a lot of magic point. Health point enhancement is a very plain and unadorned superpower, but it should play a significant role at crucial times. However, it can only be used at such times. Normally, of course, the other 4 main superpowers would be used. So Wang Tao was preparing to extract it and switch back to his main superpowers. Using 30,000 special energy, he successfully extracted the health point enhancement superpower into a crystal core. But just as Wang Tao was about to integrate the 2 extracted superpowers back into his body, he suddenly paused. Huh? Why haven't my health point and magic point decreased? Theoretically, once he extracted the crystal core, the bonuses it provided to his body should have been lost, things like health point and magic point should have been gone too. But now, they were still there. And that extracted health point enhancement crystal core was still lying properly in his backpack. Could it be that health point and magic point are different from other attributes? If I keep fusing health point enhancement crystal cores, could I continue to raise my health point and magic point? Wang Tao suddenly became excited. Did he just find a bug in this world? So, he immediately prepared to fuse the extracted level 3 superpower, health point enhancement, discarded, crystal core again. However, Wang Tao realized that he couldn't fuse it anymore. And he hadn't looked carefully before, but he noticed now that the name of the extracted crystal core had changed. Normally, inside the parentheses, it should say +10, but now it had turned into discarded. Damn. I knew it, there's no such thing as a bug. Wang Tao felt somewhat disappointed. If this bug really existed, then through the extraction and fusion process, he could have infinitely boosted his health point and magic point. Unfortunately, he couldn't. But Wang Tao wasn't too discouraged. Although he couldn't boost his attributes infinitely, he had managed to fuse the attributes of this crystal core into his body. After Wang Tao fused the other 2 extracted abilities again, he checked his attributes. Health point, 40,000 40,000, magic point, 40,000 40,000, 40,000 health point, 40,000 magic point. In just a short while, Wang Tao's strength had increased significantly. It felt rather exhilarating. It's a pity that this could only happen once. If it could happen several times, that would be even more exciting. Wang Tao looked at the discarded orange crystal core. Its exterior was still sparkling gold, giving no indication of its discarded status. Perhaps in the future, if he found someone displeasing, he could use this crystal core to trick them. A crystal core extracted from Wang Tao's fused abilities couldn't be used by anyone else anyway. But if it were a functioning crystal core, Wang Tao definitely wouldn't want to waste it. Since this core was already discarded, it might be good if he could find a way to recycle it. Moreover, Wang Tao suddenly thought that if this wasn't a bug but a mechanism of this type of superpower, could others use it in the same way? For instance, if Jade Lotus fused with an health point enhancement crystal core and then used an extraction crystal core to remove it, would Jade Lotus also gain an additional 10,000 health point? But Wang Tao only had a level 2 extraction crystal core, not a level 3. Since Jade Lotus was already level 3, it wouldn't work. Later, I'll find a level 2 person to experiment with. If it really worked, this could be an alternative way to enhance strength. At this moment, Wang Tao heard someone entering the room. Then with a click, the lights in the room went out. Wang Tao could sense someone approaching the side of the bed. He raised an eyebrow. What is Jade Lotus up to, wanting to play role-playing games? Fine, I'll play along. Wang Tao lay on the bed without getting up or opening his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Then Wang Tao felt Jade Lotus hovering by his bed for quite a while without coming closer. It seemed like she was hesitant. Wang Tao suddenly got a bit more expectant. Even though Jade Lotus often stuck close to him, she was rather traditional in certain aspects. Wang Tao felt that Jade Lotus might have come up with something new this time. A moment later, as if resolute, Jade Lotus cautiously made her way to the side of the bed. Then she quietly climbed onto it, carefully avoiding any contact with Wang Tao, as if afraid to wake him up. Wang Tao didn't know what she was up to, thinking that with Jade Lotus's personality, she would normally just hug him directly. Could it be that she wanted him to take the initiative? So, Wang Tao suddenly stretched out his arm, directly embracing the person who had just lain down beside him. The other person seemed startled and tensed up completely. But Wang Tao paused, puzzled. Huh? How come you've gotten smaller? Chapter 233, Entering Yueyang City 1. After saying those words, Wang Tao instinctively opened his eyes. Then he was taken aback. Little thing? The person lying beside him was not Lan Yulian but Lu Yingfen. Lu Yingfen was wearing a light, form-fitting silk pajama set, with her eyes tightly shut, lying stiffly in Wang Tao's arms. One of Wang Tao's hands was wrapped around her waist. Although it was pitch black at this moment, Wang Tao could clearly see the blush on Lu Yingfen's face. Why is it you? She didn't seem like she had walked into the wrong room, did she? Lu Yingfeng still kept her eyes closed, not speaking, not moving. Wang Tao suddenly raised an eyebrow. He initially thought that if it really was a misunderstanding, it would be better to clarify it sooner rather than later, especially since this was Jade Lotus's good sister. But looking at Yingfeng like this, she was obviously conscious. Given that, there was no way Wang Tao could turn down such a tempting offer presented to him. There's an old saying, you can never wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. But Wang Tao now disagreed. Wang Tao. Lu Yingfeng opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with a springtime warmth, her expression slightly aggrieved. She couldn't make out Wang Tao's features but could see a pair of eyes faintly glowing green looking at her. She and Lan Yulian both knew that Wang Tao had night vision, so she wasn't scared. It was just very embarrassing. Gently caressing her face, Wang Tao asked softly, "Did Jade Lotus ask you to come here?" Lu Yingfeng and Lan Yulian had a very close relationship. Although they had a superior subordinate relationship, they were like sisters. Wang Tao also believed in Yingfeng's character. If Jade Lotus hadn't asked her to come, she would definitely not have approached Wang Tao on her own. Hum. Lu Yingfeng hummed softly like a mosquito. If Wang Tao hadn't had good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. The normally brisk and exceptionally cool Yingfeng, with her girlish demeanor at this moment, had a different kind of charm. This Jade Lotus. Wang Tao shook his head, though he wasn't sure what Jade Lotus was thinking. He was no saint. Wang Tao leaned down and gently kissed Yingfeng on the forehead, cheeks, and corners of the mouth. "Don't be nervous, relax." Hum. Looking at Yingfeng, who once again closed her eyes, seemingly letting Wang Tao do as he pleased, Wang Tao brushed aside the hair on her forehead and suddenly shouted towards the door, "Jade Lotus, get in here." Wang Tao's voice startled Lu Yingfeng. She instinctively hugged Wang Tao's waist tighter. Although it was Jade Lotus who had asked her to come, she still felt like she was betraying her good sister. Outside the door, it was completely quiet, no sound at all. "Jade Lotus, hurry up. I've learned a few sets of cool torture methods recently. If you don't come in, don't blame me for punishing Little Feng severely." Wang Tao spoke menacingly. Hearing this, Yingfeng in his arms grew more frightened, her body trembling somewhat. Click. The door opened, and a sneaky figure entered. Wang Tao saw that it was indeed Lan Yulian. He knew that Jade Lotus was most likely eavesdropping. "Cough, what do you want me for?" Jade Lotus stood at the door, feigning indifference. "Do." Wang Tao responded succinctly. Jade Lotus was taken aback, her face flushing red, and she turned to flee out the door. Even though it was she who had prodded Yingfeng to come, joining them herself was too embarrassing, she couldn't accept it. But Wang Tao spoke again at that moment. "Last time we made a bet, and you lost. You said I could ask for one thing, and you'd agree to anything. What now? Do you want to go back on your word?" Jade Lotus opened her mouth. She truly hadn't expected Wang Tao to bring up the last bet. She was suddenly conflicted. She didn't want to go back on her word in front of Wang Tao, but she also didn't want to join in, as it was simply too embarrassing. "Good girl, listen to me. I was just joking with you. I really do have something to ask you. Don't you trust me?" Wang Tao called out again. With no choice, Jade Lotus walked over to Wang Tao's bedside, face flushed red. But Wang Tao suddenly reached out and grabbed her, and with Jade Lotus's yelp, he pulled her onto the bed. "Gigi," Wang Tao laughed wickedly. You don't keep your word." Jade Lotus glared at Wang Tao with a face full of shame and indignation. "How have I not kept my word? I really do have something to ask you, but I want to hear you tell me personally." A deep kiss almost took Jade Lotus's breath away. Wang Tao then let her go, turning his gaze to Yingfeng and kissed her tenderly. The next day, early morning. When Wang Tao woke up, he saw two pairs of big eyes watching him, one on the left and one on the right. Upon meeting his gaze, Jade Lotus and Yingfeng quickly turned their heads away. Wang Tao stroked both of the women's hair, silent, savoring this moment of tenderness. Then, Jade Lotus raised her head, her eyes showing reluctance, but she still took the initiative to speak. "Wang Tao. It's time for you to go." The days she had spent with Wang Tao were some of the happiest in her life. She wished it could go on forever but knew it wasn't possible. So it was better to make a clean break when parting. After all, Wang Tao had promised he would come back for her. Wang Tao nodded, then got up. Jade Lotus and Yingfeng helped Wang Tao dress, one on the left and one on the right. Wang Tao wasn't used to being attended to, but he didn't refuse this time. Once all three were dressed, Wang Tao spread out his arms. Jade Lotus walked into his arms and hugged him. Yingfeng hesitated for a moment but also came over. Chapter 233, Entering Yueyang City 2. Now, you have two people at Zijin base who care about you, at least a little, right? You can't forget about us. You promised me you would come back. Lan Yulian lifted her head, her eyes red as she spoke to Wang Tao. Wang Tao kissed each of their foreheads. Don't worry, Wang Tao, never go back on my word. Pay extra attention to your safety here, I'll come back for you. MHMM. You also need to be careful. The two women said in unison. The things I left for you before, I told you to use them sparingly, but don't be too thrifty. After all, we will see each other again soon. Wang Tao added. Previously, he had left Lan Yulian many items, including various crystal cores, potions, and so on. MHMM. The level 3 crystal cores I left for you, use them if you need to. But for the other crystal cores, make sure to use an instrument to remove the side effects. Of course, the best case would be to save them up until I return. Wang Tao continued to instruct. He felt his trip to the military base would be a short one. After all, from what he could tell, the military base was still very safe. Once he arrived, with his strength, or by offering some valuable items, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a quick return flight, would it? If he could take a plane, then places like Zijin Base and Redstone Base would be within reach. MHMM. The two women nodded again. Then, Lan Yulian's face suddenly took on a guilty expression. You left us so many great things, yet we have nothing to give you. Hearing this, Wang Tao smiled and spoke, you two are the best gifts heaven has ever given me. Even though it might sound cheesy, at that moment, the two women loved hearing it. Lan Yulian's gaze at Wang Tao seemed like it was about to overflow with emotion. Wang Tao. Lan Yulian hugged Wang Tao and acted affectionately for a while. Lu Yingfeng was somewhat restrained, but naturally, Wang Tao ensured he treated them equally, pulling her into his embrace as well. Then he decisively let go of both. Alright, I really must go now. We'll see you off. Today, indeed, it started to rain, although it wasn't too heavy. Wang Tao's car was already parked outside. It was the same car Yang Qingong had given him. The car was already loaded with a lot of supplies, and Nisa Ayan, Zhu Xiajun, and Zhang Shixu were all inside. Last night, Zhang Shixu conveniently did not appear in Wang Tao's room. She had become sensible. Wang Tao, I really wanted to go with you, but I can't be so selfish. After all, there are so many survivors here, and I have to take responsibility for them. I'm sorry. If it's too dangerous outside, remember to come back. Before getting into the car, Lan Yulian whispered to Wang Tao. She wasn't keen on power, she was just a person with a strong sense of responsibility. If she hadn't been the leader of Zijin Base, it would be different, but now she had become the leader of the entire Zijin Base, and she would definitely take up this responsibility. At the very least, she had to set the base on the right track. With the base's reforms just beginning, if she left, the base would not be able to operate. Only when she could ensure that the base could run smoothly without her, would she possibly consider leaving. Silly woman, what are you apologizing for? When I recommended you to be the leader of Zijin Base, I knew you were suited for it. Since you have the capability, you should definitely use it. I'm not only not blaming you, but I'm also proud of you because of it. Wang Tao ruffled her hair. For Wang Tao, leaving Lan Yulian here was like leaving a way out for himself. If he ever encountered any insurmountable dangers in the future, he would still have Zijin Base as an option. Moved by his words, Lan Yulian felt even more emotional. After another impulsive kiss with Wang Tao, she finally let go of him. Wang Tao got into the car and sat in the back with Zhang Shixu. Zhu Xiajun drove, with Nisa Ayan in the passenger seat. Lu Yingfeng drove another vehicle, not bringing anyone else, and the two cars arrived at the entrance of Zijin Base in a very low-key manner. Once outside, Wang Tao didn't get out of the car. He rolled down the window and said to Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng, Jade Lotus, little thing, be safe, I'll be back for you. MHMM. Rumble. The SUV entered the rain and slowly disappeared from Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng's sight. Lan Yulian stared blankly in the direction Wang Tao left, and after a long while, her gaze became firm again. Let's go back. We still have so many tasks. We'll wait for him here. Yes. Lu Yingfeng steered the vehicle, driving into the base. At that moment, as if remembering something, Lan Yulian suddenly turned to Lu Yingfeng and said, by the way, move back in with me tonight. With Wang Tao gone, she would be lonely. Lu Yingfeng's face flushed with embarrassment. If it had been before, she wouldn't have minded sharing a bed with Lan Yulian. But after what happened the night before, she always felt awkward in front of Lan Yulian, not knowing quite how to face her. What's the matter? After trying something better, you start to dislike me? Lan Yulian raised her eyebrows. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yingfeng's face turned red. No? Then move in and wait for me tonight all clean and fresh. I never realized before how sensitive you were. Just a touch and... Lan Yulian had a mischievous look on her face. Lu Yingfeng's face turned as red as a beet. Chapter 233, Entering Yueyang City 3. She suddenly felt that the days ahead would be difficult to endure. Wang Tao, you must come back quickly. She silently chanted in her heart. After Wang Tao left Zijin base, he didn't immediately leave Zijing City. Instead, he took another turn around the downtown area. Only after confirming several times that the Fourth Order monster must have left did Wang Tao let Zhu Xiaojun drive them out of Zijing City. The Zijing City they had talked about before usually referred to the downtown area. All the major powers and such were located within the city center, including Zijin base, which was relatively remote but still within the city limits. Of course, Zijing City wasn't just the downtown area, it also included suburbs, rural towns, and such, so Zijing City was very large. Leaving the bounds of Zijing City also took some time. Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry, feeling that this heavy rain wouldn't stop for 10 days and a half month, so time was plentiful. However, when speaking of rain in the post-apocalyptic world, no matter the size, as soon as it rained, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Through past experiences, after every heavy rain, the overall strength of the zombies would increase a lot. This time was probably no exception. Inside the car, Wang Tao held Zhang Shixu's hand, checking her attributes and physical condition. There were 4 people in the car, 3 of them were level 3, with only Zhang Shixu stuck at level 2. Although Zhang Shixu wasn't in a hurry, Wang Tao was somewhat anxious. After all, if she couldn't ascend to level 3 after a long time, she would fall behind. Of course, even though Zhang Shixu hadn't reached level 3, her strength was still quite strong. However, Wang Tao felt that it would be even better if she could become stronger. Wang Tao had tried many crystal cores with Zhang Shixu, including Ascension crystal cores and Omnipotent crystal cores, but she could not merge with any of them. This left Wang Tao without a solution, but recently he had a lot of zombie culture fluid, and since it was a waste to keep it, he would cultivate Zhang Shixu whenever he could. Although the cultivation didn't increase Zhang Shixu's health point, it seemed there was a slight improvement in her physical fitness, so this wasn't considered a waste. In the passenger seat, Nisa Ayan saw through the rearview mirror how Wang Tao cared so much for Zhang Shixu, and she felt envious. She wished she could get such attention from Wang Tao too. But soon, Nisa Ayan felt happy again. Because in the coming days, she could stay with Wang Tao all the time. Previously, when they were in the base, Wang Tao was always with Lan Yulian, so she rarely had a chance to approach him. She also felt that she couldn't compete with Lan Yulian and had no competitive edge in front of her. At that time, she was afraid that Wang Tao would dump her. Fortunately, Wang Tao didn't choose to stay at Zijin base and decided to go to Yueyang City, and he specifically kept her with him. Thinking of this, Nisa Ayan was very excited inside. The upcoming period would be her time alone with Wang Tao, she had to seize it. At this moment, several elite zombies appeared on the road, among them one was a level 2 elite zombie, and the others were level 1 elite zombies. Upon seeing this, Nisa Ayan immediately told Zhu Xiaojun to stop the car. She ran out into the heavy rain and easily handled the zombies. After collecting the crystal cores, she didn't return to the passenger seat, but instead, brazenly moved to the back seat. Wang Tao glanced at her but didn't say much. The vehicle was a luxurious, large, 5-seater off-road car, and the rear space was very spacious. Wang Tao sitting in the middle didn't feel crowded at all. Hee, brother Wang, crystal cores. Nisa Ayan immediately passed the crystal cores to him. A level 2 jumping crystal core, faced with a level 3 Nisa Ayan, that zombie didn't even get a chance to jump before it was killed. Wang Tao checked Nisa Ayan's health point, killing that level 2 elite zombie only increased her health point by 120, which was a slight boost to her current 40,000 health point. The other level 1 elite zombies didn't increase her health point at all. After ascending to level 3, the health point gained from killing level 2 zombies is halved. Level 1 elite zombies don't add any health point at all. This is similar to the situation at level 2. Hunting must focus on level 3 zombies from now on. Wang Tao thought silently. He just didn't know if there were many level 3 zombies in other places. No matter the number, he was conflicted. After all, although more level 3 zombies meant more hunting opportunities to gain health point, it also meant more danger. Brother Wang, you've been working hard all day and night, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage, Nisa Ayan whispered beside him. Wang Tao always felt there was more to her words, but he didn't refuse. With his permission, Nisa Ayan immediately began massaging Wang Tao. And she really had good technique, making Wang Tao doze off. Not bad. A simple compliment made Nisa Ayan incredibly happy. She suddenly filled with confidence. She must seize this rare opportunity and try to raise her status in Wang Tao's eyes. She didn't aspire to reach the stature of Zhang Shixu or Lan Yulian, as long as she could rank as high as Zhu Xiaojun, she would be satisfied. Due to zombies' senses being severely impaired by the rain, the journey was relatively smooth and safe. Occasional zombies were easily dealt with by Nisa Ayan and Zuziajan. Thus, 3 days later, Wang Tao and his group finally left the bounds of Zijing City and officially entered Wujiang City. The heavy rain continued unabated, growing even heavier. Wang Tao planned to find a place to rest for a while. The corrosive acid rain was rather severe, even the steel plates of the car were corroded. He needed to check and maintain the car. Otherwise, running in the corrosive acid rain like this, the car might be scrapped before they even reached the military base. There's a town ahead. There seems to be a survivor base. Wait, why does that person look somewhat familiar? Chapter 234 Encounter with Yang Qingong 1 Wujiang City, Dazhu Town. This small town is situated at the easternmost edge of Wujiang City, neighboring Zijing City. Though it lies at the junction of the two cities, this has not brought any benefits to Dazhu Town. On the contrary, it made the town even poorer. Bearing the situation where the young population either work in Zijing City or Wujiang City, even choosing to buy houses and settle in those cities, resulted in a massive outflow of young people from Dazhu Town, leaving not many long-term residents. Of course, it's not just Dazhu Town, many other small places are experiencing this to some extent. It's just that the situation in Dazhu Town is relatively more severe. However, having a smaller population does have its advantages. For instance, during the outbreak of the zombie virus, the fewer the people, the smaller the danger. In this respect, Dazhu Town was quite lucky. After the first wave of the virus outbreak, due to the sparse population and fewer zombies, many people in Dazhu Town survived. These survivors then united and established a small-scale survivor base in Dazhu Town that still stands to this day. But in recent times, quite a few unfamiliar faces have appeared in Dazhu Town, which has brought a lot of life to the relatively quiet town. There are no tall buildings in Dazhu Town, and Wang Tao, with his good eyesight, noticed the presence of survivors from afar. He initially planned to rest anywhere, but since there was a survivor base, he naturally wanted to check it out. At the entrance of the Dazhu Town survivor base, several modified vehicles had already stopped and were lining up to enter. When Zhu Xiaojun drove there, Wang Tao noticed a somewhat familiar vehicle in front. During the inspection, the car window rolled down, revealing the person inside, and Wang Tao was slightly surprised. Yang Qingong? She's actually here? Wang Tao had not expected to encounter Yang Qingong here. Previously, Wang Tao heard Jade Lotus mention that she saw Yang Qingong in Zijing City and even invited her to their club. But Yang Qingong refused, saying she had seen traces of her younger sister and had gone to find her. Could it be that she had found her sister? Or is her sister here? Wang Tao had not interacted with Yang Qingong for long, but they already had deep communication. He had also developed an image of her in his mind. Well, okay, it could be said he coveted her body. In any case, it's all the same. Being able to meet again, Wang Tao felt quite happy in his heart. But then Wang Tao took another look at the vehicles behind Yang Qingong. They didn't seem to be from her convoy. Had the convoy changed vehicles? Or had something happened? Wang Tao was curious, but he didn't call out to her right away. The SUV came to a stop behind the last car and started lining up to enter the Dazhu Town survivor base. The Dazhu Town base, naturally, could not compare to the Zijin base, but it was still a bona fide base. It had high walls, barbed wire, security checkpoints, and a few guards armed with handguns. However, seeing that their handguns were all rusty, Wang Tao seriously doubted if they would even fire. Please remove your glasses and cooperate with our inspection. We need to check everyone's eyes, and please do not hide anyone. Wang Tao realized that the checks here were similar to those at Shuai's base, simply looking for any whiteness in the eyes. There was no energy detector here. And they didn't meticulously search the vehicles. Overall, it wasn't as stringent as the Shuai's base. However, it was understandable. After all, the inspectors at the gate were only level 1 ability users, and it seemed that the overall strength of the people in this base was not too high. Whereas the people inside these foreign vehicles were all level 2 ability users. Facing the powerful, they didn't dare to be too aggressive. By the time Wang Tao's vehicle arrived, Yang Qingong's vehicle had already been inspected and had gone in, and Wang Tao saw that she was the only one in the car. After spending some time, it was finally Wang Tao's turn. Before the inspectors arrived, Wang Tao could hear them whispering. What's been going on lately? Why are there always people coming to our base? I heard that many people are fleeing from disaster. Fleeing from disaster? What disaster? Hurry up and check, we'll talk after the inspection. 2 inspectors came up to Wang Tao's vehicle and knocked on the window. These were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, wrapped up very tightly and holding a very large and thick oil paper umbrella that looked heavy. However, for them as level 1 ability users, it wasn't hard to hold. Good day, sir. If you wish to enter our Dazhu town base, please cooperate with our inspection. We only need to check the pupils of everyone in your vehicle." Wang Tao and the others rolled down their windows. The two inspectors, upon seeing the four faces in the car, were somewhat startled. Startled by their vibrant spirit. They had inspected quite a few external survivors recently, and regardless of their strength, they were all visibly exhausted. Not like the four people in Wang Tao's car, who appeared relaxed and in good spirits, as if they were on a leisure trip. And there were two beauties, one older and one younger. In these end times, everyone was struggling to survive, who had the energy for grooming. Based on their experience, beauties in the post-apocalyptic world were either big shots or beauties kept by big shots, both of which were not to be provoked. As for how strong the four people in the car were, these two inspectors actually couldn't tell. Ability users could generally sense each other to some extent, being able to feel what level the other was at. However, this had a prerequisite: either the levels of both parties were not too far apart, or one side was exceptionally adept with their ability, able to conceal their energy. Chapter 234 Encounter with Yang Qingong 2. For instance, a level 1 ability user might recognize a level 2 ability user, but if a level 1 ability user encountered a level 3 ability user, they might not be able to tell. The two inspectors here couldn't sense what level of ability users Wang Tao and his group were. They felt just like ordinary people. But who would have the courage to venture outside at a time like this, if not someone extraordinary? Could they be level 3 ability users? Are there level 3 ability users now? Or is it that they have mastered control over their abilities so well that they are able to conceal their aura? Regardless of which it was, these four people were undoubtedly formidable, and they should try not to offend them at all costs. He reminded himself to give a heads up to the others at the base to be careful. A moment later, the two inspection officers both gestured invitingly. "Mr. Wang, please." To enter this base, registration was required, and recording the name of one person sufficed. Although identity cards were no longer used and there was no way to verify if the name given was real, the purpose of the base wasn't to check household registrations, but to have a way to address people in case of future events. "I just heard you mention that many outsiders have recently come to your base. Can you tell me what's going on?" Upon hearing Wang Tao's question, the speaker didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "That's right. In the past 2 months, indeed, some outsiders have passed through Dazhu town. I've heard them say that many of them encountered zombie waves, their encampments were destroyed, and they had no choice but to flee. Our military base in Yueyang City is relatively well known, and many people are aware of it, so they wanted to come and try their luck to see if they could get into the military base." Wang Tao suddenly understood. It was the zombie waves. When he had been with Yang Qingong, they had experienced a wave of zombies. The sheer horror of it made him suspect that few bases could withstand such an assault. But had there been frequent zombie waves recently? Could there be an underlying issue or a presage of some sort? Wang Tao didn't know, but the frequent occurrence of zombie waves was certainly not a good sign. "Thanks." Wang Tao casually took out a level 1 white crystal core and tossed it to the man. The man caught it instinctively, but when he saw what he was holding, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lucky day. What's the meaning of this? A tip? Using crystal cores as tips? How generous. "Mr. Wang, you're too courteous." The man's face was smiling, but it was an obviously professional, fake smile. However, now, he grinned as brightly as a blooming chrysanthemum. Then, as if something dawned on him, he hurriedly added, "Oh, right, Mr. Wang, are you passing through here to go to the military base as well? I must make it clear to you, I'm not sure what the situation is like over at the military base, but I know it is extremely dangerous. Not just the military base, the entire Yueyang City urban area is extremely dangerous. Over the last few months, quite a few people have passed through here, aiming for Yueyang City or the military base, and we've mostly lost contact with them. At first, I thought they were safe, but then some came back, and they said it was too dangerous there, a certain death trap. Those who managed to escape back turned into zombies just half a day later, which caused a lot of chaos in our base." This news was almost the same as what Wang Tao had heard. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, this information is very important to me. So, you're saying that there are virtually no survivors in the Yueyang City urban area?" "Yes, virtually none. Perhaps there's the odd one or two, it's hard to say. But generally speaking, it's almost deserted. For the living, it's practically hell on earth." The man looked genuinely frightened, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. "All right, I'll give it more thought. I'll go inside now." "Ah, please do." The man immediately bowed. Wang Tao's car was the last in line. Once he went in, there were no more people. After Wang Tao's car entered, the man straightened up immediately. His companion looked at him with envy. "Damn, What kind of stroke of luck is this? You got a crystal core just like that? Hey. Jealous, aren't you? Learn from this. If another rich person comes along, next time it could be your lucky break. Makes sense. Having passed the check and entered into Dazhu Town's camp, one could see several guards behind the gate. However, besides 2 of the guards holding rusty pistols, the rest were armed with long knives, spears, and the like. These guards were also level 1 ability users, clearly indicating that the camp's defenses were not particularly strong. But as long as they could stop the zombies, it was enough. Dazhu Town didn't have too many zombies, nor any particularly strong ones, so the camp's defenses were obviously sufficient. These buildings must be quite old. If it were peacetime, staying here for a few days might be quite nice. Seeing the scenery outside, Nisa sighed. It was raining corrosive acid rain now, and one couldn't stay out in the rain for long. The streets of the base were empty. However, there were thoughtful signs with arrows pointing the way. Straight ahead is the parking lot, there's also a trading hall and living quarters. Let's head there, Wang Tao said to Zhu Xiaojun. Alright. Soon, Wang Tao's car arrived at the parking lot. The parking lot had been adapted from an abandoned building, without a door, but with walls and a roof sufficient to shield from the corrosive acid rain. At the entrance to the parking lot was a balding middle-aged man, around 50, who was registering names in a small notebook. Chapter 234 Encounter with Yang Qingong 3 Wang Tao parked his car next to Yang Qingong's. Then he registered his name and car. Mr. Wang, rest assured, our parking lot is manned, just lock your doors, and we guarantee that nothing will be taken from your car. The bald middle-aged man assured, patting his chest. Wang Tao nodded. He came fully armed this time, unless someone forced their way in, there was no way they could pry the door open. He casually threw a white level 1 garbage crystal core to the man. Thanks for the trouble. Just like the previous inspector, the bald middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment before subconsciously catching the crystal core. Upon realizing he was holding a level 1 crystal core in his hand, he widened his eyes and stammered, Wang, Mr. Wang? We don't charge for parking. The fact of the matter was, in the beginning, the leader of their base was inclined to charge a fee, since making some money was always good, but it was later rescinded. The reason was simple, if someone could drive their car here and park it, they were generally second-order superpower owners. And in their base, there was only one second-order superpower owner. In the absence of legal stipulations, the one with the biggest fist had the final say. You don't have the strength and still want to charge a fee? That was just asking for death. As is widely known, many people, especially those who had not fared well before the end of the world, tend to become inflated and even psychologically twisted once they gain strength after the apocalypse. Even if the fees they charged were not high, it could appear offensive in the eyes of some hot-tempered individuals. It was like looking down on them. If someone got unhappy and confronted the base, that would be a disaster. Of course, although they didn't charge a fee, there were a small number of people who would give tips. These tips were a bonus for them. Not much, but better than nothing. No charge? Then consider it a tip for you. Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively. A tip? In the post-apocalyptic world, the valuable things pretty much fell into a few categories: food, weapons, vehicles, and the most valuable of all, crystal cores. He never expected Wang Tao would actually give him a crystal core as a tip. Even if it was the lowest grade level 1 white crystal core, it was still a crystal core. This could be exchanged for a lot of food in the trade hall. After a moment of stunned silence, the man immediately stood at attention. Yes. Mr. Wang, rest assured, I will take good care of your car. There won't be any problems. Wang Tao nodded, ready to leave. The man immediately brought out 4 bulky-looking oil paper umbrellas from a corner and handed them to Wang Tao. Mr. Wang, these are the umbrellas we make here, especially for these acid rains. This umbrella can withstand at least 3 hours of corrosion. Oh? Interesting. Wang Tao took them and handed one to each Zhu Xiaojun and the others. Then he headed towards the trade hall. Once Wang Tao left, the bald middle-aged man immediately called out. Guys, get some clean water, let's give Mr. Wang's car a good wash. The trade hall was the largest building in Dazhu Town base, a 3-story structure that seemed to have been converted from a small shopping mall. The first floor was the trade hall, providing a trading space and a place to post bounty tasks. The second floor was specially prepared for visitors' accommodation. Of course, you could stay elsewhere if you didn't want to stay here, it was quite free. The third floor was where the leadership of Dazhu Town base lived and dealt with daily affairs. The trade hall was located right next to the parking lot, just a few steps away. Upon arriving at the trade hall, it was busier inside than Wang Tao had imagined, filled with people. The entrance of Wang Tao and his group immediately drew quite a bit of attention. It couldn't be helped, The stature of Zhu Xiaojun and Wang Tao was too striking. One was 2 meters tall, the other was 2 meters 20. Both of them standing at the entrance could block out the light. As for the two beautiful women beside Wang Tao, they didn't attract as much attention. After all, Wang Tao and his companions clearly were not ones to be trifled with. For all anyone knew, the beauties might be their forbidden fruit. It wasn't worth the trouble of looking for trouble.